This is a forbidden spell pothose covered in blood-red runes. Even if you threw it on the roadside, no one would give it a second glance. But the moment I saw it, I decided to nurture it into my tamed beast. Everyone around me collectively mocked me, wondering what great things a mere potted plant could achieve. Even my family thought I had lost my mind. However, they didn't know that I had accidentally bound the beast evolution system and could see the attributes of any tamed beast. This pothose in front of me is in its mutation period. With a little cultivation, it can evolve into a plant-type beast. This is because, in this world, being a beast tamer is an extremely expensive profession. The poor cannot afford the resources consumed by tamed beasts. Ja, it's 6:30. Hurry up and get up for breakfast. Don't you have a practical class today? Get up quickly. In the kitchen, Zhou Chen was preparing breakfast while calling Jia Jia to wake up. As soon as Zhou Chen finished speaking, a lazy yet pleasant voice came from Jia's room. Got it, Zhou Chen, I'm already up. As the room door opened, Jia, wearing pajamas, walked out rubbing her eyes. Her eyes were red from just waking up, making her look incredibly cute. Jia hugged a pitch-black kitten and sat lazily on the sofa, starting to eat breakfast. Today's breakfast was very rich, with ramen, xiaolongbao, jianbing, and egg crepes all her favorite foods. Ha! Zhou Chen, why is breakfast so abundant today? Today is your first practical class, so of course, I made it richer for you. After all, this might be your last breakfast. Coming out of the kitchen, Zhou Chen said with a wry smile. Bah, bah, bah. You just can't help but spew garbage. Who talks like that to Jia? Are you wishing I'd die sooner? It's just a practical training session in the beast forest, what's so dangerous about it? Jia's pouting face was very cute. She then raised the black cat in her arms. As long as my phantom is here, there will be absolutely no danger. Plus, the teacher will be there to protect me, so there's no danger at all. Meow. The black cat in Jia's arms seemed to agree with her words, raising its small paw and letting out a meow. Beast name, Phantom Cat. Beast tier Warrior tier. Beast level, level 6. Beast attribute, Dark. Beast weakness, Canine Beasts. Beast status, Joyful Healthy. Beast talent, None. Beast skill, None. Beast description, a beast mutated from an ordinary black cat, as dark as a shadow, extremely fast, the master of the night. Cat meat tastes good, suitable for stew. Add scallions, garlic, and cilantro. Already level 6. Zhou Chen muttered to himself. Ever since he turned 18, he had accidentally bound this beast evolution system, allowing him to see beast attributes. 500 years ago, many spatial rifts appeared on Azure Planet, leading to other worlds. The air from the other worlds entered Azure Planet, causing all plants and animals except humans to evolve rapidly, mutating into beasts with powerful combat capabilities. Only humans remained unchanged. Just as humanity felt the end of the world was imminent, scientists in China discovered that although human bodies did not change, they could form soul contracts with beasts. They could control the contracted beasts. This discovery undoubtedly excited the whole world. Although their bodies remained unchanged, they could control mutated beasts. Therefore, people all over the world began to form contracts with beasts, making them their partners to fight for them. The profession of beast tamer originated from this. 500 years have passed since the spatial rifts first appeared. During these 5 centuries, humanity gradually gained a foothold and once again became the overlord of Azure Planet. A relatively systematic knowledge and theory of tamed beasts also emerged, including the classification of tamed beast levels. Beasts are divided by tier, from low to high: warrior tier, general tier, king tier, battle sovereign, battle emperor, and even higher legendary ranks. According to level classification, they are divided into levels 1-1000. It is said that the strongest beast tamers in humanity now have tamed beasts at over level 600. Generally, the higher the tier of a beast, the stronger its combat power. At the same level, a higher tier beast is more than 10 times stronger than a lower tier beast. Alright, I know you're amazing, now eat up. No matter what, be careful. This family can do without me, but it can't do without you, understand? Zhou Chen said with a serious expression, then sat down to have breakfast with Jia and fed the black cat some food. Okay, I understand, Zhou Chen, I'll be careful. Then Jia also started eating breakfast, and halfway through, Jia suddenly looked at Zhou Chen and asked, "By the way, Zhou Chen, when you go to Beast Forest this time, do you want me to catch a beast for you? That way you can become a beast tamer too." "No need, your intention is enough. Besides, I don't want to be a beast tamer." Although in the past 100 years, the country has vigorously trained beast tamers, taming a beast is extremely expensive. The poor simply cannot afford the resources consumed by taming a beast, so beast taming is ultimately a game for the rich. Even Jia's beast phantom cat was just a kitten that was casually discarded by someone and happened to be picked up by Jia. But even so, Jia treats this little guy like a treasure. "I'm full, Zhou Chen, I'm going to school, bye." After waving goodbye to Zhou Chen, Jia ran out of the house with a smile. A tamed beast, huh? To be honest, it's a lie that Zhou Chen doesn't want to be a beast tamer. On Azure Planet, becoming a beast tamer and having one's own tamed beast is a dream for everyone, but beasts are not easily obtained. In the market, even just a beast egg can sell for a sky-high price of 200,000, let alone a live beast. The poor can only go to Beast Forest to contract a wild beast. But Beast Forest is extremely dangerous, and even powerful beast tamers dare not venture deep, let alone an unarmed ordinary person? Therefore, Zhou Chen gave up on this idea, he didn't dare to risk his life. "I'll choose a more reliable method." As he said this, Zhou Chen stood up, picked up the kettle, and walked to the pothose plant by the TV, gently watering it. Then he gently touched the tender leaves of the pothose, as if it were not a pothose plant, but a little girl. "Little pothose, mutate quickly and become my tamed beast." Beast introduction, ordinary pothose, mutating. Mutation progress, 99%. It's already 99%, it should mutate into a beast today, right? Zhou Chen wasn't raising this pothose because he liked plants, he started raising it because he saw that it was about to mutate into a beast. Beasts are not necessarily animals, plants can also be. As long as they can form a soul contract with humans, they are considered beasts. Even a rock can be considered a beast as long as it can form a soul contract. Although plant-type beasts are rare, they are not uncommon. However, plant-type beasts are generally weaker than animal-type beasts, and most plant-type beasts are food for animal-type beasts. But plant-type beasts have one advantage over animal-type beasts: their contract difficulty is very low. Basically, anyone can form a soul contract with a plant-type beast. Animal-type beasts, because they already possess intelligence, are not easy to contract with. Especially powerful beasts have their pride and would not easily submit to humans. But plant-type beasts are different. Even after mutating, their intelligence is only about that of a 5-year-old child, capable of understanding only the most basic commands. Therefore, plant-type beasts are the easiest beasts to form a soul contract with, bar none. Mutation progress, 100%. Under Zhou Chen's loving care, this ordinary pothose finally completed its mutation and successfully evolved into a beast. It transformed from lush green pothose into crimson vines, covered with thorns like a bramble. In Zhou Chen's mind, the information about this beast appeared. Beast name, blood-devouring vine. Beast tier, warrior tier. Beast level, level 1. Beast attributes, wood. Beast weakness, fire. Beast status, joyful, healthy. Beast talent, blood siphon, can absorb the blood of living creatures to grow rapidly. Beast skill, mimicry, can disguise itself as a pothose plant to hide its strength and make opponents lower their guard. Beast introduction, mutated from an ordinary pothose, it can become stronger by absorbing the blood of plants and animals. A beast tamer can cultivate a bond with the blood-devouring vine by feeding it their own blood. It has a bitter yet sweet taste, crisp and refreshing, not rough on the tongue, making it perfect for tossing with kelp, dried tofu, and peanuts. You actually want to make my tamed beast into a salad? There must be something seriously wrong with this system. Seeing the system's prompt, Zhou Chen couldn't help but sarcastically comment that this system was definitely a foodie. The blood-devouring vine, with a name like that, is known to feed on blood, yet even when Zhou Chen lightly touched it with his hand, the blood-devouring vine did not consume his blood. Instead, it swung its half-meter-long vines around Zhou Chen's arm, as if it were giving him a tight embrace. No wonder it's a plant-type beast even when mutated, it's not that fierce. But I should contract it now while I can. Saying this, Zhou Chen bit his finger and let some blood drip onto the blood-devouring vine. With a brief flash of red light, Zhou Chen had already formed a contract with the blood-devouring vine. At the same time, the blood-devouring vine in front of Zhou Chen disappeared, entering his soul space within his mind. Zhou Chen could sense the blood-devouring vine's emotions. It seemed quite happy at the moment. This makes me a beast tamer now, but I must quickly work on leveling up the blood-devouring vine. The college entrance examination is in a month, and if I don't achieve good results, I won't be able to enter the Tamed Beast Academy. Universities in China are divided into ordinary universities and tamed beast universities. Ordinary universities teach regular science, while tamed beast universities are responsible for training beast tamers. And those high-level tamed beast academies are only accessible to genius beast tamers. Therefore, Zhou Chen didn't have time to rejoice. He needed to quickly strengthen the blood-devouring vine. Even for his own safety, he must level up the blood-devouring vine. The blood-devouring vine can absorb the blood of plants and animals to get stronger, so I should start with plants first. With this thought, Zhou Chen eagerly ran in front of a large tree and summoned the blood-devouring vine. Having left the soil, the blood-devouring vine could only wrap around Zhou Chen's body, but without a source of nutrients, it looked a bit wilted. Go, blood-devouring vine, drain this tree dry. Hearing this, the blood-devouring vine instantly perked up, eagerly extending its vines to wrap around the tree, driving its thorns into the bark and starting to absorb the tree's nutrients. Although plants do not have blood, they do have sap, which functions similarly to blood. Rather than sucking blood, the blood-devouring vine absorbs nutrients from plants and animals. About half a minute later, this tree, too large for a person to hug, was drained dry by the blood-devouring vine, causing the entire tree to wilt. The blood-devouring vine also grew larger, looking more lush, but its level did not increase. It remained at level 1, evidently indicating that the nutrients from a single large tree were not enough for it to level up. But one large tree isn't enough. What about a whole grove? Now, as spring turns to summer, all things are reviving, and the streets are filled with flowers and trees. No one cares about the fate of a few trees, which is just perfect for Zhou Chen. After absorbing the nutrients from a big tree, the blood-devouring vine clearly wasn't satisfied and wrapped around Zhou Chen, wanting more blood. Alright, today I'll let you indulge and fill up. With that, Zhou Chen approached another large tree and allowed the blood-devouring vine to absorb its nutrients. All morning long, Zhou Chen had been with the blood-devouring vine, absorbing nutrients from plants, and after a whole morning of effort, the blood-devouring vine finally leveled up. From level 1 to level 3, each time its level increased, the rate at which the blood-devouring vine absorbed blood doubled, but at the same time, the amount of blood it needed to reach the next level increased. Ordinary plants were no longer sufficient for the blood-devouring vine after its upgrade. The blood-devouring vine is now level 3, and it's time to find stronger prey. There was only one place where more blood could be obtained, and that was the beast forest. Although the beast forest is dangerous, danger and opportunity coexist. Moreover, Zhou Chen is now a beast tamer and has some ability to protect himself. Traveling only in the outer areas of the beast forest poses no great danger. The beast forest is divided into inner, middle, and outer layers. The beasts in the inner layer are the most powerful, while the outer areas are where low-level beasts live, with generally low tiers and levels. Going to the beast forest is the best way to increase the level of the blood-devouring vine. Therefore, Zhou Chen took a taxi to the beast forest. However, the taxi driver could only take Zhou Chen to within 5 kilometers of the beast forest's perimeter. The rest of the journey would have to be on foot. Is this the beast forest? It's my first time here. Before even entering the beast forest, Zhou Chen's eyes widened as he took in everything before him. He had heard others say the beast forest was terrifying before, but Zhou Chen had dismissed it. He thought it was just a forest, so what could be so scary? At most, there would be man-eating beasts inside. Although dangerous, it wasn't terrifying. But now, seeing the beast forest with his own eyes, Zhou Chen understood that the rumors were true. Even before entering the beast forest, nearly 5 kilometers away from its perimeter, Zhou Chen was already stunned by the scene. Everywhere he looked, there were corpses and wreckage, human bodies, beast corpses, as well as giant beast footprints and debris from tanks and cars. The further he went, the more corpses he saw. It was like this even outside the forest. One could only imagine how many bodies were inside. The air was thick with the smell of blood and decay, making him feel nauseous. Zhou Chen felt like he was going to throw up his breakfast. However, he only felt disgusted, not scared. Instead, he became more excited. It was like a pillow arriving just as someone felt sleepy. He was worrying about not finding blood, and here it was. The blood from these corpses should be enough for the blood-devouring vine for a while. Come out, blood-devouring vine. Zhou Chen summoned the blood-devouring vine. Sensing the bloody smell in the air, the blood-devouring vine seemed very excited. Tired of bland food, there was finally something savory. Go ahead, blood-devouring vine, all of this is yours. With Zhou Chen's permission, the blood-devouring vine extended its numerous spines and began to frantically absorb the blood from the corpses. Compared to plant sap, the blood-devouring vine preferred the blood of living creatures. Especially with so many beast corpses around, beast blood was a great supplement for the blood-devouring vine, much better than human blood. Moreover, the beasts were all much higher level than the blood-devouring vine when they were alive. By absorbing the beast blood, the blood-devouring vine's level increased again, and its size grew noticeably. If the newly mutated blood-devouring vine was only half a meter long, it was now over 2 meters long, with more than a dozen vines all over its body. Although the vines looked fragile, they were incredibly tough. Each vine was like a sharp blade, capable of cutting through a large tree in an instant. The blood-devouring vine's most formidable weapon was the inconspicuous thorns on its vines. They were extremely sharp, and once they found blood, they could absorb it at an incredibly fast speed. 4 hours passed. After absorbing a large amount of blood from the beast corpses, the blood-devouring vine's level directly rose to 6, the same as Jia's Phantom Cat. However, it took Phantom Cat half a year to go from level 3 to level 6, while the blood-devouring vine achieved level 6 from level 1 in just 1 day. This clearly shows the vast difference between the blood-devouring vine and Phantom Cat. Seeing the blood-devouring vine reach level 6, Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel excited, thinking he had truly struck gold this time. Originally, I just wanted to contract an ordinary plant-type beast, but I didn't expect this beast's talent to be so terrifying. In 1 day, leveling up from level 1 to level 6 is not impossible, but it's only achievable with heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and precious potions collected by major families. However, for something like a blood-devouring vine, which can level up by absorbing the blood of beasts, it's unprecedented. Unless it absorbs the essence blood of high-tier beasts, but that's clearly not the case with the blood-devouring vine. If that's the case, then it can only mean that the blood-devouring vine's potential is terrifying. Perhaps it can evolve directly by absorbing blood? Zhou Chen couldn't help but fantasize, though he knew it was unlikely. Besides, Zhou Chen was already very satisfied with the blood-devouring vine's rapid level progression, as it saved him a considerable amount of money. Unknowingly, the corpses at the outer edge of the forest had all turned into mummies, their blood completely drained by the blood-devouring vine. The man and the vine had now arrived in front of the beast forest. It was only up close that one could truly grasp the enormity of the beast forest, stretching boundlessly with no end in sight. It resembled a giant green labyrinth, from which one could never emerge once entered. Let's go! Little vine, we're entering the beast forest. A vine of the blood-devouring vine wrapped around Zhou Chen, while its other vine swung rapidly, as if supporting him. Zhou Chen stepped into the beast forest. As expected, the first thing that greeted him wasn't beautiful flowers, but a massive number of corpses. Some of the corpses had even turned into skeletons. The bodies outside were nothing compared to those inside, like a dwarf before a giant. Perhaps it was precisely these corpses, serving as nourishment, that allowed the beast forest to be so lush. Zhou Chen could even see some beasts gnawing on the flesh and blood of the corpses. Sigh, I really wonder how Jia is doing. That girl would probably cry if she saw this horrific sight. Looking at the mountains of corpses before him, Zhou Chen couldn't help but worry about Jia's safety. The sheer number of corpses here indicated that even the outer regions weren't 100% safe, merely relatively safer than the inner layers. Although practical classes would have teachers accompanying and protecting students throughout, quite a few students still reportedly died during these sessions. However, to cultivate students' courage, the school hadn't cancelled these practical classes, which remained a mandatory part of the curriculum. Of course, this applied only to students with tamed beasts. Ordinary individuals like Zhou Chen, without a tamed beast, were exempt from these practical classes, as attending would be akin to seeking death. The haphazardly strewn corpses alone could scare someone half to death, let alone man-eating beasts. However, ordinary students could still accompany beast tamer classmates into the beast forest, but they had to sign a waiver, meaning the school would not be responsible in case of any incident. The purpose for these ordinary students venturing into the beast forest was usually to try their luck, find a beast suitable for them, or ask their classmates to help find a good one. Students are students, after all, there isn't much backstabbing. There are always a few good buddies or sisters willing to help classmates free of charge. Besides students, many beast tamers from society also frequent the beast forest to hunt beasts for money, obtain resources, or help their beast companions evolve. These corpses are just lying here, so why not give them to me? Little Vine, drain all the blood from these corpses, don't waste a drop. Waste is shameful. As soon as Zhou Chen finished speaking, the blood-devouring vine leaped from his arm. A blood-red vine coiled around a corpse, frantically absorbing the blood within. The other vines also found corpses and began to absorb blood. As the blood-devouring vine absorbed the blood, its body gradually grew larger, but its level did not increase. The blood from these corpses was clearly no longer enough for it. If blood were a delicacy, then the blood from these corpses would undoubtedly be yesterday's leftovers. Since it's a delicacy, it's naturally best when freshly prepared. Therefore, the blood-devouring vine was now desperately craving fresh blood. Hiss hiss hiss. Just as Zhou Chen was about to move forward, he suddenly heard a rustling sound, causing him to stop and look around carefully. Even the outskirts of Beast Forest were incredibly dangerous. Zhou Chen always remembered this. Seeing the corpses outside, he was even more convinced of its truth. Zhou Chen turned his head, constantly searching for the source of the sound, but unfortunately, his senses weren't that precise. He only knew something was approaching, but he had no idea what it was or where it was. Little Vine, tell me the enemy's location. At this moment, the blood-devouring vine had returned to Zhou Chen's body, its vine, over 2 meters long, wrapping around him. Beast tamers and beasts form an equal contract, meaning they are completely equal beings. If the beast tamer dies, the beast cannot survive, and vice versa. Therefore, the blood-devouring vine had to protect Zhou Chen. Guided by the blood-devouring vine, Zhou Chen saw the true form of the approaching creature. Beast name, Shadow Snake. Beast tier, Warrior tier. Beast level, level 8. Beast attribute, Dark. Beast weakness, Light, Electricity. Beast status, Calm, Healthy. Beast talent, None. Beast skill, Invisibility, can blend into the darkness, making it impossible for enemies to see. Beast introduction, mutated from an ordinary black snake, it possesses the ability of invisibility. Its 2 sharp fangs are its strongest weapons, containing a potent venom that is fatal upon contact. After cutting off the head, it's good for roasting, crunchy when you chew. The gallbladder can be used to make wine. Zhou Chen completely ignored the system's last sentence. What kind of timing was this to think about eating? The shadow snake had entered its invisible state. No wonder Zhou Chen had searched the surroundings earlier and found no trace of it. The shadow snake's level is higher than the blood-devouring vines. Although he had witnessed many beast tamer battles, Zhou Chen still felt a hint of nervousness when commanding one himself. Little Vine, use mimicry skill to make it lower its guard. The blood-devouring vine stopped its swaying tendrils and transformed into the appearance of an ordinary pothose plant, its aura significantly diminished, appearing to be only around level 3. Hiss hiss hiss. Sensing that the blood-devouring vine was only level 3, the shadow snake no longer concealed itself, revealing its 2 sharp fangs. It coiled its body, tensed its muscles, and leaped towards Zhou Chen with incredible speed, like an arrow released from a bow. It opened its maw to bite Zhou Chen, but just as it was about to strike, the blood-devouring vine, disguised as a pothose, suddenly moved. Over a dozen tendrils rapidly wrapped around the shadow snake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The shadow snake flicked its tongue and struggled with all its might, but it couldn't break free from the blood-devouring vine's grasp. The shadow snake bit onto a vine of the blood-devouring vine, injecting its venom. The vine rapidly withered, but the blood-devouring vine directly severed the affected tendril. Losing one tendril was insignificant to the blood-devouring vine, but its thorns had already pierced the shadow snake's scales, absorbing its blood. Deprived of a large amount of blood, the shadow snake's body gradually stiffened, its consciousness blurred, and it finally closed its eyes. The shadow snake's blood was drained, turning it into a corpse. Jochen picked up a stone, smashed the shadow snake's tongue, and found a small, jet-black, spherical bead inside, resembling a marble. Not bad, found a beast core. I can give it to Jia as a gift. Looking at the beast core in his hand, Jochen smiled slightly. The beast core is the essence of a beast, and its most precious component. Beast cores have many uses. They can help beasts of the same attribute evolve, or be used to create enhancement potions to help beasts level up. Of course, they can also be sold for money. A warrior tier beast core like this can fetch at least 5,000, and there are even people who specialize in buying them back. However, Zhou Chen did not intend to sell the beast core. The shadow snake's beast core, with its shadow attribute, was the same as Jia's phantom cat, making it perfect to give to Jia. After putting away the shadow snake's beast core, Zhou Chen continued to walk deeper into the beast forest. It was already past 6 in the evening. The blood-devouring vine had successfully killed several more beasts. Although they were all low-level beasts, after absorbing their blood, the blood-devouring vine successfully leveled up to 7. To level up a newly mutated beast from level 1 to level 7 in just one day would surely shock anyone if it got out. As the sun set, a brilliant sunset could be seen. As the sun went down, the sky gradually darkened. The depths of the forest were already dim, and nothing could be seen, only faint roars could be heard. The beast forest at night is even more dangerous than during the day, as most beasts choose to hunt at night. It can be said that the beast forest at night is a large hunting ground, and no one knows whether they are the hunter or the prey. It seems I can only leave here for now. Little Vine, let's go home. Zhou Chen was unwilling to take risks, so he called the blood-devouring vine and prepared to leave the beast forest. However, the blood-devouring vine, which had always been obedient, did not obey Zhou Chen's command this time. All its vines pointed in one direction, shaking rapidly as if indicating that something there had attracted it. After all, the blood-devouring vine was a plant and could not speak, so it could only remind Zhou Chen in this way. Looking at the shaking blood-devouring vine and sensing its urgent emotions, Zhou Chen roughly understood what it meant. There's something over there? The blood-devouring vine did not speak, but all its vines shook downwards, as if nodding. You want it? The blood-devouring vine shook its vines again. Then let's go take a look. After a brief consideration, Zhou Chen decided to go take a look before it got completely dark. What if there was something good? Following the direction indicated by the blood-devouring vine, Zhou Chen walked cautiously, while also being vigilant for any beasts that might appear around him. Moo moo. Hiss, hiss. As they walked, Zhou Chen suddenly heard a huge roar, accompanied by sounds of intense collision, as if some beasts were fighting. Beasts are fighting? Let's go see what's happening. It was not unusual for beasts to fight, but Zhou Chen hoped they would fight to a mutual destruction, so that he could have the blood-devouring vine take advantage of the situation. As for why the beasts were fighting, that was not important. Following the sounds of fighting, Zhou Chen saw a clearing with over a dozen large trees lying around it. A wild bull, about 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, was roaring at a small red flower. And that flower was not ordinary either. Sharp fangs grew beside its petals, resembling a man-eating plant. In fact, it was indeed a man-eating plant. So that's it, is the wild bull trying to eat the man-eating plant? Zhou Chen looked at the wild bull, and the information about the bull immediately appeared in his mind. Beast name, Rockhide Behemoth. Beast tier Warrior tier. Beast level, 20. Beast attribute, Earth. Beast weakness, abdomen, wood-type beasts. Beast status, angry, berserk injured. Beast talent, none. Beast skill, rock armor, the body becomes as hard as rock, with terrifying defense. Beast introduction, mutated from an ordinary wild bull, with terrifying strength and defense that is outrageously high among beasts of the same level. It is very sensitive to red objects. Suitable for braising, medium rare for steak, and whole roast beef is also good, tasting fragrant. After glancing at the rock-hide behemoth's information, Jochen then looked at the man-eating plant. Beast name, Ancient Carnivora. Beast tier, General tier. Beast level, level 10. Beast attributes, wood. Beast weakness, fire. Beast status, healthy. Beast talent, devour, can devour other beasts to increase its level. Beast skill, corrosive venom. Fangs are covered in potent venom that can instantly corrode living things. Beast introduction, a man-eating flower from another world. Fresh meat is its favorite, and its huge mouth can swallow anything. The venom on its fangs is extremely potent and has no antidote. Its whole body is poisonous, so it's best not to eat it. Control yourself. It's best to control yourself. Seeing the last sentence from the system, Jochen couldn't help but complain speechlessly, but he still took another look at the man-eating flower. This was because the man-eating flower had not mutated from a plant on Azure Planet, but had come from another world. Ever since the spatial rifts appeared, not only had air from other worlds entered Azure Planet, but quite a few creatures from other worlds had also come to Azure Planet. This was Jochen's first time seeing a creature from another world. At the same time, this ancient carnivora was also a wood-type beast, and its beast core could help the blood-devouring vine evolve. However, Jochen's attention was immediately drawn to a vine on the ancient carnivora. That vine looked no different from an ordinary vine and was very inconspicuous. If it weren't for the system, Jochen would have mistaken it for a common vine. Stardust vine. Description: a 150-year-old stardust vine, the essence of wood, containing extremely pure wood spiritual energy. It often grows near other wood-type beasts. A stardust vine under 100 years old can evolve a wood-type warrior tier beast to general tier. A stardust vine over 500 years old can evolve a wood-type general tier beast to martial tier. One over 1,000 years old can evolve a wood-type martial tier to king tier. I must get my hands on this. The moment Jochen saw the stardust vine, he made up his mind that he had to get it, no matter what. There were many natural treasures in the world that could help beasts evolve, but these treasures were often controlled by major families and powerful forces, making them inaccessible to ordinary people. The stardust vine before him was undoubtedly a natural treasure that had not yet been discovered by those major families. More importantly, this stardust vine was already 150 years old, which was just enough to help the blood-devouring vine evolve to general tier. Now it seemed that perhaps it was the ancient carnivora that absorbed the pure spiritual energy from the stardust vine, which allowed it to evolve into a general tier beast? Next, I'll just wait for these two beasts to fight to the death. Roar! The rock-hide behemoth roared and charged towards the ancient carnivora. Although the rock-hide behemoth was enormous, it was not slow. With every step it took, the ground seemed to tremble. The weaker beasts in the vicinity scattered and fled upon hearing the terrifying roar. The ancient carnivora did not back down either, opening its mouth full of venomous fangs as if waiting for the rock-hide behemoth to charge. Although the rock-hide behemoth was 10 levels higher than the ancient carnivora was a general tier beast, with strength more than 10 times that of a warrior tier beast of the same level, and it also had an attribute advantage over the rock-hide behemoth. Roar! As if having experienced the power of the ancient carnivora's fangs, the rock-hide behemoth immediately used its stone armor skill, making its entire body incredibly hard and greatly increasing its defense. It then charged towards the ancient carnivora's mouth, as if to test whether its fangs could crush its armor. The rock-hide behemoth charged into the ancient carnivora's mouth like a speeding car. The ancient carnivora appeared small, yet it swallowed the rock-hide behemoth, which was as large as a truck, into its belly. If Jochen hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it was real. However, swallowing the rock-hide behemoth didn't mean the ancient carnivora had won. The rock-hide behemoth's skin wasn't that easy to penetrate. The venomous fangs of the ancient carnivora seemed to hit steel, almost shattering its teeth. Moreover, the corrosive venom of the ancient carnivora couldn't digest the thick hide of the rockhide behemoth at all. The rockhide behemoth thrashed inside the ancient carnivora's abdomen, its sharp horns piercing the latter's petals. The ancient carnivora had no strengths other than its potent venom. Its body was as fragile as other plant-type beasts, and it was immediately ruptured by the rockhide behemoth's horns. But how could a general tier beast be so fragile? What attribute beasts are generally very resilient and don't die easily. However, the ancient carnivora had no other means of attack and could only continue to corrode the rockhide behemoth with its venom. Although the venom had little effect on the rockhide behemoth, some areas were not protected by its rocky armor. For instance, the eyes, ears, and nose. It's impossible to cover the eyes with armor, let alone block the nose and prevent breathing. Therefore, once these areas were exposed to the venom, the rockhide behemoth would surely die. It was only a matter of time. As venom entered its eyes, the rockhide behemoth writhed in agony, struggling even more ferociously. As the rockhide behemoth struggled, the ancient carnivora's flower bud was torn to shreds. With a burst of highly corrosive venom, the rockhide behemoth finally broke free from the ancient carnivora's grasp. However, the rockhide behemoth was also on the verge of death at this point, while the ancient carnivora was already dying. It was a mutual destruction, and it was time for Zhou Chen to act. Little vine, go. Suck their blood dry and snatch your favorite Stardust vine. Whoosh. As soon as Zhou Chen finished speaking, the blood-devouring vine immediately whipped out more than a dozen bloody tendrils, tightly wrapping around the ancient carnivora and the rockhide behemoth. The near-death beasts were clearly unable to defend against the blood-devouring vine's attack any longer. The blood-devouring vine also exploited every opportunity. Knowing that the rockhide behemoth's skin was as hard as iron, its tendrils directly pierced the soft parts like eyes and ears. The rockhide behemoth bled from all its orifices, convulsed in pain on the ground for a moment, and then died. Its blood was rapidly drained by the blood-devouring vine. The same happened to the ancient carnivora. The blood-devouring vine was not afraid of its venom. When its tendrils touched the venom, they were directly severed, preventing the venom from penetrating. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the rockhide behemoth, obtaining 20 enhancement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the ancient carnivora, obtaining 100 enhancement points. The amount of enhancement points is determined by the beast's level and tier. Killing a warrior tier beast yields enhancement points equal to the killed beast's level. Killing a general tier beast yields enhancement points equal to 10 times the killed beast's level. Martial tier is beast level multiplied by 100, king tier is beast level multiplied by 1000, and so on. After defeating the rockhide behemoth and ancient carnivora, Zhou Chen excavated their beast cores. He then approached the corpse of the ancient carnivora and retrieved the Stardust vine entwined around the carnivorous plant. The Stardust vine had a pleasant scent, emitting a fragrance similar to orchids. With the Stardust vine and the ancient carnivora's beast core, the blood-devouring vine should be able to evolve into a general tier beast. But what kind of beast should it evolve into? The evolution of beast is not fixed. Different evolution materials can produce different types of beast. It's like how a monkey can evolve into an orangutan, or it can evolve into an ancient ape. The only difference is that it takes millions of years for a monkey to evolve into an orangutan, while the evolution of beast happens in an instant. Thinking this, Zhou Chen clicked on the Blood-Devouring Vine Evolution Route tab. Blood-Devouring Vine Evolution Route consists of 256 entries. 1. Atavistic Evolution Plan, Ancient Giant Vine, General Tier Wood Type Beast Core 1, Basic Energy Potion 5. 2. Poison Element Evolution Plan? Requires 30 enhancement points to unlock. 3. Ice Element Evolution Plan? Requires 50 enhancement points to unlock. The various evolution plans came into view, making Zhou Chen feel excited. Although there are quite a few current evolution plans, they are all the results of generations of cultivators and beast tamers working hard to research them. Even so, there are still many unknown evolution plans. Just the evolution plans for Blood-Devouring Vine have over 200 entries, not to mention the other beasts. For these dazzling evolution plans, Zhou Chen didn't hesitate and directly looked at the plan he desired the most. What element evolution plan? Requires 100 enhancement points to unlock. This evolution plan is the most expensive among all the plans, requiring a full 100 enhancement points to unlock. As the saying goes, the most expensive isn't necessarily the best, but the most expensive surely isn't too far off. Moreover, Zhou Chen could only choose this evolution plan for now. After all, with the Stardust vine in hand, it would be too regrettable not to use such a precious spirit herb. Thus, Zhou Chen chose this plan without hesitation. What element have Beast weakness fire, ice. Beast state excited healthy. Beast talent blood siphon, can absorb the blood of other creatures to enhance power. Beast skill, mimicry, can disguise itself as a pothose plant to hide its strength and make opponents lower their guard. Venom thorn coil, the vines of demonic blood vine are highly toxic, a touch can be fatal, quickly corroding flesh and blood. Beast introduction evolved from blood devouring vine, the vines of demonic blood vine are as tough as steel and as sharp as knives, with spines that are toxic. Caution is advised upon touching. Feeding on blood, beast tamers can nurture relationships with demonic blood vine by feeding it their own blood. Compared to the original blood devouring vine, the evolved demonic blood vine has dark purple vines that are nearly invisible in the dark. Even without the mimicry skill, it can easily hide. Moreover, the demonic blood vine has enhanced its attack power compared to blood devouring vine, making its poisonous vines hard to defend against. After seeing the attributes of demonic blood vine, Zhou Chen was extremely excited. The combination of the mimicry skill with the venom thorn coil skill is enough to make demonic blood vine the strongest hunter. Whether in one-on-one combat or group fights, it can have unexpected effects. Alright, I can tell you're thrilled, but it's already dark. Shall we head back? I still need to prepare dinner for Jia. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the once overly excited demonic blood vine lowered its thrashing vines. All the vines made a forceful leap onto Zhou Chen. Now, even if it had been away from the soil for a long time, demonic blood vine was still fine. Zhou Chen gently patted demonic blood vine before retracting it into the soul space in his mind, then left the beast forest, a place of trouble. Just half an hour after Zhou Chen left the forest, a group of cloaked figures slowly arrived. Where is it? Didn't you say the legendary Stardust vine is here? The leader of the black-clad figures angrily reprimanded a nearby man. I'm very sorry, Lord Xiaing, but yesterday that Stardust vine was still on that ancient carnivora. But my tamed beast wasn't a match for that man-eating flower, so I came to find Lord Xiaing, but now I have no idea where that Stardust vine is. Bang! Before the black-clad man could finish, the leader kicked him away. Humph! You useless trash! That precious Stardust vine may have already ended up in a beast's belly by now. I deserve to die, please forgive me, my lord. The kicked black-clad man hurriedly knelt and begged for forgiveness, his eyes filled with fear for the black-clad figures. Humph! The leader of the black-clad figures snorted coldly. His face was hidden under the cloak, but it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. Thud! 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 Before the black-clad man could speak up, a sudden tremor resonated through the surroundings, as if the very earth was shaking. At the same time, a gigantic shadow appeared behind the group. Larger than a rock-hide behemoth, towering at 7 meters high, resembling a giant dragon. Fellwood dragon, spare me, my lord! Spare me! Please let me go! Ah! Kneeling and pleading for mercy, the black-clad man shouted as soon as he heard the footsteps of the giant dragon. However, the Fellwood dragon didn't care about his cries. It opened its gaping maw and swallowed him whole, leaving only blood and the man's screams behind. The other black-clad figures scattered, fearing they would be the next to be eaten. But the Fellwood dragon did not eat them. Instead, it slightly bowed its head to the leader of the black-clad figures. This Fellwood dragon was indeed the tamed beast of the black-clad figures. The black-clad leader gazed ahead, his eyes filled with resentment. No matter whether it's a beast or a beast tamer, since you've taken my Stardust vine, don't blame me for grinding you up to feed my Fellwood dragon. When looking at Fellwood dragon, the man in black rarely showed a hint of tenderness in his eyes and reached out to gently stroke Fellwood dragon. Zhou Chen returned to Dragonfall City with a smile. Today was quite fruitful for him, having acquired a powerful plant-type beast and several beast cores. It's important to know that even the lowest level warrior tier beast cores can sell for thousands of yuan, which is a huge sum for Zhou Chen's family. Especially since Jia is already in the second year of high school this year, about to enter the third year, a time when money is very much needed, and raising Phantom Cat is also a considerable expense. Therefore, those few thousand yuan are especially precious. Looking at the tall city walls before him, Zhou Chen felt a sense of security stirring in his heart. To resist beast attacks, China has built many special cities, and Dragonfall City is one of them. It is said that the walls of Dragonfall City can withstand a full-force strike from a king-tier beast. Whether that is true or not, Zhou Chen wasn't sure, but it is true that Dragonfall City's walls are very tough. Dragonfall City is located in central China and has nearly 400 years of history since its construction. The city is large with all kinds of facilities. Factories, hospitals, schools, restaurants. The city has them all, even amusement parks and farmland, fully self-sufficient, supporting over 2 million people. During this time, it has withstood multiple beast-tide outbreaks. Zhou Chen has lived here since childhood, so naturally he felt a great sense of familiarity. Back home, seeing the house brightly lit, he guessed Jia had returned safely, which put his mind at ease. Ha ha ha. Phantom, come here. Before even entering the house, Jia's laughter could be heard from outside. Looks like something good happened today, or else that girl wouldn't be laughing so happily. Thinking this, Zhou Chen opened the door. I'm back. How was your practical class today? No danger, right? Hee, not only no danger, but Zhou Chen, do you know? Today Phantom and I came across an injured ghost-faced bat, and my Phantom easily dealt with it. Phantom ate its beast core, and it's already at level 7 now. Really? Zhou Chen glanced at the Phantom Cat in Jia's arms. Sure enough, it had already reached level 7. How about that? I'm impressive, right? Ha ha ha. Wow, that's amazing. Zhou Chen said indifferently. Let alone level 7, even if he reached level 17, Zhou Chen wouldn't care. His demonic bloodvine crushed the Phantom Cat in all aspects. What? You don't seem surprised at all? By the way, Zhou Chen, where did you go today? Why did you come back so late? And that pot of potholes by the TV? Did you throw it away? Jia asked questions like a curious baby, as if she had a million whys in her stomach. He, then I'll give you a surprise too. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly, then summoned the demonic bloodvine in front of Jia. Originally, Zhou Chen planned to keep it a secret, but after thinking about it, he realized there was no need to hide it. Although beast tamers are rare, having a beast isn't really a secret. Moreover, if Zhou Chen wants to participate in the Beast Tamer College entrance examination, he will inevitably have to tell others that he is a beast tamer. Besides, Jia is his own sister. Blood is thicker than water, and there's nothing to hide. The only thing to be careful about is not to tell anyone that the blood-devouring vine's level increased too quickly. Is this the pot hose? It mutated into a beast? Jia looked at the green vine entwined around Zhou Chen with a surprised expression. At this time, the demonic blood vine had already mimicry into the appearance of pot hose. This was also requested by Zhou Chen, so that it could achieve a surprise effect. Yes, this is that pot of pot hose. What's its name? Demonic bloodvine. Demonic bloodvine. Is that it? Jia looked at the wilted pot hose, and couldn't help but smile. She looked at the pot hose with contempt, thinking, does this even deserve a high-end, classy name like demonic bloodvine? Humph. Zhou Chen's lips curled up slightly. He knew from Jia's expression that she didn't think highly of the demonic bloodvine, but it didn't matter. He would let her know how powerful the demonic bloodvine was later. Zhou Chen, since you've also become a beast tamer, let's spar a bit? He. Jia chuckled mischievously, clearly intending to bully Zhou Chen. However, Zhou Chen readily accepted the challenge, as it was still uncertain who would be bullying whom. Alright, bring it on. Then I won't be polite. Go! Phantom, tear off the vines of that pot hose. Demonic bloodvine, leave them alive. The brother and sister gave their orders respectively, and their two beasts immediately launched their attacks. The upgraded Phantom Cat was faster, like lightning. With a big leap, it arrived in front of the demonic Bloodvine. However, the demonic Bloodvine was not to be trifled with. Its tier, level, talent, and other aspects all crushed the Phantom Cat, so there was no reason for it to be hit by the Phantom Cat. It casually raised a vine and flicked it lightly. With a bang, the Phantom Cat was sent flying against the wall, and the white wall was even dented with a small pit. This was the result of Zhou Chen ordering it to leave the opponent alive. If it had used its full strength, the demonic Bloodvine would have dealt with the Phantom Cat before it could even make a move. Phantom. Seeing the Phantom Cat being sent flying, Jia called out worriedly. But when she saw the Phantom Cat stand up safely, she breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she was even more amazed by the power of the demonic Bloodvine. At this moment, the demonic Bloodvine also dispelled its mimicry skill, transforming into its complete form. The dark purple vines, like venomous snakes, were terrifying. The strength of a general tier beast was evident. Zhou Chen. Could demonic Bloodvine be a general tier beast? Seeing the true form of the demonic Bloodvine, Jia couldn't help but ask. Only a general tier beast could easily send the Phantom Cat flying. Hee, that's right. My demonic Bloodvine is a general tier beast. Zhou Chen smiled, then gently stroked the demonic Bloodvine's vines. Under Jia's envious gaze, he put the demonic Bloodvine back into the soul space. Zhou Chen, I'm so envious of you. You just picked up a pot of pothoes, and it mutated into a general tier beast. Jia's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy towards Zhou Chen. She had always felt that merely finding a beast was a sign of being favored by the goddess of luck, never expecting that Zhou Chen was the truly fortunate one. Picking a flower turned out to be a general tier beast. Luck is something you can't get by envying it, but I've prepared a gift for you too. As he spoke, Zhou Chen took out the Shadow Snake's beast core and handed it to Jia. Zhou Chen, this is. Looking at the beast core in her hand, Jia knew it could help her Phantom Cat level up. It's the beast core of the Shadow Snake, an elemental beast. It can help your Phantom Cat level up, though its grade is too low. Otherwise, it might have helped it evolve into a general tier. Hee, it's okay. I'm already very happy that it can help my Phantom Cat level up. Thank you, Zhou Chen. You don't need to thank me. He smiled, and then Zhou Chen began preparing dinner. In the kitchen, Zhou Chen was cooking dinner and thinking at the same time. Now that I'm also a beast tamer, I'll have to attend practical classes like Jia from now on. Although demonic Bloodvine is already a general tier beast, there are quite a few students with general tier beasts. Currently, demonic Bloodvine's level is still too low. The most urgent thing is to quickly increase its level. I should go to the beast forest again tomorrow. The beast forest contains many beast corpses. The blood from these corpses can help demonic Bloodvine level up, and the trees in the forest can serve as nourishment for demonic Bloodvine. After a hurried dinner, Zhou Chen went to bed early. The next day, it was Sunday and there was no school, so Zhou Chen planned to go to the beast forest again. But before that, he visited a tamed beast shop. As the name suggests, the shop sells items related to tamed beasts. Inside, there were various items that could enhance a beast's level and aid in its evolution. There were even live beasts and beast eggs, but they were all outrageously expensive, far beyond Zhou Chen's means. The shop not only sold items but also purchased things related to beasts, such as beast cores. Welcome. What can I get for you today, sir? A clerk asked with a professional smile. I'd like to exchange these beast cores for energy potions. As he spoke, Zhou Chen took out 10 beast cores, including the one from the Rockhide behemoth, all part of his spoils from the previous day. Certainly. These are all warrior tier beast cores. Each beast core is worth 5,000 beast coins, so 10 would be 50,000 beast coins. Our basic energy potion costs 10,000 beast coins per bottle. How many bottles would you like? To commemorate the era of beast tamers, the currency in all special cities in Huagua had been converted to beast coins. Then I'll take 5 bottles of basic energy potion. Zhou Chen didn't hesitate and bought 5 bottles of basic energy potion. Energy potions are products created by extracting and compressing the spiritual energy within beast cores into a liquid form, which can increase a beast's level. Energy potions are divided into 4 types: beginner energy potion, intermediate energy potion, advanced energy potion, and super energy potion.
Certainly, please wait a moment. The clerk took the beast cores and returned with 5 bottles of basic energy potion for Zhou Chen.
The basic energy potion was a bright green liquid, brimming with potent energy. Zhou Chen put away the basic energy potions, then took a taxi out of Dragonfall City and headed back to the outskirts of the beast forest. There were still many corpses here, even more than a dozen fresh ones, with blood flowing from their wounds.
What a waste! Come out, demonic bloodvine!
Zhou Chen summoned the demonic bloodvine, instructing it to drain the blood from the corpses. Just a minute later, the corpses turned into mummies, and the demonic bloodvine clearly was still hungry.
Hee, little vine, that was just an appetizer, this is your real breakfast.
As he spoke, Zhou Chen opened a bottle of low-level energy potion, and a faint, delightful scent wafted out, refreshing to the senses.
Then, Zhou Chen poured the low-level energy potion over the demonic bloodvine.
The tendrils of the demonic bloodvine greedily absorbed the low-level energy potion, quickly draining it completely. Meanwhile, the demonic bloodvine leveled up to level 11. After all, it's a general tier beast, which requires more energy to level up.
And Zhou Chen didn't hold back, pouring all the low-level energy potions over the demonic bloodvine.
After continuously absorbing 4 bottles of low-level energy potion, the demonic bloodvine reached level 15, becoming even more powerful.
Alright, let's get going. With that, Zhou Chen took the demonic bloodvine and continued hunting in the beast forest.
They specifically targeted weaker beasts to hunt, collecting their beast cores to trade for more low-level energy potions. If there were no beasts around, Zhou Chen let the demonic bloodvine absorb nutrients from the trees in the forest. After all, even mosquito meat is still meat. By the end of the day, Zhou Chen hunted quite a few beasts and acquired 15 beast cores. Among them, there were 3 general tier beast cores. A warrior tier beast's beast core is worth 5,000 beast coins, a general tier beast core is worth 50,000 beast coins, and so on. These 15 beast cores had a total value of up to 210,000 beast coins, enough to buy 21 bottles of low-level energy potions.
Seeing that it was getting dark, Zhou Chen returned to Dragonfall City. Once back in Dragonfall City, Zhou Chen went to that tamed beast shop again. Hello there, dear guest. It's nice to see you again. What can I help you find this time?
I'd like to exchange these for beast coins and energy potions. Sure, the total value of these beast cores is 210,000 beast coins, which can be used to purchase 21 bottles of low-level energy potion. We also sell medium-level energy potions here for 100,000 beast coins each.
Would you like to buy some? What? You have medium-level energy potions here?
Zhou Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this small shop to have medium-level energy potions.
1 medium-level energy potion is much more effective than 10 low-level energy potions.
Of course. Then I'll take 2 bottles, and please exchange the remaining 10,000 beast coins into cash for me.
2 bottles of medium-level energy potion, 1 for myself and 1 for Jia. Okay, here are 2 bottles of medium-level energy potion, along with the 10,000 beast coins. Please accept them.
The attendant took out 2 bottles of blue liquid. These were the medium-level energy potions, with more refined energy. After taking the 2 medium-level energy potions, Zhou Chen left the tamed beast shop.
We welcome you to visit again. Jia, I'm back. Look what I brought for you. Huh? What is it? Zhou Chen, what good stuff have you brought back for me this time?
Upon hearing Zhou Chen was back, Jia's face lit up with excitement as she eagerly awaited to see what gift her brother had prepared for her.
Here, look at this. Zhou Chen took out a bottle of medium-level energy potion and handed it to Jia. This is an energy potion? Or an intermediate energy potion? Right? Isn't it great? Wow! Zhou Chen, where did you get this? This is quite expensive, right? At least 100,000 beast coins, right?
As a beast tamer herself, Jia naturally understood how precious medium-level energy potions were. They were simply beyond the reach of a family like theirs.
Looking at the intermediate energy potion in his hand at this moment, Jia actually felt as if it were a dream.
Yeah, I went to the beast forest, hunted some beasts, and got 210,000 beast coins.
I just happened to get you a bottle. Brother, thank you.
A sweet smile on her face, Jia excitedly hugged Zhou Chen. If they weren't siblings, Jia would have sworn her undying love to him.
What's there to thank? You're my Jia. Zhou Chen gently stroked Jia's hair.
Their parents were busy with work and only came back once or twice a month. Zhou Chen usually took care of Jia's daily needs, so the siblings were very close, and Jia listened to Zhou Chen very well.
Hee, brother, if you weren't my brother, I would definitely want to pledge myself to you. Don't get any strange ideas. I'm not interested in you. Humph. Zhou Chen, you just don't know how to appreciate my beauty. Do you know how popular I am in class? I've already received several love letters. What did you say? How come I didn't know about something so important?
I'm telling you, if you dare to date early, I'll break your legs.
Zhou Chen and Jia each summoned their beasts and fed them intermediate energy potions.
As demonic bloodvine was a general tier beast and of a high level, after absorbing the intermediate energy potion, it only leveled up by 10, reaching level 25. Phantom Cat, on the other hand, was of a lower level, only level 8, and was a warrior tier beast. It required less energy to level up, so it gained more levels. It leveled up by a full 20 levels, becoming level 28. Of course, a higher level doesn't necessarily mean stronger combat power. Even though Phantom Cat was 3 levels higher than Demonic Bloodvine could definitely kill Phantom Cat instantly in a fight. Tier is the key determinant of combat power. The next day. It was Monday. In the morning, Zhou Chen started making breakfast. After eating with Jia, they went to school together. The two attended the same high school, named Dragonfall First High, which was considered a pretty good high school. Jia was in her second year of high school, and Zhou Chen was in his third. As soon as they entered the school, they heard the sounds of intense fighting coming from the playground. On the playground of Dragonfall First High, in addition to basic facilities like the track and basketball court, there was also a dueling arena. A dueling arena, as the name suggests, is a place for beast duels. The dueling arena was constructed from an extremely hard superalloy, and its surroundings were protected by triple barriers cast by the principal in conjunction with the heads of each grade. This provided double insurance, preventing spectators from being accidentally injured. Every day, many students would spar in the dueling arena or resolve disputes there. The rules of the dueling arena were no killing and no ganging up on one person.
Did you hear?
The class president of Class 1, Yi Yanyu, is challenging Xia Chuqing again.
No way. Is he an idiot? He's already lost 3 times, and he's challenging her again? Our school beauty isn't that easy to deal with.
That's true,
but who wouldn't want the school beauty as their girlfriend?
Especially one who's also rich and beautiful.
And I remember last time, Yi Yanyu almost beat Xia Chuqing.
If Xia Chuqing's beast hadn't been of a much higher level then, her unbeaten legend might have been broken.
Yi Yanyu must be well prepared this time. I heard his beast is over level 35. Really? The surrounding conversations reached Zhou Chen's ears. He knew a little about this matter. Xia Chuqing was the school beauty of Dragonfall First High. She was sweet-looking and tall, and from the first day she entered the school, she captivated countless boys, becoming the dream girl of many. Moreover, her family was wealthy, making her a proper rich girl. Because of this, many boys pursued her. Xia Chuqing was thoroughly annoyed by the endless ways these boys pursued her.
So, she announced that whoever could defeat her in the dueling arena would be given a chance to pursue her, and regardless of gender. As soon as this news broke, the entire school was in an uproar. Students from both upper and lower grades came to challenge her, and even teachers from the school came to challenge her out of admiration. Some even resorted to underhanded tactics like tag team battles. But the outcome was self-evident, and Xia Chuqing won, so most people gave up pursuing her.
If you're not skilled enough, what right do you have to win the heart of a beauty?
But there were still some who wouldn't give up, and Yi Yangyu was one of them, having challenged 3 times already and still not giving up. I have to say, his persistent spirit is quite admirable.
Brother, shall we go watch? I've long wanted to see the school beauty's beast.
Hearing about a beast tamer duel, Jia immediately got excited. Her gossipy heart was ignited, especially since it involved the school beauty. It is said that quite a few girls in the school also like Xia Chuqing, writing love letters to her and wanting to have a lesbian relationship with her.
She is truly a femme fatale, attractive to both men and women.
Alright, let's go take a look.
It'll be good for you too.
Observing other beast tamers' battles can be beneficial, especially when they are among the top 10 ranked students. The so-called student rankings are based on the strength of students' tamed beasts. Initially, students were ranked by their beast tier and level.
If anyone was dissatisfied, they could challenge others.
If a challenger won, they would take the victor's place, which greatly motivated the students.
Jia was relatively weak, ranking 283rd.
There were only a little over 300 beast tamers in the entire school. Most students did not have beasts. As for Zhou Chen, because he had just become a beast tamer and hadn't registered with the school yet, he didn't have a ranking.
The two arrived at the dueling arena together. The arena was vast, occupying more than half of the sports field, enclosed within a transparent barrier. Inside the barrier stood a man and a woman, both handsome and beautiful, with top-tier looks. The woman was naturally Xia Chuqing, the school beauty of Dragonfall First High. Her smooth, beautiful long hair fluttered in the wind, tied into a single ponytail, giving her the aura of a swordswoman. She had an exquisite doll-like face, large, pitiable eyes, a beautiful nose, and small, cherry-like lips, making anyone who saw her want to immediately embrace her and cherish her. No wonder she was a femme fatale, attractive to everyone. Who could resist such beauty? The moment Zhou Chen saw Xia Chuqing, he felt his heart flutter. Never mind him, even Jia felt like rushing in to confess her love to the school beauty. The boy also looked very sunny and handsome, attracting many young girls.
Some even had stars in their eyes, wishing they could rush into the barrier and confess their love to their idol. He was the class monitor of Grade 3, Class 1, Yi Yangyu, ranked 4th on the student leaderboard and one of the school heartthrobs of Dragonfall First High. Xia Chuqing, however, was undoubtedly the first. Besides the school beauty and heartthrob, there were 2 beasts on the dueling arena, both appearing very powerful.
Beast name, Ice Moon Fox.
Beast tier, General tier.
Beast level, 33. Beast attribute, Ice. Beast weakness, Fire. Beast status, Fear Injured.
Beast talent, Ice Moon. Under moonlight, its power greatly increases, and it can absorb moonlight energy to level up. Beast skill, Ice Fox Fire, exhales blue flames that resemble fire but are chillingly cold, possessing a bone-chilling low temperature.
Absolute Zero, can freeze everything within dozens of meters, restricting enemy movement. Beast description, evolved from the Moonlit Fox, the evolved Ice Moon Fox has a deeper understanding of ice power. Anyone who underestimates it will pay a heavy price. Its appearance is cute and extremely alluring, suitable as a pet. Such a cute little fox, why eat it? Level 33? That powerful?
Seeing the Ice Moon Fox's stats, Zhou Chen was astonished. He initially thought demonic bloodvine was already very powerful and monstrous, but he never expected there to be even more formidable beings in the school. If demonic bloodvine encountered the Ice Moon Fox, it would probably be killed in a few moves. But on second thought, it is the school beauty's tamed beast, so it's normal for it to be so powerful. Moreover, demonic bloodvine evolved from mutation to its current form in just 1 day, reaching level 25 in 2 days. It's unknown how long it took the Ice Moon Fox to reach level 33. With this thought, Zhou Chen felt relieved and then looked at the other beast. Beast name, Crimson Feather Eagle. Beast tier, General tier.
Beast level, 37. Beast attribute, Wind, Fire. Beast weakness, Abdomen. Beast status, excited slightly injured.
Beast talent, divine speed, extremely fast, capable of creating afterimages that resemble clones. Beast skill, Eagle Strike, uses its sharp beak and extreme speed to attack enemies.
Its power is immense, capable of piercing through opponents.
Fiery Feather Meteor burns all its feathers and shoots them at the enemy.
The feathers explode, and the resulting flames incinerate the enemy.
Beast Introduction, evolved from the black-feathered hawk, not only has its physique changed, but it has also mastered the power of flames.
Its fiery form is as beautiful as a phoenix's rebirth.
Suitable for making soup, it has a great flavor and is a highly nourishing ingredient.
The Scarlet Feather Hawk's attributes are superior to the Ice Moon Fox.
Not only does it counter the Ice Moon Fox in attributes, but it is also at a higher level.
And this Scarlet Feather Hawk is precisely Yi Yangyu's tamed beast. It seems the outcome of this duel is already decided. Scarlet Feather Hawk, use Fire Feather Meteor and defeat the Ice Moon Fox. Who?
The Scarlet Feather Hawk let out a hawk's cry, its body engulfed in flames, resembling a phoenix reborn from fire.
Countless feathers, burning with flames, shot towards the Ice Moon Fox like a torrential downpour.
The Ice Moon Fox had no way to evade.
Moreover, it cannot fly and could only endure the attacks passively, unable to counter.
Even if it could counterattack with its Ice Fox fire, the Scarlet Feather Hawk was incredibly fast and impossible to hit.
The Ice Moon Fox soon fell into defeat.
But its owner, Xia Chuqing, showed no signs of worry.
Boom!
With a loud thud, the Ice Moon Fox was hit by a few feathers, suffering severe injuries and losing the strength to stand. This was the result of the Scarlet Feather Hawk holding back. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just a few feathers, but thousands upon thousands striking the Ice Moon Fox. However, Yi Yangyu's goal was only to defeat the Ice Moon Fox and win Xia Chuqing's heart, not to kill it outright, which would only anger Xia Chuqing and be a loss outweighing any gain.
Everyone knew the Ice Moon Fox was Xia Chuqing's beloved pet.
If it were killed, who knows what Xia Chuqing might do?
Haha, classmate Xia Chuqing, you've lost. So, will you be my girlfriend now? Tee, class monitor, don't celebrate too soon.
Xia Chuqing smiled slightly, revealing an exquisitely beautiful smile.
The sight instantly mesmerized Yi Yangyu and the spectators in the audience.
Xia Chuqing's smile was like a piece of art, captivating and dazzling from every angle. But Chuqing, your Ice Moon Fox has already lost.
It doesn't even have the strength to stand. If you make it fight any longer, it might die.
Yi Yangyu said gently, seemingly confident he had won the beauty's heart. He even addressed her intimately as Chuqing. However, Xia Chuqing remained unfazed. Tee, honestly, class monitor, if you had defeated me a week ago, perhaps I might have become your girlfriend.
But now, you're no match for me. Who told you I only have one tamed beast? What? You mean?
Before Yi Yangyu could finish, Xia Chuqing raised both her hands and spoke.
Come out, Rock Mastiff.
As soon as the words fell, a tamed beast formation appeared behind Xia Chuqing, and a Tibetan Mastiff over 2 meters tall walked out of it. The Rock Mastiff had long golden and red fur, resembling a lion from a distance, with sharp claws and fangs. Its fierce eyes were fixed on Yi Yangyu and the crimson feather eagle opposite them.
Beast name Rock Mastiff.
Beast tier Martial tier.
Beast level 23. Beast attributes fire, earth. Beast weakness waste. Beast status full of fighting spirit healthy.
Beast talent rampage. When entering a rampage state, the Rock Mastiff's combat power increases 5-fold, and it becomes immune to pain. The rampage lasts for 5 minutes, followed by a period of weakness.
Beast skill Rock Claw. Attacks enemies with sharp claws.
Its terrifying strength can tear enemies apart.
Explosive Lava Ball. Can spew out powerful lava balls from its mouth.
These lava balls turn into magma and melt enemies. Beast introduction. A powerful and loyal martial tier beast with great combat prowess, it is an outstanding among martial tier beasts. Fierce and brutal to enemies, but extremely loyal to its master, it will protect its master with its life.
It's actually a martial tier beast, and you can contract 2 beasts? Have you broken through to become a black iron tier beast tamer? Seeing the suddenly appearing Rock Mastiff, Yi Yangyu exclaimed.
He was not only amazed by the power of a martial tier beast but also surprised that Xia Chuqing had already broken through to become a black iron tier beast tamer, capable of contracting 2 beasts. The beast tamer ranks, from lowest to highest, are normal, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. A normal person is usually a normal tier beast tamer, capable of contracting only 1 beast. However, once a beast tamer's spiritual power breaks through, they become a black iron tier beast tamer and can contract 2 beasts. In a beast tamer's battle, having an extra beast is equivalent to having an extra life. And to break through to become a black iron tier beast tamer at the young age of 18 is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Sorry, I broke through to become a black iron tier beast tamer a week ago. And this rock mastiff is a martial tier beast I've raised since I was young. It's just that I had already contracted the ice moon fox back then and couldn't contract the rock mastiff, so I waited until now. Although my rock mastiff S level isn't as high as the crimson feather eagles, you should know that the strength of a martial tier beast is more than 10 times, even dozens of times, that of a general tier beast of the same level. Moreover, your crimson feather eagle is already injured. Do you think it can still defeat my rock mastiff? Don't you remember the rules of the dueling arena? No ganging up on one. After seeing the rock mastiff's fierce gaze, a trace of fear and despair began to grow in Yi Yangyu's heart, spreading relentlessly. He fully believed that as soon as Xia Chuqing gave the order, the rock mastiff would charge at him without hesitation. In the end, he could only resort to the rules of the dueling arena, but Xia Chuqing scoffed at them. The rules of the dueling arena state that multiple students cannot gang up to bully one student, but it doesn't say that 2 tamed beasts can't fight 1 tamed beast. If you have the ability, summon another tamed beast, Yi Yangyu was rendered speechless, while the spectators outside the arena watched the giant Tibetan mastiff with stunned expressions. Damn, no way? A martial tier beast? To see a martial tier beast in my lifetime. As expected of a wealthy person, to own a martial tier beast, they're ridiculously rich. I'm more surprised that Xia Chuqing broke through to become a black iron tier beast tamer. A 18-year-old black iron tier beast tamer, ISNT that considered a genius? Let me tell you, brother, an 18-year-old black iron tier beast tamer is the first person in the history of our Dragonfall first high. My goodness, won't the teachers and the principal be alarmed this time? They'll probably treat her like an ancestor. The school beauty is indeed the school beauty, undoubtedly the best in our school. As the crowd outside the arena chatted amongst themselves, the battle on the stage continued. I admit your rock-breaking mastiff is incredibly powerful, but it still can't fly. It's just a sitting duck on the ground. My crimson feather eagle just needs to keep attacking. Oh really? Then let's give it a try? Xia Chuqing sneered, not taking Yi Yangyu seriously at all. Crimson feather eagle, attack. Use fiery feather meteor. The crimson feather eagle screeched, and countless feathers, like explosive projectiles, shot towards the rock-breaking mastiff. However, the rock-breaking mastiff remained motionless, making no move and letting the crimson feather eagle attack it. Regarding the rock-breaking mastiff, Yi Yangyu had the crimson feather eagle unleash its full power. A martial tier beast was not something to be trifled with. After being hit by thousands of feathers, a cloud of dust billowed around the rock-breaking mastiff. But as the dust settled, the rock-breaking mastiff stood unharmed before Yi Yangyu. How is this possible? Earth element beasts have the strongest defense among all beasts. And my rock-breaking mastiff is a dual element beast, fire and earth. This boring duel should end now. Rock-breaking mastiff, attack. Take down that crimson feather eagle. Roar! 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 The rock-breaking mastiff let out a terrifying roar, and a red light flashed in its mouth before it shot out a lava projectile. The lava projectile shot towards the crimson feather eagle like a meteor. But the crimson feather eagle was extremely fast and dodged the attack immediately. But that wasn't all. The lava projectile hit the barrier and exploded instantly. After the explosion, the lava projectile turned into molten lava, dripping down. Even though the crimson feather eagle was fast, the barrier restricted its movement. Under the rock-breaking mastiff's widespread attack, it couldn't possibly dodge. Finally, a large amount of lava landed on the Crimson Feather Eagle's wings, causing it to fall to the ground. The rock-breaking mastiff then rushed forward, biting down on the Crimson Feather Eagle, but not to kill it, merely to prevent it from struggling further.
Fourth time, I lost again.
As soon as Yi Yangyu saw the rock-breaking mastiff bite down on the Crimson Feather Eagle, he knew he had lost. However, he was willing to admit his defeat, and he did so wholeheartedly.
Hee, you're pretty good. You're the first person in school to defeat my Ice Moon Fox. If I hadn't contracted a second beast, I might have been the one to lose. Thank you for holding back at the end.
You're welcome.
We're just sparring, no need to fight to the death.
At this point, Xia Chuqing commanded the rock-breaking mastiff to release the Crimson Feather Eagle.
Since Yi Yangyu had already conceded, the match was over.
After recalling the Crimson Feather Eagle to its contract space, Yi Yangyu spoke again. I admit I lost, and I lost fair and square.
But I won't give up.
I truly like you, and I will definitely make you my girlfriend. If you can defeat me, I won't go back on my word.
This battle ultimately ended with Yi Yangyu's defeat.
The news of Xia Chuqing breaking through to become an Iron Tier Beast Tamer caused a stir throughout the entire school. Instantly, all the students were discussing the matter. The principal, upon hearing this news, immediately decided to strongly cultivate Xia Chuqing. After all, having a top student emerge from the school brought him prestige. Furthermore, with the college entrance examination just a month away, a martial tier beast and an iron tier beast tamer like Xia Chuqing would surely shine brightly in the exam, bringing honor to the school. In the classroom of Class 3, Grade 12, most of the surrounding students were discussing the campus belle, Xia Chuqing, while Zhou Chen was quietly reading.
The outside world's affairs had nothing to do with Zhou Chen. His current priority was to level up his demonic bloodvine.
Having witnessed the Ice Moon Fox, Crimson Feather Eagle, and rock-breaking mastiff, Zhou Chen knew that compared to them, the demonic bloodvine's strength was still far from sufficient. Therefore, he had to increase the demonic bloodvine's level and continuously gain practical combat experience.
What's wrong, Zhou Chen? Why the long face? At this moment, Zhou Chen's deskmate, Lin Bauer, suddenly asked. Lin Bauer, true to her name, was a cute girl and the darling of the entire class.
Moreover, Lin Bauer and Zhou Chen had known each other since primary school, making them childhood sweethearts.
It's nothing. By the way, you might not see me tomorrow.
Why?
Zhou Chen asked, could she be terminally ill? Zhou Chen couldn't help but think pessimistically. Are you going to die?
Put.
You really are what you say. Tomorrow is the practical training session, and I'm going too.
I've already asked the class monitor to help me find a suitable tamed beast so I can participate in the Beast Tamer College entrance exam. As they entered the final sprint for the college entrance examination, there were almost 2 to 3 practical training sessions every week, unlike in their second year when there was only 1 or 2 per month.
Oh, really? Congratulations. Zhou Chen replied with a flat expression. Hey! Why aren't you envious of me at all? By the way, are you going tomorrow?
The class monitor is really nice, and maybe she will help you find a suitable tamed beast, so we can participate together in the Beast Tamer entrance exam. Upon hearing Lin Bauer's concern, Zhou Chen smiled slightly and said,
It's fine, I already have a tamed beast. I will meet with you tomorrow and take the entrance exam together in a month. What? You already have a tamed beast? What is it? Hurry up and summon it so I can take a look.
Hearing that Zhou Chen was already a beast tamer, Lin Bauer was extremely excited, as if it were her who had become a beast tamer.
Demonic bloodvine, it's a plant-type beast. Hurry, summon it so I can see it. Well, it's not really convenient since we're in the classroom right now. How about this, the practical class tomorrow, you're going too, right? Then I'll let you see my demonic bloodvine then, how about that?
Sure. Lin Bauer was all smiles. She felt just like the Zhou Chen before he made a pact with the demonic bloodvine, filled with longing for being a beast tamer.
Hey, what are you all talking about? It's so lively.
By the way, Bauer, tomorrow I'll take you to catch a beast, remember to come to school. At that moment, a beautiful girl named Yi Siqing walked over. Although she wasn't as spectacular as the campus belle Xia Chuqing, who was a true beauty that could captivate a nation, she was quite sweet-looking and was recognized as the class representative and the class beauty. Don't worry, class monitor, I won't forget. By the way, what were you just talking about? Class monitor, did you know? Zhou Chen has also become a beast tamer. He'll be joining us for the practical class tomorrow. Oh? Really? Yi Siqing asked in surprise, then looked at Zhou Chen. And Zhou Chen nodded. That's right, class monitor, it's true. Hee hee, congratulations. That adds another beast tamer to our class. Yi Siqing smiled and said. As the class monitor, Yi Siqing's wish was for all her classmates to become beast tamers and to each have their own beast. And she really did just that. Basically, every practical class, non-beast tamer classmates would ask her to help them find a suitable tamed beast. And Yi Siqing always happily agreed, and it was usually for free at most. They would treat her to a meal later. Perhaps to many, Yi Siqing seemed like a foolish girl, but to ordinary people like Lin Bear and the previous Zhou Chen, Yi Siqing was like an angel. And Yi Siqing truly was the angel of the third class and the big sister of the class, with everyone looking up to her. Whatever she said went. Better to ignore the homeroom teacher than to ignore Yi Siqing. That was the rule of the third class, and it was an ironclad law. Zhou Chen, since you're also a beast tamer now, you must also participate in tomorrow's practical class. By the way, what is the name of your tamed beast? What level is it? Yi Siqing asked with great interest, clearly intrigued by Zhou Chen's tamed beast. The demonic bloodvine is a general tier plant-type beast. A general tier beast. Yi Siqing was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Zhou Chen to have obtained a general tier beast. You're really lucky. I'm envious just hearing that. But still, congratulations. Since you're also a beast tamer now, will you come help me tomorrow? Help Bayer find a suitable tamed beast, how about it? No problem, classmates should help each other. Zhou Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. Even if Yi Siqing hadn't said this, Zhou Chen had already planned to do so. He and Lin Bayer had been playing together since childhood. There had been no way before, but now that he was already a beast tamer, of course, he would help his friend become a beast tamer as well. Thank you, Zhou Chen. Lin Bayer smiled. After the morning classes ended, Zhou Chen prepared to go home. For beast tamers, practical experience is more important than theoretical knowledge. Moreover, in the beast tamer entrance exam, theoretical knowledge accounts for only a small part. Most of it still relies on the strength of the tamed beasts. If the strength of the tamed beast is too weak, even scoring full marks in theoretical knowledge won't secure admission to a good university. And the afternoon class is about practical simulations, where students' tamed beasts spar with each other. Compared to the practical class, this practical simulation was just small skirmishes, as everyone would go easy and wouldn't actually kill the opponent's tamed beast. But the practical class was different. There had indeed been life-threatening incidents. Moreover, the practical simulation class in the afternoon is not mandatory. You can come and go as you please. Zhou Chen didn't want to play these make-believe games. If it's a fight, then join a real one. For example, entering the beast forest, where the beasts are incredibly ferocious. You won't survive there without fighting for your life. Only in a place like that can one increase their strength. Just as Zhou Chen was preparing to leave, he happened to glance at the dueling arena on the training grounds. There, he saw his Jia, who was sparring with another student at that moment. That student's tamed beast was a level 25 Thunder Leopard, a warrior tier beast with Thunder attribute, also known for its speed. The Thunder Leopard was fast, but the Phantom Cat was even faster. Although its attack power was inferior to the Thunder Leopard's, its ghost-like speed allowed it to gain the upper hand. It shouldn't be long before Jia levels up from this match. Jia? Could she be challenging the student leaderboard? It wasn't unusual for students to challenge the leaderboard. It happened almost daily, and the rankings were constantly changing. For instance, Jia's ranking had already climbed from 283rd to 161st, an improvement of over 100 spots. Who knows how many matches she had fought? Seeing this, Zhou Chen became interested and didn't leave the school.
Instead, he went to the dueling arena and watched the duel with the surrounding audience. Wow! That underclassman's tamed beast is amazing. It's so fast?
Yeah, thunder leopards are known for their speed. Even the campus belle Xiao Chuqing's ice moon fox is slightly inferior in speed. I didn't expect that phantom cat to be faster than the thunder leopard. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Zhou Chen smiled faintly.
Beasts that have consumed a mid-grade energy potion are indeed different.
After about 2 minutes, with a bang, the thunder leopard finally collapsed from exhaustion, while the phantom cat landed on Jia's shoulder like a dragonfly skimming water, panting slightly. Clearly, the phantom cat had also expended a significant amount of stamina in this battle. With the thunder leopard's defeat, Jia naturally won this duel.
Phantom, well done. Jia smiled and ruffled Phantom Cat's head as encouragement.
Following this duel, Jia's ranking changed again, from 161st to 150th. However, this was likely her limit. If her Phantom Cat couldn't level up again, she probably wouldn't be able to climb any higher.
At this moment, Jia, walking out of the dueling arena, saw Zhou Chen in the crowd and waved at him. Hey! Zhou Chen, did you see my glorious performance just now? I'm already in the top 150 in the school. How about that? Am I amazing?
Silly girl, you're not 150th, you're 151st, don't forget about me.
You're no match for me. TCH. Zhou Chen, sooner or later, I'll contract a martial tier beast, and then I'll definitely be able to defeat your demonic bloodvine.
Ever since seeing the campus belle Xiao Chuqing's martial tier beast, the blasting rock mastiff, that morning, Jia had been incredibly envious and also wanted a martial tier beast. If you can really contract a martial tier beast, your brother will be very happy too.
Let's go home, Phantom Cat must be tired too, right?
He gently stroked Jia's soft hair and held her small hand, leaving the crowd like a young couple, ready to head home.
Brother, aren't you going to challenge the student leaderboard? With your demonic bloodvine strength, it should be no problem to get into the top 100.
Jia tilted her head and asked softly, while Zhou Chen pondered for a moment.
Challenging the student leaderboard had its advantages. First, it could bring fame. People often say fame brings trouble, but who wouldn't want to be famous?
Look at the campus belle Xiao Chuqing, she shines wherever she goes.
No high school student in Dragonfall City doesn't know Xiao Chuqing.
With her peerless beauty and formidable strength, Xiao Chuqing had garnered a group of admirers without saying a word.
She was treated to meals every day and achieved financial independence without earning a dime.
However, fame also had its downsides, becoming a target and drawing everyone's attention. Besides, the college entrance examination was fast approaching. All these former companions would become rivals.
Zhou Chen didn't want to attract too much attention, he wanted to hide his strength and surprise everyone.
I think I'll pass. I'm not interested, and my first practical class is tomorrow, so I need to prepare. Early Tuesday morning, all the third-year high school students at Dragonfall First High arrived at school well before time, with 5 large buses lined up at the school entrance. Students boarded the buses in an orderly fashion, followed by their homeroom teachers, and even the grade director. The teacher's task was to ensure the students' safety. The third-year grade had 10 classes, but only 5 buses were rented because the entire grade had just over 130 students who owned their own tamed beasts. Among them, Class 3, where Zhou Chen was, had the most beast tamers, thanks to their class monitor, Yi Sikan, who selflessly helped classmates without tamed beasts capture beasts and become beast tamers. As a result, only 3 or 4 students in Class 3 were not beast tamers. The other classes didn't have such a great class monitor, so many students were very envious of Class 3 students for having such a good leader. Of course, students in other classes who were already beast tamers scoffed at Yi Sichan's actions, with some even calling her a saint or a pushover. But no matter what they said, Yi Sikan was simply doing what she felt was right as a class monitor, without any regrets. After boarding, the driver slammed on the accelerator, and the bus shot out of Dragonfall City with a whoosh. As they left Dragonfall City, Zhou Chen suddenly felt like he had fallen from heaven into hell. One moment, they were on peaceful, prosperous streets, and the next, there were dead bodies everywhere.
The scenery within the city and outside was truly the difference between heaven and hell. After leaving Dragonfall City, the students who had been chattering moments before fell silent. Looking at the corpses outside the bus windows, they couldn't bring themselves to laugh. Lin Bauer, who was leaving Dragonfall City for the first time, trembled as she leaned against Zhou Chen upon seeing the scene. She kept her eyes closed, afraid to look at the scenery outside. In reality, Lin Bauer was doing quite well, at least she hadn't burst into tears from fear. For the other students, seeing this horrific sight for the first time, some cried on the spot, and some were so scared they wet themselves. These were all normal reactions. Upon arriving at Beast Forest, they were met with a scene of carnage, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The bodies of humans and beasts were densely packed at the edge of the forest, enough to trigger anyone's trypophobia. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood. Lin Bauer put on a mask, as it would be impossible to endure the environment without one. "How is it? Bauer, are you scared?" Yi Sikhan walked up to Lin Bauer and gently patted her cheek as she asked. Perhaps due to being accustomed to the environment, Yi Sikhan wasn't wearing a mask and didn't seem uncomfortable even with the smell of corpses. "Yes, a little, but it's okay. I can handle it. I'm going to be a beast tamer, so how can I be afraid of mere corpses?" Lin Bauer encouraged herself and then looked at Zhou Chen, managing a weak smile. "Oh, right, Zhou Chen, can I see your tamed beast? I've wanted to see it since yesterday." "Sure, no problem." Zhou Chen smiled slightly, understanding that Lin Bauer wanted to distract herself. He immediately summoned his demonic bloodvine. At this moment, the demonic bloodvine was using its mimicry ability, appearing no different from ordinary pot hose. It also released a faint fragrance, purifying the surrounding air. "This is the demonic bloodvine? It looks just like regular pot hose. Zhou Chen, are you sure you're not tricking me?" Looking at the demonic bloodvine in its pot hose form, Lin Bauer asked with doubt. Even Yi Sikhan looked at the demonic bloodvine, and she couldn't believe this pot hose could be a general tier beast. "You don't believe me, huh? Then let me show you the demonic bloodvine's true power." "Demonic bloodvine, show them your abilities." As soon as he spoke, over a dozen vines from the demonic bloodvine shot out in all directions, piercing the corpses of beasts and humans. The corpses pierced by the vines instantly turned into mummified husks, and even the surrounding smell of blood faded considerably. Even though the demonic bloodvine was in its pot hose form, its blood-draining ability was undiminished. In just a few minutes, the surrounding corpses had become desiccated husks. See? That's the power of the demonic bloodvine. Once touched by its vines, it instantly drains all blood, turning the victim into a dried husk. Zhou Chen only mentioned that the demonic bloodvine could drain blood, not that it could enhance its own strength through this process. Hearing Zhou Chen's introduction, Lin Bauer's eyes lit up immediately, and she exclaimed, "What a powerful tamed beast! Can I pet it?" As she spoke, Lin Bauer reached out to pet the demonic bloodvine. Even though she knew it would suck blood, there wasn't a hint of disgust or fear on her face. "Of course." Zhou Chen readily agreed. Lin Bauer petted the demonic bloodvine as if it were a puppy, and the demonic bloodvine didn't attack her. "By the way, class monitor, you've seen my tamed beast. Can I see yours too?" Zhou Chen looked at Yi Sikhan. He realized he had never seen Yi Sikhan's tamed beast before. He only knew that Yi Sikhan's tamed beast was very strong, and Yi Sikhan was ranked 6th on the student leaderboard, just below the top 5. "Certainly. Come out, Dark Moon Heavenly Wolf." A tamed beast formation appeared behind Yi Sikhan, and a black and white wolf suddenly leaped out. It looked like a husky, with a ferocious expression as it surveyed its surroundings. Beast name, Dark Moon Heavenly Wolf. Beast tier, General tier. Beast level, 30. Beast attributes, light, dark. Beast weakness waste. Beast status, excited healthy. Beast talent, Dark Moon Pact. In darkness, the Dark Moon Heavenly Wolf can absorb energy from darkness and moonlight, tripling its combat power with no side effects. Beast skill, Dark Moon Strike, strikes at the enemy's throat like a phantom, tearing them apart. Beast introduction. Evolved from the moonlight wolf, it has comprehended the attribute of darkness, transforming into a phantom of the night. Clear, dark nights are its favorite weather. Wow! What a cool tamed beast! Upon seeing the majestic dark moon heavenly wolf, Lin Bauer exclaimed in amazement. After all, the dark moon heavenly wolf was incredibly handsome, as imposing as Xia Chuqing's blazing rock mastiff.
It could be cool, cute, or goofy, as imposing as a wolf, as adorable as an Alaskan Malamute, or as silly as a Siberian husky.
So handsome, I love it.
As she spoke, Lin Bauer moved to hug this big dog. However, the dark moon heavenly wolf growled at her, revealing its sharp fangs. Its body and mind belong to Yi Sikan. How could it let someone else hug it?
It's okay, little moon, Bauer likes you very much and won't hurt you.
Yi Sikan patted the dark moon heavenly wolf's large head, then signaled to Lin Bauer that she could pet it.
Lin Bauer then gently stroked the wolf's head.
Afterward, Yi Sikan looked at Zhou Chen, implying that he could also pet her family dog. Zhou Chen shook his head slightly.
Shouldn't we be going? Let's not waste time here.
The practical training session lasted from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., giving them only 9 hours. Right, we still need to help Bauer find a suitable tamed beast today.
Let's go.
As she spoke, Yi Sikan mounted the dark moon heavenly wolf, then had Lin Bauer sit behind her. Unfortunately, the dark moon heavenly wolf was only large enough to carry 2 people, otherwise, Yi Sikan would have asked Zhou Chen to ride along too.
With no other option, Zhou Chen had to walk.
The demonic bloodvine silently coiled around him, absorbing the blood from any beast carcasses it encountered along the way.
Zhou Chen also managed to find a few beast cores, essentially picking them up for free.
Seeing Zhou Chen pick up a few beast cores, Yi Sikan and Lin Bauer joined in. Hiss hiss hiss. Just then, a hissing sound came from the surroundings, like a snake flicking its tongue.
Could it be another shadow snake?
As Zhou Chen pondered, Lin Bauer suddenly cried out.
Ah! Snakes! So many snakes!
Suddenly, several green snakes appeared in front of Lin Bauer. They were the same color as the leaves, making them difficult to spot. Lin Bauer hastily retreated behind Yi Sikan, looking at her bleeding arm in terror. She noticed 2 fresh bite marks, clearly from the green snakes.
Bauer! You were bitten by a snake?
Seeing the bite marks on Lin Bauer's arm, Yi Sichan's face turned grim.
Yeah, I think so. What's wrong, class monitor?
That's a poisonous warrior tier beast, the green leaf snake.
Its venom is extremely potent. It can kill an elephant in 5 minutes. Only the major hospitals in Dragonfall City have the antidote. Zhou Chen glanced at Lin Bauer's arm.
Greenish marks had appeared. The toxin was already spreading through her body. Soon, Lin Bauer would be a corpse.
Ah? Am I going to die then?
Thinking that she would die before even becoming a beast tamer, her eyes welled up. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered, crying.
Zhou Chen, what should we do?
Yi Sikan had clearly never encountered this situation before, and she immediately panicked. If Lin Bauer were to have an accident, she would probably blame herself for the rest of her life.
It's okay, I still have a way. You have a way?
Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Yi Sikan and Lin Bauer's eyes lit up.
What do you want to do? Does it even need to be asked?
Of course, it's to suck out the toxins from Bauer's body.
But if you do that, you will.
Before Yi Sikan could finish, Zhou Chen grabbed Lin Bauer's arm, ready to suck out the poison. However, it wasn't him sucking it out, but rather letting the demonic bloodvine suck out the venom. The demonic bloodvine itself had the ability to absorb blood, and after evolving into a general tier beast, its vines had a certain detoxification effect.
Even the venom of the general tier beast ancient carnivora couldn't do anything to it, let alone the venom of these green leaf snakes?
It might hurt a little, bear with it.
Little vine, go.
After speaking, 2 vines of the demonic bloodvine pierced into Lin Bauer's arm, causing her to cry out in pain. At this moment, the demonic bloodvine also revealed its true form, with dark purple vines absorbing the venom and blood into its body.
About a minute later, the venom in Lin Bauer's body was completely absorbed by the demonic bloodvine.
Phew, I'm saved. As the demonic bloodvine withdrew its vines from her body, Lin Bauer breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing was more fortunate than surviving a disaster.
Zhou Chen, thank you. From now on, if there's anything you need me for, I'll definitely help.
After being saved, Lin Bauer returned to her usual carefree self, looking at Zhou Chen and patting her chest to promise. Hearing this, Zhou Chen smiled playfully.
Anything? Yes, anything, as long as I can do it. Alright then, marry me in the future and have a child for me, how about it?
What did you say? Lin Bauer's expression changed, then she said, No, I treat you like a brother, and you want me to have a child for you?
What do you mean by that?
I just want to maintain our brotherly relationship with a child.
Okay, stop flirting. If you want to date, go outside. At least consider the feelings of a single person like me.
Yi Sikhan said speechlessly. Just now, she had already had the Dark Moon Celestial Wolf deal with those green leaf snakes and extract their beast cores.
Zhou Chen, here are the green leaf snake's beast cores.
I'll give them to you as thanks for saving Bauer's life.
No need, class monitor. Classmates should help each other. Saving Bauer was the right thing to do.
Besides, you killed these green leaf snakes, so they rightfully belong to you. No, as the class monitor, I should fulfill my duty to protect my classmates.
I was negligent this time. If it weren't for you, Bauer would probably be dead.
So, it's only right that you accept these beast cores. He glanced at the beast cores in Yi Sikhan's hand. There were a total of 20 beast cores, which were worth 100,000 beast coins, and a bottle of intermediate energy potion. Thinking of getting a bottle of intermediate energy potion, Zhou Chen no longer refused. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such a good deal.
Alright then, I won, be polite.
With that, Zhou Chen accepted the beast cores.
Let us go. Shall we continue searching for tamed beasts for Bauer?
Yay! Lin Bauer exclaimed excitedly.
The three of them then walked deeper into the beast forest, encountering many beasts along the way.
But they were all spiders, venomous snakes, scorpions, cockroaches, and the like. These types of beasts were clearly not suitable for a girl like Lin Bauer. She would be scared to death, let alone anything else. Therefore, these beasts were directly dealt with by Zhou Chen and Yi Sikhan.
After hunting some beasts, Zhou Chen gained some more enhancement points, which could be used to strengthen his attributes.
In the past, he always improved his physique and agility. Physique represented his ability to withstand attacks, and agility represented his speed. He felt that as a beast tamer, he only needed to protect himself if he encountered danger, he could just run. But this time, he chose to increase his spiritual power. As long as his spiritual power broke through to the black iron level, he would be able to contract a second beast.
For others to improve their spiritual power, they could only use cultivation techniques and various spiritual power enhancing potions, like Xia Chuqing. But Zhou Chen could use enhancement points to improve his spiritual power.
However, improving spiritual power was the most difficult. Improving strength, agility, and physique each required 1 enhancement point, while spiritual power required 10 enhancement points.
In other words, it consumes 10 enhancement points to increase spiritual power by 1 point.
The spiritual power of a normal person is about 10 points, and to become a black iron level beast tamer, one must break through 100. To become a bronze level beast tamer, one must break through 300 spiritual power. To become a silver level beast tamer, one needs 500, and so on.
Currently, Zhou Chen's spiritual power is 30, which is 70 short. This means he needs 700 enhancement points.
If he works hard, it won't be difficult to break through to black iron level beast tamer before the college entrance examination. After increasing his spiritual power, Zhou Chen continued to help Lin Bauer find a beast.
Bang 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 bang.
After walking only a few steps, the three of them heard fighting sounds accompanied by beast roars.
Could it be that a beast is fighting?
Zhou Chen and Yi Sikhan exchanged a glance and then followed the sound together. Upon arriving at the source of the sound, they saw a saber-toothed beast severely injured, holding a small saber-toothed cub in its mouth, likely its offspring. Behind them was a giant python, resembling a dragon.
Beast name, Ice Soul Python.
Beast tier, General tier.
Beast level, 30. Beast attribute, ice. Beast weakness, the 7-inch mark on its belly. Beast status, enraged minor injury. Beast talent, none.
Beast skill, frost breath, exhales a frigid, energy that freezes everything in its path. Beast introduction, a powerful general tier beast with terrifying strength. Its dragon-like body is the nightmare of countless creatures.
Barbecue. Barbecue. Must have barbecue. With this cold, barbecue is definitely in order. An ice element beast? Zhou Chen was slightly surprised. The ice soul python's element was the direct counter to demonic bloodvine. He wondered if demonic bloodvine could defeat it.
If not, he would have to join forces with Yi Sichen's Dark Moon Sky Wolf. The appearance of Zhou Chen and the others gave the saber-toothed beast a glimmer of hope. It immediately ran towards Zhou Chen with its cub, seemingly intending to seek their help, with the ice soul python in hot pursuit.
Oh no! Zhou Chen, class monitor, that ice soul python is charging at us. Lin Bauer cried out as the ice soul python approached. I know, class monitor. Let's go together. Alright. Little Moon, use Dark Moon Strike. Roar.
The Dark Moon Sky Wolf let out a howl, and its body, like a ghostly shadow, lunged towards the ice soul python.
Roar.
Seeing the Dark Moon Sky Wolf approach, the ice soul python did not dare to underestimate it, as their strengths were roughly comparable.
However, in terms of speed, the Dark Moon Sky Wolf had the upper hand.
With a feint and a big leap, it soared 30 meters into the air before fiercely slashing its sharp claws at the ice soul python's body. The Dark Moon Sky Wolf's sharp claws tore a piece of flesh from the ice soul python, causing it to cry out in pain and open its massive maw, which looked like a black hole. Zhou Chen waited for the moment it opened its mouth due to the intense pain.
Now, Little Vine, use Venom Thorncoil.
The demonic blood vine immediately whipped out over a dozen vines, targeting the ice soul python's mouth. While the demonic blood vine's thorns were sharp, the ice soul python's scales were incredibly tough.
It was uncertain if the demonic blood vine's attack could penetrate the scales. However, the ice soul python's mouth was certainly soft, and as it turned out, the demonic blood vine's vines pierced the ice soul python's body without any obstruction. It absorbed the ice soul python's blood while injecting venom into its body.
Poisoned, the ice soul python mustered all its strength and exhaled a breath of cold air, freezing the demonic blood vine's vines.
However, it only managed to freeze the surface. The ice soul python was already at its limit.
After struggling a few times, poisoned, it died. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the ice soul python and gaining 300 enhancement points.
Beautiful! Zhou Chen roared in his heart. Defeating an ice soul python yielded 300 enhancement points.
With a few more beast kills, his spiritual power would soon reach black iron level. After dealing with the ice soul python, Zhou Chen and the others approached the severely injured saber-toothed beast. The saber-toothed beast knew its end was near. As it looked at Zhou Chen and the others, its consciousness grew dim. However, it still mustered the strength to push the small saber-toothed cub out of its mouth, place it before Zhou Chen, and grunt a few times.
You want us to take care of it for you? Zhou Chen picked up the small saber-toothed cub. It hadn't opened its eyes yet. A beast instinctively regards the first person it sees after opening its eyes as its mother. Roar! The saber-toothed beast let out a low growl and nodded, tears welling up in its eyes, seemingly mourning the fact that it wouldn't be able to watch its child grow up. With a final lick to its young, it then spat out its beast core and fed it into the child's mouth. Its beast core would protect the child for a lifetime. With that, the saber-toothed beast, having lost its beast core and gravely wounded, closed its eyes forever. What a great mother! Looking at her makes me miss my own mom. Lin Bauer was moved to tears by the sight of the saber-toothed beast's corpse. Yi Sichen, however, looked down in silence, his expression somber, as if recalling something sad. Isn't that only natural? Even a tiger won't eat its cubs. Here, take this. Zhou Chen handed the saber-toothed beast cub in his arms to Lin Bauer, believing there was no tamed beast more suitable for her. Bauer, form a soul contract with it. From now on, you'll be its mother. Lin Bauer nodded, then bit her finger.
With a flash of white light, she had formed a contract with the little saber-toothed beast.
Beast name, saber-toothed beast.
Beast tier, general tier.
Beast level, level 3. Beast attribute Earth. Beast weakness, wood-type beasts. Beast status healthy. Beast talent, none.
Beast skill, saber teeth. Teeth are incredibly sharp, capable of biting through anything. Beast introduction, a mutated beast derived from a tiger, possessing terrifying power when fully grown.
Roar.
After establishing a soul contract, the little saber-toothed cub slowly opened its adorable eyes, much like a puppy.
Due to the soul contract, the little saber-toothed cub immediately regarded Lin Bauer as its mother, nuzzling her with its head. It was incredibly cute. Wow! This is too adorable, huh? I'm a beast tamer now too.
Thinking that she was now a beast tamer, Lin Bauer was extremely excited. Although the saber-toothed cub was still a baby, its general tier level as a beast guaranteed it would become a powerful beast in the future.
Boom!
Suddenly, before Lin Bauer could enjoy herself for 5 minutes, a massive explosion echoed from the distance, accompanied by the roars of beasts and the screams of students.
What's going on?
Hearing the distant explosion and the faint screams, Zhou Chen couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Yi Siken and Lin Bauer also shook their heads, clearly having no idea what was happening.
Roar! Howl!
For a moment, the roars of many beasts could be heard from afar, growing louder and closer. Just as Zhou Chen and the other two were wondering, a pack of gale wolves had already surrounded them, leaving them no escape. There were a total of 20 gale wolves, wind attribute warrior tier beasts. Except for the leader, the Wolf King, which was level 25, the others were around level 10. With bloodshot eyes and ferocious expressions, this pack of gale wolves looked as if they were about to devour the three of them at any moment.
Humph, a mere few gale wolves dare to cause trouble for us? You must be tired of living. Little Vine, use venom thorn coil. Zhou Chen snorted coldly and immediately ordered the demonic bloodvine to attack. These gale wolves would provide the enhancement points Zhou Chen needed.
The demonic bloodvine immediately lashed out its mines towards the pack of gale wolves, instantly entangling over a dozen of them.
Awah! Awah! The gale wolves, entangled by the dark purple vines, struggled to break free. But how could their strength possibly overcome the demonic bloodvine's restraint? The demonic bloodvine's vines tightly coiled around them, and its deadly poisonous thorns pierced into the bodies of the gale wolves. As the poisonous thorns entered their bodies, the gale wolves thrashed for a few seconds before turning into corpses, their blood then drained by the demonic bloodvine.
Howl! Seeing his pack easily dealt with by the demonic bloodvine, the Wolf King naturally became enraged and charged directly at Zhou Chen. It seemed to realize that Zhou Chen was the owner of the demonic bloodvine, intending to capture the leader first. But unfortunately, its plan was doomed to fail. Let's not forget, Zhou Chen wasn't the only beast tamer.
Little Moon, take care of that Wolf King.
Roar! The Dark Moon Heavenly Wolf let out a howl of its own, then charged at the Gale Wolf King like a truck. With a crash, the Gale Wolf King was instantly sent flying by the Dark Moon Heavenly Wolf, its bones dislocated. The Dark Moon Heavenly Wolf seized the opportunity and crushed the Gale Wolf King's head. It showed no mercy, even though its opponent was also a wolf.
Good job, Little Moon.
Yi Siken rubbed the Dark Moon Heavenly Wolf's large head and then extracted the Wolf King's beast core. Zhou Chen also extracted the beast cores from the other 19 Gale Wolves. The 19 Gale Wolves earned him 163 enhancement points, bringing him one step closer to breaking through to Black Iron Tier Beast Tamer. But before he could celebrate, he saw even more beasts rushing towards them. How can this be? Why are so many beasts suddenly coming this way? Seeing the dense mass of beasts ahead, Zhou Chen was slightly alarmed. The number of beasts this time was even greater than the previous pack of Gale Wolves, numbering around 100. Information about the beasts flashed through his mind. Although they were all low-level beasts with mediocre strength, their sheer numbers were enough to inspire fear. This couldn't be. Seeing the large number of beasts approaching, Yisichen's face turned pale. She seemed to have recalled something terrible and then voiced her thought.
Is it a beast tide?
What did you say?
A beast tide?
A beast tide refers to the large-scale attacks and destruction of human cities by beasts from the beast forest.
Beast tides have occurred many times throughout history, so they are not uncommon. There are even examples of entire cities being completely destroyed by an immense number of beasts.
Beast tides can occur naturally or be triggered by human actions. When animals evolve into beasts, not only does their strength increase, but their reproductive capacity also significantly enhances. Every few years, the population of beasts in the beast forest increases dramatically, leading to fierce competition for limited survival resources among various beasts. Therefore, to control their population, many beasts spontaneously organize themselves to attack human cities. This process simultaneously reduces their numbers, culls the weaker members of the species, and preserves the genes of the strong, thus making the species increasingly powerful. This is how natural beast tides occur. Just as there are natural beast tides, there are also unnatural ones. For example, some individuals with malicious intentions might control powerful beasts and drive weaker ones to attack human cities. In the current situation, Zhou Chen is unsure whether this is a natural or unnatural beast tide. However, regardless of its origin, the immediate priority is to deal with the beasts before them. Little Vine, use venom thorn coil to take care of them. At this moment, it wasn't just the students within the forest who were encountering beast attacks. Even the homeroom teachers and grade directors waiting outside for the students' return were under assault from beasts. However, none of those who served as homeroom teachers and accompanied students to this practical course were weaklings. The weakest among them were black iron rank beast tamers, with the strongest, the grade director, being a silver rank beast tamer capable of having contracted 4 tamed beasts. Furthermore, the tamed beasts held by the teachers were all seasoned veterans, with some even being martial tier beasts.
What's going on? Why are there so many beasts suddenly appearing? Has a beast tide broken out? That shouldn't be right.
It's only been 5 years since the last beast tide.
Have the beasts in the beast forest recovered so quickly in just 5 years? Now is not the time to ponder these questions. The most important thing is that we cannot let the students get hurt. If students are injured or even killed, we all know what the consequences would be, right? Upon hearing the grade director's words, all the homeroom teachers fell silent.
If all the students were to perish in this beast forest, becoming prey for the beasts, it would constitute a major teaching incident, and they, the teachers, would be held responsible. Not only would their teaching careers end, but the school would also bear responsibility. The school's ranking would plummet, and it might even face the risk of closure. Therefore, both rationally and emotionally, they had to go and rescue the students. Without hesitation, the teachers, after dealing with the low-level beasts, set off towards the beast forest to rescue their students. The grade director, on the other hand, went to save Xia Chuqing. Xia Chuqing was a top student at the school, a once-in-a-century genius, and her parents held considerable power in Dragonfall City. Therefore, no matter what, Xia Chuqing could not be harmed. Even if all the other students perished, they would merely lose their teaching positions. If anything were to happen to Xia Chuqing, they themselves might lose their lives. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the outer layer of the beast forest, it was infinitely close to the middle layer. The beasts found here were at least at the same level as the ice soul python, and there were even higher level martial tier beasts. Ordinary students would not dare to come here. Yet, Xia Chuqing was training alone. And she indeed had the qualifications. A black iron rank beast tamer at a young age, along with a martial tier beast, gave her the confidence to venture here. However, now that a beast tide had erupted, she was surrounded by general tier beasts. Is this the rhythm of a beast tide? But this is good too. I'll use you all to train my rock burst mastiff. Come out. Rock burst mastiff. As soon as Xia Chuqing finished speaking, a massive rock burst mastiff appeared behind her, its eyes fixed on the beasts in front, as if ready to devour them. Despite its lower rank, its martial tier status was sufficient to confront these general tier beasts. Rock burst mastiff, use blazing lava bomb, turn them into roasted lamb skewers.
Roar, roar. A red glow flashed in the rock-burst mastiff's mouth, and then a massive fireball shot out, exploding amidst the beasts. It immediately blasted several beasts away. Roar! Woo woo! The remaining beasts were melted alive by the lava produced from the fireball explosion, letting out a sorrowful cry. At this moment, Xia Chuqing gently stroked the rock-burst mastiff's head, smiling softly, her smile as radiant as an angel's. Are you hungry, good boy? Go eat. Woof woof. After all, it had mutated from a Tibetan Mastiff and was essentially still a type of dog, so it would occasionally bark, especially when acting affectionately towards its owner. Then the explosive rock Mastiff charged forward fiercely, devouring the corpses of the beasts. The flesh and blood of the beasts are rich in protein and powerful energy, providing great nourishment for both humans and beasts. By eating the flesh and blood of beasts, the explosive rock Mastiff will evolve even more strongly. Xia Chuqing was not worried about the unfortunate timing of the beast tide. Instead, she was quite happy, as this meant her tamed beast could become stronger. However, the other students did not share this mindset. The forest was filled with the cries of humans, creating a truly tragic scene. Here, Zhou Chen and Yi Xiqing had already dealt with the surrounding beasts. Phew, finally dealt with it. Who would have thought there would be a beast tide? What bad luck today! Lin Bear complained, originally planning to return after finding her tamed beast, but unexpectedly ran into the beast tide. Yeah, no one knows when a beast tide will happen. I wonder how the other students are doing. I also don't know if the teachers will come to rescue us. They can't possibly think we're all dead, right? Yi Xiqing, exhausted, leaned against a large tree to rest, eating the lunch packed in her bag to recover her energy. Her lunch was quite simple, just a meat floss bread. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen and Lin Bear were also having lunch. Although they did not personally participate in the fight, they were still very tired after walking for a whole morning. I don't know, but it's best not to place our hopes on the teachers. Zhou Chen quickly finished his lunch and then stood up, continuing to speak. Even if the teachers come to rescue us, they won't know where we are, so we need to find a way to leave the beast forest on our own. Zhou Chen had often come to the beast forest recently, so he knew how to leave this place. That's right, we can only save ourselves now. Let us hurry and leave the beast forest as soon as possible. As she spoke, Yi Xiqing climbed onto the back of the dark moon wolf, preparing to quickly leave the beast forest. As long as they could get out, they would be safe. But the reality was clearly not that smooth, as another massive sound of footsteps came from nearby. Thud! 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 The entire ground shook as if there were an earthquake. Roar, roar! Before they could see it, they heard it approach, accompanied by a terrifying roar. Then they saw a pitch-black rhinoceros crashing toward them, with its enormous, sharp horn resembling a long, deadly spear that could pierce through anything. Although its body was bulky, the rhinoceros was surprisingly fast. Beast Namestone Armored Giant Rhinoceros. Beast Tier Warrior Tier. Beast Level 40. Beast Attribute Earth. Beast Weakness Wood. Beast Status Healthy. Beast Talent, None. Beast Skill Unicorn Charge, charges at the enemy with a hard rhino horn, extremely powerful. Beast Description: a powerful Earth-type beast with extraordinarily strong combat power. Though it is a warrior tier beast, many general tier beasts feel threatened by it. Bear, Class Monitor, you go first, I'll handle this guy. Zhou Chen looked at the stone-armored giant rhinoceros, preparing for battle. Earth-type beasts are just what demonic bloodvine counters. Although the level is high, its tier is not on par with demonic bloodvine. Moreover, Zhou Chen's spiritual power had already reached 96. He just needed to increase it by another 4 points to break through to a black iron level beast tamer. Thus, Zhou Chen needed 40 enhancement points, and the level of the stone-armored giant rhinoceros was just enough. Besides, the back of the dark moon wolf could only carry 2 people, so it was better to let them leave quickly. Yi Xiqing could still help herself, but Lin Bear was just a burden now. But Zhou Chen, that guy is really powerful. Yi Xiqing glanced at the stone-armored giant rhinoceros, frowning slightly. Its strength was formidable, and even the dark moon wolf would have to struggle. Zhou Chen, why don't I stay behind to help you? If we're leaving, let us go together.
Yi Siqing wanted to stay and go with Zhou Chen, worried that Zhou Chen's demonic bloodvine wouldn't be a match for the stone-armored giant rhinoceros.
But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Zhou Chen. If I told you to go, just hurry up and leave. Class monitor, it's up to you to ensure Bayer's safety. You must bring her back safely. Zhou Chen.
Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Lin Bayer felt warmth in her heart, deeply moved, with tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Despite the current danger, she felt a sense of happiness within.
Okay, I understand. Zhou Chen, after I take Bayer out, I'll come back to get you. You have to be safe too. Xiaoya, let us go, full speed ahead.
Yi Siqing exclaimed, and then the dark moon sky wolf accelerated, its speed like a phantom. Even with 2 people on its back, it was faster than an ordinary train.
Alright, now it's just us. Let you be the stepping stone for my breakthrough to Black Iron Grade Beast Tamer. Little vine, go. Whoosh. Numerous vines shot towards the stone-armored rhinoceros. After hunting all day, especially after dealing with the ice soul python and absorbing its blood, the demonic bloodvine's level increased again, from level 25 to level 26. 20 vines shot towards the stone-armored rhinoceros, attempting to entangle it. However, the stone-armored rhinoceros was not to be trifled with. Its hide was thick and tough. The demonic bloodvine could barely restrain it. But that was enough. Little vine, use venom thorn coil. The demonic bloodvine, being a wood element beast, was naturally effective against the stone-armored rhinoceros, inflicting great damage. Although the stone-armored rhinoceros's skin was thick, it couldn't withstand the demonic bloodvine's vine attacks. Moreover, the poison thorns on the demonic bloodvine's vines were like mosquitoes, finding any gap to pierce into the stone-armored rhinoceros's weakest points. Dark purple vines pierced into the stone-armored rhinoceros's skin, seizing the opportunity to inject venom into its body. The demonic bloodvine's venom was highly corrosive, causing the stone-armored rhinoceros to let out a painful roar instantly. As more venom was injected and the vines continued to absorb the stone-armored rhinoceros's blood, the creature quickly lost its ability to resist, then fell down, becoming a corpse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the stone-armored rhinoceros and obtaining 40 enhancement points. Good, level up. Zhou Chen unhesitatingly spent 40 enhancement points to increase his spiritual power by 4 points. At this moment, Zhou Chen's spiritual power finally reached 100, and he advanced to Black Iron Grade Beast Tamer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 100 spiritual power and becoming a Black Iron Grade Beast Tamer. Upon reaching 100 spiritual power, Zhou Chen felt a sense of clarity and refreshment. It was like finishing all your homework on the last day of winter break and finally being able to go to sleep. It was the feeling of forgetting all your troubles. Furthermore, after breaking through to Black Iron Grade Beast Tamer, Zhou Chen's 5 senses became even sharper, and his vision extended further. The most important thing is that after becoming a Black Iron Grade Beast Tamer, he could contract a second beast. For a beast tamer, an extra beast was equivalent to an extra life. It would be great if I could contract a martial tier or even a king tier beast. Zhou Chen couldn't help but fantasize, but he knew it was just a thought. He wasn't aiming too high. One step at a time, one's strength grows bit by bit. I should leave the forest now, right? The beast tide has erupted. I wonder if there are any high-level beasts. If I encounter those powerful beasts, I might be in trouble. It's better to leave quickly. Saying that, Zhou Chen dug out the stone-armored rhinoceros's beast core. This was worth 5,000 beast coins, so he couldn't waste it. He had a bountiful harvest today, earning a total of 30 beast cores, including a general tier beast's beast core, which was worth over 200,000. Zhou Chen had never imagined that making money could be so easy. No wonder so many people dreamed of becoming beast tamers. Becoming a beast tamer meant a life free from worries about food and clothing, and a life of wealth and status. After the demonic bloodvine finished absorbing the stone-armored rhinoceros's blood, Zhou Chen left the beast forest. Meanwhile, Yi Siqing, who had left the beast forest early with Lin Bauer, rode at full speed. The dark moon sky wolf was very fast, and it took only a little over 10 minutes to escape the beast forest. Will Zhou Chen be okay?
Lin Bauer murmured worriedly, glancing back repeatedly as if her eyes could penetrate the layers of trees and see Zhou Chen's retreating figure.
Recalling Zhou Chen's words, Lin Bauer felt a surge of emotion.
She hadn't expected Zhou Chen to have such a dashing side.
Wow!
Thinking of how Zhou Chen had cured her poison, given her the saber-toothed cub, and then faced the terrifying stone-armored rhinoceros for her just now. Thinking of all this, Lin Bauer's heart fluttered like a young girl in love, her cheeks slightly flushed.
Don't worry, Bauer, his demonic bloodvine is very powerful. He won't lose.
That's what she said, but if the opponent wasn't just the stone-armored rhinoceros, the outcome might not be so certain. Therefore, Yi Sichen's face still carried a trace of worry, but now that they had left the range of the beast forest, they could always go back to rescue Zhou Chen later. At this moment, they finally saw the school bus. There were still many students on the bus, but most of them were injured, and some classmates had even died in the forest. Around the bus, in addition to teachers protecting the students' safety, there were also a group of people dressed as soldiers. They were the Dragonfall City Guard, and as the name suggests, they were the soldiers who guarded the city. Their mission was to protect Dragonfall City and its civilians when the beast tide broke out. Those who could join the city guard were all beast tamers, and there were quite a few Black Iron tier beast tamers among them, some even possessing King tier tamed beasts. As soon as the beast tide broke out, the Great Director had contacted the city guard stationed in Dragonfall City for assistance. The city guard arrived quickly, began suppressing the beast tide, and rescuing the students in the forest. It was precisely with the help of the city guard that so many students could be rescued in such a short time. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for teachers and the dean of students alone to rescue so many. Yi Sichen found the homeroom teacher of Class 3, Chen Jing. She was a beautiful female teacher and a powerful Black Iron rank beast tamer, usually very gentle with her students. At this moment, her arm was wrapped in bandages, and her shirt was already stained red with blood. It was evident that she was also injured while protecting a classmate. Yet, even though she was injured, she didn't rest but was instead bandaging the wounds of other classmates. Seeing Yi Sichen and Lin Bauer return, she immediately let out a sigh of relief and called out to them.
Sichen, Bauer, are you too hurt? We're fine, Teacher Chen.
By the way, teacher, are these all that's left of our class? She glanced at the students on the bus. There were originally over 30, but now less than 20 remained. The other classes were clearly not faring any better. Alas, this beast tide erupted too suddenly, no one anticipated it. And many students encountered a beast tide for the first time and panicked, which led to their deaths. However, the city guard has already gone to rescue them. All we can do now is pray for their safe return.
I see.
By the way, teacher, why did this beast tide suddenly erupt? Chen Jing glanced at the city guard guarding the bus in the distance, then sighed and said, "It seems a group of fallen beast tamers deliberately triggered this beast tide.
I don't know the specifics."
Fallen. Yi Sichen knew something about fallen beast tamers. Not all beast tamers have good intentions, there are those with wicked hearts. After becoming beast tamers and possessing great power, these individuals' ambitions and desires grew. They turned against China, against humanity, and some even allied with powerful beasts, aiming to exterminate humankind. Such individuals are called fallen beast tamers. They have fallen from grace and are no longer worthy of being called human. Regarding these fallen beast tamers, all countries have adopted a policy of elimination, ensuring they do not survive in this world. Alright, Sichen, Bauer, since you're back, lend me a hand and take care of the injured students.
We'll be leaving soon.
No, teacher, I need to go bring Zhou Chen back. He held off the beasts by himself for us, I have to bring him back.
Chen Jing didn't want Yi Sichen to re-enter the beast forest, as it was full of beasts.
Chen Jing feared Yi Sichen would never be able to return if she went in again. But she also knew Yi Sichen's character. As the class monitor, no one was more qualified. She was kind-hearted, caring towards classmates, academically excellent, and even helped classmates become beast tamers for free. Although Chen Jing found Yi Sichen a bit simple-minded, she was truly kind.
Alright, then you go. Bauer, stay here and help me. All right. Both agreed, and Yi Sikhen immediately re-entered the beast forest.
Zhou Chen was alone in the beast forest and inevitably encountered some beasts, but fortunately, they were all weak and were directly eliminated by demonic bloodvine.
Turned into food for demonic bloodvine and Zhou Chen's enhancement points. Zhou Chen.
Just then, Zhou Chen heard Yi Sichen's voice and followed the sound. He indeed found Yi Sikhen.
Zhou Chen, are you okay? I'm sorry I'm late. It's fine, you're not late at all. Ha, it's good that you're safe. Let's go back together. With that, Yi Sikhen pulled Zhou Chen onto the back of the Dark Moon Heavenly Wolf and left the beast forest with him.
Sitting on the back of the Dark Moon Heavenly Wolf, Zhou Chen admired Yi Sichen's cute face. Actually, if he had to say, compared to the campus beauty Xia Chuqing, Zhou Chen preferred girls like Yi Sikhen. If Xia Chuqing was a seductive and brilliant rose, then Yi Sikhen was like a lotus emerging from clear water, pure and unstained. It wasn't until they exited the forest that Zhou Chen finally took his gaze off Yi Sichen's face.
Thank you for bringing me out, class monitor.
You're welcome.
Alright, let's get on the bus quickly. We'll be heading home soon.
Yes, indeed. As they both got on the bus, over the next half hour, other students returned one after another. Among them were the campus beauty Xia Chuqing and Yi Yangyu, who had challenged her before. Both of them were unharmed.
It could be said they were worthy of being among the top 5 students, couldn't they?
Once all the surviving students were rescued, everyone finally left the beast forest under the escort of the city guard and returned to Dragonfall City.
Dozens of students died during this practical training session.
There were originally over 100 students, and now fewer than 50 remained. On the way back, the atmosphere in the bus was particularly heavy. There was no trace of the laughter and joy from the journey there. The entire bus was somber, with only the sound of grief-stricken crying audible. After the students of Dragonfall First High left the beast forest, a person in a black robe on a nearby low mountain watched the buses with a grim expression. And this person was precisely Xiaoying, who cruelly ordered the beasts to kill his subordinates a few days ago because of the Stardust vine. This beast attack was orchestrated by him, with the aim of completely eliminating the students of Dragonfall First High. These students are the future hope of China. If they all die, China's strength will inevitably decline, creating an opportunity for their organization. However, he did not expect the city guards to arrive so quickly and rescue these students. At this moment, a man in black beside Xiaoying hesitated and said, "Lord Xiaoying, our mission has failed."
It might be difficult to explain to Lord Moing. Xiaoying's face showed no emotion as he coldly stated, "It's alright, I will explain to Lord Moing.
Next time, we will surely let these inexperienced brats experience the terror of our Black God Palace's power."
It was already past 3 in the afternoon when they returned to school.
After what had happened, the students had no mood for classes, and the teachers, understanding this, let everyone go home early.
Zhou Chen, see you tomorrow. I'm going to feed my little saber-toothed beast.
Outside the campus, Lin Bauer waved goodbye to Zhou Chen with a smile. Despite experiencing such a terrifying event, she had also become a beast tamer as she wished, and the thought alone made her excited.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
After bidding farewell to Lin Bauer, Zhou Chen left the school. He intended to visit the tamed beast store to purchase various energy potions to help demonic bloodvine level up. He also needed to buy items to aid in demonic bloodvine's evolution.
Regarding the next stage of demonic bloodvine's evolution, Zhou Chen had already made up his mind.
Adhering to the principle that the most expensive must be the best, Zhou Chen spent 210 enhancement points to unlock the Dragon Vein Evolution Plan for Demonic Bloodvine. Dragon Vein Evolution Plan, Dragon Bloodvine, Martial Tier Wood Element Beast Core 1, Dragon Blood Fruit 10, Dragon Vein Stone 10, Pure Dragon Blood 1, Tamed Beast Formation Array. Upon seeing the materials required for evolution into Dragon Bloodvine, Zhou Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Dragon Blood Fruit, Dragon Vein Stone, and Pure Dragon Blood, none of these seemed like items that could exist in the real world.
Especially Pure Dragon Blood. Do dragons even exist in this world? Zhou Chen couldn't help but ask himself.
If he were on Azure Planet, Zhou Chen could guarantee with 100% certainty that there were no dragons. However,
whether dragons exist in this other world. Zhou Chen couldn't be sure. But since the system stated that dragon blood was needed, it meant that dragons must exist somewhere, perhaps even in this other world. What doesn't exist on Azure Planet doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't exist in other worlds. Who knows, a dragon might fly out of a spatial rift at any moment. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. The immediate priority was to continue leveling up demonic bloodvine and then figure out how to gather these evolution materials. Just as Zhou Chen was preparing to leave the school, he happened to see Yi Siken and the class president Yi Yangyu together, seemingly arguing about something. However, Zhou Chen didn't pay too much attention. They were both class presidents, so they were probably just arguing about some school matters. After leaving the school, Zhou Chen headed to the tamed beast store he had been frequenting these past few days. Oh! Our esteemed customer is here again. What would you like to purchase this time? Zhou Chen had been buying things here often lately, and he had become quite familiar with this female attendant through his frequent visits. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, the attendant displayed a genuine smile, not just a polite one. Seeing Zhou Chen made her feel genuinely happy. This was because Zhou Chen had become a major customer. If she served him well, she could earn a 1% commission. In other words, if Zhou Chen spent 10,000 yuan, this attendant would receive 100 beast coins. And Zhou Chen always bought things in batches of tens of thousands. This way, the attendant could earn over 1,000 yuan a day, equivalent to half a month's salary, which was why she was so happy. Of course, Zhou Chen didn't have that much money. He used various beast cores for exchange, but it all amounted to the same thing. Exchange these beast cores for beast coins for me. Also, I'd like to ask, do you have any dragon blood here? Pure dragon blood? Zhou Chen asked. Although he knew it was unlikely to find something as precious as dragon blood here, he still asked. What if? What if he really got lucky and happened to find a drop of dragon blood here? Put. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, the waitress, who had just taken a sip of water, spurted it out. She coughed and asked. What? What did you say? Dragon blood? Are you joking with me, sir? Where would we get dragon blood here? You don't have any? Seriously, no. The waitress smiled bitterly and asked. This was just a small shop. How could they possibly have something as precious as dragon blood? Besides, it's not even certain if dragons exist. In that case, just give me 2 bottles of intermediate energy potion. Zhou Chen sighed. Since there was no dragon blood, he could only buy some intermediate energy potions to help the demonic bloodvine increase its strength by leveling up. Young man, are you looking for dragon blood? Just then, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared behind Zhou Chen. Greetings, boss. Upon seeing the old man, the waitress suddenly bowed. So he was the owner of this shop. He was so old that it made sense he needed to hire a waitress to help manage the store. But none of this was what Zhou Chen cared about. What he truly cared about was the boss's earlier question: did he have dragon blood? Or did he know where to find it? Old sir, do you know where to find dragon blood? I'm afraid I don't know. The boss shook his head. Hearing this, Zhou Chen's glimmer of hope was once again extinguished. However, the boss's next words rekindled a sliver of hope. But I can tell you a place where you might find dragon blood. Oh? Where? A secret realm. A secret realm? Zhou Chen was no stranger to the term secret realm. Secret realms referred to places where spatial rifts existed. There were many spatial rifts on Azure Planet, connecting to other worlds. Only those with strength comparable to a war venerable tier beast could safely pass through the spatial rifts and enter other worlds. As for what the other worlds were like, those who had entered them remained tight-lipped. Only high-ranking officials in China knew what existed in those worlds. Currently, it is known that different spatial rifts connect to different other worlds, and the creatures that exist within them vary greatly. And in order to explore unknown other worlds alone, and also to prevent beasts that emerged from spatial rifts from harming people, many powerful factions had set up large barriers within a 100-mile radius of the spatial rifts. These are what are known as secret realms. There are many secret realms within China, all controlled by the government, and ordinary people cannot enter them at all. Secret realms not only contain spatial rifts but also many powerful beasts. The number of beasts is greatest around the spatial rifts.
And based on the strength of the beasts present, secret realms are divided into normal secret realms, low-risk secret realms, and high-risk secret realms.
The higher the level, the more dangerous the secret realm is said to be.
It is rumored that in some high-risk secret realms, there are even beasts far exceeding the War Emperor tier.
You mean there might be dragon blood in a secret realm?
If you're lucky, it's not impossible to encounter a living dragon.
Of course, whether you can find a secret realm with a dragon depends on your fate.
All right.
Zhou Chen sighed.
It seemed he wouldn't be able to get dragon blood anytime soon. Without dragon blood, it was even more impossible to obtain dragon blood fruits or dragon vein stones. Therefore, after buying 2 bottles of intermediate energy potion, Zhou Chen left the tamed beast shop. However, what surprised Zhou Chen was that there was a martial tier beast core here, and it was precisely the wood element beast core needed for the evolution of demonic bloodvine. It was just outrageously expensive, costing a full 750,000 beast coins. Although the shop likely acquired martial tier beast cores for around 500,000 beast coins, they wouldn't sell them at that price.
They would at least mark them up by 10-20%, or even double the price. Zhou Chen couldn't afford this item at all right now, and even if he bought it, it would be useless. Without dragon blood, demonic bloodvine couldn't undergo dragon vein evolution. However, he was now a black iron rank beast tamer, which meant he could contract a second beast. Thus, Zhou Chen thought about buying a more powerful beast. But beasts are more expensive than beast cores.
Even a general tier beast is more expensive than a martial tier beast core. After all, beasts increase in value as their tier and grade improve, while beast cores remain unchanged, and even dissipate their spiritual energy over time.
It can be said that beast cores are constantly depreciating. There's no other way, it seems I need to find a way to make money.
It wasn't until now that Zhou Chen understood what it meant to be stumped by a mere 1,000 taels, and also understood why tamed beasts were a rich man's game.
Without money, it's truly impossible. But where can I earn money?
Thinking of this, Zhou Chen became worried again. His first choice was to hunt beasts in the beast forest to obtain beast cores and earn money. However, a beast tide had just broken out, and going to the beast forest now would be no different than seeking death. Just as Zhou Chen was frowning, he suddenly saw a tall building that resembled an ancient colosseum. And this was indeed a colosseum, but the combatants within were not ordinary people, but beast tamers. This was where beast tamers fought, and also a good place to earn money. As long as one won a match here, they could receive a generous prize. Perhaps I can give it a try. With this thought, Zhou Chen slowly walked into the Colosseum. Elder, hello, I'd like to register for the competition. The old man at the reception had a scar on his face. Even in his old age, his eyes still held a hint of ferocity, suggesting he was quite a tough character in his youth. The old man looked at Zhou Chen with surprise. Young beast tamers like Zhou Chen rarely appeared here.
However, he still skillfully took the 1,000 beast coins that Zhou Chen offered as an entry fee and took out a form, asking, name, tamed beast, level? Zhou Chen, tamed beast is demonic bloodvine, level 26. Demonic bloodvine. Plant-type beast.
The old man asked in surprise.
As everyone knew, plant-type beasts generally had weaker combat capabilities than animal-type beasts.
Sending a plant-type beast to challenge an animal-type beast was like sending it to its death. However, the old man was merely a little surprised and did not stop or advise Zhou Chen. After filling out the form, he handed Zhou Chen a card.
After 3 matches, it will be your turn.
Good luck, young man.
Zhou Chen took the card and then walked into the interior of the Colosseum.
As soon as he stepped through the gate, Zhou Chen felt a wave of heat wash over him, accompanied by enthusiastic shouts and various vulgarities. Looking up, he saw that the surroundings were filled with frenzied gamblers and maniacs craving blood and violence. There was no other way, as those who became beast tamers had some psychological issues to begin with. After all, dealing with ferocious beasts day in and day out, and witnessing death so often, one becomes desensitized to it, perhaps even craving bloodshed.
This applied to both men and women.
There were quite a few female beast tamers on stage, wearing revealing outfits, who cheered for the tamed beasts in the arena just like everyone else. Besides the tamed beasts fighting for their lives in the Colosseum, they were the second most striking sight.
In the dueling arena, a Gale Wolf was battling a ferocious Earth Battle Bear.
Although the Gale Wolf was 5 levels higher than the Earth Battle Bear, the Earth Battle Bear was a general tier beast, while the Gale Wolf was only warrior tier. Thus, the outcome of this battle was decided from the start.
Both the Gale Wolf and the Earth Battle Bear were in a blood frenzy. Despite the Gale Wolf's speed, the Earth Battle Bear's thick hide made it impervious to any effective damage from the Gale Wolf's attacks. The Earth Battle Bear, having conserved its energy, seized the Gale Wolf's leg when it tired. Bang! 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 A few punches later, the Gale Wolf's body was smashed into pulp. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the entire fighting stage red. Gale Wolf, dead.
After the Gale Wolf's death, the audience in the stands roared with excitement, some even stripping off their clothes and dancing wildly, especially the attractive women who paid no mind to their appearance.
Clearly, these gamblers had all bet on the Earth Battle Bear.
With its victory, they would also receive a considerable amount of prize money.
2 more matches followed. Zhou Chen also joined in the betting.
With the Beast Evolution system, Zhou Chen could always predict the winner, thus making a hefty profit of 50,000 beast coins.
Is it finally my turn?
In this 4th match, it was finally Zhou Chen's turn to compete. He slowly walked onto the fighting stage, and his opponent was none other than the beast tamer who had used the Earth Battle Bear earlier.
4th round match, Zhou Chen vs Tyrant.
The person codenamed Tyrant was a strong, muscular woman, a true tomboy, around 30 years old. I really don't know why a woman would give herself the codename Tyrant.
The woman was dressed very sexily and revealingly, with muscles exposed. But I doubt anyone would dare to have impure thoughts about her.
Any man who married her would probably have to consider if his body could handle it.
Ha, a new face? He looks so young. And kind of handsome too.
I wonder if he ever spilled blood. Hope he doesn't get scared later, ha.
Serves him right.
His first match is against that violent woman. I wonder if his scrawny body can withstand her.
Let us just sit back and enjoy the show.
At this moment, the formidable woman opposite had already summoned the Earth War Bear.
Release the tamed beast. Nonsense. As you wish. Zhou Chen immediately summoned the demonic bloodvine.
The demonic bloodvine transformed into the form of a green vine again. The audience on the stage only saw a large mass of green vines coiling around Zhou Chen. The demonic bloodvine in its green vine form was like a green hat perched on Zhou Chen's head, with verdant vines tightly wrapping his entire body.
This is his tamed beast? Ha, it looks like a green hat. This is too weak, isn't it? A plant-type beast, isn't this a suicide mission?
Ha, this match is a sure win. I bet all my mother's medical expenses on Tyrant, a whopping 1 million beast coins.
I'm going to make a fortune this time.
You're truly filial, aren't you?
This is your tamed beast? Tyrant frowned slightly as he looked at the demonic bloodvine in its green vine form, his eyes revealing deep disappointment. Just surrender.
I don't want to bully you, seeing as you're just a kid.
Humph, we'll see who's bullying whom.
Zhou Chen snorted coldly, a slight smirk playing on his lips. This was exactly the effect he had hoped for. He had already discerned the Earth War Bear's attributes: Earth Element, General Tier, Level 25.
In all aspects, it was crushed by the demonic bloodvine.
It would be a piece of cake to deal with it.
In that case, don't blame me for being rude.
Earth War Bear, finish it.
Roar, roar.
The Earth War Bear roared and immediately swung its massive claws at Zhou Chen, as the demonic bloodvine was on him.
Little vine, entangle. The demonic bloodvine also flung out over 20 vines. Seeing the vines attack, the Earth Battle Bear didn't even dodge, letting the vines hit its body.
In the consciousness of the Earth War Bear, the demonic bloodvine was far too weak to warrant any defense. It was better to charge straight through and end the fight quickly.
However, it wouldn't be thinking that way next.
The vines of the demonic bloodvine were wrapped around it, and it couldn't break free with all its strength, being tightly bound by over 20 vines.
Earth Battle Bear, what are you doing? Break free from those annoying vines quickly and defeat the opponent. Roar! The great Earth Battle Bear roared sadly, as if to say, I really can't do it.
No matter how powerful the Earth Battle Bear was, it could not break free from the demonic bloodvine's tendrils, which had already penetrated its body and were frantically absorbing its blood.
In less than half a minute, the Earth Battle Bear turned into a dried corpse, its entire body's blood and nutrients absorbed by the demonic bloodvine. Earth Battle Bear, defeated. What did you do?
Your chlorophytum couldn't possibly defeat my Earth Warbear.
What despicable methods did you use? The tomboy clearly couldn't accept this fact. Her Earth Warbear was fine just a moment ago, how could it be dead now?
I didn't use any dirty tricks, you were simply outmatched.
Jochen smiled faintly, looking at the demonic bloodvine.
The demonic bloodvine's body had grown even larger, with its vines stretching over 10 meters long.
Jochen's purpose in participating in the gladiator arena matches was twofold: to earn money and to level up the demonic bloodvine. The gladiator arena is very fair. The difference in strength between opponents on stage will not be too large.
It's impossible to find a master of a few hundred levels just to deal with one Jochen. Therefore, the beast opposite has a power comparable to demonic bloodvine. This way, demonic bloodvine can absorb the blood of beasts of the same level, thus becoming stronger.
Although extremely unwilling, the tomboy had no choice but to admit defeat and quietly leave the gladiatorial arena. No way, that little kid actually won? What kind of tamed beast is that? It looks just like ordinary Epipremnum aureum, how could it be so strong?
It took out the Earth Battle Bear in one move. I don't know, but having such a beast, that young man must be extraordinary.
Speaking of which, where did that guy go who bet his old mother's medical expenses on the tyrant? Why can't I see him anymore? He must be dead, right? I saw him jump off with my own eyes? He jumped down?
I told you this place is as high as a 5-story building. On the field, Jochen's next opponent stepped up. It was a male beast tamer wielding a sand wolf.
The sand wolf, although a warrior tier beast, is level 35, 9 levels higher than the demonic bloodvine.
Having learned from the tyrant's previous defeat, this male beast tamer became more cautious, not impulsively ordering his tamed beast to attack the demonic bloodvine right away.
Since you won't come to me, I'll come to you. Little vine, use your special move, Venom Thorncoil. The demonic bloodvine's vines whipped towards the sand wolf at lightning speed. Sand wolf, don't confront those vines head on, dodge them quickly.
The sand wolf hastily dodged, but the demonic bloodvine had several vines, allowing for continuous, uninterrupted attacks. If it got hit even once, the sand wolf would lose.
As expected, after dodging the demonic bloodvine's first wave of attacks, the sand wolf failed to dodge the second wave.
Once hit by the vines, the venom entered its body, and its body would grow weaker and weaker. Unsurprisingly, the sand wolf's movements became progressively slower, and it was eventually captured by the demonic bloodvine. Its owner still wanted the sand wolf to bite through the demonic bloodvine's vines, but the vines were coated in poison. Chewing on them would only accelerate its death. It would have taken 10 seconds to die, but after obeying its master's command, it died in 1 second. Truly, you don't fear opponents like gods, only teammates like pigs.
Won again? No way, this kid is too strong? Quick, search online. What kind of beast is that green vine? I've never seen it before. Jochen, having won 2 consecutive matches, attracted considerable attention.
In the subsequent 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th battles, Jochen effortlessly won every match he participated in. His opponents were too careless, believing their tamed beasts were invincible and not taking the demonic bloodvine seriously at all. Besides, in its green vine form, the demonic bloodvine wasn't particularly eye-catching. It looked like any wild grass by the roadside, and no one would give it a second glance if it were on the street. Another point worth noting is that the demonic bloodvine's true strength was continuously increasing. After absorbing the blood of 6 general tier beasts, the demonic bloodvine's level rose from 26 to 28, significantly boosting its power.
With the ever-strengthening demonic bloodvine, Zhou Chen advanced relentlessly. Holy crap, this kid has already won 9 matches in a row. He's insane. 10 wins in a row. Do you think he can achieve 15 consecutive wins and claim that reward? The reward for 15 consecutive wins? Maybe.
To encourage beast tamers to participate actively, the arena also offered various rewards. Dueling Arena, 15 consecutive wins, reward of 500,000 beast coins or 1 general tier tamed beast.
Dueling Arena, 30 consecutive wins, reward of 1 million beast coins or 2 general tier tamed beasts.
Dueling Arena, 50 consecutive wins, reward of 2 million beast coins or 1 martial tier tamed beast. Dueling Arena, 100 consecutive wins, reward of 5 million beast coins and 1 king tier tamed beast. It was precisely these kinds of rewards that drew a continuous stream of beast tamers to the arena, each hoping to strike it lucky.
What if they actually managed to win 15 matches in a row?
That would be 500,000 beast coins, enough to live comfortably for half a lifetime without worrying about food or drink.
But they all overlooked one thing: the people running the arena weren't fools. How could they easily give away 500,000 beast coins?
Many people managed to win 14 consecutive matches, only to be matched with an opponent far stronger than them on the 15th match. Only a fool would believe there wasn't some foul play involved. As it happened, Zhou Chen had already won 14 consecutive matches, and in the 15th, he faced a true opponent. His opponent was an armored crocodile, a general tier beast at level 36. This water attribute beast had scales on its back like armor and was ferociously powerful. Its 2 rows of sharp teeth looked like they could swallow Zhou Chen whole and crush him. Furthermore, this armored crocodile was special, possessing extreme immunity to poison.
This meant the demonic bloodvine's venom would be useless.
Zhou Chen's only advantage was that the demonic bloodvine's attributes countered the armored crocodile, but it still shouldn't be underestimated. Fortunately, I had absorbed the blood of a few general tier beasts earlier, allowing demonic bloodvine's level to rise again from level 28 to 29.
It's just a little more, and it will reach level 30.
The master of the ironclad alligator looks like a cold and ruthless bearded man, codenamed Alligator King, which suits him perfectly.
Young man, your tamed beast is quite special. Ordinary plant-type beasts aren't this powerful.
You're the first to achieve 14 consecutive victories with a plant-type beast.
Don't worry, you'll be next. Zhou Chen smiled confidently. He couldn't afford to lose his momentum.
Then let us give it a try, ironclad alligator, attack and crush that annoying green lotus.
Roar! 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 The ironclad alligator let out a roar. Although the grassy area wasn't its domain, its strength remained formidable. Little Vine, Venom Thorn Coil. Zhou Chen directly commanded Demonic Bloodvine to unleash its ultimate move. All of Demonic Bloodvine's vines surged forward, but the ironclad alligator, true to its name, was incredibly tough, and the vines couldn't penetrate its defenses. As expected, it can't be harmed? Zhou Chen furrowed his brows. Even if he could just injure the ironclad alligator, he could claim victory, but the ironclad alligator was armed to the teeth. Looks like I'll have to shed some blood. Zhou Chen's mind raced, and he quickly thought of a plan. It was a bit risky, but it was the only solution. Ha, now it's my turn, ironclad alligator, use sharp water blade. Roar! The ironclad alligator opened its massive jaws and spewed forth a rapid stream of water. The water flowed so quickly that it was sharp like a knife, instantly slicing through the vines of demonic bloodvine. However, for the fast-growing demonic bloodvine, this wasn't a big deal. It would soon regrow, at most just costing a bit of blood. Ha, you have no tricks left, ironclad alligator, go and crush it. Upon receiving the command, the ironclad alligator charged forward. Despite its enormous size, it was surprisingly swift. Meanwhile, demonic bloodvine changed its strategy, abandoning the attack to adopt a defensive stance. The ironclad alligator opened its mouth wide and bit down on demonic bloodvine, crunching the vines and swallowing them. Seeing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but show a smirk of success. Hang in there, little vine. Demonic bloodvine's vines grew rapidly, balancing out ironclad alligator's bites, but ultimately, the alligator's biting speed was slightly faster.
However, the ironclad alligator soon slowed down, ceasing to attack demonic Bloodvine, lying on the ground and roaring as if in great pain.
What's wrong? Ironclad alligator, keep attacking?
Hee hee, your ironclad alligator is about to die, Zhou Chen chuckled, as if he had already won the battle.
This can't be.
I know that your green lotus's vines are highly toxic, but my ironclad alligator has a strong immunity to toxins. Your poison can't kill it.
That's correct, but your ironclad alligator wasn't poisoned to begin with. Don't you know?
A tree can still regenerate as long as it has enough nutrients, even if it has only one leaf left.
What do you mean? Are you suggesting? Hearing Zhou Chen's words, the alligator king suddenly realized something and continued, you mean the vines it swallowed earlier?
Exactly, my goal was to make the ironclad alligator eat those vines. The vines crushed by the ironclad alligator absorb its blood, and its flesh will become the best nutrient for them. This is the blood siphon ability of demonic bloodvine. As long as there is a single drop of blood, even if crushed, demonic bloodvine can survive and regrow.
Before long, the ironclad alligator's body rapidly morphed into a dry husk. Its skin cracked, and dark purple vines burst forth from its mouth. At this moment, demonic bloodvine also revealed its true form, with tendrils of dark purple tightly wrapping around Zhou Chen, appearing extremely eerie.
In this battle, Zhou Chen still emerged victorious, though his win was tinged with a stroke of luck.
Just as Zhou Chen was preparing to rest, the arena staff approached him.
Congratulations on your 15 consecutive victories. You can choose between 500,000 beast coins or a general tier beast of your choice.
Can I choose any beast? During the intermission, Zhou Chen learned about the rewards system of this arena, and he was utterly excited.
He had already become a Black Iron level beast tamer, able to contract a second beast, but he had no money to buy the beast he wanted. Now, being able to get one for free made him very happy. Of course, as long as it's a general tier beast.
Great, then lead the way.
Sure, please follow me. As Zhou Chen followed a waiter, he arrived at a room filled with iron cages, all containing general tier beasts.
Please feel free to choose.
Zhou Chen looked around and found many familiar beasts, such as the giant ice python, the saber-toothed beast that resembled a tiger, and the earth battle bear and ironclad crocodile he had just defeated, all of which were there. However, none of these beasts were what Zhou Chen wanted. They were too weak, and it seemed that their potential for the future was not promising either. Just when Zhou Chen felt disappointed and was about to change his mind about spending 500,000 beast coins, a frail horse suddenly caught his attention, and information about the horse flashed through his mind.
Beast name Wind-Winged Dragon Horse.
Beast tier, General tier.
Beast level, Level 6. Beast attribute Wind. Beast weakness Ice, Fire. Beast status Hungry Malnourished. Beast talent Dragon Vein, possesses a faint azure dragon bloodline, gaining immense vitality.
Beast skill Wind-Wing Sky Soar, grows hurricane wings on its back, allowing it to fly at high speeds in the sky. Beast introduction holds a faint azure dragon bloodline, which is yet to awaken. Once awakened, it will gain powerful strength.
Is it really a beast with an azure dragon bloodline?
The moment Zhou Chen saw the Wind-Winged Dragon Horse, his eyes widened in disbelief, marveling not only at the azure dragon bloodline within it. More importantly, the appearance of the Wind-Winged Dragon Horse confirmed that dragons truly exist and can even intermingle with other creatures. At the same time, Zhou Chen thought that if he could raise the Wind-Winged Dragon Horse and activate its azure dragon bloodline, perhaps its blood could replace dragon blood to help the demonic bloodvine evolve. Although Zhou Chen felt this was unlikely, it did not affect his determination to choose the Wind-Winged Dragon Horse. Given its azure dragon bloodline, once raised, it would become a significant combat power, much better than the earth battle bear or ironclad crocodile.
Alright, I choose it. Zhou Chen pointed at the Wind-Winged Dragon Horse, signaling the staff to open that iron cage.
Ha!
Are you sure you want to choose this beast?
The staff asked in surprise. As to him, the Wind-Winged Dragon Horse was just a frail white horse, which wouldn't be useful even if raised. He thought it would be better to choose a fierce beast like the ironclad crocodile. But he only knew one side of the story and didn't realize that the horse's frailty alone was a sign of its uniqueness. Despite his bewilderment, he still opened the cage holding the Wind-Winged Dragon Horse, allowing it to come out. Hiss! The wind-winged dragon horse called out as it stepped out of the cage, trembling as it approached Zhou Chen, looking quite scared. As a beast, it possessed a certain level of intelligence, knowing that its life and death were controlled by the man before it. Zhou Chen looked at the wind-winged dragon horse in front of him. It was entirely snow-white, with a small bump on its head, the purpose of which was unknown. Its large eyes were very expressive, but it was too frail, skin barely covering its bones, as if it hadn't eaten for a long time. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." Zhou Chen gently reached out and stroked the horse's large head to calm its emotions. However, the wind-winged dragon horse's body was exceedingly frail, still shaking like a candle in the wind, as if it might collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Zhou Chen hurriedly took out the 2 bottles of intermediate energy potion he had bought earlier, originally meant for the demonic blood vine. There was no choice now but to use them on the wind-winged dragon horse. Hiss! Upon seeing the intermediate energy potion, the wind-winged dragon horse instantly became excited, fixated on the blue, transparent liquid in Zhou Chen's hand, almost wanting to leap forward and gulp down those 2 bottles. "Good boy, all for you." With that, Zhou Chen opened the intermediate energy potion and poured it into the wind-winged dragon horse's mouth, and it gulped down every bit. At the same time, the wind-winged dragon horse underwent a significant transformation, appearing much stronger at first glance. Although it was still a bit thin, it no longer looked like skin and bones, no longer trembling, standing firmly on the ground, and its size had increased somewhat. Although the intermediate energy potion didn't elevate the wind-winged dragon horse's level, it did improve its physique, making its body healthier. Hiss! Having fully absorbed the intermediate energy potion, the wind-winged dragon horse had regained its vitality, looking quite cheerful as it circled Zhou Chen, no longer harboring hostility towards him. "Don't rush, there's still 1 bottle left." Next, Zhou Chen poured the 2nd bottle of intermediate energy potion into the wind-winged dragon horse's mouth. After drinking the intermediate energy potion, the winged dragon horse became much stronger, comparable to a normal wild horse, and its level increased by 5, now reaching level 11. "Alright, let's establish a soul contract?" Zhou Chen bit his finger and pressed his blood on the forehead of the winged dragon horse. Now the winged dragon horse trusted Zhou Chen very much, and with a flash of white light, the soul contract was quickly established, signifying that it officially became Zhou Chen's second tamed beast. Oh my! Can he really be a black iron level at such a young age? He shouldn't be more than 20, right? The staff at the arena were also shocked to see Zhou Chen contract the winged dragon horse, as he was far too young for anyone to guess he would be a black iron level beast tamer. The staff originally thought Zhou Chen would either give the horse away or raise it himself until he became a black iron level beast tamer and then contracted, but to their surprise, he was already a black iron level beast tamer. With the contract of the winged dragon horse, Zhou Chen felt exhilarated. Moreover, having won 15 consecutive battles, he has earned quite a bit of money, a total of 850,000 beast coins. Zhou Chen never thought that being a beast tamer would be so easy to make money for an ordinary person. Having this much money would basically mean a lifetime of no worries about food or drink. Now it was already past midnight, and Zhou Chen couldn't stay any longer, so he hurried home to catch up on sleep. When he got home, Jia was already asleep, and his dinner was laid out on the table. There was even a note left: "Silly Zhou Chen, coming back so late made me wait for so long. What will you do when you have a girlfriend in the future? Should I make her wait for you too? I left your dinner on the table, just heat it up and eat when you get back." There's even a cute little ghost face drawn. Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle wryly, looking at the dinner prepared for him by Jia, feeling warm inside. The dinner included braised pork and poached chicken, all of which were Zhou Chen's favorites. Zhou Chen sighed with emotion, saying that life was gradually improving in the past. His family could barely meet their basic needs, but now, things were getting better and better. All of this was thanks to the demonic blood vine. Without it, Zhou Chen wouldn't have become wealthy so quickly. Now he still had a whopping 850,000 in his bank account, and Zhou Chen believed that the days ahead would only get better and that his family would become more prosperous. After hastily finishing his dinner, Zhou Chen went to sleep, and he slept soundly until dawn broke. The next day, Zhou Chen went to school as usual. The classroom was dreary, as everyone evidently had not recovered from the heavy blow of yesterday. Upon arriving at school, Zhou Chen just lay down on the desk and fell asleep. After all, he had spent almost the entire previous day in battle and slaughter, fighting from day until midnight, leaving him utterly exhausted.
Zhou Chen spent the entire morning class in a deep sleep, and his deskmate Lin Bauer was considerate enough not to disturb him.
It wasn't until the school bell rang that Zhou Chen finally got up from his desk.
Zhou Chen, you finally woke up. You've slept the whole morning. What did you do last night to be so tired?
Lin Bauer pouted and questioned, but secretly wondered, could it be that Zhou Chen was with another woman last night? I didn't do anything, I just slept at home the whole time.
I remember you have a jia, could it be that?
Lin Bauer suddenly widened her mouth as if she thought of something indescribable, leaving Zhou Chen speechless.
What in the world is going on in your head?
You seem so pure usually, how is it that your mind is filled with such things?
He. Lin Bauer laughed carefree and then asked, by the way, Zhou Chen, do you know how Xiqing is?
She didn't come to class today.
Oh, really? The class monitor didn't come today? Hearing Lin Bauer say this, Zhou Chen looked towards Yi Xiqing's seat unexpectedly. She was absent today.
As the class monitor, Yi Xiqing had never taken a sick leave. However, Zhou Chen didn't pay much attention to it. She might be sick, or perhaps she was traumatized by yesterday's events. After that, Zhou Chen left the school and headed to the Tamed Beast shop to buy the necessary energy potions. The Tamed Beast game is indeed the most expensive one. Yesterday he earned 850,000 beast coins. Today he bought 7 bottles of intermediate energy potions and some fruits and fodder that the winged dragon horse liked, and he was left with just over 90,000. These fruits and fodder were prepared for the winged dragon horse, which currently needed ample nutrition. Relying solely on energy potions wasn't enough. This is like how a person can't survive on glucose alone. They still need to eat some vegetables, fruits, and meat to supplement vitamins and proteins. After leaving the store, Zhou Chen arrived at an empty grassy field, summoning the Windwing unicorn and placing fruits and hay in front of it. Hiss! Seeing so much delicious food, the Windwing unicorn appeared very excited. Eat up, Xiaoxue, all of this is prepared for you. Since the Windwing unicorn was as white as snow, Zhou Chen simply named it Xiaoxue. Hiss! The Windwing unicorn seemed to love this name, gently nuzzling Zhou Chen's chest with its big head, before lowering its head to happily feast on all the fresh fruits and hay. After eating, the Windwing unicorn began to let loose on the grass field, running wildly. The Windwing unicorn was very fast, comparable to Yi Xiqing's Dark Moon Wolf, truly deserving of being called a 1,000-mile horse. When it got tired from running, it would return to Zhou Chen, drink a bottle of intermediate energy potion, recharge its stamina, and level up, while the Windwing unicorn's health continued to improve. And so, a week went by. During this week, Zhou Chen attended classes in the morning and spent the afternoons playing with his 2 beasts. It was like taking care of 2 children. Once the money ran out, he would go to the arena for a few matches. The money earned, while not enough to make him rich, at least took care of his food and drink. Moreover, Zhou Chen was now quite well known in the arena, boasting a 23-game winning streak with no defeats, making countless people envious. However, for this entire week, Yi Xiqing had not come to school, almost as if she had vanished into thin air. Some classmates were worried about her and asked the homeroom teacher, who replied that she had taken medical leave. This undoubtedly increased their worry for her. Hey, Zhou Chen, should we go check on Xiqing? It's been a week, and I'm a bit worried about her illness. Plus, she helped me find my beast before, so I should really thank her properly. That day, Lin Bauer asked if Zhou Chen wanted to visit Yi Xiqing. Sure, let's go together. Zhou Chen readily agreed, seeing as he had nothing else to do in the afternoon. He went shopping with Lin Bauer to buy some fruit for the visit and many of Yi Xiqing's favorite snacks. Originally, this money was trivial for Zhou Chen, but Lin Bauer insisted on paying, saying it was her gesture of goodwill towards Yi Xiqing. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Zhou Chen relented. Following Lin Bauer to Yi Xiqing's home, he found it was not wealthy, slightly better than Zhou Chen's previous home. Lin Bauer pressed the doorbell, and a lazy voice immediately came from inside. Who is it? Xiqing, it's me, Lin Bauer. I'm here to see you, open the door quickly. Oh, it's Bauer. I'm coming right now. Yi Xiqing quickly came over, and with a creak, opened the door. The moment she opened it, all 3 of them froze. Yi Xiqing had messy hair and was wrapped in bandages, wearing only a loose-fitting undergarment, nearly naked.
Zhou Chen got an eyeful.
Zhou Chen carefully inspected Yi Xiqing's figure. No wonder she was the class flower, she looked so cute even without makeup. However, the only downside was that Yi Xiqing's face seemed to be injured, covered with medical cotton. Her skin was as white as snow, and her body was alluring, especially now. It was as if she were an enchanting little seductress. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, Yi Xiqing's face instantly flushed red. Her ears turned pink from shyness, making her look even cuter.
Aha! Bang!
Yi Xiqing shyly let out a scream, then forcefully closed the door, raising her voice and saying,
Zhou Chen! What are you doing here? Do I even need to ask? I'm obviously here with Bayer to see you. By the way, what's going on? Even at home, you shouldn't be dressed so lightly, right?
I didn't want to either, but my attending physician told me to wear loose clothes as much as possible.
Alright, hurry up and get dressed.
After a long while, Yi Xiqing put on a nightgown and opened the door. Her face was as red as an apple, making her look really cute. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, she couldn't help but lower her head, afraid to make eye contact with him, feeling quite embarrassed. Indeed, any beautiful woman would look good in anything. Even now, Yi Xiqing exuded a hint of allure. Watching Yi Xiqing like this made Zhou Chen frustrated.
He had clearly been holding his phone just a moment ago. How could he forget to take a picture? Zhou Chen, you didn't see anything just now, right?
Yi Xiqing asked shyly, fearful that Zhou Chen might spill the beans.
If he did, she would have no face left to show anyone. Don't worry, I didn't see anything. Zhou Chen said, then quietly added, not seeing anything would be strange with that size, who wouldn't see it? Zhou Chen.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiqing's face turned even redder, as if it could bleed. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Lin Bayer quickly interjected, Alright, stop messing around.
Xiqing, what happened to you? Why are you so hurt?
As you can see, I got injured, but it's nothing. I'll be fine in a few days. After all, I have to participate in the college entrance examination soon.
But how did you get hurt? What happened?
Looking at Yi Xiqing's body wrapped in bandages and gauze, Lin Bayer's heart ached. Especially on Yi Xiqing's face, there were also scars, and if things went wrong, there was a risk of leaving scars. If that happened, Yi Xiqing would be disfigured. Yi Xiqing is the person she likes the most, without exception.
You don't need to ask about this, it's my family matter.
Yi Xiqing explained, lowering her head, but before she could finish, Zhou Chen spoke up.
Is it related to Yi Yangyu?
Zhou Chen remembered that he saw Yi Xiqing was together with Yi Yangyu at that time, and it seemed they were arguing about something.
The very next day, Yi Xiqing stopped coming to school. If he said these two incidents had no relation, he would never believe it. Did you see that? Yi Xiqing asked quietly.
Xiqing, your problems are my problems. Just tell me, if you're in trouble, I will definitely help you.
Bauer, thank you.
After hearing Lin Bauer's words, Yi Xiqing nodded slowly and then recounted the whole story.
In fact, Yi Yangyu is my twin brother.
What? This revelation surprised both Zhou Chen and Lin Bauer. Upon closer inspection, Yi Yangyu and Yi Xiqing really looked very similar, as if they were cut from the same mold.
Xiqing, is this true? It's true, he is my brother.
We had a good relationship, but when we were 6 years old, my mom cheated, and because of that, my dad and mom had a huge fight and ended up getting divorced. I stayed with my mom, and my brother went with my dad. From then on, we became like strangers. Dad and mom each started new families. He has a new family, and I also have a younger brother. His stepmother is not nice to him and often treats him like a punching bag. I'm similar. Since my younger brother arrived, I have distinctly felt that my stepdad and mom no longer care about me. So I can understand my brother's feelings. I don't blame him for hating our mom because I feel the same way. But no matter how our parents were, it couldn't change the fact that we are twins, so I've always wanted to improve my relationship with my brother. That day was no different. I tried inviting him over for dinner, but he refused and we ended up arguing. While we were arguing, he summoned the red feather eagle, and I called out Little Moon, and just like that, we started to fight. But Little Moon was simply no match for the red feather eagle. In trying to protect Little Moon, I was inadvertently caught up in the red feather eagle's devastating move, leaving me wounded.
Perhaps this is the end of our sibling relationship? After hearing Yi Siqing's words, Zhou Chen and Lin Bei'er were both silent.
Especially Zhou Chen, who could understand the pain in Yi Siqing's heart because he also had a Jia, and they were just as close. If one day, Jia didn't acknowledge him as her brother, Zhou Chen would be very sad too.
Alright, let's not talk about that. You haven't had lunch yet, right?
I'll go prepare something for you. Yi Siqing smiled slightly and stood to head to the kitchen, seemingly confident in her cooking skills. No need, we can just have some snacks. You really shouldn't be doing any strenuous activity right now.
Yeah, Siqing, we're not hungry, you don't need to busy yourself.
Zhou Chen and Lin Bei'er hurriedly stopped Yi Siqing. She was a patient, after all, how could they let her cook?
Oh, it's fine.
My injuries have healed a lot, and I happen to have some pork belly at home, so wait for the delicious braised pork I'm going to make. Yi Siqing smiled, then slowly walked into the kitchen.
Zhou Chen couldn't stop her, so he let her be.
Besides, he had heard from the other girls in the class that the class monitor's cooking was extraordinary, so he was curious to see just how good Yi Siqing's food would be. However, he didn't notice that upon hearing Yi Siqing was going to cook for them, Lin Bei'er's face turned pale, as if she were facing a terrifying poisonous snake. As Yi Siqing walked into the kitchen, took out raw meat from the fridge, and started cooking, less than 5 minutes passed.
Boom!
Suddenly, there was a loud bang from the kitchen, sounding like a gas tank exploding, and thick smoke billowed out from the crack under the door. Hearing this explosion, Zhou Chen and Lin Bei'er were practically frozen in shock, and at that moment, they heard Yi Siqing's voice from the kitchen. Oh no, I used sugar instead of salt, there is nothing I can do, I'll just have to add half a bag of salt. I messed up, I added too much vinegar, I poured in half a bottle.
How about adding some tomatoes and eggs to the braised pork? That should be okay, right? Or how about putting in some chili sauce?
This way, the braised pork should taste really good.
Delicious? Yeah, right.
Listening to the ingredients Yi Siqing was adding, Zhou Chen was dumbfounded.
Is this even food?
It's clearly a culinary disaster.
Putting eggs and tomatoes in braised pork? Is this something carbon-based life forms can come up with? Adding half a bag of salt, isn't that going to kill you?
After hearing Yi Siqing's words, Lin Bei'er asked in horror, what have you done, Zhou Chen? Why didn't you stop Siqing just now?
The food she makes, even dogs want to eat.
I didn't know the class monitor's cooking was this bad? I heard classmates say before that the class monitor's cooking was exceptional.
It's exceptionally awful. Eat this today and you'll be going to hell tomorrow.
No matter what it is, even cooking instant noodles, as long as it's in Siqing's hands, it'll turn into a culinary disaster.
We're doomed now. With a creak, the kitchen door opened, and Yi Siqing came out dejected, carrying a plate of charred remains.
What was supposed to be a plate of braised pork had somehow turned into a block of charcoal, and there was even a burnt smell.
Sorry, I messed it up, you guys make do with it. Meat is so expensive now, we can't waste food.
Zhou Chen rolled his eyes at her, letting her figure out who was actually wasting food. However, Zhou Chen still gave Yi Siqing some face, picking up a piece of braised pork. Oh no, it was a piece of charcoal, and putting it in his mouth to taste. As soon as it was in his mouth, Zhou Chen couldn't help but spit it out.
With half a bag of salt in it, it was nauseating.
Class monitor, this salt of yours is amazing, it has a faint meat flavor.
Is it really that bad?
Yi Siqing also put a piece in her mouth, and just like Zhou Chen, she spat it out within a second.
Wow! This is horrible. So you know it's bad? Never mind, I'll handle this.
Zhou Chen walked into the kitchen and prepared a table of braised pork that looked relatively normal, placing it in front of Yi Siqing.
Here, eat up. It may not be as good as a 5-star chef, but it's definitely better than what you made. Hee, thank you.
Yi Siqing smiled, her smile was still so beautiful. Then she took a bite of the braised pork Zhou Chen made.
This is so delicious. Zhou Chen, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Isn't that obvious? This is really too delicious, even better than what my mom makes. If you like it, I can make it for you again sometime. Hee hee, let us make a promise. A promised thing must be done.
Yi Siqing smiled sweetly, then started eating her lunch heartily. After finishing, Yi Siqing suddenly blushed.
Zhou Chen, could you step out for a moment? I want Bayer to help me change my bandages. Change your bandages? What is wrong? I need to take off my clothes. Hee hee, no problem, if Bayer can do it, so can I. I'll help you.
Zhou Chen let out a wicked laugh, and the moment he recalled Yi Siqing in her underwear flickered in his mind, he couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild.
Get lost.
In the end, Zhou Chen went outside. After Lin Bauer helped Yi Siqing change her bandages, she returned with Zhou Chen, while Yi Siqing still needed a few more days to rest. But this matter is far from over.
The next day, Zhou Chen and Lin Bauer arrived at Class 3, and stood in front of Yi Yangyu, showing no deference simply because he was Yi Siqing's brother.
How could someone who brutalized a twin Jia like that be worthy of being Yi Siqing's brother? Moreover, Yi Siqing often helped Zhou Chen and even said she would help him find a suitable tamed beast when she had the time. But at that time, Zhou Chen had already bound to the system and had encountered the demonic bloodvine which was in the process of mutation, so he refused, but he appreciated the gesture. Now that Yi Siqing was so severely injured, Zhou Chen naturally wanted to stand up for her.
Did you really beat our class monitor to that extent? Zhou Chen coldly asked. Monitor? Oh, you must be talking about Sicheng? That woman asked you to come here.
HTT Rho Delta.
Bang!
Before he could finish, Zhou Chen threw a punch at his head, the immense force sending Yi Yangyu flying. Zhou Chen had already enhanced his speed and strength in a hand-to-hand fight. 10 Yi Yangyus wouldn't be a match for him. The loud bang instantly drew the attention of everyone else in the class, all of whom were silently watching Zhou Chen, including Xia Chuqing. She was also a student from Class 1, currently staring blankly at the scene. But Zhou Chen didn't have time to notice her. He grabbed hold of Yi Yangyu's collar.
What do you mean by that woman? She is your own Jia. Do you have any idea that because of you, Siqing might end up disfigured? So what if she is my Jia? What does that have to do with me? Their family's survival has nothing to do with me.
A hint of resentment appeared in Yi Yangyu's eyes. He didn't regard Yi Siqing as family at all. I know about your family situation and I know you haven't had a great time these years, but Siqing sees you as her big brother. How could you dare to hurt her like that? As Zhou Chen raised his fist and hit Yi Yangyu's mouth again, Yi Yangyu grunted in pain, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth.
So what if it is?
With Yi Yangyu pinned against the wall, a vicious expression crossed his face as he smirked slightly. Suddenly, a tamed beast formation appeared behind him, and the scarlet feather hawk flew out from within the formation. Its sharp beak lunged towards Zhou Chen like a spear, and if it were to strike, even with Zhou Chen's enhanced physique, it would mean certain death.
Zhou Chen, be careful.
Seeing the scarlet feather hawk fly out, Lin Bear hurriedly shouted and tried to summon her tamed beast, but it was too late. However, the scenario where Zhou Chen gets pierced by the scarlet feather hawk did not occur. He managed to summon the demonic bloodvine in time to protect himself.
You want to avenge that woman, huh? Then let's do it. How about a tamed beast showdown?
If you win, you can do as you please. If you lose, get lost and don't act all high and mighty in front of me.
Do you dare? What is there to be afraid of? I'll come.
Since you don't treat Siqing as family, I won't treat you as her brother either.
Zhou Chen snorted coldly, then went to the dueling arena with Yi Yangyu.
The area outside the dueling arena was packed with people. Tamed beast battles were always the most exciting events, nothing was more thrilling to watch. Moreover, this time, the popular student from Dragonfall First High, Yi Yangyu, was also participating. Although Yi Yangyu wasn't the strongest, his looks were definitely among the top among boys, naturally attracting numerous fangirls. Dragonfall First High consists of both a junior and a senior division, so even many junior girls cheered for Yi Yangyu, and some even publicly confessed their feelings, blowing kisses at him.
Senior Yi Yangyu. Go for it. Defeat that guy on the other side. Brother Yangyu, I like you. Brother Yang, I want to marry you.
Listening to the words from outside, Zhou Chen was directly speechless.
Are today's kids this mature?
I can't deny it, being handsome really allows one to do as they please. With Yi Yangyu's looks, the right and wrong of the situation became irrelevant.
Ah, Sister Chuqing, good morning.
Outside the dueling arena, a beautiful girl suddenly walked up to Xiao Chuqing, smiling and greeting her.
Well, good morning, Xiao Jing.
After glancing at the newcomer, Xiao Chuqing revealed a wry smile. The girl was named Tang Jing, a sophomore this year, but she was very powerful, ranking 5th on the student leaderboard, and she was the only sophomore among the top 5. She had a very good relationship with Xiao Chuqing. They had been close friends since childhood. Tang Jing had a pure, sweet, and cute appearance, and she was just as beautiful as Xiao Chuqing, plus her tamed beast was also very strong. Naturally, her looks attracted quite a few boys, but for some unknown reason, this girl wasn't interested in any of them. She was into girls and liked only Xiao Chuqing.
The first love letter Xiao Chuqing ever received was written by Tang Jing. After writing the love letter, she passionately pursued Xiao Chuqing, with an enthusiasm rivaling Yi Yangyu. Over time, the students at school all knew that she was into girls, and she openly admitted it.
Hey!
Isn't that scumbag Yi Yangyu? What happened to him? And who's that person opposite him?
They look like they have a deep-seated grudge against each other.
I don't know what happened either.
Early this morning, that person rushed into our classroom and knocked Yi Yangyu to the ground with a single punch, which really startled me.
Humph, I don't know who they are, but they did a good job. Damn Yi Yangyu, how dare he steal my girlfriend?
If I could beat him, I would have dealt with him already.
Nonsense, who is your girlfriend?
Hearing Tang Jing call her girlfriend in front of everyone, Xiao Chuqing's face instantly turned red, and she shyly scolded her.
Hee hee, why are you blushing, girlfriend? Come here, let me give you a kiss. Go away. Don't come over here.
Hee hee, it's not like we haven't kissed before. Come on, girlfriend, just one kiss.
Help!
There's a pervert here.
In the dueling arena, Zhou Chen and Yi Yangyu both released their tamed beasts.
After a week, Yi Yangyu's Qiyu Eagle level increased significantly, from level 37 to 39, and he was about to break through level 40. Meanwhile, the level of demonic bloodvine also rose to level 33. Although its strength increased, it probably still wasn't a match for Qiyu Eagle.
Humph, just a plant-type beast, it can't possibly compete with Qiyu Eagle. Upon seeing Zhou Chen's demonic bloodvine, Yi Yangyu snorted disdainfully. Plant-type beasts inherently have weak attack power and can't compete with animal-type beasts.
Moreover, his Qiyu Eagle is a dual-type beast of wind and fire, which counters the wood type of demonic bloodvine, and its level is also 7 levels higher than demonic bloodvine, so he naturally looks down on Zhou Chen. But the real reason he couldn't stand Zhou Chen was that Zhou Chen spoke up for Yi Xiqing. If it weren't for their mother, he wouldn't have suffered so much. Whether or not it's your opponent, you'll find out soon enough.
Little Vine, attack. Whoosh!
Demonic bloodvine immediately lashed out with its vine that resembled a long whip, attacking Qiyu Eagle at lightning speed.
Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Qiyu Eagle, dodge it. Fly up high and set its vines on fire. Awah!
Qiyu Eagle let out a sharp cry and soared into the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters. Due to the threefold barrier, Qiyu Eagle couldn't fly out of it, so it could only ascend to 100 meters.
However, even so, Qiyu Eagle had already evaded the attack from demonic bloodvine's vines. Demonic bloodvine's vines could only extend to a maximum height of 60 meters, unable to reach Qiyu Eagle.
Ha ha ha, how could the mice on the ground possibly compete with the eagle soaring in the sky? Qiyu Eagle, it's time, use Fire Feather Meteor and burn that demonic bloodvine to ashes.
Roar!
Qiyu Eagle was engulfed in blazing flames, resembling a phoenix in the process of rebirth, with all its feathers shooting toward demonic bloodvine.
Not good, little vine, quickly dodge its attack.
If you're hit by the fire, it's over for you. Zhou Chen knew well that demonic bloodvine was weak against fire, so he immediately ordered demonic bloodvine to dodge. However, the Fire Feather Meteor from Qiyu Eagle was a wide-range attack. It's not that easy to avoid.
Bang!
Demonic Bloodvine quickly retracted its vines to evade Chiyu Eagle's attack, but being a plant, it was slow to move, and in the end, it was carelessly struck by the fire feather. Before long, more vines were ignited by the flames, and if this continued, Demonic Bloodvine would soon be reduced to ashes.
Little Vine quickly cut off the vines.
Demonic Bloodvine, having listened to Zhou Chen's words, immediately severed the vine, thus avoiding being reduced to ashes by the flames.
Humph, how presumptuous! Your struggles are futile before me.
If you don't want your beast to turn to ashes, you might as well surrender quickly and disappear from my sight.
This is it, that person is going to lose.
Watching Zhou Chen find himself at a disadvantage, Xia Chuqing frowned slightly, and Tang Jing nodded in agreement.
Indeed, even though I really dislike Yi Yangyu, I have to admit he's quite strong.
The red feather hawk is fast and has strong attacks. Plus, it can fly, completely compensating for its weak defense. Although most people didn't hold out much hope for Zhou Chen, there were still supporters, like Lin Bauer and Jia.
Zhou Chen, go! Teach him a good lesson. Avenge Si Chen. Zhou Chen. Go for it.
I don't know what happened, but don't lose to him. There's no choice now, the red feather hawk can fly. Looks like I'll have to let Shaohui enter the fray early. Originally, Zhou Chen planned to use the Windwing Dragon Horse as a trump card for the college entrance exam, but Yi Yangyu was too tough to deal with, so he had no choice but to send the Windwing Dragon Horse out early.
Come forth, Windwing Dragon Horse.
Hiss hiss hiss. As soon as Zhou Chen's voice fell, a sound of horse neighing came from behind, and then a handsome white horse courageously leaped out from the tamed beast summoning array. It happily ran around Zhou Chen, its eyes filled with passionate fighting spirit.
Shaohui, go! Use Phoenix Wing Sky Soaring.
Hiss hiss hiss. The Windwing Dragon Horse neighed and charged toward the red feather hawk, surrounded by a whirlwind, forming a pair of transparent wings from the wind. Suddenly, the Windwing Dragon Horse jumped high, soaring into the sky with storm wings flapping. It was fast, putting it in league with the red feather hawk. This past week, Zhou Chen had been training the Windwing Dragon Horse intensively, and now it had reached level 26, looking incredibly handsome.
What? You're also a bronze level beast tamer? Seeing Zhou Chen summon the Windwing Dragon Horse, Yi Yangyu was taken aback.
A week ago, he had been thoroughly defeated by Xia Chuqing, who had just broken through to become a bronze level beast tamer, but he didn't feel all that humiliated.
Xia Chuqing was a genius, this was a recognized fact.
Moreover, coming from a wealthy family with plenty of methods and potions for cultivating mental strength, becoming a bronze level beast tamer at 18 was not surprising.
But what was Zhou Chen?
Just a nobody, and yet he was also a bronze level beast tamer.
Is the bronze level beast tamer market flooded now?
Sorry, I became a bronze level beast tamer a week ago.
Don't say I'm bullying you with 2 against 1. If you have the ability, you can summon another tamed beast too.
Yi Yangyu was furious because what Zhou Chen said was exactly what Xia Chuqing had said to him a week ago when he lost, but now that it came from Zhou Chen, it sounded even more mocking.
The most shocked were the spectators outside the dueling arena.
When they saw Zhou Chen summon a second tamed beast, they all wore astonished expressions. What the heck, that guy named Zhou Chen turns out to be a bronze level beast tamer too?
Is it that worthless now to be a bronze level? First Xia Chuqing, now Zhou Chen, what on earth is going on? Could it be that breaking through to a bronze level beast tamer is that easy?
We won talk about the school beauty, she really does have that talent and strength, but what about Zhou Chen?
How could he also become a bronze level beast tamer? Is he somehow more monstrous than Xia Chuqing?
However, his Windwing Dragon Horse seems to only be a general tier beast, so it shouldn't be a match for the school beauty. Having 2 bronze level beast tamers appear in the same year, the principal is definitely going to be thrilled about this.
I really want to see these 2 monsters battle. 2 bronze level beast tamers will surely be interesting. Zhou Chen, when did you become a bronze level beast tamer? Why didn't you tell me?
But you're so awesome.
That Windwing Dragon Horse is so cool.
Seeing Zhou Chen summon the Windwing Dragon Horse, Lin Bauer was surprised yet also delighted, immediately cheering Zhou Chen on.
With 2 against 1, Zhou Chen is sure to win. So my brother, has he already become a Black Iron Tier Beast Tamer? I didn't even know.
When Jia saw the Windwing Dragon Horse, her expression was one of shock, clearly not expecting Zhou Chen to be a Black Iron Tier Beast Tamer and have contracted a second beast. It's no wonder, the Windwing Dragon Horse is Zhou Chen's secret weapon, so naturally he couldn't share that information with others, not even with Jia. If it weren't for demonic Bloodvine not being a match for the Crimson Feather Hawk, Zhou Chen wouldn't have let the Windwing Dragon Horse make its appearance early.
That guy is also a Black Iron Tier?
Seeing that Zhou Chen is also a Black Iron Tier Beast Tamer, Xiao Chuqing's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
All along, she has been the pride of the heavens, enjoying the adoration of many like a goddess.
However, Zhou Chen's appearance challenged her. Indeed, the Windwing Dragon Horse summoned by Zhou Chen is nowhere near as powerful as the explosive Rock Mastiff, but her having the explosive Rock Mastiff is merely due to luck. If it weren't for her good fortune in finding a martial tier tamed beast, she'd probably be at Zhou Chen's level now, or might even be worse off than him. Therefore, when she looked at Zhou Chen, a hint of battle intent appeared in Xiao Chuqing's eyes. In the dueling arena, the Windwing Dragon Horse and the Crimson Feather Hawk exchanged blows. Although the Windwing Dragon Horse's attack power is inferior to that of the Crimson Feather Hawk, they were evenly matched in speed. If they were at the same level, the Windwing Dragon Horse's speed would likely surpass that of the Crimson Feather Hawk.
Bang 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 bang. A continuous series of battle sounds echoed from above. Although currently it's hard to tell who is winning, the Windwing Dragon Horse is clearly at a disadvantage. If it weren't for its speed, which helped it evade the Crimson Feather Hawk's attacks, it might have already lost. Even if you've become a Black Iron Tier Beast Tamer, so what? Your tamed beast is still a general tier tamed beast. Even if it's 1 against 2, my Crimson Feather Hawk won't lose to you. TCH, let's see about that. Zhou Chen smiled slightly, then turned to Demonic Bloodvine.
Little Vine, lie on Xiao Shui just like we practiced before. As long as you can cooperate, the Crimson Feather Hawk won't be your match. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the Windwing Dragon Horse immediately descended and allowed Demonic Bloodvine's vines to wrap around its body. Demonic Bloodvine's vines enveloped the Windwing Dragon Horse's body and limbs, as if encasing it in armor. This not only enhanced the Windwing Dragon Horse's defense but did not affect its speed at all. Though the vines of Demonic Bloodvine carry toxins, don't forget, the Windwing Dragon Horse has the Azure Dragon bloodline, which bestows it with formidable vitality. Moreover, Demonic Bloodvine would suppress its own toxins, so the toxins from Demonic Bloodvine wouldn't harm the Windwing Dragon Horse. This was an accidental discovery by Zhou Chen while playing with the two beasts. By arming the Windwing Dragon Horse with Demonic Bloodvine, Zhou Chen referred to this form as Demonic Blood War Horse. Demonic Bloodvine enhanced the Windwing Dragon Horse's defense and attack, while the Windwing Dragon Horse boosted Demonic Bloodvine's speed and granted it the ability to fly. The combination of the two beasts achieved an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Seeing the united Demonic Blood War Horse of Demonic Bloodvine and the Windwing Dragon Horse, Zhou Chen had a sudden idea. What if he wrapped Demonic Bloodvine's vines around himself, arming himself with Demonic Bloodvine? Wouldn't he be able to enhance his combat power, allowing him to rival the beasts? Zhou Chen even thought of a name for it, Demonic Blood Warrior Tier or Demonic Blood Warrior. If he were to ride the Windwing Dragon Horse, it would then be Demonic Blood Knight. At that time, he could personally battle alongside the beasts. Just thinking about it seemed exhilarating. However, Zhou Chen was merely thinking and didn't dare to try. The Windwing Dragon Horse isn't afraid of the deadly poison from Demonic Bloodvine, but Zhou Chen is. When Zhou Chen enhances his body's resistance to all poisons, only then will he let Demonic Bloodvine arm him. For now, he should focus on defeating the Crimson Feather Hawk. Little Vine, Little Snow, go forth and defeat that guy. Hiss hiss hiss. The Windwing Dragon Horse let out a cry and then swiftly flew towards the Crimson Feather Hawk. Crimson Feather Hawk, use Fire Feather Meteor, burn them to ashes. Woo woo. The Crimson Feather Eagle launched another explosive feather, but this time, it should not expect to hit the Demonic Bloodvine again. The Windwing Pegasus swiftly dodged the Crimson Feather Eagle's attacks while getting closer, searching for an opportunity to take it down. Ruabun said. Finally, after continuous attacks, the Crimson Feather Eagle showed signs of fatigue.
Little vine, now's the time, use venom thorn coil. Don't let it escape. Whoosh!
The demonic bloodvine on the Windwing Pegasus immediately released over 20 vines, entangling the Crimson Feather Eagle and began to absorb its blood.
Not good, Crimson Feather Eagle, quickly break free.
Seeing the Crimson Feather Eagle caught in the vines, Yi Yangyu felt anxious. He knew the Crimson Feather Eagle wasn't good at close combat, and once caught, defeat was inevitable. He immediately commanded the Crimson Feather Eagle to break free from the demonic bloodvine's vines. However, the Crimson Feather Eagle lacked the strength to escape and its stamina was rapidly declining.
This is bad, those vines are poisonous. As the fourth best beast tamer in the school, Yi Yangyu could easily tell that the demonic bloodvine's vines were highly toxic.
Crimson Feather Eagle, try to burn those vines off.
Oh whoa!
The Crimson Feather Eagle tried to breathe fire, but it simply didn't have the strength left.
This isn't good. At this rate, the Crimson Feather Eagle will be killed. Come back, we concede this match.
With no choice, Yi Yangyu had to admit defeat and recalled the Crimson Feather Eagle into the soul space.
What? Are you conceding?
Seeing Yi Yangyu suddenly recall the Crimson Feather Eagle meant that Zhou Chen had won this decisive battle.
Now Zhou Chen was ranked 4th in the student leaderboard, and Yi Yangyu and others would drop 1 rank.
Yi Yangyu was 5th, Tang Jing 6th, and Yi Xiqing 7th, with the rest following suit. You may have won this duel, but it's just the beginning. During the college entrance examination, I will definitely return the favor.
Hee hee, do you think you still have that chance? The loser faces the consequences. Little vine, go for it.
The match had ended. Zhou Chen had won, but his objectives were not yet achieved.
If he didn't teach him a lesson, how could he face Yi Xiqing?
He had to properly punish his family member who had treated him that way.
The demonic bloodvine tightly wrapped around Yi Yangyu. He couldn't withstand its strength and let out a pained cry. Wait, is he going to kill Yi Yangyu? How could that be? The dueling arena doesn't allow killing. Isn't Zhou Chen aware of this? Hee hee, now there's a good show to watch. What would happen if Zhou Chen really killed someone? I don't know, but I guess he could spend his whole life enjoying himself, right? Anyway, expulsion is certain. Zhou Chen. Stop. Zhou Chen. Please stop. Are you crazy?
Seeing this scene, Lin Bear and Jia were both gasping in shock. Though this world respects strength, indiscriminate killing is unacceptable. Murderers are punished with death, and using beasts to kill is an unforgivable crime. Lin Bear and Jia were extremely worried that Zhou Chen would ruin his life by killing Yi Yangyu. Especially Jia, whose family life had finally improved. If Zhou Chen died, that would destroy the family.
Zhou Chen, please stop. Class monitor, why is she here?
Just then, Zhou Chen suddenly heard Yi Xiqing's voice. He turned around to see her looking at him with a worried expression from outside the barrier. There were others too, like Jia, Lin Bear, other classmates from Class 3, and their homeroom teacher, Chen Jing. Everyone was watching him with the eyes of spectators. At that moment, Zhou Chen seemed to be the center of the world. Zhou Chen glanced at Yi Yangyu, who had been injured by the demonic bloodvine. The injury wasn't severe and should heal in about 10 to 15 days. Zhou Chen didn't let the demonic bloodvine go all out. He wasn't stupid enough to kill someone in front of so many people, risking his life over someone like Yi Yangyu. His real goal was simply to vent some frustration for Yi Xiqing. There was no need to escalate it to the level of killing in public. Seeing that the fight was about done, Zhou Chen ordered the demonic bloodvine to let Yi Yangyu go. At this moment, Yi Xiqing also limped in from outside the barrier. After hearing Lin Bauer talk about how Zhou Chen fought with Yi Yangyu over her, she was worried that Yi Yangyu would harm Zhou Chen and immediately rushed over. However, she never expected that the victor would be Zhou Chen, and that Zhou Chen would even become a Black Iron level beast tamer. An 18-year-old Black Iron level beast tamer has limitless potential. Yi Xiqing didn't want Zhou Chen to tarnish his own future for her sake. Class monitor, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to rest for a few more days? Bauer told me you got into a fight with my brother, so I came to check on you. Zhou Chen. Thank you. Yi Xiqing, with tears welling up, suddenly hugged Zhou Chen and whispered thanks in his ear. Thank you for standing up for me. You've already done more than enough for me,
truly. Thank you so much. Class monitor, you.
Suddenly hugged by a beautiful woman, Zhou Chen felt extremely awkward. In his life, apart from Jia Jia hugging him when he was little, he hadn't embraced any other girl.
Yi Sikan then released Zhou Chen and limped towards Yi Yangyu. Brother. Heh, are you here to pity me?
Yi Yangyu was not grateful and still treated Yi Sikan with a dismissive attitude.
Brother, what are you saying? Do we really need to let things get this bad between us? No matter what mom and dad do, it can't change the fact that we're twins. And I never forced you to forgive mom.
I just hope that we, brother and sister, can reconcile.
We were so close when we were kids. Why do we have to reach this point of animosity after mom and dad's divorce? You injured me last time, and now you're injured too. We're even. If you really want to sever our sibling relationship completely, then I'll grant your wish. With that, Yi Sikan took Zhou Chen's hand and left the dueling arena. But before leaving, Zhou Chen walked up to Yi Yangyu. Since you're her brother, don't make Jia cry. After saying that, Zhou Chen left the dueling arena without looking back.
As soon as he got outside, a petite figure rushed into his arms. It was none other than Jia.
Brother! Do you know how scared I was? Did you even consider my feelings? What would happen to me if something happened to you? What about this family? You absolutely can't do something like this again next time.
As she spoke, Jia sobbed in Zhou Chen's arms.
Heh, talk about a quick slap in the face. Zhou Chen said helplessly. He had just told Yi Yangyu, since you're her brother, don't make Jia cry, only to make Jia cry now. Okay, stop crying, alright? You look like a little drowned rat. Do you think your big brother is an idiot? Of course, I know what I'm doing. No, you are. La la la.
Jia playfully stuck out her tongue.
You little brat.
Anyway, I'm confident in what I do, so you don't need to worry about me.
Zhou Chen ruffled Jia's hair and then looked at Yi Sikan. Haven't you always wanted to improve your relationship with your brother? Aren't you going to see him? No.
Yi Sikan shook her head and said. You almost ruined your future trying to help me get revenge.
I don't want to drag anyone else into our issues. Ha, but I didn't even know you had contracted a second beast? Zhou Chen, you're really good at keeping secrets. Yeah, Zhou Chen, you even kept it from me. That's too much.
Jia said indignantly, yet she was still adorable even when angry. Hee, I was planning to surprise you all during the college entrance exam.
I don't care.
In any case, Zhou Chen, you must tell me how you broke through to become a Black Iron level beast tamer.
I want to become a Black Iron level beast tamer too and contract a second beast. Alright, I'll tell you everything when we get home. Excuse me, classmate, your name is Zhou Chen, right?
As Zhou Chen and the others were talking, the school beauty Xia Chuqing suddenly walked over, accompanied by a few other girls. She looked at Zhou Chen with a smile, like the leader of a group of playful hooligans.
Yes, I am Zhou Chen. Is there something you need, classmate Xia Chuqing?
Looking at Xia Chuqing, Zhou Chen found her incredibly beautiful.
Just then, a cool breeze blew, carrying the distinct scent of Xia Chuqing's perfume. However, he wasn't sure why Xia Chuqing had approached him. Perhaps she was here to challenge him? After all, they were both Black Iron level beast tamers. Seeing Xia Chuqing proactively approach Zhou Chen, others also started to spectate, eager to see a fight break out between the two. You're quite impressive. I thought only Sister Chuqing could become a Black Iron rank beast tamer at 18, but I didn't expect you to be one too. The battle just now was truly eye-opening. Especially when the two beasts combined their powers, it was so cool, hee. Before Xia Chuqing could respond, Tang Jing, standing beside her, chimed in with a giggle. May I ask who you are? This is Zhou Chen. She's Tang Jing, a classmate from our second year class 3. She's also the flower of our class and the strongest in the second year. She's ranked 5th on the student leaderboard. No wait, Zhou Chen, you're now 4th, so she's 6th. Anyway, she's very powerful. I didn't expect you to be Jia's brother too, what a coincidence. It seems the world is really small. Let me introduce myself again, my name is Tang Jing. You can call me Xiao Jing. I'm the woman who's going to marry Sister Xia Chuqing. As soon as Tang Jing finished speaking, Xia Chuqing impatiently pushed her away. Her best friend was great in every way, except she was too clingy, like a devoted fan. Xiao Jing, stop talking nonsense. What does it matter? Anyway, this kid is definitely captivated by Sister Chuqing's beauty, making him my love rival, Tang Jing. Tang Jing said nonchalantly, then turned her gaze to Zhou Chen and immediately issued a challenge without hesitation. Classmate Zhou Chen, let me tell you, don't think you can pursue Sister Chuqing just because you beat Yi Yangyu. If you want to pursue her, you have to get past me first. Huh? Why? Zhou Chen had heard of Tang Jing. After all, her constant declarations of the school beauty is my woman, Xia Chuqing is my wife had spread throughout the entire school. He naturally knew this girl was a lesbian. Do I even need to say? Because Sister Chuqing is my wife. If you want to steal my wife, you have to ask me, her husband. If you're not even as good as me, what right do you have to touch my wife? Do you really want to be with Xia Chuqing that much? Of course. Then I have a great idea. Zhou Chen smiled slightly, a wicked idea forming in his mind. What is it? After I beat Xia Chuqing, why don't you and she both become my girlfriends? That way, you won't have to be apart. Besides, I don't mind having an extra wife. Who would think they have too many wives? What do you say? You scoundrel. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Tang Jing's face flushed with embarrassment, looking quite adorable. All right, you go stand aside. At this moment, Xia Chuqing, with a helpless expression, pushed Tang Jing aside. Then, looking at Zhou Chen, she smiled and issued a challenge. Defeating Yi Yangyu shows your strength is considerable. I'm looking forward to our battle, but how about we save our fight for the college entrance examination? Sure. I hope you'll go easy on me then. Zhou Chen readily accepted the challenge. However, in a head-on confrontation, Zhou Chen was no match for Xia Chuqing, otherwise, he would have made Xia Chuqing his girlfriend right then and there. Me too. I hope you'll guide me well then. With that, Xia Chuqing left with her group of friends. Before leaving, Tang Jing didn't forget to make a cute face at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, quickly tell me how you broke through to become a black iron rank beast tamer. Don't tell me it was talent, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. Jia stared intently at Zhou Chen's eyes, as if she could tell if he was lying. Perhaps this was the telepathic connection between siblings. Even Yi Siken and Lin Bauer were watching Zhou Chen intently. The allure of becoming a black iron rank beast tamer was immense. If there was any way to achieve it quickly, it would be ideal. Now it was Zhou Chen's turn to be troubled. He couldn't possibly tell them about his system. Helplessly, he resorted to a fabricated story. I happened to see someone selling a potion to rapidly enhance mental power, so I bought a few bottles. Unexpectedly, I broke through to become a black iron rank beast tamer about a week ago. Upon hearing this, all three fell silent. Although they found it hard to believe, their subconscious minds tended to accept Zhou Chen's explanation. There are certainly drugs that can enhance mental strength, but they are extremely expensive and in very limited supply, practically impossible to find on the market. Just being able to get a single bottle is already quite lucky, which is why no one else is bothering Zhou Chen. However, at this moment, news of Zhou Chen being a black iron level beast tamer spread throughout the entire school. In a single school, 2 black iron level beast tamers emerged, and when the principal heard this, he couldn't stop smiling, as if he was dreaming of it. He immediately came to find Zhou Chen personally and gifted him 5 bottles of intermediate energy potion. Don't think that 5 bottles of intermediate energy potion is a small number. That's 500,000 beast coins. For a principal to be willing to give Zhou Chen 500,000 beast coins, that shows quite a bit of sincerity, especially since principals usually don't have much money. The principal's request was also very simple. He hoped to use these intermediate energy potions to train his own beasts well, hoping for excellent results in the crucial exams half a month later, to bring honor to the school. Zhou Chen naturally agreed happily. It was a win-win deal.
Originally, Zhou Chen planned to use the 5 bottles of intermediate energy potion to train his 2 beasts properly, but upon seeing the almost tearful eyes of Jia, he sighed and reluctantly gave 1 bottle of intermediate energy potion to him.
Is it the case that all brothers, no, all boys can't withstand a girl's coquetry? Zhou Chen couldn't help but think about this.
As time passed day by day, the half-month quickly flew by, and the highly anticipated Beast Tamer exams finally arrived. On the eve of the exams, Zhou Chen's parents unexpectedly came home. Usually, they barely saw each other once a month, yet here they were.
Dad, Mom, why are you back?
Looking at the middle-aged couple who had returned, Zhou Chen kindly asked, although he had guessed their purpose for coming, he couldn't help but ask. Both had lines on their faces, dressed in plain clothes, holding fruits, meats, and vegetables. It seemed they were preparing to treat Zhou Chen to a big meal before his exams.
Zhou Chen's father was named Zhou Xian, and his mother was Wang Lin. Both were ordinary workers and had stable jobs. They relied on their meager incomes to support the family. What do you need to ask?
Silly child, tomorrow is your exam day. We obviously have to come back to see you. His mother Wang Lin said with a slight smile, holding up the ribs she was carrying. We even bought you ribs later. We'll make your favorite braised ribs for you. You child, you became a beast tamer but didn't inform us. We could have shared in the joy. If it weren't for Jia telling me you had become a black iron level beast tamer, we wouldn't have known that you're now doing well. We would have thought you were just the same as before.
Father Zhou Xian smiled too. With both of his children becoming beast tamers, he had every reason to believe that their future days would be better. Mom, Dad.
Zhou Chen looked at his parents and then at Jia. What could be happier than having his family all safe and sound? Today is an extremely important day for Huagua, a turning point in the fate of millions of high school seniors, the Beast Tamer exam. Early this morning, reporters from national media prepared various equipment, eager to report first-hand information. Meanwhile, people all over the country were eagerly anticipating this exam, hoping for a few top-scoring students. Even media from abroad were paying attention to Huagua at this moment. Huagua was undoubtedly the focus of the world. At this moment, at the entrance of Dragonfall First High, rows of elite soldiers from the City Defense Army stood guard. Next to every soldier stood a General Firewolf, sitting motionless like a sculpture beside the soldiers, looking like a blazing inferno. But their fierce gaze was intimidating. They looked on with tension in their muscles, as if anyone dared to cause trouble, this pack of firewolves would swarm and devour the troublemaker down to the last bone. Golden sunlight shone on the soldiers and firewolves, wrapping them in a veil of gold, glimmering and majestic. Today, all high school seniors from the central part of Huagua would come here to take the exam. Not just students from Dragonfall City, but even examinees from surrounding special cities would come here. This is because Dragonfall City is one of the first special cities established, boasting a history of hundreds of years. Since the appearance of beasts, it has always protected humanity, holding historical significance, so every year for the exam, surrounding special cities come to Dragonfall City to participate. Dragonfall First High is one of the most famous schools in Dragonfall City, which is why this is the examination site for the college entrance exam. Across from the main gate, countless parents are watching the school, hoping to catch a glimpse of their students inside. If you observe carefully, you'll notice that most parents are more anxious than the students, sweating in the palms of their hands. At the same time, this college entrance exam is being live-streamed online, allowing everyone to witness this grand event on their phones. At this moment, Zhou Chen's parents are sitting at home, their eyes glued to the phone screen, eagerly waiting to see their son's figure. On the streets of Dragonfall First High, bus after bus is arriving at the school under the escort of a group of soldiers, filled with high school seniors from other cities. Of course, all these students have tamed beasts. Those without tamed beasts do not need to come here and can take the written exam at their own schools. The college entrance exam is divided into 2 types, the literary exam and the martial exam. Students who are not beast tamers only need to take the literary exam. After all, participating in the martial exam requires coming to Dragonfall First High, and there could be various risks along the way. Without a tamed beast, it would be a burden. Students who are already beast tamers need to participate in both the literary and martial exams, but compared to the literary exam, beast tamers focus more on the martial exam. This is because beast tamers emphasize combat strength. Theoretical knowledge is not unimportant but also not extremely crucial. As the last bus arrives, it marks the official start of the college entrance exam for beast tamers.
Wow! Zhou-Chen, there are so many people.
I didn't expect that even with so many non-beast tamer students sent here, there would still be so many.
There must be thousands of them.
Looking at the sea of people around, Lin Bauer couldn't help but exclaim, "It's a good thing Dragonfall First High is spacious, otherwise, it really couldn't hold these thousands of people."
Zhou-Chen nodded, in deep agreement, standing on the playground with thousands of others.
Although it was still morning and not very hot, it felt as if the scorching heat of summer was already upon them. Well, after all, students from the entire central region of Huaguai are here. And Huaguai has several 100 million people. Having tens of thousands of beast tamers in the senior year is quite normal.
What does this crowd matter?
The truly overcrowded schools are in the imperial capital, which is the capital of Huaguai. I heard that every time the college entrance exam comes around, middle school and first and second year high school students are given leave, and it's not just the schools, even the streets are packed with people, causing traffic jams.
Compared to the imperial capital, we are just a small stir.
At this moment, Yi Xiqing also joined the conversation with interest, recalling the time Zhou-Chen stood up for her. Thus, their relationship has evolved beyond that of ordinary classmates, essentially friends but not quite lovers. Also, right after Zhou-Chen beat up Yi Yangyu, that evening, Yi Yangyu sent her a text message, which contained only one phrase, "Sorry for what happened before." Although it was just 6 short words, it still improved the relationship between Yi Xiqing and the Yi siblings. At least now when they meet, it's not cold and distant, they will at least greet each other.
Today is the annual college entrance exam. At that moment, the loudspeaker in the school suddenly blared with the principal's voice. No need for pleasantries, I won't say much more. I hope everyone takes the exam with integrity. Any cheating will be dealt with severely. Finally, I wish all the seniors good luck on the college entrance exam and achieve the results they desire, without failing Huaguai or the human race. After the principal finished speaking, the time reached 8:30, and all candidates began to enter the examination room one after another. The literary exam officially began. The literary exam for beast tamers is not about language, math, English, or physics, but rather tests the theoretical knowledge of beast tamers. For example, what does a certain beast eat? What materials does a certain beast need to evolve? It is similar to biology. Additionally, it also tests the history of beast tamers, as history cannot be forgotten. We must remember the contributions made by countless predecessor beast tamers for the human race.
In short, it boils down to these two aspects, with the latter being relatively simple. After all, the invasion of Earth by beasts has only been happening for about 500 years. Compared to Huaguai's nearly 6,000 years of glorious history, this 500 years is merely a fleeting moment. What truly troubles students is the theoretical knowledge exam about beasts, which makes most students hesitant. However, the score from the literary exam only accounts for 20% of the overall college entrance exam score. The real focus is on the martial exam in the afternoon. For the literary exam, Zhou-Chen is not anxious with the beast evolution system. The answers to those theoretical knowledge questions are almost in Zhou-Chen's mind.
Less than half an hour into the exam, Zhou-Chen finished the paper and lay on the desk to take a nap. Hey! What's going on with this candidate? He was answering well just now, writing vigorously, and now he's fallen asleep after barely half an hour?
In the monitoring room, the chief examiner frowned slightly as he looked at Zhou-Chen, his expression revealing disappointment in him.
The chief examiner is a military officer from the City Defense Army.
Although he's a soldier, he excels in theoretical knowledge, which is why he took on the role of chief examiner for this year's college entrance examination. Watching the other candidates frantically writing on their test papers, fearful of not having enough time, he felt a sense of relief. But when he saw Zhou-Chen, his eyes were filled with profound disappointment.
Old Lu, don't worry about it too much. Maybe he thinks this question is too easy?
Perhaps, but if he gave up on his own, then he'll just have to fend for himself in society. After the written exam, Zhou-Chen had lunch with Yi Xiqing and Lin Bauer, waiting for the afternoon martial arts exam.
So, Zhou-Chen and Bauer, how did you do on the morning exam?
After lunch, Yi Xiqing smiled sweetly and asked with interest. Seeing the brilliant smile on her face, it was clear that she had done quite well.
Me?
It was okay, just so, Zhou Chen chuckled. He didn't want to say he got everything right and risk demoralizing others.
Tisk, Zhou Chen, stop pretending.
I saw with my own eyes that you wrote for less than half an hour before you lay down and fell asleep.
There is no way you knew everything, right?
Lin Bear and Zhou Chen were in the same testing room, and she witnessed Zhou Chen writing for less than half an hour before falling asleep for the rest of the time. She wouldn't believe it for anything that Zhou Chen couldn't handle those questions.
Zhou Chen, you're just too ungrateful, aren't you?
You finished so quickly and didn't even think to help me out, even pass me a little note would VE been fine.
I was almost unable to finish.
Ha!
How is that my fault?
Zhou Chen exclaimed unfairly. He wanted to help Lin Bear, but they were too far apart, one against the wall and the other by the window. In that situation, trying to pass a note was just too difficult.
So Zhou Chen had to give up.
I wanted to help you, Bear, but you know how strict the invigilators are.
Lin Bear certainly knew how strict the invigilators were.
She didn't mean to blame Zhou Chen, she just wanted someone to vent her frustrations. Sai, there's nothing we can do now, we can only pin our hopes on the afternoon martial arts exam.
Alright, let's just wait patiently for the afternoon martial arts exam, okay?
I'll tell you, my little moon has leveled up again, and this time I'm sure to get a good score. Yi Xiqing had a confident look. It turned out that over the past half-month, she had tried every means to level up her dark moon wolf. Plus, her brother, Yi Yangyu, specially gave her a mid-level energy potion to make up for her, which significantly boosted the dark moon wolf's level. In just half a month, the dark moon wolf's level had jumped from 30 to 37. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen and Lin Bear's tamed beasts also leveled up significantly, so for this beast tamer college entrance examination, the three of them were determined to succeed. Time quickly passed to the afternoon, and the martial arts exam was about to begin. The martial arts exam consists of two parts. The first is a comprehensive test where candidates summon their tamed beasts to engage in a duel with the examiner's tamed beasts.
The examiner will assess the tamed beast's strength and potential and determine how many points the candidates should receive. Although the content of this exam is very simple, it accounts for 20% of the total exam score. The second part is the Secret Realm trial, where the examiners take the candidates into the Secret Realm to engage in real combat with the tamed beasts inside. It's similar to a practical class.
Of course, before the examiners select the Secret Realm, they judge the realm's level, ensuring it's a safe one, where there won't be overly powerful beasts. Additionally, the entire process is live-streamed via drones, and should anything go awry, the examiners will enter the Secret Realm for rescue right away. However, even so, many people still die during the college entrance examination. They don't die at the jaws of the beasts, but rather at the hands of their companions or are betrayed by them. For instance, if a group of people is being chased by beasts, someone will push their companion towards the beast to survive themselves. Although examiners strictly prohibit this method, it still happens quite often. After all, living is better than dying.
Even if they face punishment afterward, at least they survived. Now, the martial arts exam begins.
Students whose names are called, please come up to the dueling arena, summon your tamed beasts, and battle with the examiner's tamed beast, the firewolf. As long as you can last for 3 minutes against the examiner's tamed beast, you will pass the exam and receive full marks.
Those who do not last 3 minutes will be given a score based on the specific time. Of course, the examiners will ensure the beasts are suppressed to level 40 so they won't instantly annihilate everyone.
The chief examiner announced the rules of the exam. Immediately, 200 examiners entered 4 dueling arenas, with ferocious firewolves beside them. Zhou Chen glanced at the levels of those firewolves, and was surprised to see that they were all above level 100, with some even exceeding level 150. Although the firewolves are all general tier beasts, a level 150 firewolf is still formidable even if their strength is suppressed to level 40, they are not easy to handle. Fortunately, it is not necessary to defeat those firewolves, simply enduring for 3 minutes in the presence of the examiners is sufficient. After all the candidates became familiar with the exam rules, the chief examiners began to call out names.
Each group of candidates has 200 participants, who will battle in 4 dueling arenas. As the first group of candidates stepped onto the dueling arena, they summoned their own tamed beasts to confront the examiners' firewolves. Although the examiners made the firewolves suppress their strength, they were still incredibly fierce at the very start of the exam. They charged forward and shocked both the candidates and their beasts half to death. Many candidates didn't last even 3 seconds, let alone 3 minutes. Only a handful of less than 10 in the first group managed to pass the exam. Wow! The candidates in this first group are so weak. Out of 200 people, only 8 passed the exam. That pass rate is just too low. Seeing that only 8 people passed the exam, Lin Bayer was astonished. Jochen couldn't help but smile and said, "Those candidates' tamed beasts are generally only level 20, with most people's tamed beasts being warrior tier, making it impossible for them to last 3 minutes against the firewolves. At the end of the day, tamed beasts are a game for the wealthy without money. Anything said is pointless." However, these people are still quite lucky. At least they are beast tamers and won't have to worry about their future lives. But for many others, they have no tamed beasts, and they may remain ordinary people throughout their lives. I think you can understand their feelings, right? Lin Bayer could definitely understand, as just a month ago, she was also an ordinary person, even worse than those candidates below. As time went by, tens of thousands of candidates took to the stage one after another, but none caught Zhou Chen's attention. But just then, the chief examiner suddenly called out a name, Xia Chuqing, the school belle of Dragonfall First High. Zhou Chen immediately looked at Xia Chuqing, wanting to know just how strong she was now. After all, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Zhou Chen had not forgotten that Xia Chuqing had always wanted to challenge him and was important to be well prepared. Upon hearing her name, Xia Chuqing slowly walked up to the dueling arena. As soon as Xia Chuqing appeared, she instantly attracted the attention of all the candidates, both boys and girls, who were captivated by her stunning looks. Wow! That beauty is so gorgeous. So beautiful. If only she were my girlfriend. No, I have to make her my girlfriend. What if she already has a boyfriend? What if she is already living with another man? Then wouldn't that be amazing? A married woman, I'm into that, hee. What is that scoundrel doing next to me? As she stepped onto the dueling arena, Xia Chuqing flipped her hair. Her flowing long hair made her look like a queen, causing the audience outside to swoon. If it weren't for the barrier, they probably would have rushed in to confess their feelings to Xia Chuqing. Xia Chuqing seemed to thoroughly enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention, her lips curling into a sweet smile. She left the female examiner across from her stunned, wondering, "Girl, are you here to take the exam or to show off?" But she really is very beautiful. If only this girl were my Jia. Unknowingly, even the examiners were almost enchanted by Xia Chuqing's fairy-like beauty. Ahem, this student, please begin the examination? Alright, come forth, Ice Moon Fox, Explosive Rock Mastiff. Xia Chuqing raised her hand and gently called out. With the appearance of a tamed beast formation, 2 beasts, one red and one blue, appeared beside Xia Chuqing. Ah! Martial Tier Beast. Upon seeing Xia Chuqing's beasts, the female examiner across from her was taken aback, especially stunned by the nearly 2-meter-tall Explosive Rock Mastiff. She clearly didn't expect to see a martial tier tamed beast here. Xia Chuqing's strength has increased again? Should we call her wealthy now? Zhou Chen took a glance at the Ice Moon Fox and Explosive Rock Mastiff, and his jaw dropped. Because Xia Chuqing's Ice Moon Fox was already level 40, and the Explosive Rock Mastiff was level 30, which basically made them top-tier combatants among the candidates. Looking at the 2 powerful beasts, Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the wealthy. Someone once said that a wealthy person is not necessarily a powerful beast tamer, but a powerful beast tamer is definitely wealthy. Now, Zhou Chen firmly believes in this statement. Because to cultivate tamed beasts, you cannot do without money. Xia Chuqing is incredibly rich and must have plenty of money to buy energy potions. Beginner energy potions are as common as tap water, while intermediate energy potions are akin to drinks. Furthermore, the Ice Moon Fox and Explosive Rock Mastiff are top-tier beasts, so it's no surprise that they level up quickly. Even more surprising are the people from other cities. It's their first time seeing Xia Chuqing. They initially thought that Xia Chuqing's beauty was astonishing,
but they didn't expect her strength to be so impressive.
Look at that big Tibetan Mastiff, isn't that an explosive rock mastiff at martial tier? I've seen this beast in the northern part of the beast forest before. The other ice moon fox is also nice, right? It looks cute and has a high level.
It shouldn't have any problem beating that fire wolf across from us.
Aren't you surprised that Xia Chuqing is already a black iron level beast tamer? She looks about 18 years old, right? An 18-year-old black iron level beast tamer, oh my gosh?
It's over, Xia Chuqing is so strong, it looks like we stand no chance.
Yeah, with her being so strong, her partner must be even stronger, right? There's no way we could be better than her. Oh dear, how unfair can you be, Heaven?
Not only did you open a door for others, but you also opened several windows and even knocked down a wall for her. While you closed the door on us, locked the windows, and even let our heads get caught in the door. When the two tamed beasts appeared, the entire venue erupted with excitement. And this battle held no suspense as the strongest at Dragonfall First High, Xia Chuqing nearly scared the opposing firewolf into submission. And Xia Chuqing successfully achieved a perfect score. After this group of candidates finished, several other groups went up, including Yi Xiqing and Lin Bayer, who also performed quite well. Yi Xiqing successfully endured for 3 minutes, earning a perfect score, but Lin Bayer was not so lucky. Her saber-toothed beast was only level 20 and still very young, but with its strong defense, it barely lasted for 2 minutes, ultimately scoring over 70 points, which was just enough to pass. Among them were several powerful beast tamers, such as Yi Yangyu, whose injuries had healed after half a month of rest. Moreover, his Crimson Feather Eagle has also reached level 40. Additionally, there was a candidate named Zhao Lei, who has a level 42 Abyss Thunder Leopard, a general tier beast with immense strength. He is also ranked second in the student leaderboard at Dragonfall First High. His brother Zhao Zhe is ranked third in the student leaderboard at Dragonfall First High. His tamed beast is a black marsh dragon snake, which is level 40, a general tier beast. Many strong individuals from other cities also appeared, including some martial tier beasts, but so far, only Xia Chuqing is a black iron level beast tamer. As the exam continued, soon the head examiner called out Zhou Chen's name. Upon hearing his name, Zhou Chen slowly walked up to the dueling arena. The moment Zhou Chen appeared, the students of Dragonfall First High couldn't take their eyes off him, including Xia Chuqing, Zhao Lei, Zhao Zhe, and Yi Yangyu. These top 5 students on the leaderboard were naturally concerned about Zhou Chen's strength. Especially Zhao Lei and Zhao Zhe, who certainly didn't want to be surpassed by Zhou Chen like Yi Yangyu. Release your tamed beast? The examiner in front of Zhou Chen was indeed Xia Chuqing's examiner, and at that moment her beast had already awoken, staring menacingly at Zhou Chen. Alright, little tendril, little snow, come out. Zhou Chen shouted lightly, and then summoned 2 tamed beasts. Now, Zhou Chen's demonic bloodvine had reached a terrifying level of 39 and was about to break through to level 40. Although the level of demonic bloodvine was not as high as Zhao Lei and Zhao Zhe's, and even lower than Yi Yangyu's, when it came to strength, demonic bloodvine was definitely not weak. Besides, Zhou Chen had 2 tamed beasts, didn't he? The Windwing Dragon Horse was already at level 36, running faster than before, and it was unclear if it had activated the dragon's bloodline within. The vitality of the Windwing Dragon Horse was particularly strong, and it possessed an extreme self-healing ability. Even if it got stabbed, within a minute the wound would heal. Look, another black iron level beast tamer. This year at Dragonfall First High is incredible, they actually have 2 black iron level beast tamers. That purple vine looks really frightening. Yeah, I wonder what the strength is like. Will it just be a facade, especially since most plant-type beasts have very weak combat power? What bad luck, how come there's another black iron level beast tamer? Seeing that Zhou Chen was also a black iron level beast tamer, the female examiner felt like crying without tears. Why did she have to run into 2 black iron level beast tamers? Fortunately, Zhou Chen's tamed beasts were not martial tier. Otherwise, her firewolf would probably be scared into fainting again. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, something surprising happened. Little tendril, little snow, merge into the demonic blood warhorse and deal with that firewolf. As soon as Zhou Chen's voice fell, demonic bloodvine extended its tendrils wrapping around the wind-winged dragon horse.
The two beasts once again merged, transforming into a demonic blood war horse.
Although it was just wrapping demonic bloodvine around the wind-winged dragon horse, their combat strength was on a completely different level.
What on earth is this?
Now it was the female examiner's turn to be baffled.
What exactly was he trying to do by wrapping one beast around another?
But soon Zhou Chen explained it to her through action.
Go!
Hiss hiss hiss. The wind-winged dragon horse roared and charged at the fire wolf. The wind-winged dragon horse was incredibly fast and in the blink of an eye was right in front of the fire wolf.
Not good, I didn't expect this beast to be this fast. Firewolf, use fireball quickly.
Little tendril, use venom thorn coil and bind the firewolf's mouth. Before the firewolf could open its massive mouth to spit fire, Zhou Chen commanded demonic bloodvine to use its ultimate move. In an instant, demonic bloodvine whipped its tendrils out, tightly coiling around the firewolf's body.
Despite the firewolf being incredibly hot, demonic bloodvine didn't loosen its grip.
Instead, it drove its tendrils deep into the firewolf's body, beginning to absorb its blood.
Demonic bloodvine absorbed blood rapidly, and the firewolf quickly became weak, but Zhou Chen was not complacent.
It is important to know that the firewolf was currently suppressing its strength at level 40, and as long as it wanted to, it could break free from the grip of demonic bloodvine at any time.
Wind-winged dragon horse, give it the final blow.
Hiss. Taking advantage of the moment, the wind-winged dragon horse charged forward swiftly, and together with demonic bloodvine, the two beasts teamed up to knock the firewolf away.
What?
Seeing the wind-winged dragon horse actually knock the firewolf away, the female examiner was very surprised. Although her firewolf had suppressed its strength to level 40, it wasn't something an ordinary beast could defeat. But what she didn't know was that the firewolf had already been challenged by many people before, and it was somewhat worn out.
Moreover, the combination of demonic bloodvine and the wind dragon horse is seamless.
With the firewolf having been poisoned by demonic bloodvine, its strength has decreased, which is why it was knocked away by the wind dragon horse. However, as the firewolf was knocked away, Zhou Chen also passed the exam, scoring full marks. By the time it was Zhou Chen's group, they were already the last group, and it was already 5:30 in the afternoon, with the sun setting. This exam could be considered over, as the secret realm trial was set to begin tomorrow. The written exam and this comprehensive test only account for 40% of the college entrance examination score. The real highlight is tomorrow's secret realm trial. For Zhou Chen, the secret realm trial is the true test of a beast tamer's abilities. As for today, it was merely child's play. On the next day, after a night of rest, Zhou Chen returned to Dragonfall First High and boarded a bus with other students to a location in front of a secret realm.
Is this the secret realm?
Looking at the vast forest before him, Zhou Chen murmured thoughtfully. As far as he knew, a secret realm is a place with spatial rifts, filled with a vast number of beasts, extremely dangerous. To prevent the beasts inside from harming people, China's beast tamers have set up large defensive barriers around it to stop any beasts from escaping.
But, where are the beasts here?
Zhou Chen looked around but saw no beasts or large barriers. There wasn't even a guard soldier in sight, just an ordinary forest.
Could it be that the city defense soldiers took the wrong path? That clearly can't be. How could they not know where the secret realm is?
Since it's not a wrong turn, it indicates that this secret realm is indeed more complicated. And that is exactly the case. China needs to keep certain measures in place to research the spatial rifts in the secret realm. Thus, they concealed the large barrier using optical camouflage technology, making the secret realm appear just like an ordinary forest from the outside.
Not only that, but to make it even more indistinguishable, they also released a harmless hallucinogenic gas into the air.
Once someone attempts to forcefully enter the secret realm, they will inhale the hallucinogenic gas, leading to hallucinations, resulting in them circling around the secret realm as if encountering a ghost wall, eventually leaving the area.
Only by following the city defense soldiers can one safely enter the secret realm.
Sure enough, Zhou Chen suddenly saw that the city defense soldiers seemed to have done something, causing a crack to appear in an open area, just large enough for 3 buses to enter. Through this suddenly appeared crack, the exam candidates boarded the bus and entered the interior of the secret realm.
Roar!
As soon as he entered the secret realm, Zhou Chen heard a terrifying roar. The roars of beasts were incessant, and sounded even scarier than those outside the secret realm. Welcome, students, to the secret realm. There are tens of thousands, even over 100,000 beasts inside, and our third exam will be conducted here. Your task is to hunt beasts and earn points. Before the exam starts, the teachers will give you an electronic scoreboard, which can record your points. Hunting warrior tier beasts will earn you 1 point, hunting general tier beasts will earn you 10 points, and hunting martial tier beasts will earn you 100 points. We won't make things too difficult for everyone. This is just an ordinary secret realm, with no beasts above martial tier inside. The strongest among them is merely a level 50 martial tier beast, the iron-armored magic turtle, which moves slowly. Even if you encounter it, you can run away. At that time, if you have the ability, you can also take it down. Let me think, regardless of whether you are individuals or in teams, if you can defeat this iron-armored magic turtle, I will give you 500 points. If it's a team, you can distribute the 500 points among yourselves. How about that? Isn't that a decent reward? Additionally, to make the exam more interesting, students can also snatch each other's electronic scores. In that case, their points will become yours. Of course, this is only limited to snatching points. Harming others' lives is not permitted. The exam will be live streamed throughout, and if anyone encounters danger, the examiners will come to the rescue. The exam will run from 9 a.m. today to 9 a.m. tomorrow, so please do your best to survive. Don't become food for the beasts. Finally, I wish all exam candidates the best of luck. Now, I declare that the college entrance examination secret realm trial starts now. With the chief examiner's command, the class teachers distributed the electronic scoreboards to their classes, and the exam officially began. As soon as the exam started, the carefree Lin Bauer ran over to Zhou Chen, seeking his protection. After all, Lin Bauer was too weak herself. Zhou Chen, the great god, please take me along in this exam. After it's done, I'll treat you to a buffet. Bauer, do you think I'm a beggar? You think a buffet will just dismiss me? Zhou Chen looked at Lin Bauer with a bewildered expression. Although this team up for the secret realm trial was the most cost-effective, Zhou Chen wanted to team up with Lin Bauer. But Lin Bauer wanted to get rid of him after just one meal. Didn't she think too little of him? Well, what do you want then? One buffet is fine, or even 10. Lin Bauer blushed and asked, secretly thinking, he wouldn't want me to have his baby again, would he? Last time he asked me to do that. This time he must be asking for a second child. Let me think. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment, and suddenly an extremely malicious idea sprang to his mind. How about you call me Daddy first? What? Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Lin Bauer's face instantly turned crimson, and she widened her eyes in shock at Zhou Chen. Although she was shy, she felt a sense of relief in her heart. Fortunately, he wasn't asking me to have a second child. Zhou Chen, you're crossing the line. Can't you call me brother instead of daddy? If that doesn't work, can we change the terms? Lin Bauer's cheeks were flushed, making her look adorable as she shyly lowered her head. She was a few months younger than Zhou Chen, so calling him brother wouldn't be inappropriate. Changing the terms is fine too. Then how about giving me a child? Hey! No, wait, you already owe me a child. So why not just go ahead and have a second one for me? Daddy! Upon hearing the request for a second child, Lin Bauer directly shouted Daddy at Zhou Chen. Is that enough? Good daughter, this exam is so interesting. Out of nowhere, I have a daughter now, ha! Zhou Chen ruffled Lin Bauer's hair, while Lin Bauer's ears turned red, and she lowered her head, too shy to look at Zhou Chen. I have already. I've called you Daddy, so you have to take me flying. Alright, go flirt once you're done. Don't forget the drone is live streaming the entire thing. Saying this, Yi Xiqing pointed to the helicopter overhead. Just as Yi Xiqing mentioned, the conversation between Zhou Chen and Lin Bauer had already been broadcasted online. The entire internet was amused by the dialogue between Lin Bauer and Zhou Chen, especially Lin Bauer's shy and adorable appearance, which earned her a bunch of fans. Included among them were Zhou Chen's parents and Jia. At that moment, the three of them were sitting on the sofa, watching the live stream of Zhou Chen intently.
Zhou Chen, what are you doing? Isn't this the time to find me a sister-in-law? Aren't you taking an exam? Is it really okay to flirt during an exam? Jia looked at Zhou Chen on the livestream, speechless. She was supposed to go to school today, but since it was Zhou Chen's exam day, she skipped class instead. Looking at Lin Bayer, Zhou Xian asked Wang Lin, Xiaolin, what do you think of this girl? I've seen this girl at parent-teacher meetings before. She seems nice, and she has been Xiaocheng's classmate since elementary school. If she becomes our daughter-in-law, do you agree? What else not to agree with? I really like this girl. She has known Xiaocheng for 12 years. If Xiaocheng marries her, I'd be quite happy. Wait, Dad and Mom, is this really the time to be picking a daughter-in-law? Zhou Xian and Wang Lin replied, what's wrong with that? We are content with this daughter-in-law. Just as the candidates were preparing to set off to hunt the beast in the secret realm, the deputy examiner suddenly spoke up. Also, one more thing to note, did everyone see the sign behind me? At this point, Zhou Chen finally noticed that there was a wooden sign behind the deputy examiner. To help students achieve better results, we have prepared many tasks. These tasks have been issued by the teachers of each academy. As long as you complete the tasks issued by your academy, it will greatly increase your chances of being admitted. I wish everyone a smooth examination. After the deputy examiner finished speaking, all the candidates rushed towards the large wooden sign. The sign listed many tasks, categorized into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D according to difficulty. Completing an S-level task can earn you 100 points. An A-level task offers 80 points, and it decreases from there. At the very top, the S-level task is to hunt the martial tier beast iron-armored turtle and obtain its beast core. Completing this task earns 100 points, and with the additional 500 points from hunting the iron-armored turtle, simply taking down one beast can yield a total of 600 points. The academy issuing this task is a university called Bei Academy, located in the imperial capital, and even in the capital, it is a prestigious university. Bei Academy has been established for over 100 years and has produced many powerful beast tamers almost every year. Zhou Chen, which task should we choose? Lin Bayer gazed at the dazzling array of tasks on the wooden sign, feeling overwhelmed, and she couldn't help but ask Zhou Chen, who was now the decisive one. However, before Zhou Chen could speak, Yi Siqing chimed in. Choosing a task that is too low level is pointless, and picking one that is too high may not be feasible. In my opinion, we should go for an A-level task. That way, we have a greater chance of completing it. Zhou Chen, what do you think? I think we can take on more missions. No one said we can only take one, nor that we must complete every mission we accept. We can completely take on all the missions. It doesn't matter if we can't finish any of them. In the end, it's all about the number of points we accumulate. As long as we get enough points, we'll be fine. That makes sense. Yi Siqing nodded, agreeing with Zhou Chen's words. The three of them then accepted many missions, taking on several from each level, including the most difficult one. Without further delay, the trio ventured deeper into the forest to hunt beasts. Roar, roar. Admittedly, there were more beasts in the secret realm than outside. Roars echoed around them as all three summoned their own summoned beasts. Soon, a pack of foolish beasts, a total of 20 thunder leopards, approached Zhou Chen, seeking their demise. These were warrior tier beasts, around level 20, and incredibly fast. Roar, roar. The lead thunder leopard let out a furious roar, and the pack charged towards the trio. With muscles coiled and released like arrows from a bow, the thunder leopards dashed towards them with blinding speed, leaving no time for reaction. However, Zhou Chen showed no panic. While the thunder leopards were fast, his demonic bloodvine was no pushover. Whoosh! Before Zhou Chen could even speak, the demonic bloodvine, like a Venus flytrap sensing an attack on its master, proactively shielded him. Dozens of vines, like tentacles, ensnared the lunging thunder leopards, relentlessly draining their blood. At level 39, the demonic bloodvine's blood-draining ability was incredibly potent. In an instant, several thunder leopards were reduced to mere husks. Xiaoyu, use Dark Moonstrike and finish off that pack of thunder leopards. Howl! The Dark Moon Celestial Wolf let out a ferocious howl, baring its sharp fangs before vanishing like a phantom into the pack. Its speed surpassed even the Thunder Leopards. Before the pack could react, they were turned into corpses by the Dark Moon Celestial Wolf. Zhou Chen and Yi Sikan each earned 10 points. As for Lin Bauer, she received no points since she didn't hunt any beasts. Hey! That's not fair, you guys didn't even leave one for me?
Seeing that both Zhou Chen and Yi Sikan had gained 10 points, Lin Bauer felt a mix of envy and jealousy.
Sorry Bauer, I'll leave one for you next time, Yi Sikan chuckled softly.
The three then proceeded to extract the Thunder Leopard's beast cores. These cores were theirs to keep, adding to their personal wealth.
This is why many people make a fortune during the annual college entrance exam.
After extracting the beast cores, Zhou Chen mounted the Wind-Winged Dragon Horse, while Yi Sikan and Lin Bauer rode on the Dark Moon Celestial Wolf, heading deeper into the secret realm to hunt more powerful beasts.
As for why Lin Bauer wasn't riding her own saber-toothed beast.
Well, grown saber-toothed beasts are covered in sharp saber-like teeth on their backs, making them resemble a hedgehog. If Lin Bauer sat on it, tearing her pants would be the least of her worries. It would be truly a painful experience. Shortly after they left, a group of people arrived, with their leader staring intently in the direction Zhou Chen and the others had gone.
Haha, boss, those two girls look quite fetching. Looks like we'll have some fun this time. Alright, fifth.
It's the college entrance exam, so stop thinking about such things.
After the exam, once we made some money, I'll give you as many women as you want.
They just got 20 points and 20 beast cores, which is worth 100,000 beast coins. We can chase after them and snatch their points and beast cores.
Ha, second brother really knows what he's talking about.
100,000 beast coins is enough for us to have a good time for over a month.
Let us go up there and make them hand over their points and beast cores.
If they refuse, we'll do it right in front of his girlfriend. No, even if he hands over the points and beast cores, we'll still do his girlfriend.
You're shameless, but I like it, ha.
Alright, all of you, shut up. The leader spoke, and the others immediately fell silent. That person is an Iron Tier beast tamer. He doesn't look easy to deal with, so we can't act rashly. We'll follow them, like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind.
When they're exhausted, we'll strike and take them all down.
We'll seize their points and beast cores.
As for the two girls, you can do whatever you want with them. Thank you, boss, for your generosity. Let us go, follow them.
The group then followed Zhou Chen and the others. They had many electronic badges on them, indicating they had already robbed quite a few examinees.
Without an electronic tag, points cannot be recorded.
This means that once the electronic tag is taken away, one must either find a way to snatch it back, or seize the electronic tags from other candidates, or simply give up on the college entrance examination.
Giving up on the college entrance examination is not an option since the electronic tag has already been taken. It's unrealistic to think of reclaiming it. Therefore, the only way for the candidates whose electronic tags have been stolen is to go after the electronic tags of weaker candidates.
As a result, all the candidates in the entire secret realm are caught up in this plundering frenzy.
Over 2 hours have passed since the trial in the secret realm began, and it's almost noon.
During these 2 hours, Zhou Chen and his companions have been charging forward, effortlessly gaining a lot of points. Currently, Zhou Chen has accumulated 96 points, having killed 5 general tier beasts, which provided him with a substantial amount of points. Meanwhile, Yi Sicheng has 55 points, having also dealt with 2 general tier beasts. As for Lin Bauer, her luck hasn't been as good, with only a mere 30 points. This is still thanks to Zhou Chen and Yi Sicheng's help, since her saber-toothed beast is too weak. Though there are many beasts in the secret realm, they are all low-tier beasts. Not to mention martial tier beasts, even general tier beasts are quite rare. It's truly to be expected of a regular secret realm. It's mundane to the point of being unremarkable.
Even the outskirts of the beast forest are far more dangerous than this secret realm.
Thus, Zhou Chen can only kill these low-tier beasts.
Let's see what my current ranking is. As he spoke, Zhou Chen raised the electronic tag in his hand. Besides recording points, the electronic tag can also display the points leaderboard. As of now, Zhou Chen's points rank him 15th, which is quite an achievement. After all, being 15th among tens of thousands of candidates is no small feat. The top rank is taken by Xia Chuqing, with a score of 186 points. She must have completed an A-level or S-level task, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to achieve such a score in such a short time. Seeing that it was already noon, Zhou Chen and his companions began to prepare lunch. The teacher didn't provide them with lunch, and candidates were not allowed to bring their own. Therefore, Zhou Chen had to prepare lunch himself, which consisted of the beast's blood and meat. Beast meat is rich in protein and nutrients, making it a great supplement for both humans and beasts. Zhou Chen was currently preparing the flesh of a swift wolf, simply skinning it and then starting a fire by rubbing sticks together. Zhou Chen had already increased his strength and speed several times using enhancement points, so starting a fire was effortless for him. With that hand speed honed over 18 years of solo practice, within just a minute, sparks appeared on the wood, and soon the fire was blazing. Next, Zhou Chen set up a rack beside the fire and placed the wolf meat over it to roast. Wow! Zhou Chen, you're amazing! You got the fire going so quickly! Lin Bear exclaimed in surprise. While Zhou Chen was starting the fire, they weren't idle. Lin Bear was in charge of collecting firewood, while Yi Xiqing went to look for a water source. Of course. Come over, and once Xiqing is back, we can start having lunch. Great! The smell of roasted wolf meat is so inviting. I can hardly hold back. After a few minutes, Yi Xiqing returned as well. She had made a simple water bag from wolf skin and also gathered a few red apples. I'm back. Are you all thirsty? Come and have some fruit. I picked a few apples, they're really sweet. As she spoke, Yi Xiqing handed the water bag and apples to Zhou Chen and Lin Bear. Apples? There are even apples in this place? Zhou Chen received the apple handed to him by Yi Xiqing with confusion. It had droplets of water on it, clearly having been cleaned already. Just as Zhou Chen was about to take a bite, information about this apple suddenly flashed in his mind. Dragon's blood fruit. Description: a fruit nurtured by dragon's blood, with a taste similar to an apple, sweet and delicious, non-toxic, and consuming it strengthens one's physique. It can also be used as a means for beast evolution. Dragon's blood fruit? Is this really dragon's blood fruit? Looking at the red apple in his hand, Zhou Chen mumbled in shock. Turns out that my hard efforts in searching for dragon's blood fruit bore fruit here without putting in any extra effort. I spent so much effort looking for dragon's blood fruit, yet found nothing, and it turns out I found it in the secret realm. Zhou Chen, what's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? Are you worried it's toxic? Don't worry, I've tasted it myself, it's fine. This apple is really sweet. Yi Xiqing thought that Zhou Chen was hesitating to eat the dragon's blood fruit out of fear of poison, so she explained to him. However, before she could finish, Zhou Chen suddenly grabbed her hand, as if proposing to her. Ha! Zhou Chen, what are you doing? Why did he suddenly hold my hand? Is he going to confess to me, or has he succumbed to beastly instincts? Yi Xiqing's mind began to wander, and a faint blush rose on her face, as red as the blood dragon fruit in her hand. Xiqing, where did you find these blood dragon fruits? Oh no, these apples. They're just by the small river to the east. There are a dozen apple trees there, all bearing apples. What did you say? Zhou Chen was stunned. A dozen apple trees? Could it be that the apples there are all blood dragon fruits? Zhou Chen thought to himself, if that's the case, then these blood dragon fruits can't be worth much, right? But if that's true, it would be a huge profit. Fruits that can enhance one's physique, even if sold, would yield a considerable income. It's said that on the market, a mutated fruit plant can be sold for millions, more valuable than an average general tier beast. After all, the power of a beast comes from an external force, whereas mutated fruits can enhance the strength of the beast tamer themselves. Everyone knows that beast tamers are weak, so if there's anything that can enhance their own strength, those wealthy individuals would definitely not hold back their wallets. However, Zhou Chen quickly realized he was overthinking.
Yi Xiqing picked 10 apples, and only 2 were blood dragon fruits, the others were just ordinary apples that looked exactly like blood dragon fruits. I told you, blood dragon fruits can't be so common.
Zhou Chen, what are you talking about?
What blood dragon fruits?
It's nothing, nothing. By the way, Xiqing, can you take me to the place where you found these apples?
Of course.
Thank you, you've really helped me out. Let us eat soon.
Zhou Chen smiled, then tucked the 2 blood dragon fruits into his pockets. At that moment, the wolf meat was also ready, and Zhou Chen directly tore off a wolf leg and handed it to Yi Xiqing. After all, Yi Xiqing had helped him out a lot this time.
Hey, Zhou Chen, aren't you being a bit biased?
Always trying to please Xiqing.
You'd make someone think you two were a couple.
Lin Bear shuffled her lips, watching Zhou Chen so favorably towards Yi Xiqing, feeling jealous, her jealousy so intense that she could smell it from several miles away.
Alright, I'll give you one too.
As she said this, Zhou Chen tore off 2 wolf legs again, one for Lin Bear and one for himself.
I must say, the meat of the Gale wolf is particularly delicious, very much like chicken. Although it was unseasoned, it still tasted great.
The 3 of them ate a lot, finishing off an entire Gale wolf, leaving only its bones behind. After lunch, the 3 rested for a while, then Zhou Chen asked Yi Xiqing to take him to the place where she discovered the blood dragon fruits. He thought to himself, if luck is on my side, then maybe today I can let the demonic bloodvine evolve. After walking for about 10 minutes, a small river appeared before Zhou Chen. Across the small river, there were a dozen apple trees, laden with many fresh red apples.
So many apples, I wonder how many blood dragon fruits are among them.
Zhou Chen thought to himself, if he could gather 10 blood dragon fruits, that would be great. Besides, now that there are blood dragon fruits, there should also be dragon vein stones.
Blood dragon fruits are plants nurtured by dragon blood. Since there are blood dragon fruits here, there must be dragon blood nearby? Could it be that there's a dragon nearby?
With this thought, Zhou Chen suddenly frowned. Dragons are first and foremost associated with majesty, power, strength, and terror. Whether it's the azure dragon from China or the evil dragons from the west, dragons are synonymous with strength. If there really is a dragon here, then taking its dragon blood would be incredibly difficult.
But is there really a dragon here?
The chief examiner said that the strongest beast here is the level 50 martial tier beast ironclad demon turtle.
Can there be a dragon weaker than the ironclad demon turtle?
Zhou Chen shook his head, deciding not to dwell on this question anymore, but one thing was certain: this might be the closest he had ever been to dragon blood. So if there really is dragon blood here, he definitely must get it. Zhou Chen, Bear, be careful, there are crocodiles in this river, they might jump out to bite you. As she spoke, Yi Xiqing summoned her Dark Moon Heavenly Wolf to help her and Lin Bear jump across to the other side of the river.
On the other hand, Zhou Chen had it much easier. His Windwing Dragon Horse could already fly.
Zhou Chen sat on the back of the Windwing Dragon Horse and had it fly him across the river and towards the apple trees. The apple trees were laden with many apples, but the number of blood dragon fruits among them was quite low. Each apple tree might only have 1 blood dragon fruit. Nonetheless, even so, Zhou Chen managed to gather 10 blood dragon fruits. Next, he needed the dragon vein stone, pure dragon blood, and a martial tier wood type beast core. Looking at the blood dragon fruits in his hand, Zhou Chen couldn't help but think, since there are blood dragon fruits here, maybe there will also be dragon vein stones? Therefore, Zhou Chen was too preoccupied to hunt beasts for points and focused on searching for dragon vein stones around the small river.
Hey! Zhou Chen, what are you doing? Aren't we supposed to be hunting beasts for points?
Seeing Zhou Chen staring intently at the stones by the river, Lin Bauer couldn't help but urge him on.
Don't worry, wait a little longer. But
Lin Bauer looked at her electronic tag, watching person after person surpass her, her heart pounding with anxiety. She also wanted to achieve a good result.
Alright, Bauer, let's just wait, okay? Maybe Zhou Chen has something important to do? Okay, let's wait then.
Seeing Yi Xiqing also say this, Lin Bauer sighed helplessly and then began to examine the stones along with Zhou Chen.
Hiss hiss hiss. Unbeknownst to them, many blood-red snakes suddenly crawled out from the surroundings, resembling red-banded snakes. Yuan Luo said.
A dozen small snakes formed a circle around Zhou Chen and the others, flicking their tongues and baring their fangs menacingly.
Beast name, Dragon Blood Snake. Beast tier Warrior tier. Beast level, level 7. Beast attribute, Poison. Beast weakness 7-inch spot. Beast status healthy. Beast talent, none. Beast skill, none.
Beast introduction. Originally a normal Chilean snake, it was infected by dragon blood and became a beast, with poisonous fangs and an incredibly strong vitality.
So the beast transformed by dragon blood means there really are dragons here? Or are there beasts like Shadowy that possess dragon veins? But how could its blood turn ordinary venomous snakes into beasts? Its dragon vein must be extraordinarily powerful. Wow! So many snakes, let's get rid of them. Saber-tooth beast, attack.
Seeing so many dragon blood snakes, Lynn Bayers immediately ordered the saber-tooth beast to attack. The current saber-tooth beast is already twice the size of an average husky, covered in sharp saber teeth, resembling a porcupine.
Roar, roar.
The saber-tooth beast curled itself into a ball and rolled toward the dragon blood snake. With a swoosh, one dragon blood snake was sliced to pieces by the saber-tooth beast's sharp teeth. Seeing its companion killed, the dragon blood snake immediately lunged at the saber-tooth beast, but the saber-tooth beast's tough skin caused the snake to shatter its fangs when it bit down.
Soon, more dragon blood snakes were chopped into pieces by the saber-tooth beast, and Lynn Bayer's points skyrocketed, increasing by 20 points in an instant, making her extremely happy.
At the same time, Zhou Chen didn't waste the blood of those dragon blood snakes either, letting demonic bloodvine absorb it. After all, being a beast with dragon blood in its body must be very beneficial for the growth of demonic bloodvine.
Looks like there won't be any dragon vein stones here?
Not finding any dragon vein stones, Zhou Chen didn't lose heart. Finding dragon blood fruit was already a pleasant surprise. Right now, the more pressing matter is the college entrance examination.
Let's go hunt stronger beasts?
Okay. Lynn Bayer was the first to shout, wanting to follow Zhou Chen to get some meat.
After all, Lynn Bayer had called Zhou Chen daddy several times. How could a father not spoil his daughter?
Every time Lynn Bayer called him daddy, Zhou Chen felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction, as if he truly had a daughter.
Zhou Chen. Boom, boom, boom.
Just as Zhou Chen and the others were preparing to find other beasts, a gigantic python suddenly surged out from the small river behind them. Measuring at least 15 meters long, the sunlight reflected off the python's green body, casting a bluish glow. At the front of the giant python, it had two small claws that were just as short as a T-Rex's arms, practically useless. However, combined with that massive body, it made Zhou Chen think of a certain creature, and that was a dragon. Roar, roar. The giant python let out a furious roar, while its tail wrapped tightly around a large crocodile. Without hesitation, the python opened its mouth wide and swallowed the crocodile whole. Then, the giant python crawled onto the shore and swallowed the corpse of the dragon blood snake.
What kind of monster is this? This beast is so strong. Even Xiao Ye is scared?
Yi Xiqing glanced at the dark moon wolf beside her and found it was actually trembling. Undoubtedly, the dark moon wolf was also very afraid of this beast. This guy must have been attracted by the bloody smell of the dragon blood snake. It seems to be the beast with dragon veins they've mentioned. Looking at this dragon-like giant python, Zhou Chen's brows furrowed tightly.
Beast named Qingmu Dragon Snake.
Beast tier Martial tier.
Beast level, 30. Beast attributes, Wood. Beast weakness 7-inch spot. Beast status healthy.
Beast talent Dragon Vein, always possesses a quarter of dragon lineage. This powerful dragon vein grants her incredible defense and vitality. Beast skills Venom Spit. The Qingmu dragon snake can spit 3 different types of venom, with green venom being highly corrosive, blue venom capable of burning, and red venom that explodes. Dragon's Dread. The pressure exerted by the Qingmu dragon snake can instill fear in other creatures, potentially causing visceral ruptures and other substantial damage.
Note: ineffective against plant-type beasts. Dragon Infusion. The blood of the Qingmu dragon snake can mutate ordinary animals into beasts and also allow beasts to evolve. Beast introduction. A martial tier beast with dragon veins. Its powerful dragon veins grant it terrifying vitality, making it one of the elite among martial tier beasts. Its blood can cause other organisms to mutate into beasts.
Information about the Qingmu dragon snake appeared in Zhou Chen's mind after seeing the data. Zhou Chen grinned.
Looks like this is the one I'm looking for.
Zhou Chen believed its blood would definitely help demonic bloodvine evolve, and even if it didn't, he would still get a martial tier wood type beast core.
No matter what, Zhou Chen would still come out ahead. Zhou Chen, should we just run? This is a martial tier beast, we are no match for it, let's not seek death. Yeah, Zhou Chen, we can still run now. After seeing the Qingmu dragon snake, Yi Xiqing and Lin Bei'er were both greatly terrified, their eyes revealing deep fear and their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
Their calves felt weak, and though they wanted to run, it felt as if they were paralyzed, unable to move, only shaking while helplessly watching the Qingmu dragon snake slither closer. At the same time, both of them had already envisioned themselves being swallowed whole by the Aoki dragon snake. This is the dragon's dread skill of the Aoki dragon snake, which instills fear in people's hearts, causing them to lose their will to fight. Once the will to fight is lost, it becomes impossible to defeat the Aoki dragon snake. Not just Yi Xiqing and Lin Bei'er, even the bodies of Darkmoon Wolf, Windwing Pegasus, and Saber-Toothed Beast were trembling, clearly affected by the dragon's dread. Right now, only Zhou Chen and Demonic Bloodvine remained unaffected by the dragon's dread. Dragon's dread is a type of mental attack, while Zhou Chen's mental power has reached 125, which is more than a dozen times that of a normal person. As a result, the impact of dragon's dread on Zhou Chen is minimal. And Demonic Bloodvine, being a plant-type beast with low intelligence, is not afraid of the dragon's dread from the Aoki dragon snake at all. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss, and having low intelligence does have its advantages. Zhou Chen once saw a video of a husky that dared to challenge a tiger in a zoo. Right now, Demonic Bloodvine is like that husky, fearless in front of the Aoki dragon snake, even excitedly whipping its vines because it sensed the dragon's bloodline within the Aoki dragon snake. Little vine, even if it's just us, we must charge in. This is related to your evolution. Upon hearing the word evolution, Demonic Bloodvine became even more excited, frantically whipping its vines around the Aoki dragon snake. Attempting to jab its vines into the Aoki dragon snake's body, but the snake's scales are incredibly hard, comparable to dragon scales, and Demonic Bloodvine's vines cannot penetrate its defenses. Roar, roar. After being wrapped by Demonic Bloodvine, the Aoki dragon snake let out a roar, trying to shake off the bindings, but without arms, it couldn't free itself from the vines. Thud. Thud. Suddenly, the Aoki dragon snake opened its massive mouth and spat out a stream of blue venom, which has burning properties. When the venom touched the vines, a large fire ignited instantly, igniting several vines. Demonic Bloodvine hurriedly severed a few of its vines to avoid being burned to ashes. This won't do, although Little Vine's level is higher than the Aoki dragon snake, its defense is too strong, and Little Vine can't break through. Demonic Bloodvine's attack power lies in its venom and rapid blood-sucking ability, but this relies on the premise that the vines must be able to pierce the opponent's flesh, but now Demonic Bloodvine cannot break through its defenses. At this point, Zhou Chen looked at the Darkmoon Wolf. The Darkmoon Wolf currently has the highest physical attack power, and its words might be able to break through the Aoki dragon snake's scale defenses. As long as a crack can be torn open, Zhou Chen has a way to achieve victory. Little Snow, fly up to the sky and attract the Aoki dragon snake's attention. Hiss, hiss. Although the Windwing Pegasus was quite scared, it still followed Zhou Chen's command and flew into the sky, continuously harassing the Aoki dragon snake. The attention of the Aoki dragon snake quickly shifted to the Windwing Pegasus. The Windwing Pegasus used its ultimate skill, summoning the wings of the storm, and soared into the sky. The Aoki dragon snake couldn't hit the Windwing Pegasus and could only spew out venom repeatedly. However, the Windwing Pegasus was incredibly fast, and how could the mere venom possibly hit it in the sky? Seeing the Aoki dragon snake's attention completely diverted to the Windwing Pegasus, Zhou Chen sighed in relief, then looked at Yi Xiqing and Lin Bei'er. Xiqing, can you lend me your little moon? Ha? What do you need little moon for? Yi Xiqing looked puzzled, although she was slowly getting used to the fear, her body was still too scared to move. I need the Dark Moon Wolf to sneak attack the Aoki Dragon Snake's weak spot, which is its 7-inch area. It has the strongest attack power among us, and only it might break through the Aoki Dragon Snake's defenses. But Yi Siqing hesitated. She didn't want the Dark Moon Wolf to take risks, especially since she was also terrified right now. Siqing, you need to understand that if we don't fight now, we won't survive. To stay alive, we must take down this Aoki Dragon Snake. Don't worry, I will have demonic bloodvine cover Little Moon. Alright then, Yi Siqing nodded, agreeing to Zhou Chen's plan. Zhou Chen had demonic bloodvine wrap around the Dark Moon Wolf, so demonic bloodvine could use the speed of the Dark Moon Wolf to avoid its own attacks. Little Moon, use Dark Moon Strike to attack the Aoki Dragon Snake's 7-inch spot. Oh whoa! Though afraid of the Aoki Dragon Snake, the Dark Moon Wolf still had combat strength. Moreover, although the Dark Moon Wolf's overall strength doesn't compare to that of the Aoki Dragon Snake, it is much faster. In an instant, the Dark Moon Wolf vanished from Zhou Chen's side and, in a split second, circled behind the Aoki Dragon Snake. With a fierce lift of its sharp wolf claws, they glinted with a purple light and struck hard at the 7-inch mark of the Qingmu Dragon Serpent. The power of the Dark Moon Wolf is immense. Combined with its lightning-fast speed, it managed to claw at the 7-inch mark of the Qingmu Dragon Serpent dozens of times in the blink of an eye. Even though the Dark Moon Wolf couldn't break through the Qingmu Dragon Serpent's scales in one blow, under the relentless assault, a moderate wound appeared at the 7-inch mark of the Qingmu Dragon Serpent. Roar! The Dark Moon Wolf let out a roar, as if to remind the demonic bloodvine that it had broken through the Qingmu Dragon Serpent's defenses. At this moment, the demonic bloodvine coiled around its back, sensed the taste of blood, and immediately extended its vines to wrap around the wound inflicted on the Qingmu Dragon Serpent, frantically absorbing its blood. Roar! As blood gushed out, the Qingmu Dragon Serpent cried out in pain, then snapped at the demonic bloodvine attached to the Dark Moon Wolf. But how could the Qingmu Dragon Serpent match the speed of the Dark Moon Wolf? The Dark Moon Wolf simply sidestepped and evaded the attack. The Qingmu Dragon Serpent opened its massive mouth but ended up biting its own tail, blood gushing out, further accelerating the loss of blood. In the end, the Qingmu Dragon Serpent collapsed weakly after losing a significant amount of blood. Meanwhile, the demonic bloodvine, having absorbed the blood of the Qingmu Dragon Serpent, leveled up again, finally reaching level 40. Blood from the Qingmu Dragon Serpent was spilled all over the ground, and the demonic bloodvine leveled up to 40 after absorbing just a portion of it. After the Qingmu Dragon Serpent's death, the air was dense with the smell of blood. Whether it was the Windwing Dragon Horse, the Dark Moon Wolf, or the saber-toothed beast, all of them were stirred up, their eyes gleaming with fierce light and filled with a thirst for the blood of the Qingmu Dragon Serpent. After all, the blood of the Qingmu Dragon Serpent contains a quarter of dragon blood, which holds great allure for beasts. Especially for the Windwing Dragon Horse, which also has a faint trace of dragon blood. Drinking the blood of the Qingmu Dragon Serpent might completely activate its dragon lineage. But without their master's command, the three beasts struggled to restrain themselves. It's okay, if you want to drink, go ahead. The blood of the Qingmu Dragon Serpent is beneficial for you. Seeing the three beasts like this, Zhou Chen smiled slightly. After all, the Windwing Dragon Horse and the Dark Moon Wolf had also exerted effort, so they naturally deserved some. As for the saber-toothed beast, although it hadn't contributed, it could owe a favor. For now, when it grows up, there will be opportunities to use it. If it really comes down to it, that's a different story. Maybe Lin Bear will just have another child, but that would be her second pregnancy, hee. Lin Bear had no idea about Zhou Chen's malicious thoughts, looking confusedly at Zhou Chen, who had been grinning foolishly. Roar! Roar, roar! With Zhou Chen's permission, the three beasts began gulping down the blood, licking the ground as if drinking water. The Dark Moon Wolf even took a bite of the flesh of the Qingmu Dragon Serpent. These three beasts are not like the demonic bloodvine. They do not possess the blood siphon talent and cannot level up by relying on blood, but the blood of the Qingmu Dragon Serpent significantly improved their physique, making them stronger. The most noticeable change was the saber-toothed beast. It had been small but grew significantly after drinking a large amount of blood, now the size of a normal tiger. Its body was packed with strong muscle. It just couldn't be eaten, or else it would surely be delicious. As the three beasts indulged, Zhou Chen approached the corpse of the Qingmu Dragon Serpent and collected some blood, only to frown slightly.
It has a quarter of dragon blood? Isn't that considered pure dragon blood?
Zhou Chen gazed at the blood, furrowing his brow. This isn't pure dragon blood, just blood from a serpent containing dragon lineage, which cannot help the demonic bloodvine evolve. He had originally thought the demonic bloodvine could evolve by relying on the blood of the Qingmu dragon serpent, but now it seemed that was impossible.
Oh well, it's not like there were no gains at all. Shaking his head and no longer dwelling on it, he thought carefully, how easy is it to obtain dragon blood? With that said, Zhou Chen approached the head of the Qingmu dragon serpent and excavated the beast core from its body.
A martial tier wood type beast core, it was somewhat of a consolation for Zhou Chen. Just as he extracted the beast core, some blood splattered onto Zhou Chen's face, making his eyes widen instantly.
Dragon serpent essence blood.
Description: the essence blood of the Qingmu dragon serpent, containing powerful dragon lineage that can assist beasts in evolving. It seems this is what pure dragon blood looks like. Seeing the dragon serpent essence blood, Zhou Chen was filled with joy. With the dragon serpent essence blood, it should be able to substitute for pure dragon blood and assist the demonic bloodvine in evolving. Zhou Chen hurriedly collected the dragon serpent essence blood, but the quantity was extremely limited, almost measurable by drops. Zhou Chen searched the body of the Qingmu dragon serpent for quite a while and only found 30 drops of dragon serpent essence blood. The Qingmu dragon snake measures an impressive 15 meters in length and 5 meters in width, yet this massive creature has only 30 drops of essence.
To be honest, those 30 drops of essence don't even amount to a single spit. However, that's still enough. Only 10 drops of dragon snake essence are needed.
Alright, now we have the martial tier wood element beast core and pure dragon blood. All that's left is the dragon vein stone. The dragon vein stone is quite similar to dragon blood fruit. Both are cultivated using dragon blood. If dragon blood fruit is like an apple tree cultivated with dragon blood, then dragon vein stone is a stone soaked in dragon blood. Since the blood of the Qingmu dragon snake can produce dragon blood fruit, it must also be able to create dragon vein stones. Zhou Chen walked over to the Qingmu dragon snake's corpse and excavated several stones stained red with blood. Soaked in a large amount of blood, these stones have undergone some changes. Not only do they appear bright red on the outside, but they also contain some energy within.
However, these are not true dragon vein stones.
The real ones likely need to be soaked in the blood of the Qingmu dragon snake for a long time, perhaps a week, a month, or even a year.
Why not try using the dragon snake essence? The effect of dragon snake essence is hundreds of times stronger than normal blood. It might speed up the process.
Zhou Chen extracted 10 drops of dragon snake essence and dripped them onto 10 stones the size of a little finger. Once the essence was completely absorbed by the stones, he placed the stones in the blood of the Qingmu dragon snake to soak. About an hour passed like this before the 10 stones finally mutated into dragon vein stones.
Dragon vein stone inferior.
Description: a stone soaked in dragon blood that can assist a general tier beast in evolving into a martial tier beast. Even after using 10 drops of dragon snake essence, the resulting dragon vein stone is still just a low-quality inferior item. The real dragon vein stones have much stronger effects.
Looks like dragon vein stones aren't so easy to obtain after all.
Zhou Chen sighed, but even so, he felt satisfied. Although it was an inferior item, it could still help the demonic bloodvine evolve. Zhou Chen thought of the task at hand. His demonic bloodvine was already level 40 and had absorbed so much blood from the Qingmu dragon snake. Now was the perfect time for it to evolve.
Si Chen, Baoer, stay close to me. I'm going to help the demonic bloodvine evolve, and you guys should keep your distance. I don't want to scare you.
Ha?
Evolve? Zhou Chen, can you cultivate beasts? Why not wait until after the exam to ask a professional breeder for help with the evolution?
If there's a mistake, not only will it waste resources, but it could also cause irreparable damage to the tamed beast. Hearing that Zhou Chen was going to help the demonic bloodvine evolve, Yi Sikhan looked incredulous.
Tamed beast evolution is quite a complex topic.
Generally, the evolution of a tamed beast depends on luck. When the time is right, it will evolve. Only those who master professional theoretical knowledge can assist in the evolution of tamed beasts, and such individuals are called breeders. Breeders are similar to pet doctors, but they treat injuries of tamed beasts or help them evolve.
Yet, even the most expert breeders can't guarantee 100% success in evolving a tamed beast.
If the evolution fails, it's not only a waste of resources, it could also cause irreversible damage to the tamed beast, lowering its talents and potential. Therefore, most beast tamers would rather let their tamed beasts remain unevolved than risk taking them on an adventure. After all, in this era, tamed beasts are the lifeline of beast tamers and must not encounter any accidents. You can rest assured I am 100% confident.
Besides, I was the one who helped the little vine evolve into a general tier beast before, right? Zhou Chen finally looked at the demonic blood vine, which swayed its vines as if nodding in agreement. Just keep people and beasts away from me, that's all you need to do. With that, Zhou Chen drew the tamed beast array on the ground and positioned the demonic blood vine in the center of the array, then handed all the evolution materials to the demonic blood vine. After absorbing the dragon snake essence, dragon vein stone, dragon blood fruit, and the beast core of the Qingmu dragon snake, the demonic blood vine instantly erupted with a dazzling red light, looking incredibly eerie. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening?
Seeing this eerie red light, Lin Baoer's eyes widened, her face filled with shock and even a hint of fear, as if the apocalypse had arrived.
Hey, Baer, calm down a bit. Is demonic blood vine evolving?
Once it fully evolves, it will become a martial tier beast, and then we can score even more points. Yi Xiqing held Lin Baer's shoulders, urging her to calm down, her big eyes fixed on the demonic blood vine at the center of the red light. The evolution process of a tamed beast is something not everyone gets to witness.
Whether it succeeds or fails, it's an experience for the onlookers.
If it succeeds, they gain experience. If it fails, they learn a lesson, and there's little to lose.
Isn't that wonderful?
The red light flickered for about a minute, and soon after, it dissipated, becoming increasingly unremarkable.
Did it succeed? Or fail? Lin Baer and Yi Xiqing looked nervously at the demonic blood vine, silently praying for its successful evolution.
Only Zhou Chen wore a confident expression. He believed the system Wu Ti let him down. As the red light faded, the demonic blood vine successfully evolved.
Beast named Dragon's Blood Vine.
Beast tier martial tier.
Beast level 45. Beast attributes, wood. Beast weakness none. Beast state excited healthy. Beast talent blood siphon, can absorb the blood of other creatures to enhance power. Dragon vein, possesses a powerful regeneration ability. Even if all the vines are severed, they can regenerate instantly. Beast skill, mimicry, can disguise itself as a pothos plant to hide its strength and make opponents lower their guard. Venom thorn coil, the vines of the dragon's blood vine are highly poisonous, with venom that can corrode, burn, and explode. Dragon's blood spike, the vines of the dragon's blood vine are extremely hard, easily piercing through steel. When used in combination with venom thorn coil, its power is immense. Dragon might, the dragon's blood vine, having absorbed dragon's blood, can exude a powerful dragon might, instilling fear in enemies. Beast introduction evolved from demonic blood vine by absorbing dragon's blood. Compared to demonic blood vine, the vines of the dragon's blood vine are tougher, impervious to blades and fire, and no longer fear extreme cold or heat. Feeding on blood, a beast tamer can nourish their own blood in moderation to cultivate a bond with the dragon's blood vine. Compared to the demonic blood vine, the dragon's blood vine resembles its predecessor, the blood-devouring vine, with bright red vines but featuring a large red flower at its center. All of its vines bloom with red flowers that emit a fragrance reminiscent of roses. Looking at the dragon's blood vine, it feels more like a graceful young girl. In addition to its change in appearance, the dragon's blood vine has also leveled up by 5 levels. The vines of the dragon's blood vine tightly wrapped around Zhou Chen, constantly rubbing that red flower against his face, as if kissing him. It also gently touched Zhou Chen's lips with its finger-like vines, resembling a queen with her devoted male pet. Wow, I've seen people fall in love with cats, dogs, and fish, but this is the first time I've seen someone fall in love with a flower. Watching the intense kiss between the dragon's blood vine and Zhou Chen, Lin Baer was left speechless, her heart filled with jealousy. Although she knew the dragon's blood vine was just a pot of flowers, seeing their passionate interaction still made her green with envy. Meanwhile, the scene of Zhou Chen successfully evolving the demonic blood vine into the dragon's blood vine was broadcast live by drones in the sky, causing a huge sensation online. No way! Really? He actually evolved that vine into a martial tier beast? Is this for real? To the person upstairs, are you blind? Of course, it's real. Didn't you see how much more majestic and powerful that vine became? But he is only 18, right? How did he so easily evolve a general tier beast into a martial tier? This is too outrageous. Don't forget that even those seasoned beast tamers might not be able to evolve a martial tier beast this easily. That just proves he is a genius. Not only that, but Jochen is only 18 and already a black iron level beast tamer. Now he's a genius beast tamer as well. It's just too enviable. Oh my! How unfair can the heavens be? Those university principals must be restless now.
A genius beast tamer and an exceptional nurturer, those principals are probably fighting amongst themselves for him.
That's a certainty.
Meanwhile, far away at Bea Academy in the capital, in the director's office, a middle-aged woman sat staring at Zhou Chen on the computer screen, wearing a strange smile.
The woman's name is Wu Jia, the student director of Bea Academy. Sister Wu, are you looking for me? At that moment, another woman walked in from outside the office.
She was wearing professional teacher attire, her beautiful hair styled in curls, cascading down her back.
Long Xiaolei was very beautiful, although she was already over 30, time hadn't left a trace on her face.
Her cherry lips slightly lifted, revealing a stunning smile.
Xiaolei, you're here? Take a look at this candidate. Oh. Long Xiaolei glanced at the computer screen.
The young man on the screen was Zhou Chen.
He is quite handsome. What's up? You've taken a liking to him? Don't get me wrong, Sister Wu, you're over 40, still thinking about an old cow grazing on young grass?
Long Xiaolei smiled slightly and teased Wu Jia.
Get away with you, stop messing around and be serious. Can we still talk seriously between us? Long Xiaolei chuckled, then continued, but since you don't like him, are you perhaps finding someone for me?
Long Xiaolei carefully observed Zhou Chen on the screen, smiled slightly, and said, although he is my type, I'm more than 10 years older than him.
Isn't it unsuitable for a blind date? Who said anything about a blind date? Can you believe it?
This candidate just successfully evolved a beast into a martial tier beast.
What?
Hearing this, Long Xiaolei dropped her playful demeanor and put on a serious expression. And he even accepted the mission you posted, Xiaolei. Perhaps he can save your tamed beast.
Even if not now, he might be able to help you in the future. Perhaps?
Thinking of her tamed beast, Long Xiaolei let out a deep sigh.
Sister Wu, did you call me here just for this? Of course not.
Wu Jia shook her head and continued, I want you to go to Dragonfall City and invite this candidate to our Bea Academy. For your tamed beast, and for the future of Bea Academy, we urgently need such a genius right now.
I understand, but what if he doesn't want to come? Wu Jia looked at Long Xiaolei and smiled sinisterly. If he refuses, use the honey trap to lure him over. If that doesn't work, just sleep with him? Hearing this, Long Xiaolei's face instantly turned red with embarrassment.
She shot Wu Jia a glare and complained.
Sister Wu, how can I do that?
I'm more than 10 years older than him.
Little dragon, you wouldn't want your tamed beast to suffer forever, would you? Just slightly sacrifice for your tamed beast.
Besides, this child has a boundless future, so marrying him wouldn't be a bad thing for you. Who knows, you might stop being single this year.
What if he doesn't like someone like me?
Look at the two girls next to him, young and beautiful.
How could it be my turn?
That's true. Wu Jia pondered with her head down for a moment, then suddenly looked up.
How about I go with you? The two of us can definitely win him over.
With the demonic bloodvine successfully evolving into a martial tier beast, the dragon bloodvine, Zhou Chen and the other two were overjoyed, as this increased their chances of getting a high score.
Is this the evolved demonic bloodvine? It looks so cool. What is its name after evolving?
Lin Bauer gazed at the dragon bloodvine, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The dragon bloodvine now looked incredibly imposing. Blood-red vines, like venomous dragons, coiled around Zhou Chen.
The small, bright red flowers were the dragon blood vine's eyes and ears. I can't believe you actually managed to evolve the demonic blood vine? Zhou Chen, have you studied beast taming before? Yi Sikan also asked.
Evolving a general tier beast into a martial tier beast at Zhou Chen's age is already incredibly rare.
Beast tamers are also divided into different ranks.
Being able to evolve a warrior tier beast into a general tier beast makes one a rank 1 beast tamer. Being able to evolve a general tier beast into a martial tier beast makes one a rank 2 beast tamer. Evolving a martial tier beast into a king tier beast makes one a rank 3 beast tamer, and so on. The strongest beast tamer in China is only a rank 4 beast tamer, capable of evolving a king tier beast into a battle venerable tier beast.
As for rank 5 beast tamers, none have appeared yet.
Yes, I studied some things before. It was just by chance that it succeeded this time.
Zhou Chen replied casually.
He couldn't reveal that he had a system, otherwise, he'd probably be dissected and studied. Regardless, congratulations. With such a powerful tamed beast, you must teach us well. Yi Sikan said with a charming laugh, looking very beautiful.
Of course. If you hadn't helped me, how could I have obtained the blood of the azure wood dragon snake? I will definitely help you all achieve good results in the exam. Yi Sikan's Dark Moon Celestial Wolf had helped Zhou Chen before, and Zhou Chen naturally wouldn't forget that favor.
By the way, Zhou Chen, since you're so capable and already a rank 2 beast tamer, can you help evolve my saber-toothed beast into a martial tier as well?
Of course, but my fee is quite high.
Zhou Chen said with a smile, knowing that being a breeder was the most profitable profession in the world, bar none. Every breeder is respected by all beast tamers across the land. In fact, in China, as long as one is a breeder with a certification, they can get discounts on food and shopping, which shows the country's emphasis on this profession. And now, all Zhou Chen lacked was a piece of paper.
After 12 years of friendship, you're talking about money with me? Don't you know that talking about money hurts feelings?
Darling, haven't you heard of even brothers have to settle accounts? Besides, we're not even related. Why don't you give me another child? I'll help you evolve your saber-toothed beast into a martial tier beast right now, but that would be your 4th child that you owe me.
Get lost. When did I owe you 4 children? We only have 2.
Lin Bauer's pretty face turned red, and she fidgeted like a young girl.
2 is fine too, a son and a daughter would be nice. Shall we start making them now?
Saying this, Zhou Chen approached with a mischievous grin, raising his hands as if to undress Lin Bauer and start making a baby.
Seeing this, Lin Bauer quickly ran behind Si Chen, shouting, Si Chen, save me!
Bauer, I must say, this price is not expensive at all.
Do you know?
If you ask other tier 2 breeders to help evolve a beast, it would cost millions of beast coins, and it might not even succeed. So, if Zhou Chen can really do it, having a child for him is not a loss at all.
You'd actually be making a profit.
If I could evolve my little moon into a martial tier beast, I'd be willing to have a child for him too.
Yi
Sikan covered her mouth and chuckled, gently stroking Lin Bauer's hair like a mother. Then you go have a child for him.
Lin Bauer grumbled.
Sikan, you're not off the table either.
How about it, wanna join?
Sure, but let's wait until after the exam?
How about it?
Yi Sikan deliberately gave Zhou Chen a flirtatious wink, which made Zhou Chen blush instantly. It was the first time he had seen such an adorable Yi Sikan.
Zhou Chen, you blush too?
It's only because you're too beautiful.
Alright, no more jokes. Should we continue hunting the beast?
Our scores have fallen far behind. Yi Sichen glanced at her electronic badge, and her ranking was now 55th, which wasn't too much of a drop. However, Lin Bauer's ranking had already plummeted to over 5,000, dropping more than 1,000 spots. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen was not only maintaining his rank but actually rising, moving from 15th to 5th place, as he had accrued all the points from hunting the Qingsha dragon serpent. A martial tier beast earns a whopping 100 points, which significantly boosted Zhou Chen's score.
Okay, let's go and look for other beasts.
The two girls nodded and promptly followed Zhou Chen out of there, but before they had gone far, a rough voice called out from behind.
Stop! You can't leave. This mountain is mine, this tree I planted. If you wish to pass, leave your toll.
At that moment, a group of 23 candidates came running up behind Zhou Chen, more than 7 times the number on his side. They were wearing different school uniforms and had many electronic badges hanging from their waists, all of which they had snatched from other candidates. They were indeed the group that had been following Zhou Chen for several hours. Originally, they had been trailing Zhou Chen and the two girls, but upon seeing the martial tier Qingsha dragon serpent, they abandoned Zhou Chen and turned to attack other candidates out of fear. After such a long time, their numbers had grown, and they had stolen many electronic badges from other candidates. Now they were back again, looking to take advantage. Upon seeing the corpse of the Qingsha dragon serpent, they immediately had some crooked thoughts.
What do you want?
Noticing the unfriendly approach of the others, Zhou Chen's expression turned cold as he stepped forward to shield the two girls behind him.
He, do we even need to ask? Hand over your points and the girls, and you can leave. Or you can join us instead. Ha, exactly. Good things should be shared. Besides, two beauties like them, you can't handle them alone.
Hearing their vulgar words, both girls' faces turned red with anger and embarrassment. They clenched their fists, their eyes filled with fury.
Not just them, Zhou Chen felt the same.
Even the viewers in the live stream were incredibly furious, cursing the attackers for being inhumane. Especially Zhou Chen's family, as both of these girls were their daughters-in-law and older sisters.
Humph!
You must be tired of living. Zhou Chen let out a cold laugh, just in time to test the power of the dragon blood vine.
I actually wanted to invite you to join us, but since you don't know what's good for you, you'll just have to watch us feast later.
As he said this, the group released their beasts, most of which were general tier beasts with impressive strength.
Is that all you've got? Then let your beasts become nourishment for the dragon blood vine. Go, little vine, take them out. Roar!
As soon as Zhou Chen's words fell, a deep roar erupted from within the dragon blood vine, sounding like a dragon's cry.
It echoed in all directions.
Upon hearing the dragon's roar, the people and their beasts on the opposite side were terrified.
What kind of beast is this? It's terrifying. A martial tier beast.
This is definitely a martial tier beast. After realizing that the dragon blood vine was a martial tier beast, those who were timid started to flee, but the speed of the dragon blood vine was even faster. Countless tendrils shot out, slashing through the group of people like sharp blades, turning them into minced meat.
Zhou Chen watched in horror as a tendril of the dragon blood vine severed a man's arm, and then another tendril pierced through the man's head.
In just 10 seconds, the opponents and their beasts turned into a ground strewn with fragments of flesh, with blood flowing like a river, while the dragon blood vine greedily drank the blood from the ground.
Little vine, you.
I just wanted you to deal with their beasts. Zhou Chen stared at the dragon blood vine in surprise, then looked up at the drone in the sky. That scene must have been recorded by the drone. He was not afraid of killing in this messed up era. To stay alive, one must always have a few lives in their hands. However, this was the first time he had slaughtered over 20 people in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers.
Moreover, the exam clearly stated that one must not harm their fellow humans. Ugh!
Looking at the ground covered in flesh and smelling the strong scent of blood in the air, Yi Xiqing and Lin Bei'er wanted to vomit. Even when the Qingshu dragon serpent died, they didn't feel nauseous, but now, seeing all those bodies on the ground, they felt very sick. After emptying her stomach, Yi Xiqing stood up and walked over to Zhou Chen's side, gently comforting him.
Zhou Chen, don't worry if something happens, we'll face it together. If anyone tries to hold us accountable, I will absolutely not abandon you.
Yi Xiqing gently hugged Zhou Chen, and seeing him silent, she understood what he was worried about, glancing again at the drone in the sky.
And there's me, I feel the same way. I won't abandon you in any circumstance.
Lin Bei'er also came over to comfort Zhou Chen. After all, Zhou Chen killed for them.
Yeah, thank you all, I'm fine.
Zhou Chen smiled slightly. He wasn't afraid of killing, and besides, this was all the result of those people's own actions.
He was just thinking about the dragon blood vine. It seemed to have become even bloodthirsty and violent.
It seemed like a sheep dressed in wolf's skin finally tore off the sheep's disguise, revealing its fierce fangs.
But so what?
The little vine is still my tamed beast. The stronger it becomes, the better. Glancing at the two girls who were worried about him, Zhou Chen felt warmth in his heart in this situation. It wouldn't be surprising if they abandoned him. Yet they not only weren't afraid for themselves, but were also worried about him and even willing to bear it together with him.
What could be more touching than this? All right, shall we go? Let's look for other prey.
Zhou Chen took the lead and walked off, with the two girls following behind him. For the next few hours, the three of them kept searching for powerful prey. They had already lost interest in warrior tier beasts and went directly for martial tier beasts. With the help of a martial tier dragon blood vine, the three of them easily took down 3 martial tier beasts, earning 300 points. Zhou Chen was generous, giving 200 points to Yi Xiqing and Lin Bauer, boosting both of their ranks significantly. At this point, Zhou Chen was ranked second, just behind Xia Chuqing, who was in first place, but he was only 20 points behind. If Zhou Chen hadn't given those 200 points to the girls, he would be in first place. It was now 8:30 in the evening, completely dark outside, and after a long day, Zhou Chen and the others were mentally and physically exhausted and had to rest for the night. Zhou Chen built a simple tent using trees and spread soft leaves on the ground. This would be their room for the night. If all goes well, he would get to share the bed with the two beautiful girls tonight. At this moment, Zhou Chen was preparing a thunder battle ox. It was a martial tier lightning type beast, and after being dealt with by the dragon blood vine, it became their dinner. This thunder battle ox probably had several hundred pounds of meat, enough for the three of them to eat well for several days.
Ha, we get to eat barbecue tonight. Both girls were the types who couldn't resist me hearing that there would be barbecue. Their faces lit up with excitement.
Zhou Chen cut off 4 legs of the ox. The tendrils of the dragon blood vine were the sharpest knives, making it effortless to cut through the ox legs. Zhou Chen laid the ox legs on the fire and started roasting the meat. Meanwhile, the two girls spread the ox hides in the wooden hut. Even though it was summer now, it was still very cold at night in the forest, and the hides would help keep them warm. Soon, the beef was roasted to perfection. Each of the three had a roasted ox leg, and the last one was shared with the saber-toothed beast and the dark moon wolf. As for the dragon blood vine and the wind-winged dragon horse, they didn't eat meat, so nothing was prepared for them.
Wow!
So delicious! The cooked beef quickly conquered the taste buds of the three. The meat from the thunder battle ox was more flavorful and tastier than ordinary beef. The three of them ate heartily, quickly finishing off 1 ox leg. Zhou Chen had a big appetite. Finishing 1 leg wasn't surprising, but he didn't expect the two girls to have such big appetites too. Having eaten such a large roasted ox leg and still not feeling full, they even ate a bit more of something else.
Wow! I'm so stuffed.
After dinner, Lin Bauer gnawed on a red apple, and he really couldn't understand how she could eat so much and not gain weight.
Zhou Chen, what's the ranking like now?
Not much change. The forest is more dangerous at night, so everyone is probably resting.
It's now 9 o'clock at night, and there are still 12 hours left until the end of the exam. Zhou Chen, what should we do?
Yi Xiqing turned to Zhou Chen and asked, while Lin Bauer also stared at Zhou Chen with her big, adorable eyes. Zhou Chen had now become their main pillar.
I think. Zhou Chen had a bold idea in his mind. I want to go find the iron armored demon turtle.
What? Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, both girls looked shocked.
Yi Xiqing frowned slightly and asked, Zhou Chen, is that really okay? I know that the evolved dragon blood vine is powerful.
But you should also know that the iron-armored demon turtle is the strongest beast in the secret realm. I certainly know, but risks are always accompanied by greater opportunities. If we really manage to take down the iron-armored demon turtle, our points will be the highest. Zhou Chen didn't forget that defeating the iron-armored demon turtle would earn them 600 points, whether for himself or shared with others. It was a huge gain.
You could say that whoever can get these 600 points will secure the top position on the leaderboard.
Seeing that the two girls were still hesitant, Zhou Chen smiled and continued, "Don't be nervous, I won't take risks.
If we can't defeat the iron-armored demon turtle, it's always okay to run away."
Yi Xiqing nodded in agreement with Zhou Chen's suggestion. Today, all three of them were tired, so they didn't chat anymore and went to sleep in the tents.
However, once the three of them entered the tent, they realized it was too small.
After they settled in, their bodies were pressed tightly together, making it impossible to turn.
Jo-chan said awkwardly,
I'm sorry, I forgot to consider the issue of turning around.
It's fine, we didn't mean to complain about you. Let us just get some sleep, I'm exhausted. Okay, good night.
On Jo-chan's left was Yi Sicheng, and on his right was Lin Bauer, both beautiful girls lying beside Jo-chan like his wives. With the flicker of the firelight, looking at the girls' cute sleeping faces, Jo-chan really wished he could hug them and give them a kiss, spending the night without another word.
Jo-chan, wake up. Let go of me.
The next day, around 5 in the morning, Jo-chan was woken by someone shaking him. When he opened his eyes, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. He found himself inexplicably wrapped up with Yi Sicheng, and even his lips were touching her cheek.
Could it be that the two of them kissed last night?
Jo-chan's eyes widened in surprise, and Yi Sicheng's ears turned red from embarrassment. But that's not all. Lin Bauer behind them had also unknowingly wrapped herself tightly around him, mumbling in her sleep.
Jo-chan, I want to marry you and have your children. Jo-chan only caught this one sentence and secretly thought, what on earth did this girl dream about? Why is she dreaming of wanting to have my children? All right, let go of me quickly.
Yi Sicheng exclaimed shyly.
Oh, sorry. You mustn't tell anyone about this.
Yi Sicheng said with a red face.
Don't worry, I absolutely won't say a word.
Jo-chan wiped his mouth, still savoring the feeling from that moment. The cheeks were so soft, how about the lips?
He really wanted to kiss them and feel it.
Then, Yi Sicheng crawled out of the tent first, and Jo-chan woke up Lin Bauer. However, Lin Bauer seemed to have forgotten the content of her dream, otherwise, she would have been so embarrassed. After getting up, taking advantage of the exam time that hadn't ended, the three of them went to search for the iron shell magic turtle.
Jo-chan sat on the wind-winged dragon horse's back, searching in the air.
Since it was called the iron shell magic turtle, it must be an aquatic creature. Soon, Jo-chan spotted a waterfall, cascading down 3,000 feet. The sound of the rushing water was deafening, even heard from a distance. Maybe the iron shell magic turtle is there. Saying this, Jo-chan led the two girls towards the waterfall. It only took a few minutes for the three of them to reach the front of the waterfall. Next to the waterfall lay dozens of corpses, dressed in various school uniforms. It seemed some reckless candidates had come here to challenge the iron shell magic turtle and had been killed by it. Apart from these bodies, there were cold ice blocks and scalding magma beside them. Looking at the ice and magma, Jo-chan couldn't help but think of Xia Chuqing, because her ice moon fox and explosive rock mastiff could produce ice and magma. It was likely that Xia Chuqing had come here to challenge the iron shell magic turtle and failed, because there were no signs of an iron shell magic turtle's body nearby. Although it could also be that Jo-chan was overthinking. If that's really the case, then that would be great. Even if Xia Chuqing wasn't a match for the iron shell magic turtle, she must have injured it, which was perfect for him. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar came from within the waterfall. Suddenly, a massive creature slowly walked out from the cave behind the waterfall, which was none other than the iron shell magic turtle. The iron shell magic turtle's shell was charred in many places, and there were small ice shards scattered on it, likely from Xia Chuqing's tamed beast.
Looks like I wasn't wrong.
Jo-chan glanced at the iron shell magic turtle, and its data appeared in his mind.
Beast name Iron Shell Magic Turtle.
Beast tier Martial tier.
Beast level 50.
Beast attributes Earth, Water.
Beast weakness, Wood type beasts. Beast status Angry Healthy. Beast talent Hardening, can make its body incredibly hard, increasing defense.
Beast skill Earth Armor, condenses the power of the earth to form a layer of armor on its body, indestructible. Piercing Water Jet, emits a torrent of water at high speed, sharp as a knife, capable of slicing through everything in front. Beast description, a formidable martial tier beast, possessing the bloodline of the black tortoise, endowing it with powerful defenses and an incredibly hard exterior.
The iron shell magic turtle actually has the bloodline of the black tortoise?
After seeing the description of the Iron Shell Magic Turtle, Zhou Chen was astonished. The Wind-Winged Dragon Horse has the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, and the Iron Shell Magic Turtle also has the bloodline of the Black Tortoise. This indicates that the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise are indeed real. Is it possible that there are also mythical beasts like the Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Qilin? Shaking his head, he decided not to think about these questions anymore and turned his attention to the Iron Shell Magic Turtle. Roar, roar! The Iron Shell Magic Turtle roared angrily, glaring at Zhou Chen, wanting nothing more than to chew him up and swallow him whole. Since yesterday, it had been constantly disturbed, making it impossible for it to get any sleep. Even though it had a gentle temperament, not everyone could provoke it. A dual attribute beast of earth and water, just perfect. My dragon blood vine is your nemesis. Little vine, come out. Zhou Chen immediately summoned the dragon blood vine as soon as it appeared. The Iron Shell Magic Turtle instinctively took a step back. Gazing at the dragon blood vine, a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. Having absorbed the blood of 3 martial tier beasts in succession, the dragon blood vine's level rose to 46, now almost on par with the Iron Shell Magic Turtle's strength. At that moment, Yi Xiqing and Lin Baoer also summoned their tamed beasts. Although both were general tier beasts, they could still provide support. Little vine, take down that iron turtle. The dragon blood vine immediately swung its tendrils, darting towards the Iron Shell Magic Turtle like venomous snakes. The dragon blood vine constantly released terrifying dragon might, launching a mental attack on its opponent. However, this had little effect on the Iron Shell Magic Turtle. The Iron Shell Magic Turtle possessed the bloodline of the Xuanwu, and in terms of lineage, it was not inferior to the dragon blood vine, so dragon might was ineffective against it. Bang! The tendrils of the dragon blood vine dug deeply into the back of the Iron Shell Magic Turtle, leaving dozens of small holes in an instant. However, the shell of the Iron Shell Magic Turtle was not only hard but also very thick. Although the tendrils of the dragon blood vine had great penetrating power, they could not penetrate the turtle's shell. Roar! With a loud roar, the Iron Shell Magic Turtle conjured a large water sphere in its mouth, which instantly transformed into a water blade and sliced towards the dragon blood vine. The dragon blood vine was caught off guard and had several tendrils severed by the Iron Shell Magic Turtle. However, losing a few tendrils was inconsequential. In the blink of an eye, the severed tendrils had regrown. I didn't expect the shell of this iron turtle to be so thick. Little vine, pierce its body with the dragon blood spike. Receiving Zhou Chen's command, the dragon blood vine raised all its tendrils, each glowing with a chilling light, rapidly shooting toward the Iron Shell Magic Turtle. The Iron Shell Magic Turtle seemed to realize how powerful this move was, immediately retracting its body into its shell. It utilized the skill Earth Armor, gathering the power of the earth to cover its shell with a layer of hard rock armor. Boom! When the tendrils of the dragon blood vine struck the Iron Shell Magic Turtle's shell, a loud explosive sound echoed. The tendrils of the dragon blood vine successfully broke through the Iron Shell Magic Turtle's armor, but could not penetrate the shell within. As expected of a beast with Xuanwu blood, its defense is incredibly strong. Seeing that the Iron Shell Magic Turtle's defense was too formidable, Zhou Chen had to come up with another plan. In that case, unleash corrosive venom to dissolve its shell. The dragon blood vine immediately released venom. Having evolved from the venom of the Qingmu dragon snake, it possessed the abilities of the Qingmu dragon snake. The tendrils could secrete 3 different types of venom: corrosive venom, burning venom, and explosive venom. Right now, the dragon blood vine unleashed corrosive venom to dissolve the Iron Shell Magic Turtle's shell. The corrosive power of this venom was far stronger than concentrated sulfuric acid or nitric acid. Despite the Iron Shell Magic Turtle's hard shell, it would still dissolve upon contact with the corrosive venom, with wisps of green smoke rising. Roar, roar! It seemed that the Iron Shell Magic Turtle noticed the dragon blood vine's little trick, and it roared angrily, manipulating the water of the whole waterfall to shoot out countless sharp water blades. Under the Iron Shell Magic Turtle's control, these water blades were identical to laser blades, incredibly sharp and capable of cutting through diamonds. Seeing the water blades coming, Zhou Chen urgently shouted, "Not good, everyone, quickly dodge! Don't touch those water blades!" As he spoke, Zhou Chen quickly retreated, and others followed suit, hastily moving back to maintain distance from the Iron Shell Magic Turtle. The other three beasts also hurriedly retreated, but even so, the dark moon wolf was still hit by a water blade, leaving a gash on its body. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the ground red. Seeing the dark moon wolf injured, Yi Siqing couldn't help but shout, "Little Moon!" Then, she quickly summoned the dark moon wolf back. Roar, roar! Just then, the saber-toothed beast was also struck by a water blade, the sharp water blade slicing through its head and shattering the armor on its back. Now the saber-toothed beast was like a hedgehog with all its spines pulled out, completely lacking in attack power. Saber-toothed beast. Seeing the saber-toothed beast lose its combat ability, Lin Bao rushed to recall it into her soul space. Now only the dragon blood vine and the wind-winged dragon horse were left capable of fighting. The wind-winged dragon horse was fast and agile. It leapt up, a pair of wind wings forming on its back, soaring into the sky and dodging a water blade from the iron shell magic turtle. However, the wind-winged dragon horse had no ranged attack abilities and could only fly in the air, constantly evading the iron shell magic turtle's attacks, nearly exhausting its energy. "Little Snow, you come back too?" Zhou Chen knew that if things continued like this, the wind-winged dragon horse would be injured soon, so he recalled it into his soul space. Now only the dragon blood vine remained. Its vitality was extremely strong, and even if its tendrils were cut off, they could regrow, almost ignoring the iron shell magic turtle's attacks. "Little vine, quickly break open that iron turtle's shell." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the tendrils of the dragon blood vine simultaneously released corrosive venom. After a few minutes, the iron shell magic turtle's shell had become quite fragile. "Now's the time, little vine, use the dragon blood spike and turn it into kebabs." Upon receiving Zhou Chen's command, the dragon blood vine activated the dragon blood spike skill again, with hundreds of tendrils striking towards the iron shell magic turtle's shell. Roar, roar! Seeing the dragon blood vine charging fiercely, the ironclad turtle couldn't help but take a step back. Seizing this opportunity, it used the armor of earth to condense another layer of earth armor to protect itself. At the same time, it condensed hundreds of water guns shooting towards the dragon blood vine. The water guns and the vines collided, competing with each other. However, the vines of the dragon blood vine are capable of absorbing water. As the vines collided with the water guns, they frantically absorbed moisture and continued to launch their assault towards the ironclad turtle's shell. The shell, corroded by venom, was extremely weak and could not withstand the attack from the dragon blood vine. With a loud bang, the dragon blood vine's vines pierced through the ironclad turtle's shell and stabbed into its body, crazily absorbing the ironclad turtle's blood. Roar! At the moment the vines pierced the back of the ironclad turtle, it let out a painful roar, but as the blood flowed out in large quantities, it could no longer feel the pain. Soon, as the blood was completely absorbed, the ironclad turtle closed its eyes forever. After absorbing the blood of the ironclad turtle, the level of the dragon blood vine increased again. Since the ironclad turtle possessed the bloodline of the Xuanwu, the dragon blood vine's level rose significantly. Surprisingly, it broke through 4 levels in a row, reaching an astonishing level 50. Without a doubt, the dragon blood vine is now the strongest beast in this secret realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the ironclad turtle and earning 5,000 enhancement points. 5,000 points? That's a lot? Zhou Chen muttered to himself. The ironclad turtle is a martial tier beast. Killing a martial tier beast grants enhancement points equal to beast level 100, which amounts to 5,000 enhancement points. Having hunted so many beasts, Zhou Chen's enhancement points already exceeded 8,000. With so many enhancement points, I must be able to instantly advance to a bronze level beast tamer, right? Zhou Chen smiled happily. To become a bronze level beast tamer, one must have a mental strength of 300. For ordinary people, this might be something they could never achieve in their lifetime, but for Zhou Chen, it was something he could accomplish in an instant. Why not break through to become a bronze level beast tamer first? With this thought, Zhou Chen immediately spent 2,000 enhancement points, allowing his mental strength to break through the 300 mark. Zhou Chen was now a bronze level beast tamer, ready to contract his third beast at any moment. Now we just need one more tamed beast, so why not take the opportunity to contract a martial tier beast while we still have some time? He. Thinking about contracting his third beast soon, Zhou Chen couldn't stop grinning. Seeing Zhou Chen grinning endlessly, Lin Bauer patted him on the shoulder and shouted, "Zhou Chen!
Zhou Chen! What are you smiling about?
Quickly check your electronic board."
Huh? What's up with the electronic board?
At the sound of Lin Bauer's voice, Zhou Chen snapped back to reality and hurriedly looked at his electronic board, finding that the score rankings had changed dramatically.
After defeating the ironclad demon turtle, Zhou Chen directly received 600 points.
Now his score had reached 1255, truly making him number 1, over 500 points ahead of the second place, Xia Chuqing. He was also the only one among over 20,000 candidates to break 1,000.
Quick, look! Someone has successfully killed that ironclad demon turtle.
They directly earned 600 points, my goodness. That's equivalent to hunting 6 martial tier beasts.
So what? They really have the ability.
If they can hunt the strongest beast in the secret realm, they deserve that high score.
If nothing unexpected happens, this Zhou Chen should be this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, right? But will it really go that smoothly?
Don't forget, he brutally killed 23 people yesterday.
Will the top honors really be given to him?
I don't think Zhou Chen did anything wrong. That group of people wanted to tarnish his girlfriend.
Who can endure that? If it were me, I would have killed them too.
Besides, Zhou Chen is a genius beast tamer and a genius nurturer. The country won't let such outstanding talent go to waste. At most, they'll just have him apologize or something.
Sigh. A winner in life.
Not only does he have such an outstanding talent for tamed beasts, but he also has 2 beautiful girlfriends.
I'm really envious. One girl is pure and gentle, while the other is cheerful and cute. Which one do you think Zhou Chen will choose to marry in the end? Choose? What a joke.
Only kids make choices. Adults, of course, want them all.
And the second place school beauty is not bad either. If it were me, I'd take her too. You up there, I don't respect anyone but you. Ha ha ha. Zhou Chen, Brother Chen, Dad Chen, Grandpa Chen, you have so many points already, why not share a little with me? I don't want too much, just 200 points will do.
Seeing that Zhou Chen had so many points, Lin Bauer shamelessly ran over to ask for points, and right off the bat, she asked for 200 points. For points, she didn't care about her face, even calling him grandpa. Zhou Chen and Yi Xiqing both shot her disdainful looks, speechless.
What do you think? How could I possibly give you that many points?
Seeing how you called me dad and grandpa, I'll give you at most 50 points.
Ha ha ha, thank you, Dad. From now on, you're my real dad. Moo-ah.
After saying that, Lin Bauer not only hugged Zhou Chen but also blew him a kiss. Zhou Chen rolled his eyes at her again, while as for Yi Xiqing, she originally had far more points than Lin Bauer, so she didn't care about those 50 points. Besides, calling Zhou Chen dad was just too embarrassing for her.
Zhou Chen ran up onto the back of the ironclad demon turtle and dug out its beast core. Is there a cave behind the waterfall?
After the ironclad demon turtle died, Zhou Chen saw that behind the waterfall was a huge cave. The ironclad demon turtle had crawled out from this cave.
This should be the turtle's nest, right? There might be some treasures inside?
Thinking this, Zhou Chen walked into the cave, and Lin Bauer and Yi Xiqing, seeing Zhou Chen rushing through the waterfall, followed him. The cave was quite spacious, as it had to be for the ironclad demon turtle's dwelling. The walls of the cave were adorned with glowing stones, so even inside the cave, it wasn't completely dark. Yi Xiqing walked further into the cave, where there was a lot of grass on the ground, forming a warm and soft nest. On top of the grass were 3 white eggs, larger than ostrich eggs, nearly the size of dinosaur eggs.
Zhou Chen, look, there are 3 eggs here. Could they be the ironclad demon turtle's eggs? Let me take a look. Zhou Chen stepped forward to pick up one of the eggs and took a glance. Information about the egg instantly surfaced in his mind. Ironclad demon turtle egg.
Description: the egg of the ironclad demon turtle, which can hatch into a small turtle at appropriate temperatures, with the optimal temperature being 50 degrees.
Yes, this is indeed the egg of the ironclad demon turtle, and it hasn't fully hatched yet. It can hatch into an ironclad demon turtle at a temperature of 50 degrees. It can hatch into a little turtle? Then isn't this a martial tier beast?
Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Lin Bauer instantly widened her eyes, then fixed her gaze on the 3 ironclad demon turtle eggs with a look of peculiar excitement. Not just her, even Yi Siqing looked the same.
3 eggs of the iron shell tortoise, once hatched, directly become a martial tier beast. Everyone can see their value.
Lin Bauer immediately shouted, "Dad Chen."
Before she could finish speaking, Zhou Chen already knew what she wanted. Alright, I get it, if you want it, just take it? Really, you have no idea. Just 1 egg can make you act like this.
Zhou Chen, who already had the dragon blood vine, naturally looked down on the iron shell tortoise, and even if he hatched it, it would only be a level 1 little turtle. Training it to level 50, who knows how much it would cost, how many energy potions it would consume, and how much time it would waste. With that time, it would be better to raise the dragon blood vine and the windwing Pegasus. However, giving it to Jia should be a nice choice. Zhou Chen thought this way. Jia's phantom cat was too weak, and the iron shell tortoise was just right to protect her.
Okay. Thank you, Dad Chen. Thank you, Zhou Chen.
Lin Bauer and Yi Siqing each hugged an iron shell tortoise egg, their faces glowing with happy smiles, as if they were holding a baby. Although they were not yet black iron tier beast tamers, they could still be like Xia Chuqing. Keep the iron shell tortoise as a pet for now, and wait until they break through to black iron tier beast tamers before contracting it. At this moment, Zhou Chen looked into the deepest part of the cave again, where there were no longer any glowing things, just pitch black. But he could see a flickering blue light, like ghost fire.
What is that?
Filled with curiosity, Zhou Chen slowly walked forward, and only when he stood in front of the blue light did he realize what it was.
It was a vortex emanating a deep blue light on the outside, while the center of the spatial vortex was incredibly dark, like a black hole.
Could this be a spatial rift? Rather than calling it a spatial rift, it would be better described as a spatial vortex. However, there are actually several types of spatial rifts, and they can be of different shapes. It's quite normal to have spiral-shaped spatial rifts. The center of the spatial rift resembled an abyss, giving off a profound feeling. Looking at that deep black hole, Zhou Chen always felt an impulse to enter it, just like standing on a cliff always brings a desire to jump down.
Zhou Chen first lifted one hand, trying to touch the center of the spatial rift.
When Zhou Chen's hand touched the spatial rift, a sudden sharp pain shot through him, but it wasn't severe, similar to an electric shock. However, the deeper he went, the more painful it became, eventually feeling like being cut by a knife. Zhou Chen quickly retracted his arm. At this moment his arm was already covered in scars, but Zhou Chen had strengthened his physique using enhancement points. The stronger the physique, the more powerful the defense and self-healing ability, and it even improves the ability to resist pain. At this time, Zhou Chen once again entered the spatial rift, first his arm, then his left leg, right leg, and finally his whole body entered the spatial rift. Once his body fully entered the spatial rift, Zhou Chen was instantly stunned by the scene before him. He saw a tree, a massive tree. The enormity of this tree could not be described by any adjectives, it was infinitely large. And the azure planet he came from, before this tree, was merely a droplet of dew on its leaf. Zhou Chen also did not know what this tree was or why it existed, but if he had to give it a name, it would undoubtedly be the World Tree. That's right, it is the World Tree. There is no name more fitting for it. On the World Tree, a green vine was growing robustly. Zhou Chen wanted to take a closer look at this giant tree, but as soon as he took a step, a sharp pain shot through his feet. It felt as if a sharp knife had cut him. The pain made Zhou Chen hurriedly retract his foot. He looked down and saw that his foot was not cut, which made him breathe a sigh of relief.
Is it this painful even to take a single step?
Zhou Chen did not know how far he was from the World Tree. Taking one step was so painful, let alone the journey ahead.
Looks like I can only go back for now.
Zhou Chen had to give up exploring the World Tree and turn to leave, but before leaving the spatial rift, he took a long, deep look at the World Tree.
One day I will return, and then I will uncover the truth of the World Tree. After saying this, Zhou Chen turned and left the spatial rift. Ha! Zhou Chen, you finally came back? We were so worried about you.
Yeah, how did you suddenly enter the spatial rift? Si Chen and I were so worried about you. Look at Si Chen, her leg is injured just to find you.
Seeing Zhou Chen emerge from the spatial rift, Lin Baoer complained. Then, she worriedly gestured towards Yi Siqing, showing Zhou Chen.
Zhou Chen followed Lin Baoer's gaze and found that the pants and shoes on Yi Siqing's left leg had been torn apart by the powerful energy of the spatial rift, revealing a fair thigh. But now, Zhou Chen has no time to admire Yi Siqing's legs. He can only see that her legs are covered in scars, with blood constantly flowing from the wounds. Fortunately, the wounds aren't deep, and there's no risk of infection. Not just her thighs, but also her arms and face have several scars, although they aren't as severe as those on her legs.
It's not just Yi Siqing. Lin Baoer's hands also have wounds, but they're not as severe as Yi Siqing's. What happened to you?
I'll tell you later. Hurry and check on Siqing, okay? She is really worried about you and can barely stand up right now. Then Lin Baoer also explained to Zhou Chen what happened. It turns out that just as Zhou Chen entered the spatial rift. Worried, she and Yi Siqing also stepped into the spatial rift, but they were immediately blocked outside. As she reached out to touch the spatial rift, the energy from within caused her to be injured all over. Yi Siqing tried to force her way through, but as soon as she stepped one leg in, the pain almost made her faint. When she pulled her leg out of the spatial rift, it was already covered in scars. The spatial energy felt like a knife, constantly cutting into her leg. Now Yi Siqing was in so much pain that she could hardly stand.
Ah. Siqing, are you okay? Why are you so reckless? You know the spatial rift is dangerous.
Looking at the wounds on Yi Siqing's legs, although Zhou Chen was very worried for her, he felt truly happy inside. To have a girl who cares about him so much is like fate. Moreover, his name is Zhou Chen, and her name is Yi Siqing. Siqing sounds just like always longing for Zhou Chen.
I'm fine.
Yi Siqing forced herself to endure the pain and said, even though she was in unbearable pain, she couldn't stop worrying about Zhou Chen.
By the way, how are you?
I could barely take a step out. You went completely in, so you aren't hurt, right?
Yeah, don't worry, I'm fine.
Zhou Chen had previously used enhancement points to strengthen his physical abilities, making him dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person, which is why he could endure such pain.
But Yi Siqing couldn't handle it. She was just an ordinary girl, delicate and tender. How could she bear the ravages of spatial energy? Don't talk for now, don't worry, your leg will be fine.
As he spoke, Zhou Chen took off his school uniform, tore it into strips, and used them as bandages to wrap around Yi Siqing's leg. Although he was treating her wounds, Yi Siqing couldn't help but blush as he touched her calf. Zhou Chen didn't look at Yi Siqing, or he would surely have been captivated by her at that moment. Even after bandaging the wounds, the blood continued to flow, staining Zhou Chen's school uniform red. Seeing that the bleeding hadn't stopped, Zhou Chen was anxious. If this continued, it could lead to infection, and there were still 2.5 hours left until the exam ended, but Yi Siqing might not last until then. Seeing Yi Siqing in so much pain, Zhou Chen felt very distressed. After all, she was hurt because of him.
If only her physiology was as strong as mine. Wait. Maybe I can give it a try. Zhou Chen suddenly thought of a solution and hurriedly asked the system in his mind. System, can Siqing use enhancement points to strengthen her physique? If Yi Siqing can also use enhancement points to enhance her physique, can't she heal her wounds?
Yes, she can. The system immediately replied, but then continued. However, since she is not the host, she cannot be directly strengthened.
To enhance her physique, the host must spend double the enhancement points. No problem, even 5 times is fine.
Now, as long as it helps Yi Siqing's injuries, even if it costs double or 5 times the enhancement points, even if it were 10 times, it's acceptable since Yi Siqing got hurt because of him. Alright, please place your arm on her to begin the enhancement.
Alright.
Zhou Chen placed his arm on Yi Siqing's thigh and began enhancing her attributes in all aspects, including strength, speed, physique, and spirit. Zhou Chen amplified all of Yi Siqing's abilities tenfold, spending over 2,000 enhancement points, consuming more than half of Zhou Chen's total enhancement points. As her physique strengthened, Yi Siqing's wounds gradually healed, at least they stopped bleeding and no longer hurt.
Zhou Chen didn't immediately boost Yi Siqing's constitution to such an outrageous level. How could the leg that was bleeding profusely be back to normal just by touching it? If this gets out, won't they put him in a lab for experimentation? Not just Yi Siqing, but even Jia and his parents cannot be told about the system.
Zhou Chen not only enhanced Yi Siqing's physique but also strengthened her mental power, and now Yi Siqing's mental power has surpassed 100, officially making her a black iron level beast tamer. This can be considered a token of gratitude to Yi Siqing, thanking her for all her help.
But if others like Siqing can use enhancement points to strengthen themselves, then Jia should be able to too, right?
When something good comes along, the first thing to do is share it with family, so Zhou Chen thought of Jia first.
After the college entrance examination is over, let's let Jia break through to become a black iron level beast tamer, shall we? If she becomes a black iron level beast tamer, she'll be over the moon.
Zhou Chen smiled and then looked at Yi Siqing, asking with a grin, "So, how are you, Siqing?"
Still in pain? Much better, it doesn't hurt that much anymore.
Yi Siqing was also puzzled. Her calf had been hurting like hell just a moment ago, but after Zhou Chen's gentle touch, it no longer hurt.
Could this be the power of love?
However, seeing Zhou Chen's hand still resting on her leg made Yi Siqing quite shy.
To ease the awkwardness, she couldn't help but ask. By the way, Zhou Chen, have you been through a spatial rift before? Can you tell me what's inside?
Yeah,
Zhou Chen, hurry up and tell us what's in there.
Hearing this, Lin Bauer also became interested. Although she was injured too, her injuries weren't as severe as Yi Siqing's, and she didn't even need treatment.
Okay, I'll tell you, you absolutely won't believe what I saw in the spatial rift. I saw a tree, an incredibly huge tree. Huh? Is there really such a big tree in the world?
A tree that accommodates the entire world, calling it the world tree sounds very fitting.
Upon hearing Zhou Chen's experiences in the spatial rift, both girls were left speechless, eager to enter the rift themselves to see the giant tree.
But seeing the wounds on their bodies, both girls shivered. They did not want to experience the agonizing pain of having their bodies torn apart again. After resting for another 10 or so minutes, the three finally prepared to leave.
Siqing, how are you doing? Can you stand up now? Let me give it a try.
Yi Siqing stood up from the ground with all her strength, but as soon as she got up, a sharp pain shot through her foot, causing her to fall backward. Fortunately, Zhou Chen caught her from behind just in time.
Ah! Zhou Chen, you.
After being caught by Zhou Chen, Yi Siqing's ears instantly turned red with shyness, making her look really cute. It turned out that when he caught her, Zhou Chen accidentally placed his hand on her chest.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine.
Although the wound didn't hurt much now, she still couldn't walk because any movement would irritate it.
Alright, then I'll carry you.
Saying this, Zhou Chen gently lifted Yi Siqing into his arms. Her weight was at most 95 pounds, definitely not reaching 100. Thus, Zhou Chen easily picked her up, lifting her in a princess carry. Zhou Chen carried Yi Siqing out of the cave and summoned a wind-winged Pegasus, placing her on its back.
Okay, we have 2 hours left, and the exam will be over soon. Let's wait at the exit of the secret realm. After we get out, I'll take you to the hospital to get checked out.
Even though Zhou Chen had strengthened Yi Siqing's constitution, he couldn't guarantee that her wound wouldn't get infected, so just to be safe, he had to take her to the hospital. Just a few minutes into their walk, Zhou Chen heard sounds of fighting ahead, along with the occasional roar of beasts and the curses of humans. Without guessing, it was clear that some examinees were hunting beasts to earn points, or that several examinees were fighting each other over points.
This was common in previous years. Once the second day arrived, students often stopped hunting beasts and instead fought to steal points from other examinees.
This year was no exception.
Hey! Big brother, there are 3 people here. They seem to be injured. This is a big catch.
Big brother, I recognize them. That guy is Zhou Chen, currently ranked first.
Is he the Zhou Chen who killed the armored demon turtle? That's right. Boss, should we give up? Taking down the armored demon turtle isn't easy. Put. Are you stupid?
Even if they killed the armored demon turtle, they would surely be gravely injured.
Besides, there are more than a dozen of us. If we don't grab the chance now, when will we? Go! Let us take their points in Beast Core.
Zhou Chen suddenly saw a group of people riding on beasts charging towards him, and without a doubt, he knew what they were here for.
Humph, another group of reckless ones. Shout 'em, go, take them down. The vine on Zhou Chen's body immediately shot out hundreds of tendrils towards the group.
The current Dragonblood vine is now a level 50 martial tier beast, having replaced the ironclad tortoise as the strongest beast in the secret realm.
How could these shrimp soldiers and crab generals possibly be its match?
The vines of the Dragonblood vine pierced through their tamed beasts like spears, turning them into corpses in no time. As for those people, the Dragonblood vine spared their lives at Zhou Chen's request. After all, they were still live streaming, and it was best not to kill anyone. However, even if they didn't kill them, cutting off an arm or a leg, or stabbing a few bloody holes in their bellies was not a problem. If they dared to come and rob him, they had to pay the price. Though he couldn't kill them, he could make their future a living nightmare.
Run! This guy's tamed beast is a monster. Help! Please save me. I don't want to die yet.
With a chorus of screams, none of that group could stand.
All right, let's get going.
Yi Xiqing and Lin Baoru were both eager to leave this place. They just couldn't bear to watch the gruesome scene. However, despite that, they still felt Zhou Chen was right. If you dared to rob, you had to pay the corresponding price. After that, Zhou Chen and the others encountered several more groups trying to rob them, but they were all left missing arms and legs by the Dragonblood vine.
Although Zhou Chen didn't want to be so brutal, these people kept coming to rob them again and again.
They all thought he was a big fish, not knowing that real hunters often appear in the form of their prey.
Roar! Roar!
At that moment, Zhou Chen suddenly heard a roar of a beast, accompanied by a girl's delicate shout. Go, explosive lava mastiff, take them down.
Use the explosive lava bomb. Now you know how powerful Sister Chu Qing is? Ha ha ha, now you know Sister Chu Qing's strength?
Let me tell you the truth, she is the strongest beast tamer at our Dragonfall first high.
Humph. A group of stinky toads think they can feast on swan meat?
They are nothing but a bunch of perverts and trash. As Zhou Chen walked, he saw 3 boys and a girl. One of the girls was Xia Chuqing, and the boy was Yi Xiqing's brother, Yi Yangyu. He and Xia Chuqing were both students of the same class, so teaming up wasn't out of the question. At that moment, Yi Yangyu seemed like Xia Chuqing's devoted admirer, but Xia Chuqing came from a wealthy family, and she was beautiful with long legs.
Not to mention Yi Yangyu, even Zhou Chen would be willing to be her devoted admirer.
The other 2 girls were unknown to Zhou Chen. They were probably her close friends. Meanwhile, Xia Chuqing's tamed beast, the explosive lava mastiff, was making the few sleazy guys opposite roll and crawl in fear.
Why are you guys here?
When Xia Chuqing turned around and saw Zhou Chen, she couldn't help but frown slightly. And when Yi Yangyu saw Zhou Chen, he furrowed his brow and looked displeased. However, upon seeing Yi Xiqing injured, he couldn't help but show a hint of concern. After Zhou Chen beat him up last time, his relationship with Yi Xiqing improved a bit. Although he wouldn't admit it verbally, he still accepted this close relationship in his heart.
According to Zhou Chen, this was called tsundere. Being tsundere could ruin a lifetime.
What bad luck to run into you guys.
Zhou Chen sighed helplessly.
He hadn't forgotten his agreement with Xia Chuqing, but right now, he really didn't have the mood to fight with her. Yi Xiqing was already injured, and he didn't want to waste time in this place. Before Xia Chuqing could speak, her 2 little fans immediately became unhappy.
Hey! What do you mean by that?
Our sister Chuqing is willing to talk to you. That's your luck earned over 8 lifetimes, okay? And yet you treat her with such disdain.
Exactly, how dare you speak to Sister Chuqing like that? We have to teach you a lesson.
Put. Zhou Chen was directly amused by the words of these 2 silly girls.
I mean, do you 2 have some serious issues?
Just now, those people were staring at your sister Chuqing. You say they are toads wanting to eat swan meat. I didn't want to interact with her, and you said I was being disrespectful.
So what exactly do you want me to do?
You. One of the girls was about to refute Zhou Chen when Xia Chuqing interrupted her. The ironclad tortoise was killed by you.
Yes.
Oof.
Xia Chuqing smirked slightly and said, "Well, it's better to come early than to arrive fortuitously. It's better to find a day than to hit one. We're about to have a duel, you and I, as Black Iron level beast tamers. If I win, your points will be mine. And if you lose?" Zhou Chen countered. "Then my points, along with myself, will be given to you." "Sounds good. I like straightforward people like you. But if you lose later, don't cry and deny it. Don't worry, I'm a person of my word. Let's see what abilities you have to defeat the Iron Shell Demon Turtle, Ice Snow." Ice Snow, that's the name of the Ice Moon Fox. Upon hearing its master call, the Ice Moon Fox immediately ran to Xia Chuqing's side. Humph, humph. The Ice Moon Fox bared its teeth and clawed at Zhou Chen. Although it might think itself fierce, to Zhou Chen, it looked just like an angry rabbit with no real threat, and it was actually a bit cute. But it wouldn't be fair to say it poses no threat at all. Who knows, it might just be cute enough to scare someone to death. Especially the girls, Lin Bauer and Yi Xiqing were watching the little fox with rapt attention, itching to rush over and cuddle it. Hiss hiss hiss. The Windwing horse let out a neigh and stepped forward slowly, soldier against soldier, general against general. Both beasts were general tier, naturally it was up to it to deal with the Ice Moon Fox. Boom boom. Xia Chuqing called out again, and the explosive rock mastiff beside her let out a fierce roar. Boom boom must be the name Xia Chuqing gave it. I have to say, it sounds rather cute. The explosive rock mastiff slowly approached the Ice Moon Fox, glaring with wide eyes, fixated on the Windwing horse, baring its teeth as if it intended to eat it. Seeing the explosive rock mastiff approaching, the Windwing horse instinctively took a step back, a hint of fear in its gaze. However, that fear quickly vanished when something even more terrifying appeared. The dragon blood vine lashed out with its snake-like tendrils, each one exuding a terrifying killing intent. Unlike the previous demonic blood vine, could it have evolved? Yi Yangyu remembered clearly that the previous demonic blood vine had always been dark purple, but now it was blood red and had blossomed a large red flower. It was easy to surmise that the demonic blood vine had definitely evolved. If it really evolved into a martial tier beast, then it wouldn't be impossible for it to defeat the Iron Shell Demon Turtle. Xia Chuqing said nothing, but upon hearing Yi Yangyu's murmured thoughts, her brow furrowed. The current explosive rock mastiff was already level 35, quite powerful, but compared to the dragon blood vine, it was insignificant. Little Snow, you don't need to intervene. Just take care of Xiqing, and leave this to Little Vine. Hisses. The Windwing horse let out a disgruntled neigh, seemingly complaining to Zhou Chen that it wanted to fight too. Complaining or not, it still obeyed Zhou Chen's orders. What? Do you think these vines can defeat my two beasts? You really underestimate me. Not at all. It's just that I have injured members to take care of, and this way, you can lose without any reservations, so you won't claim I bullied you. Zhou Chen smiled slightly, filled with confidence. How could the current dragon blood vine possibly lose? Humph, well, if you lose later, don't blame me for not warning you. Ice Snow, boom boom, take down that vine. As soon as Xia Chuqing's voice fell, the ice and fire beasts launched a pincer attack on the dragon blood vine. Little Vine, use Dragon Might. The dragon blood vine instantly unleashed its dragon might, a powerful pressure descending upon the two beasts. Feeling the terrifying aura of the dragon blood vine, the two beasts halted in their tracks. Even Xia Chuqing and the others behind them turned pale upon seeing the dragon blood vine. I didn't expect this vine to release such a terrifying killing intent. Is this really the killing intent of a plant-type beast? But after all, a plant is still a plant, just a mindless creature. Ice Snow, boom boom, use ranged attacks to freeze it into an ice block first, then burn it to death. Xia Chuqing's corner of her mouth lifted slightly, as if she was already certain of victory. Plants are known to fear the cold and heat, and she believed the dragon blood vine was no exception. However, this time she was completely wrong, terribly wrong. Humph, humph. The Ice Moon Fox opened its mouth wide and spewed forth a blue flame, the Ice Moon Fox's Ice Fox fire skill. Though it looks like a flame, it's incredibly cold, leaving a layer of frost on the ground around. Ka ka ka.
The icefox fire struck the dragon blood vine, instantly freezing its tendrils, and at that moment, a searing lava burst suddenly came in, reducing the tendrils to ashes.
Ha, well done. A plant-type beast is still a plant-type beast.
Even if it has evolved to martial tier, it remains weak.
Ice snow, boom boom, finish it off. The two beasts lunged toward the dragon blood vine, intending to deliver a fatal blow. But would the dragon blood vine lose so easily? The answer was obviously no.
In an instant, the dragon blood vine sprouted numerous tendrils, tightly binding the ice moon fox and the explosive rock mastiff. It had feigned weakness just to wait for this moment. This was not Zhou Chen commanding the dragon blood vine, it was the dragon blood vine itself that thought of this strategy, meaning it already possessed intelligence matching that of a human. So, Xia Chuqing's idea has been wrong from the very beginning. The dragon's blood vine not only isn't afraid of extreme cold and heat, but it has also developed an intelligence that is comparable to humans, so it is not a mindless creature. The blood red vines pierced into the bodies of the ice moon fox and exploding rock mastiff, and now their lives and deaths are completely in the hands of the dragon's blood vine.
So, what's it going to be? Xia Chuqing, are you going to admit defeat on your own, or would you prefer the dragon's blood vine to kill these two beasts first and then admit defeat? Zhou Chen was overjoyed, although Xia Chuqing wasn't his type, who would mind having one more beautiful wife. This guy, how could this happen? Until now, Xia Chuqing still didn't understand why she lost.
Seeing that Xia Chuqing was reluctant to admit defeat, the dragon's blood vine began absorbing the blood of the two beasts, first taking it drop by drop, then speeding up. Both beasts were wide-eyed with fear, letting out soft growls, their bodies trembling incessantly. The dragon's blood vine aimed to immerse them in terror of death, while also pressuring Xia Chuqing. As if to say, if you don't admit defeat soon, I will kill them right in front of you, forcing you to watch your most important companions die in agony. Xia Chuqing is just an ordinary girl, how could she stand by and watch the beast she grew up with suffer and do nothing? Wait, I'll admit defeat, I'll be your girlfriend, just make your beast stop. Xia Chuqing directly admitted defeat, pleading with Zhou Chen in an almost desperate tone to spare her beast.
Alright, little vine, let them go. The outcome was already decided, and Zhou Chen didn't want to go too far. Besides, he didn't want to offend a wealthy schoolbelle. If he made her cry, her wealthy father would surely make trouble for him. After the dragon's blood vine released the two beasts, Xia Chuqing quickly recalled them into the soul space. Then she walked up to Zhou Chen, a blush appearing on her face, looking adorably bashful. Although it was a bit hard to say, she steeled her heart and said, Zhou Chen, I'm willing to accept the wager. As long as you don't mind me, I'd be happy to be your girlfriend. Hee, while I'd love that, feel free, as I already have someone I like. Saying this, he glanced back at Yi Siqing and Lin Bauer behind him, causing the two girls to turn red and shyly lower their heads. Compared to someone like Xia Chuqing, who seldom spoke all year round, Zhou Chen preferred girls like Yi Siqing or Lin Bauer. In Zhou Chen's view, falling in love at first sight was merely lust, while true love took time to develop. Of course, if you're willing to be my second wife, I'd be very happy. So, what do you say? Are you willing? Hearing Zhou Chen's words, Xia Chuqing's face turned crimson in an instant. Being Zhou Chen's girlfriend already made her shy enough, now being asked to be his mistress? Isn't that just nonsense? Blushing, she said, I don't want to be your second wife. If I'm going to be one, it will be the main wife. Ha, suit yourself then. If you don't want to, I won't force you to do anything. Zhou Chen didn't take Xia Chuqing right away. He's no playboy who loves every woman he meets. It wouldn't be fair to others. More importantly, having too many people would be too much for him physically. After saying that, Zhou Chen returned to Yi Siqing and Lin Bauer, both still injured and needing care. Thinking about Zhou Chen just saying, I already have someone I like, Lin Bauer and Yi Siqing both blushed, assuming Zhou Chen meant they were the ones he liked. Seeing Zhou Chen even reject Xia Chuqing's goodwill for their sake moved them deeply. Meanwhile, Xia Chuqing found it unbelievable that Zhou Chen let her off so easily. Could it be that I'm not good looking? Just as this thought appeared, she shook her head to deny it. Having thousands of admirers, she couldn't possibly be ugly. It must be Zhou Chen's reason overcoming his desires. Ha, what an interesting man. Sigh. I say, Zhou Chen is too foolish, right? Such a beautiful woman comes knocking, and he just refuses? Is he not capable in that area?
If it were me, I'd not only make Xia Chuqing my wife but wouldn't leave out her two sisters either. The world has gone downhill. Those who have little suffer drought, those who have much drown.
Bah! Shut up, you disgusting men. This is what a real man looks like.
Exactly, abandoning other flings for the one you love. That's the kind of man girls adore.
Could the perverts in the livestream please adopt a proper view of love?
Viewers in the livestream had mixed opinions about Zhou Chen's actions. Some thought he was too foolish, others believed this was what a responsible man should do. Setting others aside, Zhou Chen's family was very pleased by his behavior, especially his parents, who felt he had truly grown up and become a real man. In the forest outside the secret realm, a group of 15 black-robed figures appeared at some unknown time, lurking stealthily. Their robes were stained with human blood.
Around them, the bodies of city defense soldiers were strewn all over the ground.
Lord Xiang, we've dealt with all those city defense soldiers. One black-robed man said coldly while carrying a severely injured soldier. The soldier, gravely wounded, tried to say something with his mouth wide open but was killed by the black-robed man before uttering a word.
Xiang raised an eyebrow and asked coldly, "Oh? Did any of our Black Shrine members suffer casualties?"
Ha ha ha, Lord Xiang, how could mere city defense soldiers be our match? Our people escaped unscathed.
Good.
Then follow me into the secret realm and eliminate all the candidates from Huagua.
Xiang said coldly.
Since his face was concealed by a black robe, no one could see his expression.
Yes. Lord Xiang, we will give our all. But there is one thing I have never understood.
What is it? Why must we relentlessly target the Huagua candidates? They are just a bunch of kids. Killing them is as easy as crushing an ant. Why does the higher-ups insist we do this boring task? The black-robed man's tone was full of complaint about being assigned such a simple task, as if his talents were being wasted.
Humph, so stupid. Can't you figure out even such a simple matter?
Xiang scolded coldly.
Please enlighten me, Lord.
Huagua has the largest number of beast tamers among all countries, and every year, Huagua produces a stream of talented people. No one can guarantee how strong they will become when they grow up.
Geniuses are not frightening. What's frightening is when geniuses actually mature. If they grow strong, they'd be a huge obstacle to our plan. Our mission is to snuff them out at the cradle before they grow up.
That way, no one can stand in the way of our Black Shrine's advance.
I see, I understand now.
You need not complain either. The organization never forgets anyone who has made contributions, nor does it abandon any talent.
Your efforts will be rewarded accordingly.
Yes.
I understand. Let's go.
Enter the secret realm and show these naive little brats what the terror of corrupt beast tamers is like.
With that, Lord Xiang waved his hand.
Without anyone noticing, a tear instantly ripped open the secret realm's barrier, just enough for these 15 corrupt beast tamers to enter.
To ensure efficiency, we will act separately.
We must be swift and decisive. The city defense forces of Dragonfall City will arrive soon to reinforce us, and before they get here, we must capture those little brats in one fell swoop.
Understood. This operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. Don't forget our Black Temple's motto.
Heaven's will is capricious. The fallen souls destroy the world.
Evil spirits and demonic shadows. The Black God endures. Action.
Yes. The subordinates responded in unison, and then the others scattered, quickly disappearing from Xiang's sight, while Xiang also slowly advanced. I've heard there's a genius beast tamer among this year's candidates, and a genius nurturer as well. I'll go see him. If I can pull him into the Black Temple, it would be a great accomplishment.
Zhou Chen.
Don't think I can't see through it. That plant-type beast of yours must have absorbed my Stardust vine. Stealing from me, Xiang, will come at a painful price.
Bow before me or die. It's up to you to decide.
Xiang let out a strange laugh and slowly walked towards Zhou Chen. Meanwhile, the other fallen beast tamers also began to attack other candidates, and the entire secret realm had turned into a slaughterfest.
Ha ha ha, what luck! Another prey has just come to us. That black robe guy over there, stop hiding. I see you. Hand over your points and beast core now.
A few candidates looked at a black robe figure, thinking he was just a lone contestant.
They laughed, believing they had hit the jackpot, unaware that they were the real prey. He. Yes, what great luck! So soon to find prey.
The black robe man scoffed coldly, exuding a strange and terrifying aura. A chill ran down the spine of several candidates, their goosebumps rising, but the bravest among them still mustered the courage to speak up.
What are you laughing at? Have we scared you, silly? Hurry up and hand over your points. Otherwise, we'll unleash our tamed beasts on you. Be careful, or our tamed beasts will rip your skin off. Humph. A bunch of snot-nosed kids, let me see what you can do. Come out, dark demon.
The black robe man huffed coldly and summoned his tamed beast. A demonic beast appeared behind him. The beast was covered in black scales, with claws sharp as blades and a feral appearance, bearing its razor-sharp fangs, and sporting a pair of demonic wings.
Demon, you're fallen.
Upon seeing the terrifying form of the dark demon, the candidates were greatly frightened, their faces contorting with extreme fear.
Bingo! Correct. Too bad there are no rewards. Go, dark demon, take them down. Ah! In just 1 second, the pained screams of the candidates rang out from the other side. He.
The black robe man scoffed coldly, then looked towards a nearby drone, defiantly giving it the finger. Then he ordered the dark demon to destroy that drone. Such events were happening in every corner of the forest. Within just 5 minutes, over 100 candidates had perished, turning into cold corpses. These fallen beast tamers were like heartless demons, killing without mercy in a single strike, then searching for their next target.
Hey! What is going on with these black robes? How could they kill so many people? Are they really contestants? Asked Lu Zhu.
That beast is a fallen beast tamer. They must be fallen beast tamers. Only fallen beast tamers kill without blinking.
Damn it! How could fallen beast tamers appear in the secret realm? What about the city defense forces outside? My son is dead. Can someone tell me what is happening here?
The entire live stream audience was in chaos, frantically sending comments and bullet comments, hoping to draw attention from the relevant officials to rescue the candidates. At that moment, in the high-level office of Dragonfall City's City Defense Force, a leading officer slammed his hand on the desk in anger.
Bang! With his immense force, cracks appeared on the desk, nearly smashing it. It was enough to show the extent of his anger. Damn it! This group of fallen beast tamers is too arrogant. They're shamelessly showing up in the secret realm and slaughtering our candidates.
Alright, old Zhang, this isn't the time for anger. The urgent task is to send troops to rescue the candidates. They are the future of our nation and cannot suffer any mishaps. The officer who slammed the desk was named Zhang Hongyuan, the commander of Dragonfall City's City Defense Force, the highest commander in Dragonfall City. Though not the strongest beast tamer in Dragonfall City, when it comes to command and combat ability, he would be second to none. You're right now, besides the security personnel of Dragonfall City, all other city defense forces are to enter the secret realm immediately. I want to catch all those damned fallen beast tamers. Also, issue a bounty, summon beast tamers from all over. Anyone willing to assist our city defense force in rescuing the candidates will be rewarded with 100,000 beast coins. If they achieve military merit, further rewards will be given. If they help the city defense force capture or eliminate one fallen beast tamer, I will personally award them 500,000 beast coins. Everyone, move out immediately. Head to the secret realm at the fastest speed. Understood. The officers in the office immediately stood up, quickly organizing personnel. They didn't even use military jeeps, summoning firewolves instead, riding on their backs at top speed towards the secret realm. Firewolves are state-issued beasts. As long as one joins the city defense force, they immediately receive a firewolf.
The combat power of firewolves is above average among the general tier beasts currently known.
They possess strong aggressiveness and high mobility, with both fierce wildness and loyal character. Additionally, they breed prolifically. 2 firewolves can have 10 to 20 pups in a year. Due to these advantages, they are heavily bred in our country and have become the standardized tamed beasts of the city defense force. At this time, at the Xia family's door, a middle-aged couple stood anxiously at the entrance, worry etched on their faces.
This middle-aged couple is none other than Xia Chuqing's parents. The father's name is Xia Xiujie, the strongest beast tamer in Dragonfall City. He is already a silver tier beast tamer, capable of contracting 4 tamed beasts, each one stronger than the last. Xia Chuqing's mother is named Qin Momo, a businesswoman and also the wealthiest person in Dragonfall City.
She is also a beast tamer. Although not as powerful as Xia Xiujie, she is still a black iron tier beast tamer.
Honey, hurry up and go to the secret realm.
You must rescue our daughter.
Don't worry, dear, just be patient. I will definitely bring Chuqing back safely.
Xia Xiujie gently rubbed his beloved's head to comfort her and ease her sadness. He then summoned a bird-like beast, took to its back, and flew toward the secret realm, moving even faster than a firewolf, approaching the speed of sound. At the same time, the local beast tamers in Dragonfall City spontaneously headed for the secret realm, and it wasn't just for the 100,000 beast coins reward. Simply put, since their children were in the secret realm, they had to go. At this moment, outside the secret realm, anyone looking up at the sky would notice a massive dragon circling in the air. This dragon is not the divine dragon from Chinese mythology, but a fire dragon from Western mythology. It resembles a large lizard with wings on its back, its entire body clad in bright red dragon scales, giving off a sense of holiness and immense power. If Zhou Chen were to see this fire dragon right now, he would be so shocked that he would be left speechless, as this fire dragon is actually a king-tier beast. Standing on the back of the fire dragon is a person, who is none other than Long Xiaolei, a teacher from Bea Academy. She has come to invite Zhou Chen, and thanks to the fire dragon's speed, she reached the secret realm near Dragonfall City in less than a day from the imperial capital. This was while she was sightseeing along the way. If the fire dragon flew at full speed, it would take less than an hour to fly from the imperial capital to Dragonfall City.
Little dragon, you saw everything that happened in the secret realm, right? The student director, Wu Jie, called to inquire. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaolei's brow furrowed in concern.
Yes, I saw everything on the live stream. I didn't expect those fallen beast tamers to find the secret realm. I suspect there's a traitor in the city defense army of Dragonfall City, otherwise, it would take at least a week for those fallen beast tamers to find a hidden secret realm behind a barrier. That is a possibility, but now is not the time to consider who the traitor is.
You should be nearing Dragonfall City by now, right?
Hurry and rescue those candidates. They are the future of our country.
I understand.
Without Wu Jia reminding her, Long Xiaolei would also go to rescue those candidates.
As a teacher, the protection of students is the first responsibility and duty.
Long Xiaolei immediately commanded the fire dragon to rush toward the secret realm. With her cultivation level, the barrier protecting the secret realm would be no match for her. By the way, keep an eye out for opportunities. If there's a chance, be sure to rescue that Zhou Chen. If I'm not mistaken, Zhou Chen will definitely attract special attention from the fallen beast tamers due to the talent he displayed in the livestream. They won't just ignore him.
They'll either try to recruit him or eliminate him.
If you can save him, he will definitely be grateful to you. Then when you invite him to join Bea Academy, out of gratitude, he will likely accept. By then, your tamed beasts might just be saved. At this point, Wu Jie still didn't forget to scheme against Zhou Chen.
Long Xiaolei couldn't help but roll her eyes, but Wu Jie couldn't see it.
I got it. At this moment, a slaughterfest was taking place inside the secret realm, with many candidates being ruthlessly slaughtered by the fallen beast tamers. Many other candidates, although not yet harmed, were surrounded by the sounds of tragic screams, realizing the seriousness of the situation.
What on earth is going on?
At this time, Zhou Chen and his group were hiding behind a small hill, because Yi Xiqing had injured her leg and needed to rest. Xia Chuqing and the others were also with them. After all, there is strength in numbers. While they didn't know exactly what had happened, Zhou Chen knew something terrible surely had occurred in the secret realm. Everyone had already summoned their beasts early, lest they be caught off guard later. Yi Xiqing and Lin Beier also summoned their dark moon wolves and saber-toothed beasts again. Although they were injured, it was nothing but some superficial wounds. Xia Chuqing took out medicine to help heal the beast's wounds. This was also a way to thank Zhou Chen for giving her the choice.
Zhou Chen, what should we do next? Are we just going to wait here? Xia Chuqing asked with confusion.
Hearing the continuous screams around her, Xia Chuqing's mood worsened. Even though she was the school beauty and ranked second on the leaderboard, she was still just a little girl. After hearing that tragic sound, fear naturally increased. In contrast, Zhou Chen appeared much calmer. Yes, we will just wait here. If something truly bad happens, the people outside definitely won't let us just fend for ourselves here.
And if nothing happens, the soldiers from the city defense will come looking for us.
Zhou Chen sat on a clean rock, calmly munching on an apple, and in fact, he wasn't too worried.
With so many people here and so many tamed beasts, including 2 martial tier beasts, what is there to be afraid of?
However, at that moment, a fallen beast tamer found him and cackled sinisterly.
He. Finally found you, classmate Zhou Chen. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. By the way, is it really okay for you to act like this?
While your peers are being slaughtered, you're calmly eating an apple.
How relaxing.
Even more relaxed than the lazy king. This fallen beast tamer was the one who summoned the dark demon to kill candidates and provoke the Dragonfall city defense forces.
What do I care about their life or death?
If they die, they can only blame themselves for being incompetent or unlucky. All I can do is live well and wait for the chance to take revenge.
Speaking of which, who are you? How do you know my name? Why are you wearing a black cloak in broad daylight?
How hideous must your face be?
Zhou Chen retorted, slowly standing up and walking over to the dragon blood vine, ready for battle.
At that moment, Xia Chuqing whispered to him.
Zhou Chen, be careful.
Look at this guy's outfit, he is probably a fallen beast tamer.
A fallen beast tamer, huh? Zhou Chen frowned slightly.
He naturally knew what a fallen beast tamer was, a group of ruthless demons who kill without blinking.
Yes, I am a fallen beast tamer. Right now, you are quite the celebrity. No one in Huagua does not know you.
An 18-year-old black iron tier beast tamer, with an almost perverse talent for cultivation, and with such a special beast.
To be honest, even I am a little frightened by you. To be honest, if you grow for another year, I feel like I won't even be your match. Now I'm only giving you 2 choices.
First, join the Black Temple, become a fallen beast tamer, submit to us, and serve us. As for the second option, die.
TCH, is this how you recruit people to the Black Temple? You don't even show a bit of sincerity. And why should I submit to someone weaker than me? I don't need a year, I could take you down right now. Little Vine, attack. Don't give him a chance to summon tamed beasts. Zhou Chen immediately ordered the dragon blood vine to attack. A beast tamer who can't summon tamed beasts is no different from an ordinary person.
The dragon blood vine instantly whipped out dozens of vines, attacking the fallen beast tamer from all directions. However, the fallen beast tamer remained unperturbed, even slightly tilting his mouth upward, revealing a strange smile.
Bang!
Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of the fallen beast tamer, blocking the lethal blow from the dragon blood vine.
It seems you just said something very interesting.
You said, why should I submit to someone weaker than me, so let me use strength to refute your words, shall I?
Dark Demon, go for it. Kill everyone except for Zhou Chen, including their beasts.
Understood, the Dark Demon said in a deep, hoarse voice. The Dark Demon is a demon-type beast, possessing the ability to speak human language, and it's the first beast Zhou Chen has seen that can talk.
Beast named Dark Demon.
Beast tier, General tier.
Beast level 55. Beast attribute, Dark. Beast weakness Electric, Light. Beast status Healthy. Beast talent, None.
Beast skill Shadow Rend, claws gather dark energy that can instantly tear enemies apart. Blood Shadow Poison Mist sprays toxic mist mixed with dark energy from its mouth, capable of corroding human flesh and eroding the soul. Beast description: a powerful dark-type demon beast from another world, capable of speaking human language. Its sharp claws and pointed tail are its most formidable weapons, while the demon wings on its back allow it to fly freely in the sky, bringing darkness and despair to the world. It looks so disgusting, just seeing it makes me want to vomit. I can't even think about eating. Dark Demon, a general tier beast? Luckily it's only 5 levels higher than the Dragon Bloodvine. Seeing the tier and level of the Dark Demon, Jo-chan let out a sigh of relief. Although the Dark Demon's level was relatively high, its overall strength was still not as good as the Dragon Bloodvine, which was a comfort. Stupid humans, die. The Dark Demon let out a roar, then spread its huge demonic wings and charged at Jo-chan. However, its target was actually Yi Sicheng, who was next to Jo-chan. Since Yi Sicheng was injured, the Dark Demon was no fool and knew to pick on the easier target first. Shadow Tear. One could see the Dark Demon's claws glowing with a purple light as they lunged toward this side, but Jo-chan was not afraid. Little Vine, use Dragon Might to scare it, then use Venom Thorncoil to bind it for me. The Dragon Bloodvine couldn't speak yet, but it emanated an extremely terrifying killing intent and a wave of Dragon Might. What is this? As the Dark Demon felt the Dragon Might released by the Dragon Bloodvine, it froze for a moment, sensing an invisible wall blocking its path, and its brain throbbed painfully, rendering it unable to move. At that moment, the Dragon Bloodvine's tendrils also arrived, cutting off the Dark Demon's wings as if they were sharp blades. Then, the remaining tendrils tightly wrapped around the Dark Demon's body. The scales on the Dark Demon's body were extremely sharp, but the Dragon Bloodvine's tendrils ignored them completely and pierced through its body, absorbing its blood. Siaing Poison Mist. The Dark Demon, bound by the tendrils, was still unwilling to give up and spat out a mouthful of black mist at the Dragon Bloodvine. Although it was named Siaing Poison Mist, this move had nothing to do with poison. The essence of this black mist was an incredibly pure dark energy, which had the effects of corroding flesh and eroding souls. However, the Dragon Bloodvine's tendrils were as hard as iron, and since the essence of the Dragon Bloodvine was that of a plant, it had no soul at all. Even if it mutated into a beast, it was still ultimately a plant. No soul, only intelligence. Perhaps when the Dragon Bloodvine evolves into a human form, it will be able to have a soul. Without a soul, there's nothing to mention about eroding a soul. Therefore, the Dark Demon's attack was utterly useless against the Dragon Bloodvine, merely a futile struggle before death. In less than a minute, the Dragon Bloodvine completely drained the Dark Demon's blood. Having lost its blood and moisture, the Dark Demon naturally lost its life. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed the Dark Demon and gained 550 enhancement points. What? How is this possible? How could your beast be so strong? The Dark Demon took less than 2 minutes from appearing to dying, quicker than Ultraman fighting a monster. Seeing the Dark Demon die so quickly, the fallen beast tamer was also shocked. The face under the black robe twisted in dismay as he wanted to summon a second tamed beast. However, the Dragon Bloodvine didn't give him the chance. After absorbing the Dark Demon's blood, 2 tendrils instantly wrapped around the fallen beast tamer's body, leaving him no time to summon a second tamed beast. The spikes on the tendrils pierced into the fallen beast tamer's skin, draining his blood in mere seconds. But just before dying, the fallen beast tamer uttered these words, "Evil Lord Siaing, avenge me." After saying this, the fallen beast tamer lost all vital signs, his blood drained, and his body turned into a dry corpse. What was frightening was that the corpse still had its eyes open, refusing to close even in death. A pair of lifeless eyes stared intensely at Jo-chan, as if harboring an immense grudge. Ugh! This is so eerie. Explosion, burn that corpse. It's too scary, I don't want to be watched by a dead person. Seeing the fallen beast tamer's eyes still staring here after death, Xiao Chuqing was covered in goosebumps and hurriedly asked the explosion dog to burn the corpse. Roar, roar. The explosion dog roared, gathering spiritual energy in its mouth and preparing to spit out a lava projectile to incinerate the fallen beast tamer's corpse. However, just as the lava projectile was about to hit the fallen beast tamer's body, another cloaked figure suddenly appeared in front of the corpse, blocking the explosion dog's attack with bare hands. That's right, bare hands. The cloaked figure simply raised one hand and effortlessly blocked the explosion dog's ultimate move. Since the appearance of the spatial rift, all plants and animals had undergone frenzied evolution, while humans had stagnated. Humans only gained strength and spirit, acquiring the ability to control beasts. As for the body, whether beast tamers or fallen beast tamers, their bodies were hardly different from ordinary humans.
So what's going on? Why can this fallen beast tamer block the explosion dog's ultimate move with bare hands?
In an instant, many possibilities flashed through Zhou Chen's mind, such as having undergone body modifications and becoming a cyborg.
Or perhaps being infected by some virus that enhanced his body.
Or maybe he had encountered a cultivation technique from another world, turning him into an extraordinary expert, and so on. Various possibilities kept emerging in Zhou Chen's mind, leaving him unsure of what was actually happening. However, one thing is beyond doubt: this fallen beast tamer is definitely stronger than the previous fallen beast tamer, and he is likely the Lord Xiang he mentioned before his death.
You actually died at the hands of a bunch of little kids? You're quite weak, aren't you, little one?
Xiang looked at the corpse at his feet and gently closed his eyes. Though his expression under the black robe was hidden, a hint of sadness could still be heard in his tone. Once you join the Black Temple, none of us have names anymore, just code names for each other and tasks that must be completed. But a qualified captain must remember his teammates' names.
So, rest well, we will meet again.
After all, a day in the Black Temple means forever in the Black Temple, so let's just meet again in our next life. After saying this, Xiang slowly turned to Zhou Chen and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh.
Heh, what's wrong? Are you surprised I was able to block the beast's ultimate move with my bare hands?
Zhou Chen didn't answer but countered, are you the Lord Xiang he spoke of?
Do you want to take revenge for him?
At the same time, instruct the dragon blood vine to prepare for battle. We can't underestimate this guy. Although I don't know how he just did that, he now possesses the power to contend with a martial tier beast. I thought Xiang would rush up to take revenge for his subordinate, but instead, he shook his head. It's not that simple. This guy died without completing his mission, simply because he was too weak. I have no obligation to avenge him. But the orders I received were to recruit or eliminate you bunch of undeveloped talents. If you all are willing to join my Black Temple, I can spare your lives and hold your killing of him against you for this lifetime. But if you refuse, then I have no choice but to kill you too. I guess that counts as vengeance for my fallen subordinate. Humph, indeed, fallen beast tamers are all heartless creatures. Zhou Chen coldly snorted, feeling no psychological burden about killing these degenerate beast tamers. One could even take their heads for bounty. Whoever can capture or kill a fallen beast tamer can immediately receive a government reward of 200,000 beast coins. This is encouraged by the state, showing that in the eyes of the government, fallen beast tamers are unworthy of being treated as human.
Heh, that's a fair point.
After all, being heartless and carefree is less tiring. If I still had any conscience left and saw my battle comrade die, I wouldn't be so indifferent like I am now. Xiang sneered, his tone revealing a hint of bleakness. Since you refuse to surrender, don't blame me for killing all of you.
Come forth, flame battle tiger. Roar! Roar!
A red-tamed beast formation appeared behind Xiang, followed by a tigeress roar. Then a giant tiger dashed out. This tiger stood 2 meters tall and was 5 meters long, looking incredibly imposing.
Its fiery red fur resembled flames burning fiercely.
Beast name Flame Battle Tiger. Beast tier, Martial tier.
Beast level 75.
Beast attribute Fire.
Beast weakness Water, Ice. Beast status Healthy. Beast talent Berserk, the Flame Battle Tiger, born for battle and will only stop upon death.
When entering a berserk state, all aspects of the Flame Battle Tiger's abilities continuously enhance, potentially increasing up to 20 times its normal combat power. Beast skill Tiger Roar emits a deafening roar that can injure opponents from a distance, shattering their internal organs. Flame Beast Claw claws intertwined with the power of flames, incredibly hot, capable of turning enemies to ashes. Explosive charge burns the fire within its body and charges at high speed towards its enemy, capable of unleashing the power of a meteor strike. Beast description: fire element beast, large in size, the king of beasts. Possesses high proficiency in firepower, able to bathe in magma. Has a strong aversion to anything cold. The flame battle tiger is 20 levels higher than the previous dark demon. Moreover, it's a martial tier beast. Seeing the flame battle tiger, Zhou Chen's previously calm heart suddenly tightened because the attributes of the flame battle tiger were too high. It was 25 levels above the dragon blood vine. How can we fight this? Now the only advantage we have is that we have more people. I hope the flame battle tiger isn't too ridiculously strong. Little vine, go. Try out this tiger's strength. The dragon blood vine unleashed its dragon might again, sending a powerful killing intent towards the flame battle tiger. However, the flame battle tiger, being the king of beasts, looked down on the dragon might and instead let out a long howl. Roar! 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 A tremendous roar echoed, causing Zhou Chen and others to cover their ears, but even so, they still felt a splitting headache, as if their ears might go deaf. This is the flame battle tiger's tiger roar skill. Let alone Zhou Chen and the others, even the few beasts weren't faring much better, lying on the ground and howling in distress. We can't let this tiger keep getting fatter. Xia Chuqing, have your ice moon fox freeze its mouth for me. Okay, ice snow, use 0-degree ice point. The ice moon fox emitted a cold radiance, freezing a large fan-shaped area in front of it with chilling frost. Even the body of the flame battle tiger was encased in ice, turning into a sculpture. The deafening roar finally ceased, and Zhou Chen and the others could finally lower their hands, which had been covering their ears. Xia Chuqing, tell the ice moon fox to increase its power. We must not let the flame battle tiger break free from its frozen state. After Zhou Chen gave the command, Xia Chuqing immediately complied. Zhou Chen was now the cornerstone of this team. Alright, ice and snow, continue using 0-degree frost. Xiaoya, come help me quickly. Okay, Sister Chuqing. The girl named Xiaoya was a close friend of Xia Chuqing, and her tamed beast was an ice spirit bird, an ice-type warrior tier beast, level 32. It wasn't a powerful beast, but it had the ability to freeze enemies, and now they had no choice but to ask for her help. Everyone, attack Xiaoying. I refuse to believe he can handle so many beasts alone. Alright, Xiaoya, use Dark Moonstrike. Saber-tooth beast, use your saber-tooth skill quickly. At that moment, the remaining beasts charged towards Xiaoying. As long as they could take out Xiaoying while the flame battle tiger was frozen, the battle would essentially be over. However, when faced with so many beasts charging at him, Xiaoying remained completely calm, not even taking a step back, with a cold smile on his face. Humph, let me see what you beasts can do. Hoo-hoo! As soon as Xiaoying finished speaking, a spark of blue flame appeared in his palm. The flame grew increasingly intense until it became a fireball the size of a basketball, leaving Zhou Chen and the others dumbfounded. What ability is this? I've never heard of anyone who can spit fire. Is this guy really human? Watching the fireball burning in Xiaoying's hand, Zhou Chen felt an ominous hint. Watch this, evil fireball. Whoosh! Xiaoying threw a fireball at the saber-tooth beast. The fireball flew extremely fast, and the saber-tooth beast couldn't evade it at all, getting hit directly. Woo! The saber-tooth beast hit by the fireball flew back, clearly illustrating the fireball's formidable power. After that, Xiaoying's evil fireball fired towards the Windwing Dragon Horse, the Dark Moon Wolf, and the Crimson Feather Hawk as if it cost nothing, but the movements of these three beasts were swift, and they all dodged Xiaoying's fireball attacks. Although Xiaoying's evil fireball didn't hit them, it still forced them back. Crimson Feather Hawk, quickly use a ranged attack, Fire Feather Meteor. Yi Yangyu commanded the Crimson Feather Hawk to attack. It understood and immediately launched all of its explosive feathers. Humph, a petty trick. Xiaoying once again condensed a fireball, but this one was even bigger than the last. Suddenly, the large fireball in Xiaoying's hand changed shape, transforming into a barrier that blocked in front of him. Evil fire shield, you can't hurt me, so just give up. It's not too late to surrender to the Black God Temple now. How is this possible?
Are you really human? This is definitely not the ability of a human.
Watching the blue flame barrier, Zhou Chen's face was filled with shock. If he didn't find a way to break this bizarre flame, he wouldn't be able to defeat Xiang.
He, little brat is still just a little brat, unaware of what a beast warrior is. Didn't your teachers teach you about that? Xiang sneered, uttering a term Zhou Chen had never heard before. In fact, he was right, their school teachers really hadn't taught them what a beast warrior was. You're actually a beast warrior? How is this possible? Before Zhou Chen could speak, Xia Chuqing asked with an expression of disbelief. Xia Chuqing, do you know something? Quick, tell me, what is a beast warrior, and what exactly is that bizarre fire? No wonder you don't know. Beast warriors are a profession that has only appeared in the past century. Over 100 years ago, scientists suddenly discovered that although humans couldn't evolve like beasts, they could cultivate by absorbing energy from otherworldly spirits, just like in novels. However, becoming a beast warrior is extraordinarily difficult. Firstly, the cultivator must be a beast tamer, and humans can only cultivate by leveraging the strengths of their tamed beasts. Moreover, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, which is why the number of beast warriors is exceedingly rare. Furthermore, I remember that beast warriors can only cultivate beast martial arts that share the same attribute as their tamed beasts. For example, I have an ice moon fox and a volcanic mastiff as my beasts, so I can only cultivate beast martial arts of ice, fire, earth, and neutral attributes. If I forcefully cultivated beast martial arts of other attributes, I would be annihilated by energy conflict. Neutral attribute beast martial arts can be cultivated by any beast tamer. However, aside from strengthening the body and enhancing power, they have almost no other use. Xia Chuqing nearly told Zhou Chen everything she knew about beast warriors. Zhou Chen listened in shock, but he caught on to a key word. Strengthening the body? Isn't that quite similar to the effects of enhancement points? Hearing Xia Chuqing mention the attribute less beast warrior, isn't that just his enhancement points? His enhancement points can enhance his physique and strength, and even boost his mental power. Could it be that the essence of enhancement points is also a type of attribute less beast warrior? Or is it something similar to the spiritual energy from another world? If enhancement points really are a type of attribute less beast warrior, then Zhou Chen can be considered a beast warrior too, right? Right, let's go with that. Zhou Chen instantly thought of a solution. Since enhancement points are very similar to attribute less beast warriors, if he uses all his enhancement points to enhance his physique and strength, wouldn't that mean he's also a beast warrior? Only a beast can deal with a beast. Likewise, only a beast warrior can defeat another beast warrior. With this in mind, Zhou Chen quickly enhanced his three attributes: physique, strength, and agility. Having killed so many beasts before and earned thousands of enhancement points, it's just right to put them to good use now. Enhancing physique isn't as complicated as enhancing mental power. Just a bit of enhancement points can strengthen an attribute. While it's cheap, there is a limit. Soon, Zhou Chen's physique, strength, and agility all reached 1,000. Of course, Zhou Chen could continue to enhance his attributes, but the enhancement points needed to do so would double. This means enhancing a little bit of strength requires 2 enhancement points, but that's still not too expensive. Zhou Chen naturally chose to continue enhancing. After all, even if he runs out of enhancement points, he can still earn more by killing beasts. If his life is lost, then everything is over. Zhou Chen spent all his enhancement points and raised these 3 attributes to over 1,300. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen felt a powerful force within him constantly expanding. Zhou Chen's abilities now surpassed those of an ordinary person by hundreds of times, or even more. However, while much stronger, it wasn't to an absurd extent. For instance, regarding strength, Zhou Chen can now lift a ton with one hand, and with 2 hands, he can lift between 2 to 5 tons, but that's about it. Breaking the void with a single punch like in novels is obviously impossible. But maybe one day it will be possible. As long as he keeps strengthening himself, he can eventually gain such immense power. Now, Zhou Chen may not be able to defeat characters who are the power ceiling in novels, but perhaps he can spar a little with the basics. This little girl knows quite a lot, huh? Then you should also realize that you are definitely not my match. It's better to surrender early and join us at the Black Temple. The Black Temple will never treat you poorly.
Xiaoying smiled faintly. His power was already enough to crush general tier beasts and even contend with martial tier beasts.
Oh, is that so?
I want to see just how strong you really are. Zhou Chen snickered, and as he spoke, he rushed towards Xiaoying in an instant, moving so fast that he covered 100 meters in just 5 seconds. Even Xiaoying couldn't react for a moment, yet he was truly amazed by Zhou Chen's speed. Just when he was lost in thought, Zhou Chen had already arrived in front of him, swinging his fist straight at his face.
Humph, how foolish. Those beasts aren't even my match. What can an ordinary person like you do to me?
Xiaoying didn't think Zhou Chen could do anything to him at all. He casually raised one hand to block Zhou Chen's punch while concentrating fireballs in his other hand, intending to strike Zhou Chen a fatal blow.
But would things go as Xiaoying wished? Obviously not.
Xiaoying raised his left hand to block Zhou Chen's punch. However, when that terrifying force struck him, Xiaoying's eyes widened in pain, emitting a low, agonizing roar.
Ah! What? How can your strength be so strong?
Xiaoying asked in surprise, his face contorted in a grimace from the pain. Just now, Zhou Chen's punch had nearly broken his left arm. Xiaoying practiced fire beast martial arts, which allowed him to breathe fire and excel in attacks, but did not enhance his physical strength. As a result, Xiaoying's physical quality was only several times that of an ordinary person, whereas Zhou Chen's strength was over 100 times that of a normal person. Naturally, Xiaoying couldn't withstand Zhou Chen's attack.
This isn't over yet. Die.
Saying this, Zhou Chen kicked with a flying kick aimed at Xiaoying's chest. Seeing this, Xiaoying didn't dare to resist, retreating instead. He quickly conjured a fireball to throw at Zhou Chen to keep his distance. Zhou Chen's reflexes were also over 100 times that of an ordinary person. Seeing the fireball coming, Zhou Chen easily dodged it.
How can your strength be this strong? Could it be you are also a beast warrior?
Xiaoying asked in surprise, his face under the black cloak gradually darkening. Zhou Chen's appearance simply shattered his worldview, a young black iron-level beast tamer, a genius breeder, and now also a beast warrior. It's almost more perverse than he was when he was younger. If Zhou Chen continues to grow like this, in less than a year, he would be able to defeat Xiaoying without a doubt. Thinking of this, Xiaoying immediately felt murderous. He absolutely could not allow Zhou Chen to grow any further.
Since you don't want to join my Black God's temple, then die.
Saying this, Xiaoying looked at the fire tiger that had been frozen.
Flame Battle Tiger, are you done cooling off? If you're done, hurry over to help. I'm getting serious now. Roar! Roar!
The flame battle tiger, which was originally still in a frozen state, instantly broke free from the restraints of the ice moon fox and the ice spirit bird, liberated from the frozen state, and returned to Xiaoying's side.
Zhou Chen, this time next year will be your day of sacrifice.
Suddenly, Xiaoying pulled out a fiery red spear from the spatial ring in his hand and mounted the flame battle tiger's back, looking like a majestic beast knight. Zhou Chen, you need to be careful. Once a beast warrior combines with a beast, their combat power surpasses 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Seeing Xiaoying riding on the flame battle tiger, Xiao Chuqing hurriedly reminded Zhou Chen to be cautious.
You have a beast, do I not have a beast?
Xiao Tong, Xiao Shui, let us go too. Saying this, Zhou Chen ordered the dragon blood vine to entwine around him.
Now the dragon blood vine could control the toxins within its vines freely, ensuring it wouldn't harm Zhou Chen.
The dragon blood vine wrapped Zhou Chen tightly, leaving only his eyes visible. These vines were extremely tough, like armor. Now Zhou Chen was covered entirely in red vines, just like a Cayman rider.
Cayman rider? Zhou Chen now looks just like a Cayman rider?
Watching the armed Zhou Chen, Lin Bauer suddenly exclaimed, her adorable big eyes fixed on him, just like a fan seeing their idol.
Cayman rider? Bauer, what's a Cayman rider?
Yi Xiqing looked bewildered. As a normal girl, she had never watched any Cayman rider. Even Ultraman, she had only seen Giga Ultraman on TV. Usually, she only watched Pretty Cure.
How to say it, it's a special effects film. I used to watch it when I was little. It was really good. Right now, Zhou Chen looks a lot like Cayman rider Ryuki I've seen before. That's my introduction to the series.
Lin Bauer looked at Zhou Chen with excitement, wishing she could rush over for a photo with him.
Cayman rider Ryuki?
I've watched the two, it's shot really well, although the ending is a bit tragic. Xia Chuqing nodded, indicating she'd seen it too.
Right.
A few girls chattered like a flock of sparrows, endlessly discussing Kamen Rider, completely ignoring that Zhou Chen was fighting.
Humph, it's not over yet, Xiao Tang. The dragon blood vine understood, and its vines grew rapidly, weaving a dragon army blade.
Though made of vines, it was far sharper than an ordinary saber. Then Zhou Chen mounted the wind-winged dragon horse again, and the vines grew once more, forming a set of horse armor to protect the wind-winged dragon horse's body and 4 legs. Now he had both weapon and motorcycle, and this motorcycle could even fly, making it no different from Kamen Rider Dragon Knight.
You think you can enhance your defense by arming yourself with vines?
Oomph, just playing tricks.
I will make you die under my fire dragon gun.
Xiang scoffed at this. His flame war tiger was 25 levels higher than the dragon blood vine, so what if Zhou Chen had 2 beasts? Even with beast warriors, they can only serve as support in battle. The real main force is still the tamed beasts.
The strength of tamed beasts is the true power. But using plants as armor, I really wonder if you have any common sense at all? Today, let me showcase once again how to break the vine armor soldier. Continuous evil fireball.
Xiang held a gun in one hand and quickly mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, instantly condensing dozens of blue fireballs the size of basketballs, which looked like ghostly flames from hell, filled with eeriness.
Die!
One fireball after another came rushing toward Zhou Chen, but Zhou Chen remained unfazed. Having evolved into a martial tier beast, the vines of the dragon blood vine were impervious to swords and guns, undamaged by fire or water, and as hard as steel.
Who is afraid of whom?
Zhou Chen swung the dragon army blade, woven from dragon blood vine, cutting down every fireball that came at him. The fireballs exploded instantly around Zhou Chen, yet the blue flames could not harm him in the slightest.
Xiao Shui, let's go!
Hiss hiss hiss. The wind-winged dragon horse beneath him neighed and then quickly charged toward the flame war tiger, riding the wind with extreme speed, not losing ground to the flame war tiger.
Roar, roar!
The flame war tiger roared loudly, then crouched down as if preparing to leap like a frog. Then, with a powerful push from its hind legs, its entire body shot forward like an arrow, even faster than a bullet.
Roar, roar! Nice one!
Zhou Chen shouted, then raised the dragon army blade with both hands. As the distance between the two beasts shortened, reaching the attack range of the dragon army blade, Zhou Chen suddenly swung down. The dragon army blade in his hand resembled a giant axe, heavily chopping down toward the head of the flame war tiger. As the saying goes, to shoot a person, first shoot the horse. First take care of the flame war tiger, then deal with Xiang.
Bang!
A crisp sound of cold weapons clashing rang out, and Zhou Chen focused to see Xiang on the back of the flame war tiger holding his fire dragon gun horizontally, blocking Zhou Chen's full force strike.
What?
Seeing that Xiang managed to block his attack, Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised. From that previous punch, Zhou Chen was basically certain that in terms of pure strength, Xiang was definitely no match for him. And the dragon army blade in his hand, though made of vines, could cut through iron like mud. At the same time, Zhou Chen also understood how strong he was, but even so, he left not a single mark on Xiang's fire dragon gun. Thus, it seemed that his fire dragon gun was anything but ordinary.
Surprised?
Looking at Zhou Chen's expression of surprise, Xiang smiled faintly, enjoying it in his heart. My fire dragon gun is crafted from the bones of martial tier beasts. How could it possibly be broken by your wooden sword? Oh no, I didn't expect it to have this hidden strength. Now, Xia Ying's tamed beast was stronger than his, and his beast warrior cultivation was also better than his. The power of their weapons was about the same, making this battle seem inevitably lost. However, Zhou Chen wouldn't give up so easily. As long as he still had breath, he wouldn't concede defeat. Zhou Chen was fighting Xiang while riding the horse, with the wind-winged dragon horse also competing against the flame war tiger. Though they were at a stalemate for a short time, if things continued like this, Zhou Chen would eventually lose.
Oh no, Zhou Chen might not be Xiang's opponent. Should we go help?
Seeing Zhou Chen at a disadvantage, Xia Chuqing wanted to help. But our tamed beasts can't even defeat Xiang, let alone the flame war tiger. Lin Bauer said with a look of despair.
Still, that's better than doing nothing. Xiaoyu, use Dark Moon Strike. Since Zhou Chen has stalled Xiang, go immediately for a surprise attack. Roar! Even though his injuries have not fully healed, upon hearing Yi Xichen's command, the Dark Moon Wolf rushed towards Xiang recklessly, like a shadow in the night. As soon as Yi Xichen finished speaking, his brother Yi Yangyu also chimed in. Jia, I will cover you, Shiyu Eagle, Fire Feather Meteor. Brother! In the 2 weeks since they reconciled, this was the first time Yi Yangyu had called her Jia, and Yi Xichen couldn't help but smile. The siblings shouted together, Little Moon, Shiyu Eagle, go for it. With their masters reconciling, the Dark Moon Wolf and Shiyu Eagle, who had fought against each other before, teamed up for the first time. Although it was their first collaboration, their coordination was surprisingly seamless. Boom Boom, use explosive lava bomb to cover Zhou Chen. Saber-toothed beast, use your ultimate move to bite that fallen beast tamer to death. Xia Chuqing and Lin Bei'er also commanded their tamed beasts to attack the blazing battle tiger. Humph, have some help? But so what? Blazing battle tiger, take them out. Use your ultimate move, fiery beast claw. Roar, roar. The blazing battle tiger let out a howl, its eyes flashing with a hint of fervent battle intent. This was its berserk talent, born for battle, fighting to the death. As the blazing battle tiger entered a berserk state, all its abilities were significantly enhanced. Berserk talent is different from frenzy talent. Berserk talent enhances the beast's combat ability without losing rationality, which is much better than frenzy talent. Then the blazing battle tiger's claws were engulfed in searing flames, striking out with 2 powerful fiery claws towards the surrounding beasts. One claw shattered the Dark Moon Wolf and Shiyu Eagle, while the other severely injured the explosive Rock Mastiff and Saber-toothed beast. In an instant, all 4 beasts were brought to a severely injured state, with barely any strength left to stand. Their masters could only call them back to the soul space to rest. Humph, I'm done playing. Blazing Battle Tiger, use Explosive Fury Strike for a fatal blow to Zhou Chen and finish this boring battle. Roar, roar. This time, the blazing battle tiger was completely enveloped in intense flames, its body erupting with fire like the sun. Xiang was also surrounded by green flames, enhancing the blazing battle tiger's attack power, and it then charged at Zhou Chen like a speeding truck. Not good, little vine, block it for me. The dragon blood vine hurriedly wove several shields with its vines, but they were shattered by the blazing battle tiger, ultimately crashing into the wind-winged dragon horse along with Zhou Chen, sending them both flying. However, these shields did significantly reduce the attack power of the blazing battle tiger's strike. Otherwise, the wind-winged dragon horse and Zhou Chen wouldn't just have been knocked back, they would likely have been killed. Little Snow, use Phoenix Wing Sky Soar, the higher the better. Hiss, hiss. The wind-winged dragon horse, having been knocked away, quickly stabilized its body in mid-air and formed a pair of storm wings, flying upwards, but due to its severe injuries, it could only make it about 700 meters. That's enough, thanks, Little Snow. Now let's see what we can do. Saying this, Zhou Chen stood up, using the wind-winged dragon horse's body as a springboard, leaping over 300 meters again, adding up to a total of 1,000 meters. He then suddenly dropped, kicking at Xiang. The reason for jumping so high was to maximize the gravitational potential energy gained from the fall to enhance his flying kick. Seeing this move, Lin Bei'er couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that a night kick?" It's the ultimate move of the Kamen Rider Ryuki, the Dragon Night Kick. Lin Bei'er recalled a scene from her childhood watching Kamen Rider, impressed by how cool the Night S kick was. To her surprise, she was witnessing it in real life. Dragon Night Kick? Please, where's the dragon? I think it looks more like Leo Ultraman's Leo Flying Kick, right? Both fall from a height of 1,000 meters, using gravitational potential energy to enhance power. Xia Chuqing pouted as she expressed her thoughts. Don't be fooled by her being the school belle, she is also a special effects fan. In any case, anyone lucky enough to marry Xia Chuqing would surely be very happy. After all, who would refuse a school belle wife willing to watch Ultraman and Kamen Rider with you? Dragon? Isn't the dragon blood vine a dragon? It can even unleash dragon might.
As Zhou Chen fell, his speed increased further, even breaking the sound barrier while still accelerating. Fortunately, Zhou Chen's physique was over 100 times that of a regular person, or he wouldn't be able to handle such speed.
Not good. Get out of the way.
Seeing Zhou Chen's kick coming towards him, Xiaoying couldn't care for the blazing battle tiger anymore and hurriedly jumped off its back. But the blazing battle tiger wanted to run, only to find that Zhou Chen had already locked onto it, making it impossible to evade.
Roar, roar.
The blazing battle tiger roared, unleashing its wildness, choosing to withstand Zhou Chen's ultimate move.
Boom.
As man and beast collided, a mushroom cloud instantly rose in the sky, their ultimate moves exploding like an atomic bomb.
Who won?
Yi Siken, Lin Bear, and Xiaoying all looked up at the sky at the same time, anxious to see who emerged victorious. Their duel would determine each other's fate. If Zhou Chen won, then Xiaoying would undoubtedly be defeated, but if the blazing battle tiger prevailed, Yi Siken and the others would surely face a grim outcome.
Ha!
At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. As the smoke cleared, everyone could see that it was Zhou Chen, armed with dragon blood vine. At this time, the vines on him were burned away by fierce flames, but with the regeneration ability of dragon blood vine, the lost vines could quickly regrow. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen still held the beast core of the flaming battle tiger in his hand.
Zhou Chen. Great. Zhou Chen won.
As expected of the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he actually killed a level 70 martial tier beast. Upon seeing Zhou Chen win, several girls cheered and shouted excitedly as if Zhou Chen were their husband.
Cough, cough.
Zhou Chen coughed. Although he had won, he was not feeling well. Entangled by the vines of dragon blood vine made breathing difficult, but now that the vines were burned away, he could finally catch his breath. Patter, patter, patter. Seeing Zhou Chen return alive, Xiaoying couldn't help but applaud him warmly.
Beautiful. That's amazing.
I really didn't expect you to take down my flaming battle tiger. You're really impressive, truly impressive. If you don't care about the lives of your subordinates, that's one thing, but how could you give up the life of your own tamed beast?
Saying you've completely lost your humanity is no exaggeration.
Zhou Chen coldly snorted, looking down on Xiaoying. The people he despised the most were those who abandoned their tamed beasts or even deliberately harmed them. Zhou Chen had only been a beast tamer for a little over a month, so he understood how inferior non-beast tamers felt. However, some people, clearly having a tamed beast willing to accompany them for a lifetime, still choose to abandon their tamed beasts. Zhou Chen hated such people the most. Zhou Chen couldn't help but recall a saying he saw online before: "They are our companions, and once chosen, we are responsible for them for life." This refers to the relationship between humans and pets, but isn't it the same for beast tamers and tamed beasts? Even in this era of beast tamers, as a beast tamer, one should cherish their tamed beasts even more, right? This has nothing to do with whether one is a fallen beast tamer.
Hee, ha 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 ha.
Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Xiaoying suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke.
What's so funny? Is it wrong for a beast tamer to cherish their tamed beast? Zhou Chen questioned angrily.
No, you're not wrong, and I have no intention to laugh at you. I just feel you resemble my former self, treating your tamed beast as a companion. No, not just a companion, but family, even a brother.
Stop talking rubbish. If you were really like me, you wouldn't have joined an organization like the Black God Temple, would you?
You're still young, feeling a bit of talent makes you cocky. I was once like that. After all, heaven granted us this ability, it would be unreasonable not to show it off. But it wasn't until one day that the tamed beast I treated as kin was gravely injured due to my arrogance that I realized my talent was really just like this. And at that moment, a demon appeared. He told me to join the Black God Temple, claiming he could heal my family and give it stronger powers.
Is that the reason why you joined the Black God Temple?
That's right. That being is my only family. For it, even if it means sacrificing my soul to a demon, I would gladly do it.
That sounds nice, but didn't you just abandon your family earlier?
Abandon it? No, how could I give up something I love so much?
You agree, right?
Fellwood Dragon. Xiang suddenly let out a soft cold laugh, and at the same time, a dark green tamed beast magic circle materialized behind him, emitting a terrifying dragon roar. Roar! Immediately, a majestic giant dragon emerged from the tamed beast magic circle.
Beast name, Fellwood Dragon.
Beast tier pinnacle general tier about to break through to king tier.
Beast level 150. Beast attributes wood, dark. Beast weakness, fire. Beast status healthy. Beast talent dragon vein, possesses powerful vitality, capable of reincarnating even when its body is pierced.
Heart of nature, can absorb the power of nature, quickly recovering strength and temporarily boosting it. Beast skill annihilation dragon might. The might of the Fellwood dragon is not just a mental attack, it can also inflict substantial damage on objects.
Regeneration, has a powerful regenerative ability, and can rapidly recover from any injuries.
Dark Dragon Claw, the claw of the Fellwood dragon is imbued with powerful dark energy that can corrode any object it touches.
Shadowwood Dragon Breath, a fundamental skill of the dragon race, possessing immense destructive power.
Beast introduction, a dragon-type beast with ancient dragon lineage, hailing from another world. A beast with dual attributes of wood and shadow, granting it formidable attack power and vitality, making it extremely terrifying. After the Fellwood dragon emerged, it lowered its noble dragon head, while Xiang gently stroked the dragon's large head.
Little one, if it were up to me, I really wouldn't want you to come out.
But I must admit that compared to that useless fire battle tiger, we are the perfect match.
Fellwood Dragon? Level 150, Martial Tier Peak? How the hell are we supposed to fight this?
After seeing the attributes of the Fellwood dragon, a deep sense of despair rose in Zhou Chen's heart. The Fellwood dragon completely outclassed the Dragonblood vine in all aspects, boasting a level 3 times that of the vine. Moreover, the Fellwood dragon is about to evolve into a king-tier beast soon.
This is simply impossible to fight. Zhou Chen suppressed his shock and despair, feigning calm as he asked, "Is this guy really your relative?"
That's right, because it is a relative, I do not wish to let it participate in combat, which is why I contracted that fire battle tiger. But since the Fellwood dragon has appeared, you all don't need to live through today. Zhou Chen did not respond but silently glanced back, regretting that now everyone had lost their fighting ability. Even the Windwing dragon horse had fallen due to heavy injuries and was absorbed into Zhou Chen's soul space. Now, the only ones still capable of fighting are Zhou Chen and the Dragonblood vine. However, after the previous battle, both Zhou Chen and the vine are exhausted and probably won't be able to unleash their peak power.
Hee, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. How about you give us a Dragon Knight kick? We'll just follow along, just afraid you might not be able to finish us off with one kick, ha ha ha.
Xiang said with great arrogance, and even the Fellwood dragon showed a hint of disdain, letting out a provocative roar.
Roar, roar. Well then, let us see.
Be careful that your Fellwood dragon meets the same fate as the fire battle tiger.
Zhou Chen wrapped himself in the Dragonblood vine once more and leaped into the air.
This time, without the assistance of the Windwing dragon horse, Zhou Chen only jumped 300 meters, but it was already quite impressive. Then, he kicked towards the Fellwood dragon, and Xiang, truly arrogant, did not command the Fellwood dragon to dodge, defend, or counterattack, but instead let it stand there and take Zhou Chen's attack head-on.
How arrogant!
Zhou Chen kicked at the throat of the Fellwood dragon, which is the most vulnerable spot for most creatures. And indeed, Zhou Chen pierced the throat of the Fellwood dragon with just one kick.
But would the Fellwood dragon just die that easily?
The answer is obviously no. A martial tier peak beast is not so easily killed.
Moreover, Zhou Chen did not receive a notification from the system, which indicates that the Fellwood dragon must still be alive.
Suddenly, the throat of the Fellwood dragon, which Zhou Chen had pierced, regenerated in an instant, and the Fellwood dragon was unharmed.
What?
Seeing this, Zhou Chen was instantly shocked. The vitality of a wood-type beast is recognized as the strongest, such as the blood vine. Furthermore, the Fellwood dragon is a beast with ancient dragon veins, so its vitality is naturally even tougher.
It can actually regenerate? Does that mean none of my attacks were effective?
That's right, so the only path before you is death. However, being able to die at the hands of the Fellwood dragon is somewhat of an honor. Fellwood Dragon, use Darkwood Dragon Breath, and killed him. Roar, roar. Fellwood Dragon let out a roar to the sky, and immediately condensed dark green energy in its mouth, forming a glowing sphere, very similar to a tailed beast ball. The Fellwood Dragon then shot out a beam of dark green light at Zhou Chen. This is it. Zhou Chen closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the arrival of death. However, unlike what he imagined, the pain of being pierced did not come, prompting Zhou Chen to open his eyes and realize he was still alive. Ha! What's going on? Am I still alive? Has someone saved me? Zhou Chen looked around to see who had saved him, only to find a sword plunged into the ground in front of him. A long sword as fiery as flames, with a handle intricately carved with a vividly alive fire dragon. Is the fire dragon now so popular? Why is everyone carving fire dragons on their weapons? The beast tamer of the Hua country is here. Fallen beast tamers, don't act recklessly. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang in Zhou Chen's ears. Judging by the voice, its owner must be a stunning beauty. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and as Zhou Chen slowly raised his head, he was stunned by the sight before him. He saw a fire dragon circling above his head, with a beautiful woman standing on its back, none other than teacher Long Xiaolei from Beia College. Beast name Exploding Flame Dragon. Beast tier, King tier. Beast level 200. Beast attribute Fire. Beast weakness Water, Earth. Beast status Healthy. Beast talent Dragon Vein, possesses strong vitality and defense. Magic Flame, the exploding flame dragon can release an unquenchable magical flame that incinerates enemies to ashes. Beast skill Exploding Flame Bullet, condenses fire energy and shoots a massive fireball from its mouth. Exploding Flame Breath, the basic skill of fire dragons, with immense destructive power that can turn the land into a sea of fire. Dragon Assault, the wings of the exploding flame dragon grant it the ability to soar in the sky with extreme speed. Magic Flame Breath, releases dragon breath imbued with magical flames. The terrifying flames turn everything to ashes, including matter and souls. Beast description: this is not just any dragon beast, but a true fire dragon. The power of a fire dragon is unimaginable, possessing terrifying strength that can destroy the world. This is actually a real fire dragon. Gazing at the fire dragon circling above him, Zhou Chen was utterly shocked. This was the first dragon he had ever seen, and also the first king-tier beast. At the same time, he envied Long Xiaolei standing on the back of the fire dragon. If only I could ride a dragon too, it would be so cool to go out like that. However, Zhou Chen also let out a sigh of relief. The power of this fire dragon absolutely crushed that of the Fellwood dragon. Although I don't know who this woman is, she just said she's a beast tamer from Hua country, so she must not be an enemy. That was a near-death experience, but at least I survived. Phew, that was a close call. Not only Zhou Chen sighed in relief, but Long Xiaolei also relaxed. If she had been a second later, Zhou Chen might have been reduced to ashes by the Darkwood Dragon Breath. Humph, fallen beast tamers of the Dark Temple, do you dare to slaughter our Hua country as students? Are you looking for war with Hua country? What if I say, I am? Whoosh! Long Xiaolei picked up the sword that was in front of Zhou Chen and swung it heavily, sending a fierce sword aura that whooshed past and directly severed the Fellwood dragon's neck. However, thanks to its grotesque vitality, the Fellwood dragon quickly returned to its original state. Ha! As expected of teacher Long Xiaolei from Bei Academy. 5 years have passed, and not only has her charm not diminished, but her strength has also improved significantly. 5 years ago, who exactly are you? Sigh, teacher, you can't even recognize your own student? I'm really quite heartbroken. Xiaoying smiled gently, then lifted her black robe to reveal her true appearance beneath it. Xiaoying looked very young, not much older than Zhou Chen, but there was a hint of wickedness in her dark black eyes. Now you should remember me, right? Teacher Long Xiaolei. You are Li Youyu? Thank you for remembering my name, teacher. However, the moment I entered the Black Temple, Li Youyu ceased to exist. What remains is only Xiaoying. Humph, don't call me teacher. The moment you entered the Black Temple, our student-teacher relationship was severed. Looking at Xiaoying, who was also Li Youyu, Long Xiaolei's eyes were filled with anger and deep disappointment. There's nothing I can do about it after all, only the Black Temple can heal my tamed beast. By the way, teacher, how's your tamed beast doing?
Is it still looking half alive? Why don't you join the Black Temple as well?
With your abilities, joining the Black Temple will definitely lead to recognition from the organization, and you might even become a backup elder or maybe even a full elder. As per our agreement, they will heal your tamed beast, just like they did with my Fellwood dragon. Not only is it healed, but it has also become stronger.
You won't have to frown all day anymore.
Looking at your tamed beast in such a miserable state truly makes me feel sorry for it too.
Li Youyu chuckled softly and extended an invitation to Long Xiaolei. However, Long Xiaolei frowned slightly as she looked at the Fellwood dragon beside Li Youyu. Fellwood dragon? Is that the mischievous little guy Mumu? What happened to it to make it like this?
5 years ago, it was just a small creature.
How did it suddenly grow this big? And back then, Mumu was very friendly and would never harm anyone. Tell me. What did the Black Temple do to Mumu? Why has it become like this?
Looking at Li Youyu, Long Xiaolei furiously questioned, her tone carrying equal parts surprise, sentimentality, and anger.
Li Youyu's expression gradually darkened as he said, "What they did to Mumu doesn't really matter.
What matters is that they fulfilled their promise to me, they saved my tamed beast, saved my only family member, and saved the pillar of my spirit."
That's enough. The Black Temple turned Mumu into this. Is this what you wanted? That's right. As long as it lives healthily, I don't care what it looks like. Teacher, I'll ask you one more time, will you join the Black Temple?
As long as you join, I guarantee your beast will recover, and it won't have to suffer anymore.
Impossible.
Long Xiaolei replied without hesitation, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes.
Unlike you, I won't let my family fall into becoming a heartless killer.
Then you can only watch it suffer and die.
Since you refuse to join the Black Temple, then die. Fellwood dragon, use Darkwood dragon breath and eliminate them. Roar! Roar!
The Fellwood dragon roared in anger and unleashed a dark green dragon breath at the explosive flame dragon in the sky.
The fiery aura from the explosive flame dragon disgusted the Fellwood dragon, which was eager to kill it. Overestimating yourself. Bang! The Fellwood dragon's breath hit the explosive flame dragon, but the explosive flame dragon was completely unharmed.
Though both possessed dragon bloodlines, the Fellwood dragon was merely a stronger beast, ultimately just a wild animal. The explosive flame dragon, however, was a real dragon, so the Fellwood dragon's attack naturally couldn't harm it.
Explosive flame dragon, use the explosive flame ball to take them out. Roar! The explosive flame dragon also let out a dragon roar, then shot out a massive fireball. From Zhou Chen's perspective, that fireball was as dazzling as the sun. Boom!
The fireball crashed down on the Fellwood dragon, severely injuring it.
One can only say that a king-tier beast is indeed terrifying.
As expected of a teacher, your second beast is so powerful.
But I wonder how strong you are yourself.
With the Fellwood dragon down, Li Youyu was indifferent after all. The Fellwood dragon had exceptionally strong vitality, and even if it fell, it would recover shortly.
At this moment, Li Youyu raised the flame dragon spear and viciously lunged at his former teacher. You're courting death.
All your beast martial arts were taught by me.
Do you think you are my opponent? Dragon scale sword flame dragon slash.
Facing Li Youyu's sneak attack, Long Xiaolei paid no mind, raising her dragon scale sword and unleashing a terrifying sword energy.
What?
Confronted with this sudden and frightening sword energy, Li Youyu was filled with fear at heart. Wanting to escape was already too late. The sword energy howled past, directly severing Li Youyu's left arm, causing blood to spurt out and leaving his body covered in wounds. Cough, cough, as expected from my teacher, after 5 years, your strength has grown even stronger. Li Youyu spat out a mouthful of blood, but there was not a trace of hatred in his eyes. Instead, he took a pill from his pocket. He then suddenly looked at Zhou Chen, suppressing the immense pain, and forced a faint smile as he asked.
Hee, classmate Zhou Chen, if it were you, what would you choose? What? If one day, when your tamed beast is severely injured and only the Black Temple can save them, What would you choose? That day will never come. I will absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. I mean, if it really happened, what would you choose? Zhou Chen pondered for a moment before saying, if it really happened, I might choose the same as you. If the dragon blood vine were about to die, Zhou Chen would definitely do everything he could to save it, even if it meant selling his soul to a demon. Ha ha ha. We really are alike. As long as you choose this way, then one day, you will come to the Black Temple. One day in the Black Temple, and you will spend eternity there. Classmate Zhou Chen, my soul will be waiting for you in the Black Temple. Li Youyu let out a mad laugh, then handed the pill in his hand to the Fellwood Dragon. Mumu, this is a soul pill. After eating it, you can gain the power equivalent to a king-tier beast, but this means you won't be able to evolve anymore. Let's fight side by side one last time. Roar! As if sensing that his master was about to die, the Fellwood Dragon swallowed the soul pill without a moment's hesitation. Hee, good child. Gently stroking the Fellwood Dragon's head, Li Youyu managed to say this weakly before he died from excessive blood loss. Roar! 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 Seeing his kin dead, the Fellwood Dragon unleashed a surge of powerful energy, comparable to that of the explosive flame dragon. At the same time, a single tear fell from one of its dragon eyes. Roar! 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 The Fellwood Dragon roared as if going insane, baring its teeth at Long Xiaolei, who was on the back of the explosive flame dragon, as if wanting to swallow her whole. Moo. Watching the hysterical Fellwood Dragon, Long Xiaolei felt a pang in her heart. Roar, roar. The Fellwood Dragon looked up to the sky and howled, using its ultimate move, Darkwood Dragon Breath. Having consumed the soul pill, the Fellwood Dragon's strength was comparable to the explosive flame dragon, and the power of its breath was greatly enhanced. Explosive flame dragon, use your demon flame breath and let Mumu be freed. Roar! The explosive flame dragon understood immediately and unleashed its ultimate move. It opened its massive jaws and breathed out a jet of black flame. The two dragon breaths clashed fiercely. Although the Fellwood Dragon had the fighting power of a king-tier beast, it ultimately still couldn't match the explosive flame dragon. Soon, in the clash of dragon breaths, the Fellwood Dragon began to fall behind, and the black demon flame struck its body. This demon flame would not extinguish until it turned the Fellwood Dragon to ashes, subjecting both its body and soul to torment. Roar! Even in immense pain, the Fellwood Dragon endured and charged desperately toward Long Xiaolei. It released a continuous stream of black mist while spitting out its own beast core, unclear about its intentions. However, upon seeing the Fellwood Dragon's beast core, Long Xiaolei's expression changed. Oh no, Mumu is preparing to detonate its own beast core and perish with us. Explosive flame dragon, quickly prepare to defend. Once a level 150 king-tier beast detonates, its power is comparable to 1/5 of an atomic bomb. Boom! A loud explosion occurred as the Fellwood Dragon chose to self-destruct. It aimed to perish alongside Long Xiaolei and take revenge for its master. Moreover, it wanted to take all the people and beasts in the secret realm down with it. Fortunately, the explosive flame dragon shielded Zhou Chen and the others in time. Otherwise, being at the center of the explosion, Zhou Chen would have likely turned to ashes. Long Xiaolei also used her beast weapon to withstand the Fellwood Dragon's self-detonation. Looking at the Fellwood Dragon's corpse, tears streamed down from the corners of her eyes. Goodbye, Mumu. Are you all okay? After saying goodbye to her student in her heart, Long Xiaolei regained her composure and forced a faint smile toward Zhou Chen and the others behind her. We're all fine, thank you for saving us. Long Xiaolei, why does that name sound so familiar? Xia Chuqing thought hard for a moment, then remembered and asked. Aren't you teacher Long Xiaolei, the distinguished professor from Beiyue Academy in the imperial capital? I've seen your picture on Beiyue Academy's admissions website before. Really? It seems I'm quite famous, huh? Taking a glance at Xia Chuqing, Long Xiaolei smiled slightly. Her beautiful eyes, however, intentionally or unintentionally wandered towards Zhou Chen. If it really comes down to it, just sleep with him, maybe this year you'll finally be single no more. Looking at Zhou Chen, Long Xiaolei couldn't help but recall what Wu Jie had said earlier, causing her cheeks to turn slightly red.
Let's just invite him. Normally doing that with a kid who was more than 10 years younger than me.
No, that's too embarrassing. And she said she would come with me? Would ya? Where exactly are you right now?
Zhou Chen noticed that Long Xiaolei kept staring at him, making him feel increasingly uneasy, as if he were being targeted by a female tiger. At this moment, Zhou Chen was allowing the dragon blood vine to absorb the blood of the Felwood dragon. The Felwood dragon is a martial tier level 150 beast, and it is also a wood-type beast with an even purer dragon bloodline.
Its blood is a tremendous tonic for the dragon's blood vine. With such a large body, I bet its blood alone weighs several tons?
After evolving into a martial tier beast, the blood siphon ability of the dragon's blood vine has also been enhanced. Now it can drain the blood of a cow in just a few seconds.
Soon, the Felwood dragon's blood was completely drained, and it also absorbed the dragon essence within.
Moreover, the level of the dragon's blood vine rose again, from level 50 to level 70, an increase of 20 levels, showcasing the power of the Felwood dragon's bloodline. Unfortunately, in the end, the Felwood dragon chose to self-destruct, detonating its beast core, so it did not leave behind a beast core.
Alright, enough of this. Come on up, I'll take you back. The city defense army and everyone in Dragonfall City should be here to rescue you now.
Alright. The group nodded eagerly and quickly scrambled onto the fire dragon's back, all curious about what it felt like to ride a dragon.
Wow! We're really riding a dragon.
Looking down from up here, it's an unparalleled view of the mountains. Lin Bauer sat atop the dragon's back, enjoying the feeling of a delightful ride. The Blaze Wyvern flew at incredible speed, getting them out of the secret realm in less than a minute, while many candidates waited outside. Originally, there were more than 20,000 candidates, but now only half remain. Some of them fell victim to the beasts in the secret realm, while others perished at the hands of fellow candidates while competing for points. The majority of those remaining died at the hands of the fallen beast tamer, especially due to the self-detonation of the Felwood dragon, which nearly leveled the secret realm. The casualties exceed 2,000, including many soldiers from the city defense force and civilian beast tamers who rushed from Dragonfall City to rescue candidates. Now only 10,000 candidates remain, and that's just counting the deceased, not including the injured. Even among the survivors, there are many candidates missing arms or legs. Some are even partially paralyzed, and it's hard to say whether they can survive. It can be said that this year's college entrance examination has seen heavy casualties among the candidates. Aside from the beast tamers in Dragonfall City, even many ordinary people spontaneously came to help rescue candidates, most of whom are the candidates' family members.
Zhou Chen's parents and Jia were among them. Dad, Mom, look.
It's my brother, he's back. While bandaging an injured person, Jia saw the flaming dragon flying towards them and noticed Zhou Chen and others on the dragon's back, immediately breaking into a smile and telling her parents. Zhou Chen's parents also looked at the flaming dragon, and upon seeing their son safe and sound on its back, their previously furrowed brows finally eased into a smile.
It's good that you're back, Brother! Jia also waved to the flaming dragon. Once the flaming dragon landed, Zhou Chen spotted his Jia. Jia immediately jumped into Zhou Chen's arms, acting cute. Bro, welcome back. You scared me to death, I thought you had been blown to bits by that explosion. Silly girl, couldn't you just expect a little better for me? By the way, how did you and Mom and Dad end up here? It's so dangerous. It's because we were too worried about you. You hadn't come out from the secret realm for so long, we thought you were dead. Little Chen, it's just good that you're back.
I'm just grateful that you returned safely. Their mother, Wang Lin, came over and gently hugged her two children, a look of happiness spread across her face.
Their father, Zhou Xian, smiled widely and said, Yeah, let us go home. It's not every day that you became the top scorer in the Beast Tamer entrance exam. We should celebrate this. Alright, let me say goodbye to Si Chen and the others. Right. Zhou Chen, let us call the two sisters-in-law too. The more, the merrier.
Jia let out a wicked laugh and then looked at Lin Bauer and Yi Sichen. In this day and age, it's no longer a one-man one-woman system as long as both parties are willing. Polygamy is acceptable. After all, strength is what matters, and the rules are made by the strong. So even if Zhou Chen takes in Lin Bauer and Yi Xiqing, Zhao Wunti have anything to say instead, she would bless Zhou Chen.
Hey, that's right. Xiao Cheng, come on, call up our future daughters-in-law. Let us get to know each other.
I know Bauer, but I haven't met the other girl yet.
Xiqing, that's such a lovely name. Wang Lin also became interested, eagerly wanting to meet her two daughters-in-law. What sisters-in-law? What daughters-in-law? I'm just friends with them.
The whole family rolled their eyes at Zhou Chen, as if to say, does he really believe that?
Bauer, Xiqing, Xia Chuqing, would you like to come to my house for dinner later?
After all, we fought side by side as comrades, and it's not easy to survive.
Let us celebrate together.
Zhou Chen invited everyone. Since he had already invited Lin Bauer and Yi Xiqing, he might as well call everyone.
Sure. I don't mind.
Sorry for the trouble.
Brother, what about you? I also have time. Then let us all go together?
And so, everyone decided to visit Zhou Chen's home.
Wait a moment, you guys.
Just as Zhou Chen and the others were preparing to leave, Long Xiaolei suddenly called out to them.
Teacher Long Xiaolei, do you have something else to discuss? Zhou Chen asked in response. Classmate Zhou Chen, if you're willing, you can come to Bei Academy.
The academy currently needs talents like you, and only a key academy like Bei can train you to reach a higher level.
As long as you can come to Bei Academy, I will agree to whatever request you make.
Long Xiaolei made a request to Zhou Chen for the sake of her tamed beast and the future of Bei Academy. She would do her best to meet any conditions Zhou Chen proposed.
Even if it means getting into bed. That sounds good. Bei Academy isn't bad either.
Zhou Chen didn't think much about it nor made any requests, and just agreed to Long Xiaolei. Bei Academy is well known for being a prestigious university. Entering a renowned university isn't a bad thing, and the only potential downside might be the long distance and inconvenience of returning home.
Thank you for agreeing to come to Bei Academy.
Long Xiaolei was very surprised. She didn't expect Zhou Chen to agree so readily. In fact, she had prepared mentally for that kind of arrangement with Zhou Chen. She had even mentally prepared to share Zhou Chen with Wu Jia, but she didn't think Zhou Chen would agree so easily.
Don't mention it. Let's consider it as repaying your life-saving grace.
After saying that, Zhou Chen bid farewell to the teacher and left with the others. As the rescue of the candidates came to an end, everyone returned to Dragonfall City. However, there were no smiles on everyone's faces. They all wore heavy expressions, as this beast tamer exam had indeed resulted in significant casualties. After returning to Dragonfall City, Zheng Hongyuan indeed fulfilled his promise. Before they set off, Zheng Hongyuan had issued a call for volunteers. Anyone willing to go into the secret realm to rescue candidates would be rewarded 100,000 beast coins. Then, they would further distribute rewards based on contributions. Anyone who captured or killed a fallen beast tamer would receive an extra 500,000 beast coins. Zheng Hongyuan truly kept his word. As soon as they returned to Dragonfall City, he rewarded everyone with 100,000 beast coins. Zhou Chen's parents and Jia also received 100,000 beast coins. As for Zhou Chen and the others, due to their efforts in killing a fallen beast tamer and taking down Li Youyu's tamed beast, the Blazing War Tiger, they earned 1 million beast coins. As for how to divide it, Zhou Chen and the others would discuss it among themselves. In the end, since Zhou Chen was responsible for dealing with both the Dark Demon and the Blazing War Tiger, he received the entire 1 million. The others had no objections. Xia Chuqing didn't care, Yi Yangyu didn't contribute much, while Yi Xiqing and Lin Beier were fine with it. Zhou Chen was willing to share the iron-armored tortoise egg with them, so they were already very satisfied. Thus, Zhou Chen earned 1 million beast coins effortlessly. Everyone came to Zhou Chen's house to celebrate, as their son had returned home safely, achieved the status of top candidate in the exam, made a lot of money, found 2 wives, and brought back 3 martial tier beast eggs. His tamed beast had also evolved into a martial tier beast. With 6 pieces of good fortune, Zhou Chen's parents prepared a grand feast to celebrate this joyous occasion together. While Zhou Chen's parents were bustling about in the kitchen, Zhou Chen and the others were gathered in Zhou Chen's room. The room was filled with iron-armored tortoise eggs, and a large group of people surrounded the eggs, planning to hatch them. Zhou Chen,
Is this really an iron-armored tortoise egg? This is a martial tier beast. Looking at the 3 iron-armored tortoise eggs, Jia was incredibly excited, especially since Zhou Chen had mentioned that one of the eggs was meant for her. Thinking about how she would soon get a martial tier beast, Jia was so thrilled that she could barely speak. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? So, why are you just standing there? Quickly start hatching the eggs. I want to as well. The problem is, I'm not a hen or an old turtle, I don't know how to hatch eggs. I only know that the best temperature for hatching is 50 degrees. As for how to hatch them, I have no idea. 50 degrees? Why not put it in the microwave for a bit? Or boil it in warm water? Jia suggested a ridiculous idea. Hearing her foolish suggestion, everyone rolled their eyes at her that would be cooking them, for goodness sake. Maybe I could try. At that moment, Xia Chuqing suddenly spoke up, instantly drawing the attention of others. Can you hatch eggs? I'm a person too, how could I possibly hatch eggs? But hatching eggs is just about keeping them at a certain temperature, and I can do that. As she spoke, Xia Chuqing's hands were suddenly enveloped in a red glow, radiating warmth that evoked a cozy feeling. I've also practiced fire element beast martial arts, but this is the extent of it. I have no combat power, it's just enough to warm the bed and so on. Zhou Chen lightly touched Xia Chuqing's small hand. It was probably about 60 degrees Celsius, still not hot enough to boil water, yet perfect for hatching eggs. She placed her hand on the shell of the iron shell demon turtle's egg, focusing intently, maintaining the palm's temperature at 50 degrees. An hour passed, 2 hours passed. Xia Chuqing was sweating profusely, but her long effort was not in vain. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and finally, a little turtle broke free from its shell, followed by the second and third. The 3 iron shell demon turtle eggs had successfully hatched, with the newly emerged turtles being only palm-sized, looking very cute, yet they were genuine martial tier beasts. Hee hee, once I become a black iron level beast tamer, I'll be able to bond with it. Gazing at the little turtle in her hand, Jia was beaming with joy. Hee hee, why not try to establish a soul contract first? Who knows, I might already be a black iron level beast tamer. Lin Bayer, smiling, immediately dripped her blood onto the iron shell demon turtle's head, while Jia and Yi Siqing followed suit, hoping to test their luck. What if they were already black iron level beast tamers? Unfortunately, after Lin Bayer dripped her blood on the turtle's head and 5 minutes passed, nothing happened. Clearly, the attempt to bond had failed. Jia experienced the same. The bond failed. However, when Yi Siqing's blood fell onto the iron shell demon turtle's head, a blue light flashed instantly. It was clear that she had successfully formed a bond with the iron shell demon turtle. What is going on? Siqing, did you just become a black iron level beast tamer? When did you make the breakthrough? Watching Yi Siqing successfully bond with the iron shell demon turtle, Lin Bayer felt both envy and jealousy. Jia, how did you break through? Is it really that easy to cultivate mental power now? Yi Yangyu was immediately taken aback. She had thought Zhou Chen and Xia Chuqing were already freaks, but it turned out her own Jia was also a prodigy. All born of the same mother, how could the differences be so vast? I don't know either. I've never practiced any methods to enhance mental power, nor have I ever taken anything to improve it. It seems like I just naturally broke through, and suddenly my mind felt clear, and then I broke through. Yi Siqing was just as confused. How did she unintentionally break through? She was unaware that Zhou Chen had boosted her mental power with enhancement points, allowing her to become a black iron level beast tamer. Siqing, think carefully. Have you eaten anything strange? Or has anything unusual happened to you? Lin Bayer eagerly asked, while others stared intently at Yi Siqing. If there was a way to quickly boost mental power, it would be wonderful. I haven't eaten anything strange, but speaking of strange occurrences, there is actually one thing. Yi Siqing suddenly remembered and then touched her calf, saying, earlier today, do you remember when my left leg stepped into the spatial rift? Yes, I remember. You rushed into the spatial rift to find Zhou Chen and ended up injuring your leg. But what is strange is that despite your leg being injured, the bleeding stopped quickly. That's right, at the moment my leg entered the spatial rift, I felt as if something had entered my body through my blood.
It was right after that I suddenly had this clear sensation, so I must have broken through to become a black iron level beast tamer then.
Could it be related to the spatial rift?
Sicheng, are you saying that there is something in the spatial rift that can help us greatly enhance our mental power? Lin Bayer asked in astonishment, to which Yi Sicheng nodded. Exactly. After all, if I had to say something strange happened to me, this is the only thing that stands out.
Classmate Xia Chuqing, what do you think?
I think what you said makes a lot of sense, Xia Chuqing nodded, fully agreeing with Yi Sicheng.
The reason beasts appear in Azure Planet is due to the aura from another world that mutated ordinary animals into beasts.
And humans awaken their mental power and gain the ability to bond with beasts because of the aura from another world as well. Perhaps the aura from the other world could help us enhance our mental power. However, because the spiritual energy from another world has mixed with the air of Azure Planet, the concentration of spiritual energy has significantly decreased, leaving humans to rely on meditation techniques and potions to enhance their mental strength. If one could obtain the purest spiritual energy from another world, perhaps one could enhance their mental strength. And when it comes to the highest concentration of spiritual energy, there is no doubt that it's inside the spatial rift.
After hearing Xia Chuqing's analysis, everyone else found it quite reasonable.
At that moment, Lin Baoer suddenly remembered something.
Oh right, I just remembered.
Zhou Chen was able to punch that fallen beast tamer away and can jump over 300 meters in one go.
It must be related to him entering the spatial rift, right?
If Xia Chuqing's analysis is correct, then Yi Sicheng simply entering the spatial rift with one leg must have allowed him to break through to the black iron level beast tamer. Then Zhou Chen stayed in the spatial rift for several minutes, so he must have received an even greater enhancement, like this superhuman physique.
It's very likely.
If Zhou Chen really spent several minutes in the spatial rift, then it wouldn't be impossible for him to have such strong power. Perhaps the enhancement from the spiritual energy of another world varies for everyone. For example, classmate Yi Sicheng had his mental strength amplified, while classmate Zhou Chen enhanced his physical fitness, giving him superhuman strength.
Classmate Zhou Chen, do you want to try contracting a third beast? Maybe you've also enhanced your mental strength and are already a bronze-level beast tamer?
Zhou Chen fell silent, because he had indeed broken through to the bronze-level beast tamer. Xia Chuqing's analysis could be considered serious nonsense, but the key point is that everything she said is spot on. If Zhou Chen hadn't known that it was his enhancement points that helped Yi Sicheng break through to the black iron level beast tamer, he might have believed it himself.
I won't do it. I don't want to make a soul contract with a turtle. Let's stick with Baoer and Jia.
I think we should go eat.
Mom and Dad are probably waiting for us already.
Zhou Chen quickly changed the topic. If he lets Xia Chuqing analyze further, the system might even give him an analysis. On the way to eat, Zhou Chen seized the opportunity to use enhancement points to boost Jia and Lin Baoer's mental strength. After all, one is his dear Jia, and the other is his childhood friend of 12 years, so Zhou Chen certainly had to help them. The next day, the events from the college entrance examination in Dragonfall City spread like wildfire across China, and even foreign media began reporting on the matter.
After all, the death of over 10,000 candidates was undeniably a major incident. 10,000 is no small number. There are only over 500 million people in the world.
Moreover, these 10,000 were all beast tamers, the future pillars of the country.
Losing so many in one go is something no one could accept.
Besides the fallen beast tamer incident, Zhou Chen's name also became widely known as a genius beast tamer, a genius trainer, and a genius beast martial artist.
In no time, Zhou Chen's name was on everyone's lips.
Even several renowned universities started offering tempting conditions, inviting Zhou Chen to join them. However, Zhou Chen had already decided to go to Bay Academy, which has a good level of education and is a well-known university, much better than those other options. That day, he visited the largest tamed beast shop in Dragonfall City to purchase some items, planning to help his wind-winged dragon horse evolve into a martial tier beast. Currently, the wind-winged dragon horse is too useless. It has no offensive capabilities and can only serve as an ordinary mount. Therefore, Zhou Chen wants the wind-winged dragon horse to have some offensive abilities, so he unlocked its dragon vein evolution plan.
Wind-winged dragon horse, dragon vein evolution, storm dragon horse. Materials needed: martial tier wind element beast core 1, pure dragon blood 10, storm stone 10.
Zhou Chen has a few drops of pure dragon blood left, and the juice from dragon blood vines can also substitute for dragon blood. Don't forget, dragon blood vines have absorbed all the blood from fellwood dragons, enhancing the dragon bloodline within them, so their juice can replace dragon blood. Zhou Chen purchased an ordinary martial tier wind element beast core and also bought some storm stones. The storm stones are quite cheap, about 1,000 beast coins each. The truly expensive item is the martial tier wind series beast core, which cost Zhou Chen a whopping 600,000 beast coins. This is still the cheapest option. The more expensive ones can go up to 800,000 or even 1 million. It's simply ridiculous, absurdly ridiculous. After purchasing the evolution materials, Zhou Chen returned home to help the wind-winged dragon horse evolve. Since the wind-winged dragon horse already has dragon blood, it doesn't need dragon pulse stones, it just needs pure dragon blood to activate and enhance its internal dragon lineage. Zhou Chen etched the tamed beast magic circle and then let the wind-winged dragon horse absorb the dragon blood for evolution. With a flash of white light, the wind-winged dragon horse completed its evolution. Beast name Storm Dragon Horse. Beast tier, Martial tier. Beast level 42. Beast attribute Wind. Beast weakness Fire, Ice. Beast status Joyful, Healthy. Beast talent Dragon Pulse, possesses a faint azure dragon bloodline, granting it exceptional recovery ability. Beast skill Wind Wings Soaring, grows hurricane wings on its back, allowing it to fly in the sky. Wind Fury Tornado, disturbs the surrounding atmosphere to create small tornadoes. Anything caught in the tornado will be shredded like in a meat grinder. Beast description: the faint dragon pulse has finally been activated and strengthened, giving the storm dragon horse greater vitality and speed. The storm dragon horse, having comprehended the power of the hurricane, is a truly celestial steed. Although the dragon pulse has been enhanced, there is still significant room for improvement. After evolving into the storm dragon horse, Xiaoshua's fur became even more stunning, entirely pure white, making her look very cute. Additionally, small wings sprouted on either side of its back, and a sharp dragon horn grew from the bump on its head, resembling a legendary unicorn. Compared to the wind-winged dragon horse, the storm dragon horse embodies both cuteness and majesty, gentleness and bravery, and has developed certain offensive capabilities, a truly rare tamed beast. After finishing the Beast Tamer entrance exam, Zhou Chen welcomed a 2-month summer vacation, just the right opportunity to enjoy himself. Since entering junior high, Zhou Chen has maintained a regular routine. Whether or not he has school, he naturally wakes up every day when the alarm rings at 5:30. He goes to bed at 9:30 sharp. Even if his homework isn't finished, he ensures a stable 8 hours of sleep every night. However, last night was the first time in 6 years that he stayed up late. I never expected I would become a beast tamer, and a bronze level 1 at that, with 2 martial tier beasts. I wonder how many people would be envious if I told them. Even though it's only been a little over a month since I became a beast tamer, it feels like it's been several years. Looking back now, the things I experienced in this 1 month are more thrilling than anything I've encountered in my 18 years. Don't you think so, little vine? Zhou Chen turned to the side and gently stroked the dragon blood vine next to him. Even though the dragon blood vine is a beast, Zhou Chen treated it like a potted plant, just like the earlier pothos, watering it at regular intervals with water, or rather, with blood. At this moment, the vine of the dragon blood vine was piercing into Zhou Chen's arm, slowly absorbing his blood, just like a baby drinking milk. The relationship between Zhou Chen and the dragon blood vine is akin to that of a mother and child. For a newborn baby, as long as there is enough milk, gentle touches, and a warm embrace, it doesn't matter whether it's a biological mother or not. Little vine, grow up quickly, okay? I will definitely gather enough materials to help you evolve into a human form. It would be great if you could turn into a girl. Yesterday, Zhou Chen had seen that the dragon blood vine could evolve into a human form. Most non-human beasts have the potential for human evolution after all. The crimson pearl grass can also transform into a human and become Lindayu. If the dragon blood vine really evolves into a human form, then Zhou Chen certainly hopes it turns into a girl. If it were to evolve into a boy and cling to him all day, wanting to drink his blood, that would be a scene. Yikes! That's just way too disturbing. Zhou Chen is already prepared. If the dragon blood vine becomes a boy, he will certainly wean it. It's been 10 to 15 days since the Beast Tamer's entrance exam. Lin Bauer and Jia have already learned that they have become Black Iron level Beast Tamers and successfully formed a soul contract with the Iron Shell Demon Turtle, which has made them happy for several days. Lin Bauer even specially came to show off to Zhou Chen, making him speechless. Of course, they don't know that Zhou Chen was the one who helped them. They think it was the blessing of the goddess of luck.
Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong!
At this moment, the doorbell rang.
Who is it?
Zhou Chen, who was in the living room, quickly went to open the door, only to see an unexpected figure.
Xia Chuqing, why are you here? What? Don't you welcome me? Are you particularly hoping the person who came is Sicheng or Bauer? How could I not welcome you?
Zhou Chen said awkwardly, but he indeed hoped that the visitor was Yi Sicheng or Lin Bauer.
By the way, what brings you here? Don't tell me you came specifically to see me. You are not one to visit without a reason.
Naturally, I have good news. Xia Chuqing smiled slightly, her face slightly flushed since she had almost become Zhou Chen's girlfriend. To be honest, Xia Chuqing didn't harbor zero feelings for Zhou Chen. She just didn't know him well back then, which made her somewhat resistant to the idea of being Zhou Chen's girlfriend. It's understandable. Asking a girl who has been single for 18 years to suddenly become a man's girlfriend is something any woman would resist. Let alone a woman. Even Zhou Chen would be nervous if asked to marry an unfamiliar woman. What's the matter? Zhou Chen poured a drink for Xia Chuqing and invited her to sit down and take her time.
Actually, it's nothing major. Tonight, there's a large underground auction in the black market, and I wanted to ask if you're going. An underground auction? What is it about? Don't tell me it's an antique auction.
There are different types of auctions, like antiques, jade stones, and even game accounts. Although the situation for humans isn't optimistic right now, there are still many who enjoy collecting antiques and calligraphy, most of whom come from prominent families. Even though Zhou Chen can be considered a rich man now, he doesn't like collecting such things. Xia Chuqing shot Zhou Chen a glance, as if looking at a bumpkin, and said, "Of course, it can't be an antique auction. It's definitely a tamed beast auction."
Related to tamed beasts? What's in it?
Zhou Chen had never been to an auction. A poor kid like him wouldn't have the right to go to such places.
There are many things, like beast cores, beast eggs, and of course, live beasts, and even sales of beast bone soldiers. Beast bone soldiers?
Beast bone soldiers, as the name implies, are powerful weapons forged from the bones and teeth of beasts, like Li Youyu's fire dragon gun or Long Xiaolei's dragon scale sword, which are classified as beast bone soldiers. The main materials used to create beast bone soldiers are beast cores, beast bones, and various hard alloys. Depending on the type of beast core used, they are classified into different attributes and levels. Beast bone soldiers forged with warrior tier beast cores are classified as warrior tier beast bone soldiers. Those forged with general tier beast cores are classified as general tier beast bone soldiers, and so on. The beast bone soldier can significantly enhance the user's combat power, as Zhou Chen has personally experienced in his battle with Li Youyu. The beast bone soldier is a tamed beast specially crafted for beast tamers, enabling them to unleash different martial skills in collaboration with the beast tamers training.
Of course, some humanoid beasts can also use beast bone soldiers.
Moreover, there are armored beast bone soldiers that can equip armor on the tamed beast, greatly increasing its defense.
Perhaps I can get a beast bone soldier.
Zhou Chen thought to himself, even though his physical strength is over 100 times that of an ordinary person, he is still quite vulnerable compared to beasts, so he needs weapons to protect himself. Seeing that Zhou Chen was interested, Xia Chuqing continued to entice him, saying, "And today, it's said that the black market has somehow gotten a king tier beast, which will also be auctioned tonight as the grand finale."
Is there really a king tier beast?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised. Owning a martial tier beast would already allow one to strut around Dragonfall City, and as for a king tier beast, there are definitely no more than 5 of them in Dragonfall City. Xia Chuqing's father, Xia Xiujie, has a king tier beast. Although it's unclear where the black market got a king tier beast, with this hype, tonight's auction will surely be very lively. Then let's go take a look and see if there's anything I like. Though he was envious of that king tier beast, Zhou Chen was quite self-aware. A king tier beast costs at least 5 million beast coins, and it might even go higher.
It could ultimately skyrocket to an astronomical price.
Jochen currently only has a little over 1 million, so he certainly won't compete for that king tier beast. Besides, with the beast evolution system, he will eventually get a king tier beast.
Alright. The auction starts at 9 p.m. and lasts until midnight.
You can take a nap in the afternoon, and I'll come to pick you up in the evening. After saying that, Xia Chuqing left, and after Jochen prepared lunch for Jia, he went back to bed for a nap. He slept until 6 in the afternoon, and Xia Chuqing arrived right on time to pick her up. Here, this is for you. Xia Chuqing handed over a mask worn at the ball. She herself wore a beautiful mask, dressed up as a stunning beauty in a sexy black dress with black stockings. Knowing that she was going to an auction, if one didn't know better, they might think she was going on a date with Zhou Chen. At the auction, there's a mix of fish and dragons, especially at the underground auctions held in the black market, so everyone wears masks to avoid being recognized.
I see, but what does it mean when you give me an Ultraman mask?
Zhou Chen asked in confusion, looking at the Ultraman mask in his hands.
Ha ha ha, because I think you'll look super handsome wearing the Ultraman mask. No way, switch it out for me. If I wear this mask, I'll definitely be thought of as a fool.
Zhou Chen could imagine wearing an Ultraman mask to the auction, he would surely become a laughingstock.
Alright.
Xia Chuqing did change Zhou Chen's mask for a normal one, as long as it covered his face, and then they took her car to the auction.
Miss Chuqing, Mr. Zhou Chen, hello.
By the side of the car stood two maids, both were Xia Chuqing's personal maids. Since Xia Chuqing's parents were often busy with work and had no time to take care of her, they hired two maids to look after her daily life. Both maids were very beautiful, and they were twins. In a crowd, they were among the most stunning beauties, and their maid outfits accentuated their beauty and sensuality. One must say, she is indeed the daughter of a big family? Living like a little princess, while looking at herself, she felt like a beggar.
The maids drove Zhou Chen and Xia Chuqing to the entrance of the auction.
As they entered the auction hall, it was still not yet 9 o'clock, yet the place was already packed with people, with almost all the front seats taken. With no other choice, Zhou Chen had to find a quiet corner to sit down with Xia Chuqing. Everyone at the auction wore masks, but one could tell from their clothing that there were both men and women.
There shouldn't be any man wearing a skirt to attend the auction, or could there be? At 9 o'clock, the auction officially began.
A sweet-looking beauty walked out from backstage and slowly approached the stage. The beauty wore a sexy short skirt, exuding youthful charm. As soon as she appeared, she attracted countless men's gazes, and someone even whistled at her. The beauty's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, clearly shy, as it seemed to be her first time wearing something so revealing in front of so many people.
Ahem, welcome everyone to the pre-sale auction.
I'm your host, Tang Nan, but you can call me Xiao Nan.
I'll be hosting this auction.
I believe everyone knows the rules of the auction, so I won't waste more time. Now, I declare that the tamed beast auction officially begins. Patter, patter, patter. Accompanied by bursts of enthusiastic applause, the first auction item was brought up. Zhou Chen stole a quick glance, but it was just 5 general tier beast cores, all fire type, beneficial for training fire type beasts, yet useless for Zhou Chen. The first auction item, this is a martial tier fire type beast core of the flame beast. It helps enhance fire type beasts. The starting price is 200,000 beast coins, and the bidding starts now.
210,000. 220,000. You only raised it by this little? If you can't afford it, don't come to the auction and embarrass yourself. I bid 270,000.
As soon as Xiao Nan finished speaking, the audience immediately started bidding. Zhou Chen had not expected that a few beast cores could sell for 300,000, which clearly showed how popular the tamed beast auction was. 5 martial tier beast cores should sell for at most 300,000 beast coins, any more would be a losing deal. Those placing bids also knew this well, and this was just the first item, the subsequent items would surely be worth even more. It was better to save some money for those. As a result, the 5 beast cores were eventually sold for 300,000 beast coins to a young man.
The second auction item, an ice crystal snake egg.
The ice crystal snake is a general tier beast, so acquiring its egg means you get a general tier beast.
Even if it doesn't hatch, the auction's breeder will incubate it for free. The starting price is 250,000 beast coins. Bidding starts now.
The ice crystal snake is a relatively weak beast among general tier beasts, having little value. Furthermore, raising the ice crystal snake would cost quite a bit.
Zhou Chen didn't even bother to look at it.
However, just because Zhou Chen wasn't interested didn't mean others weren't.
It's actually a general tier beast. I bid 300,000 beast coins. I bid 350,000. The egg of a general tier beast is mine. I bid 450,000. Give me the ice crystal snake egg. I bid.
The crowd went wild with bids and soon, an ice crystal snake egg was driven up to a sky-high price of 600,000. However, there were still people bidding, which justified the price for a general tier beast. Among general tier beasts, the ice crystal snake was quite a decent one. But for Zhou Chen and Xia Chuqing, who own martial tier beasts, the ice crystal snake egg was hardly worth their attention. In the end, the ice crystal snake egg was bid up to 750,000, purchased by a woman with some appeal.
In the following hours, the host introduced many items, but either Zhou Chen found them unappealing, couldn't use them, or simply couldn't afford them. But since he was here, he figured he might as well see it through. Besides, he wanted to find out what kind of king tier beast it was.
Speaking of king tier beasts, Zhou Chen had only seen an exploding flame dragon once. If he got to see a second king tier beast today, it would truly be worth the trip. The 25th auction item, General Tier Beast Bone Warrior, Wind Cloud Spear. As its name suggests, this is a bone warrior forged from the beast core of a wind element beast and beast bones. The tip of the Wind Cloud Spear is extremely sharp, cutting through iron like mud, and very light, weighing less than 10 pounds, making it very convenient to use. Beast tamers can unleash wind element martial arts using this Wind Cloud Spear. The starting price is 350,000 beast coins. Bidding starts now.
I bid 330,000. I bid 360,000. I bid 370,000.
There were very few competing for the Wind Cloud Spear because only wind element beast warriors could use it. Others wouldn't be able to utilize it even if they had one. In their hands, the Wind Cloud Spear was not much different from an ordinary spear. The number of beast warriors is already very scarce, and wind-type beast warriors are even rarer, so only a handful of people are bidding. But this thing suits me perfectly. Upon seeing the Wind Cloud Spear, Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. His purpose for attending the auction was to acquire a beast bone weapon, and this Wind Cloud Spear happened to be one he could use. Although he hasn't cultivated any beast martial arts yet, he can train in wind-type beast martial arts, as the Storm Dragon Horse is a wind-type beast, giving him the qualification to cultivate wind-type beast martial arts.
The main reason is, he can afford it.
Seeing that the bidding has already soared to 390,000, Zhou Chen felt it was time, and he immediately shouted,
"I'll bid 500,000.
Zhou Chen directly raised his bid by 110,000 beast coins, and as soon as his voice echoed, everyone else fell into silence. Zhou Chen's momentum was quite strong, as if he intended to continue bidding.
The others, seeing Zhou Chen's fierce approach, stopped bidding.
It's not that they couldn't afford it. Those without tens of millions of beast coins felt embarrassed to come to such a place, but rather they thought it wasn't worth it. The Wind Cloud Spear is merely a general tier beast bone weapon, carefully forged from the beast core of a general tier beast and beast bones, along with superalloys. A general tier wind-type beast core costs about 100,000 beast coins at most, and when combined with beast bones and various alloys, the material cost caps at 130,000 beast coins. Adding the cost of hiring a beast bone weapon forger, which is another 100,000 beast coins, the total cost for the Wind Cloud Spear is at most 230,000 beast coins. Now that Zhou Chen has driven the price up to 500,000, it is already more than double the value of the Wind Cloud Spear. They certainly could choose to continue bidding, but spending the price of 3 beast bone weapons to buy one was undoubtedly foolish. Thus, after Zhou Chen raised the price to 500,000 beast coins, the voices dropped significantly.
500,000 once, 500,000 twice, 500,000 3 times, sold. Congratulations, this gentleman has obtained the Wind Cloud Spear.
The host, Xiaonan, made it final and immediately announced that the owner of the Windcloud Spear is Zhou Chen. After paying 500,000 beast coins, Zhou Chen joyfully acquired the beast bone weapon. Zhou Chen examined the beast bone weapon closely. It looked somewhat like Zhao Yun's dragon spear from the Three Kingdoms period. Although he didn't know how heavy Zhao Yun's dragon spear was, the Windcloud Spear was undoubtedly lighter. And indeed, it was true. Zhou Chen could easily lift the Windcloud Spear with just 2 fingers. Of course, this was also related to Zhou Chen's strength being over 100 times that of an ordinary person. The Windcloud Spear can enhance the attack power of Wind-type beast martial arts, but unfortunately, Zhou Chen hasn't cultivated any beast martial arts yet, so he couldn't test the power of the Windcloud Spear.
The 26th auction item, Ancient Wood Dragon Beast.
The Ancient Wood Dragon is a general tier beast, now at level 15. It possesses the legendary dragon bloodline, and while the exact amount is currently unknown, our breeders can assure you that this Ancient Wood Dragon definitely contains the bloodline of ancient dragons.
The dragon bloodline and wood-type beast characteristics grant the Ancient Wood Dragon formidable combat abilities and vitality.
The starting price for the Ancient Wood Dragon is 400,000 beast coins. The bidding begins now. It's actually a beast with dragon bloodline. I'm willing to bid 450,000 beast coins. I'll bid 550,000 once cultivated. This Ancient Wood Dragon's combat power is incalculable.
I bid 600,000 beast coins.
I am willing to bid 700,000 beast coins. I must have this Ancient Wood Dragon, so please give me a favor and raise your bids kindly.
Pooh. What are you worth for me to give you face?
Why should I give you face?
Do you want me to role play as your father or something?
I bid 750,000 beast coins. The Ancient Wood Dragon is indeed a fine beast, much more powerful than the Windwing Dragon Horse. Zhou Chen glanced at the quivering Ancient Wood Dragon in the cage, slightly nodding, and he even felt somewhat tempted.
However, what truly moved him was the evolution plan for the Ancient Wood Dragon, where the product after the sinister spirit dragon vein evolution is Li Youyu's Fellwood Dragon.
Zhou Chen has deeply experienced the terrifying combat power of the Fellwood Dragon. Even if he attempts to punch through its neck with his ultimate move, it can recover instantly.
And its self-destruct power is comparable to an atomic bomb. If Zhou Chen had enough money, he would consider buying this Ancient Wood Dragon.
However, the price for the Ancient Wood Dragon has already surged to over 1 million beast coins, and although he really wants it, Zhou Chen could only give up. Regular general tier beasts aren't worth this price at all, but the dragon lineage of the Ancient Wood Dragon has significantly raised its value. In the end, the Ancient Wood Dragon was purchased by a woman for 1.25 million beast coins. Although the woman was wearing a mask, for some reason, Zhou Chen felt that he had seen her somewhere before. The auction continued, but he was not interested in the subsequent items. They were all ordinary general tier beasts, which Zhou Chen also found unappealing. However, just because Zhou Chen wasn't interested, it didn't mean that others felt the same way. The auction was still thriving. Almost every auction item fetched exorbitant prices of over 1 million beast coins.
Finally, the 55th auction item was about to be presented.
Next up is the 55th auction item, a general tier beast, but this beast is quite special, because she is a humanoid beast.
However, I don't think you'll be fond of her. As the host, Xiaonan, introduced it, the 55th auction item was brought on stage.
Indeed, it was a humanoid beast who looked very much like a demon. She had a pair of demonic wings on her lower back, resembling the succubi described in legends. With waist-length dark purple hair and an alluring body, from the back, she was truly a stunning beauty who would captivate countless men. But if viewed from the front, one would likely be scared stiff. Because this beast looked incredibly ugly. Even the ugliest woman Zhou Chen had ever seen looked 1,000 times better than her. Her face was covered in black fish scales, making her look like a fish-headed humanoid, with a pair of dead fish-like eyes staring intently at the audience below. This made the audience shiver and break out in goosebumps, causing them to lower their heads involuntarily, afraid to make eye contact with the beast. Only Zhou Chen remained fixated on those dead fish eyes. The man and the beast shared a deep gaze.
Beast name, Soul Charm Illusion Demon.
Beast tier Martial tier.
Beast level 60. Beast attribute, Dark. Beast weakness, Light, Electricity. Beast status, Taunt Healthy.
Beast talent, Soul Charm, a common talent of the succubus clan that can captivate the hearts of individuals, causing them to succumb to the beauty of the soul charm illusion demon and lose their will to fight. Beast skill, illusory beauty, can freely change her own and others' appearances, hide her true strength, and even disrupt others' perceptions. Phantom Eye Illusion, a magical attack that can trap enemies in a beautiful illusion from which they cannot escape. When combined with the illusory beauty skill, it can enchant enemies, appealing to both men and women, even making gods bow before her. Evil Spirit Invasion releases dark energy that erodes the bodies and souls of enemies and gains control over them. Beast Introduction, a standout of the succubus clan, always possessing breathtaking beauty and a sexy figure, so don't be deceived by her false appearance. Note, when doing that, be a bit more restrained. Don't act like you've never seen a woman in your life, going crazy as a devoted fan, bowing down and making a fool of this system. If you're a man, then conquer her. After reading the last sentence of the system, Zhou Chen was left speechless. But if the enchanting soul really has a beauty that could topple kingdoms, perhaps Zhou Chen would genuinely fall at her feet. The Soul Phantom, starting bid is 500,000 beast coins. Bidding begins now. In fact, the value of the Spirit Beast Phantom is definitely not just 500,000 beast coins as a martial tier beast, its base price is at least above 1.5 million beast coins. However, the Spirit Beast Phantom used the Phantom Flower Beauty skill, which changed its appearance while also hiding its true strength. Similar to how the Dragon Bloodvine's mimicry skill works, the breeders at the auction would identify it as a general tier beast, which is why the price is set so low. The starting bid is 500,000 beast coins. Is there anyone bidding? I'll bid 510,000 beast coins. Zhou Chen did not hesitate as he immediately began bidding. Regardless of whether the Spirit Beast Phantom might be stunningly beautiful, just the fact that it is a free martial tier beast means he has to grab it. Upon hearing the bid, everyone else was left dumbfounded. Is there really someone who wants this kind of creature? Dude, do you have such a heavy taste? How can you even consider this? While humanoid beasts are usually very popular, the prerequisite is that they shouldn't be too ugly, but this Spirit Beast Phantom is simply a disgrace to the succubus race. Watching Zhou Chen place his bid, the people around him looked at him like he was a freak, especially Xia Chuqing, who hurriedly distanced herself from Zhou Chen. I thought, Zhou Chen might actually have this preference? No wonder he flat out rejected my offer to be his girlfriend. Turns out he is a total pervert. Whoa! 510,000 beast coins going once. Is there anyone else bidding? If there is no one else, the Spirit Beast Phantom will belong to this gentleman. Xiaonan glanced at the audience. Besides Zhou Chen, no one else was bidding. They were all intimidated by the Spirit Beast Phantom's unique appearance. Reluctantly, Xiaonan could only announce that the Spirit Beast Phantom belongs to Zhou Chen. 510,000 twice, 510,000 three times, sold. Congratulations to this gentleman on acquiring the general tier beast, Spirit Beast Phantom. After paying 510,000 beast coins, the auction staff handed over a key, which was the key to the cage holding the Spirit Beast Phantom. Zhou Chen, I just realized you're such a big pervert. No wonder you could reject my offer to be your girlfriend. No way, I need to keep my distance from you. Looking at Zhou Chen, Xia Chuqing felt a chill run down her spine, involuntarily picturing Zhou Chen in a compromising situation with the Spirit Beast Phantom. It was simply eye-watering. Why am I a pervert? You can put your hands on such an ugly beast, how can you not be a pervert? No way, I have to tell Sikhen, Bayer, and Jia to let them know your true nature. No, you can tell Sikhen and Bayer, but why tell Jia? She's my blood relative. Humph, you sick pervert. If you can lay your hands on such an ugly beast, who knows when you might lose control and go after Jia, you pervert. Am I an idiot? Zhou Chen asked seriously, are there any ugly succubi? Or rather, if they really look this bad, could they still be called succubi? Does that mean? Xia Chuqing, being very smart, immediately picked up on the underlying meaning in Zhou Chen's words and seemed to realize something, but before she could ask, Zhou Chen went to find his Spirit Beast Phantom. Zhou Chen approached the cage of the Spirit Beast Phantom, took out the key, and opened the cage without showing any disgust at her ugliness. He extended a hand with a smile and said, "Hello, let me introduce myself, my name is Zhou Chen. If all goes well, I will be your beast tamer for a long time to come. The succubus possesses a high IQ and can speak human language, so she understood what Zhou Chen was saying. Surprised, she looked at Zhou Chen and slowly reached out a delicate little hand to grasp Zhou Chen's hand. Zhou Chen pulled the spirit beast phantom out of the cage and then said, "From now on, you'll be called Little Mei. No, how about Mei Ling? That name sounds nice, right?" When he first saw the spirit beast phantom, Zhou Chen had already thought of a name for her. Since she is a humanoid beast and can also speak, he did not call her Little Mei, but instead gave her a human name Mei Ling, meaning enchanting little spirit. Mei Ling, from now on I will be your master. Let us forge a soul contract together. Saying this, Zhou Chen bit his finger and stretched the bloodied finger towards Mei Ling's forehead. As long as they forged the soul contract, they would be bound for life. However, at this moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred as Mei Ling's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a strange smile. She then suddenly lunged at Zhou Chen, exposing her sharp claws. However, Zhou Chen showed no sign of panic and even wore a smile that said, "Just as I expected." Little vine. Whoosh. Just as Mei Ling's claws were about to pierce Zhou Chen's heart, the dragon blood vine, which had long been hidden, shot out its vines, binding her limbs and putting her in an extremely humiliating position. What is happening? What kind of beast is this? Where does it get such immense power? Mei Ling said in a hoarse voice while struggling desperately. Though the succubi belong to the demon race, their power is actually the weakest among the demon race beasts, and compared to the dragon blood vine, which evolves by absorbing dragon blood, they are quite lacking. Moreover, the strongest attack method for a succubus is mental attack, while the dragon blood vine is a plant that has no mind or soul, rendering it completely immune to the succubus's attacks. It could be said that the dragon blood vine is the natural nemesis of the succubus race. Watching the bound Mei Ling, Zhou Chen smiled slightly, lightly lifting her chin and gently chuckled. So I was right. At first I was puzzled about why you would change your appearance to become so ugly, while also hiding your strength. Now I understand, you never wanted to be anyone's tamed beast, but instead wanted to escape from here, right? If I'm not mistaken, the iron cage that holds you should be a beast bone soldier, specifically a martial tier 1. Even if you gave it your all, you wouldn't be able to break free. You would never be able to escape through brute force, so you chose to be clever. Firstly, you concealed your power and made yourself look ugly. This way, those powerful beast tamers will reject you because they do not need a useless beast and certainly do not need an ugly girl for warmth. So, the only ones who can buy you are the weaker beast tamers. They may also find you unattractive, but your power is something they cannot afford to part with. In this case, the ones who buy you must be weak beast tamers, and they would not be your match at all. And you are ready to launch a surprise attack the moment you open the cage will be their doom, right? But it seems you didn't expect anyone to see through your disguise, did you? Every time Zhou Chen spoke, the shock on Mei Ling's face intensified, and her body trembled slightly. She dared not look into Zhou Chen's eyes, as if continuing to do so would reveal even the color of her underwear. Who exactly are you? How could you see through my disguise? Even the beast trainers at the auction couldn't see through it, even with their professional equipment. Mei Ling felt a bit scared, but she also understood a truth: high-level hunters often appear in the form of their prey. Did I not just say? My name is Zhou Chen. As for why I can see through your disguise, that's my secret. You currently have two choices. The first is to submit to me and become my third tamed beast. The second, well, do you see my little vine? It will drain your blood and turn you into its nourishment. The third tamed beast, how old are you? Hearing Zhou Chen offer to make her the third tamed beast, Mei Ling was extremely surprised. She had lived on Azure Planet for a long time and naturally knew how difficult it was for humans to enhance their mental strength. Ordinary people, if they have the right meditation technique, may need to practice for a lifetime without the aid of drugs to break through to become a bronze-level beast tamer. For those with some talent, with a technique and potions, after decades of practice, they might become a gold-level beast tamer. However, those extraordinary prodigies may be born as bronze-level beast tamers, or even silver-level beast tamers. Yet such individuals are rare, and there might not be 5 of them in the entire world. Mei Ling could see that Zhou Chen was definitely not over 20 years old and was already a bronze-level beast tamer. Though he couldn't compare to those prodigies, he was still a genius among geniuses. Being his tamed beast would certainly come with good treatment. Maybe she could evolve again, gain greater strength and a sexier figure, and become the queen of the succubus race. Moreover, she had no choice now. The only way to survive was to become Zhou Chen's tamed beast. I agree, but what do I need to do to be your tamed beast? Fight, warm your bed, or provide you an outlet? What is this? Zhou Chen was suddenly stunned. As expected from a succubus, she was indeed a tempting little demoness. Such words coming from her were undoubtedly the most alluring for a virgin like Zhou Chen. However, Zhou Chen's initial thought was simply to acquire a martial tier beast. Although she looked very unattractive right now, Zhou Chen knew that this was not her true appearance. The real Myling might be a great beauty. For now, I don't need you to do anything, and I don't need you to fight. It's summer, so there's no need for you to warm my bed, and I have someone I like. Plus, the soundproofing in my room isn't very good. If things at home aren't going well, you can always book a hotel, or if that's not possible, find a small grove. With a charming giggle, having just seen Zhou Chen's blushing face, she knew Zhou Chen was definitely a complete novice in that regard. And succubi are experts at dealing with novices. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's establish a soul contract first. Saying this, Zhou Chen pressed his blood-stained finger on the center of the succubus's forehead, and with a flash of purple light, the soul contract was completed. This also marked the succubus's official status as Zhou Chen's third tamed beast. Alright, you don't have to pretend anymore, release your skills. I want to see your true self. In various urban legends, succubi are among the most beautiful women, embodying beauty, charm, and sensuality. Zhou Chen wanted to see if the succubus was the same. Sure, Although her appearance had not changed, the succubus's voice had no longer that husky tone, but a sweet, youthful voice, clear and pleasant like a lark. Then the succubus emitted a purple glow, and when the light faded, she revealed her true form. The succubus's true appearance was stunning. The demonic scales that covered her body were hidden, revealing skin as white as snow, flawless and delicate. She had long, flowing purple hair that emitted a special fragrance, seemingly enticing. After catching a whiff of that scent, Zhou Chen nearly lost control, feeling as if the succubus's body fragrance had stolen his soul. This was the succubus's soul seduction talent. The succubus had a pair of sharp goat horns on her head, and her beautiful eyes sparkled like precious purple gems. Her figure was incredibly seductive, dressed in revealing attire, with legs clad in black stockings that tempted countless admirers. The succubus didn't mind Zhou Chen staring at her. Instead, she assumed even more alluring poses. With a stunning smile on her face, she blew a cool breath towards Zhou Chen. She is my tamed beast, my possession. It doesn't matter even if I execute her right here. Looking at the succubus, Zhou Chen's wicked thoughts suddenly intensified, nearly leading him to overwhelm the seductive spirit right there. However, at that moment, a sudden sharp pain shot through his arm, snapping him back to reality. As he looked at his arm, he discovered that a vine of the dragon blood vine had pierced his arm, pulling him back to consciousness. Once he came to, Zhou Chen felt a bit of fear. No wonder succubi are considered symbols of temptation. Such a method to instantly amplify desire is terrifying. It seems I need to work hard to strengthen my mental power in the future. Zhou Chen believed that as long as he increased his mental power, he could resist the mental seduction attacks from the succubus. But for now, he dared not look at the succubus's face, fearing he might lose control and execute her right there. But why am I still a little excited? Zhou Chen gave a wry smile. Even if that kind of thing were to happen, it would have to be at home. Afterwards, Zhou Chen found a black robe and a mask and handed them to the succubus. Although Zhou Chen could draw the succubus back into soul space, having a humanoid beast, especially a stunning beauty, by his side was quite a show. Come on, put on the clothes first. Oh. Not managing to entice Zhou Chen, the succubus appeared somewhat disappointed, but then draped the black robe over her, put on the mask, and followed Zhou Chen back to the auction venue. Zhou Chen, you're back? This is the soul seduction spirit? Seeing Zhou Chen return, Xia Chuqing greeted him, then was stunned when she saw the succubus in her true form. She thought to herself, I didn't expect the soul seduction spirit to be so beautiful. It seems Zhou Chen was right, there really are no ugly succubi. Ahem, succubus, let me introduce you. This is Xia Chuqing, my friend, and our school's beauty.
Oh.
The succubus coldly replied with an "oh," her eyes revealing a trace of disdain, even displaying a provocative expression.
It was as if she were saying, "Are you kidding? The school beauty can't be as pretty as I am?"
But since the succubus was wearing a mask, Xia Chuqing couldn't see her expression. To be honest, whether in looks or figure, the succubus was definitely much more impressive than Xia Chuqing.
I didn't expect you'd already become a bronze-level beast tamer, even more abnormal than me.
It seems my analysis was correct. The pure spirit energy in the spatial rift does indeed enhance mental power. I must also visit the spatial rift when I get the chance.
He. In response, Zhou Chen could only smile wryly.
Ever since Lin Bayer had also broken through to become a black ion level beast tamer, Xia Chuqing had increasingly believed that the spatial rift had an effect on enhancing mental power. Now seeing Zhou Chen break through to become a bronze level beast tamer in such a short time, her conviction became even stronger. Zhou Chen couldn't do anything about her. The key was that he couldn't expose that he had a system. Next is the last auction item of this session, which is the much anticipated King Tier Beast. As the host, Xiaonan's voice echoed once again. Everyone in the audience turned to the stage, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the King Tier Beast.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
No sooner had the host finished speaking than a wave of footsteps could be heard from the back, shaking the very ground. Without a doubt, this must be a colossal creature. The audience speculated about the immense size of this beast, which could produce such sounds just by walking. What on earth could it be? I absolutely have to capture this King Tier Beast. That way, my Xia family will have 2 King Tier Beasts. Xia Chuqing watched intently from the stage, her eyes glued to the action, afraid of missing any moment. She had come to this tamed beast auction specifically for this King Tier Beast. Xia Chuqing's family was influential and powerful, with spies from the Xia family spread throughout Dragonfall City. Even in the black market auctions, they had their people planted. As a result, the Xia family knew immediately of any happenings in Dragonfall City. A week ago, Xia Chuqing's father, Xia Shoujie, learned that this King Tier Beast would be auctioned publicly at today's event. Therefore, he withdrew in advance, hoping to break through to the gold-level beast tamer, which would allow him to contract this King Tier Beast. And Xia Chuqing's mother, Qin Momo, has also gone into seclusion, hoping to break through to the bronze tier beast tamer. After all, breaking through to bronze tier beast tamer is much easier than breaking through to gold tier beast tamer. Qin Momo was also a genius in her youth, but after giving birth, she shifted her focus to her career. The emergence of a King Tier Beast is of great significance, so she began her seclusion to maximize her time improving her spiritual strength. Thus, the task of capturing the King Tier Beast was handed over to Xia Chuqing.
Let me see what kind of beast it is.
Zhou Chen looked at the stage, filled with anticipation for the impending King Tier Beast. Although he knew that this King Tier Beast did not belong to him, it was still good to expand his horizons. At this moment, the charming spirit sat on Zhou Chen's lap, much like his girlfriend. From time to time, she would tease Zhou Chen's chin or plant a kiss on his face. Occasionally, she would bury Zhou Chen's head in her ample bosom, making it hard for him to concentrate. This is a succubus, filled with dirty thoughts, but Zhou Chen enjoyed it. Upon hearing the rumble, the charming spirit stopped teasing Zhou Chen and looked towards the source of the sound, frowning slightly.
If I'm not mistaken, that should be the guy?
What's wrong?
Charming spirit, have you seen this beast before?
Zhou Chen asked, slightly stunned, looking at the charming spirit. Yes, it's a guy I really dislike. I can't wait to smash its bones to feed the dogs. The charming spirit showed a look of disdain, as if she had a deep hatred for that King Tier Beast.
I especially dislike the way it looks at me.
Before the charming spirit could finish her sentence, a mysterious martial tier beast appeared on stage. Although it was covered by a black shroud, which obscured its appearance, one could feel the enormity of this beast from its massive body. The beast stood approximately 5 meters tall, roughly the height of a 2-story building.
Who? Then, the staff suddenly tore away the shroud covering the beast. Ah!
Hiss!
What is that thing? What a terrifying monster! Is this really a beast?
I've never seen such a beast. No wonder it's called a king-tier beast, it has such an oppressive appearance.
Yeah.
After seeing the true appearance of the king-tier beast, everyone present gasped in shock. They were all frightened by the beast's appearance.
Is this the king-tier beast?
Zhou Chen also looked at this beast in shock. This beast, well, it can no longer be called a beast, as it is clearly just a pile of bones. Indeed, this is just a pile of skeletal remains, a dragon's skeleton, or rather, it is a bone dragon. From the shape of the dragon's bones, the bone dragon should belong to the theropod family, as its form is very similar to that of a tyrannosaurus.
Zombie tyrannosaurus?
Upon seeing the bone dragon, Zhou Chen couldn't help but think of the zombie tyrannosaurus from Digimon. I must say, the bone dragon and the zombie tyrannosaurus are like they were carved from the same mold. The only difference is that the bone dragon has a pair of gigantic bony wings on its back. The entire bone dragon's body is covered in white bones, with only a cluster of dark blue flames wrapped around its skull. If I'm not mistaken, it has to be the bone dragon as soul. Although the flesh and blood of the bone dragon have been destroyed, for some reason its soul has been sealed within the skull, unable to escape.
Moreover, the power of the dragon's soul is strong even with its body destroyed. It can still move freely thanks to the power of the dragon's soul.
Roar, roar. The bone dragon tilted its head, and a pair of dragon eyes, to be precise, it was the dragon's soul emitting light from its eye sockets, glanced at the audience below, emitting a low roar.
The sequence of actions seemed to be saying, I am still alive. Beast name Bone Wing Tyrannosaurus. Beast tier King tier. Beast level 60. Beast attribute Evil Spirit. Beast weakness Lightning. Beast status unknown. Beast talent, none.
Beast skill Undead Catastrophe. Even if its flesh is destroyed, its soul can still unleash powerful dragon might, which can intimidate and control other undead. It can even consume the undead to grow stronger. Evil Spirit Dragon Breath condenses necromantic energy and releases a dragon breath with devastating power. Beast description: an evil undead type beast with its soul inexplicably sealed within the skull, similar to a lich, lacking intelligence, driven only by instinct. Even if its bones are shattered, as long as its soul remains, it can still be revived. To eliminate it, one must find a way to break the seal on the dragon's bones or shatter its soul. Generally speaking, beasts are typically alive. Of course, there are also beasts that exist in a lively state, as even the soul form is one type of life form. However, these types of beasts all come from otherworldly realms, they do not exist on Azure Planet. Currently, the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus belongs to an undead creature. While it's quite shocking, bone dragons have appeared in novels and anime before, so it's not particularly rare. At this moment, Li Kai, the chairman of the auction, suddenly approached the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus and gently patted its shin bone. Since the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus is wrapped in hard chains, there is no danger. Everyone can see, this is the finale beast of this tamed beast auction, the king-tier beast, the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus.
Mr. President, is this really a beast? It's entirely made of bones.
Indeed, but we don't know if we can form a soul contract with it.
He.
Li Kai chuckled softly before continuing, let me address the guests' questions. First of all, the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus is indeed a beast. This has been certified by our professional beast tamers and breeders at the auction. Not to mention, this world has previously seen undead-type beasts. Although such beasts are extremely rare, they do exist. As for establishing a soul contract, President Li Kai revealed a wry smile before continuing, unfortunately, this beast currently cannot form a soul contract, or rather, our beast tamers are unable to do so with it.
What? Even you can't establish a soul contract with it? If we can't form a soul contract, does that mean we won't be able to control this bone dragon? Mr. Li, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to pull a fast one on us with a beast that can't form a soul contract? If we bid on this bone dragon and are injured or killed because we can't control it, who will take responsibility for that? You're endangering lives for profit. I dare not.
Please, everyone, settle down and let me finish speaking. Li Kai quickly spoke up to stabilize the audience's emotions while explaining the matter comprehensively. In fact, the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus was discovered by our beast tamer by sheer chance, and a tremendous cost was incurred to capture it, intending to make it our tamed beast. However, an accident occurred when the beast tamer tried to form a soul contract with the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus. Someone placed a seal on the skull of the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, like an impenetrable barrier. The dragon's soul inside couldn't escape, and the soul from outside couldn't enter. Therefore, without breaking the soul seal, we cannot form a soul contract with the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus. But if we were to break the soul seal, the dragon's soul would escape, and the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus would turn completely into a pile of bones. Unfortunately, our beast tamers have no way to form a soul contract with the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus without breaking the seal. Additionally, the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus is highly aggressive and difficult to manage. Over the past half-month, almost every day someone has been killed by the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, leading to compensation claims totaling tens of millions of beast coins. This is why we've decided to auction the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus publicly. We can't call it an auction, but more of a donation. Anyone present who has the ability to form a soul contract with the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus or ways to control it can take it home. Later, you only need to help us with 3 things. However, should anything happen after taking the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, the black market will take no responsibility. What? So, you're saying it's free? This king-tier beast is actually free? As soon as Li Kai finished speaking, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Because it was clear from Li Kai's words that the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus was essentially being given away. Whoever had the capability could take it, without paying a cent. Li Kai nodded and continued, "Yes, it's free, you don't have to pay anything. If anyone has the ability, just take it. In the future, you'll only need to help us with 2 things. If no one can take it, we'll have to destroy it. Now, everyone can come up and try to form a soul contract with the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus or find a way to control it. Any means will do." Wow! I'll try first. You all get away, this bone dragon is mine. Yours? This bone dragon belongs to whoever has the capability. As soon as Li Kai's words finished, people in the audience couldn't help but rush forward to try to establish a soul contract with the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus. Drops of blood fell onto the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus's body, yet nothing seemed to happen. There were no bursts of light signifying a successful soul contract, indicating they all failed to connect with the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus. Some attempted to tackle the soul seal on its skull, but unfortunately, they didn't understand the sealing array, hence that approach failed as well. Of course, some chose not to try, as they had already formed soul contracts with 2 or 3 beasts and could not bond with another. Even Xia Chuqing was in that position. She was only a black iron level beast tamer and could only contract with 2 beasts. However, she was already on the phone with her family, informing them of the situation and urging them to come quickly. Zhou Chen sat in his seat, motionless, quietly watching the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus. He had already contracted 3 beasts, so he couldn't contract the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus for the time being. Moreover, he had no idea how to establish a soul contract with the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus without breaking the soul seal, so he could only watch helplessly. However, as he watched, Zhou Chen noticed something was off. "Huh? Why do I feel like this bone dragon? What's wrong, Zhou Chen? What did you discover?" Seeing Zhou Chen's reaction, Xia Chuqing immediately became excited. "Well, nothing in particular. It's just that I feel like this bone dragon has been staring at me this whole time. It's a bit creepy." Zhou Chen glanced at the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus and found its eyes fixed intently on him, with the dragon soul quietly observing him. "Really?" Xia Chuqing also noticed that the eyes of the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus were aligned with Zhou Chen's, and it had been staring at him from the very beginning. Zhou Chen tried to take a few steps, but unfortunately, the head of the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus did not move. It was at that moment that Zhou Chen realized the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus wasn't looking at him at all. It had been staring at the charm spirit resting in his arms. Could it be the charm spirit's charm soul talent? Zhou Chen then remembered that the charm spirit's charm soul talent had the ability to captivate souls. Previously, the charm spirit had mentioned that this bone-winged Tyrannosaurus had been staring at her, which must mean it was infatuated with her. The charm spirit could amplify the desires within a person's heart, and it likely worked the same way on dragon souls. Moreover, dragons are inherently lustful. Dragons in Western mythology are notorious for capturing princesses and beautiful women. In addition, there is a legend in Chinese mythology about the 9 offspring of dragons, where the dragon combined with wolves produced the beast Yazi with lions, it produced the beast Swanni, and with tigers, it produced the beast Bixie. If it wouldn't spare wolves, lions, or tigers, why would it spare women? Isn't that absurd? Clearly, the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus was no different. Even without a physical body, its soul still craved beauty, which was its only instinct. After all, the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus didn't need to eat or sleep, so the pursuit of beauty became its instinct. And since the charm spirit also had the ability to enchant souls, that must be why the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus was staring at her.
I know what to do now.
Charm spirit, make it fall in love with it, then control it for me. Upon hearing this, the charm spirit was taken aback, shaking her head frantically while staring wide-eyed and saying, "But
I can't do that." "Why not? Aren't you a succubus?"
But I'm not that desperate.
If it were alive, that would be one thing, but what am I supposed to do with a pile of bones? Even a complete corpse would be fine.
That is a point. Zhou Chen scratched his head, but the only breakthrough was the charm spirit.
Since the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus liked her so much, why not let her try to seduce it?
Like a green tea BTCH or a tease, enticing the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, occasionally giving it a little reward but not completely yielding to it, making it a lifelong dog for the charm spirit.
Thinking of this plan, Zhou Chen smiled slightly. But isn't that a bit cruel to a bone dragon?
It's already dead, and now you're asking it to be a dog. How about this, charm spirit, try touching the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus's head and have a chat with the dragon's soul inside. Try to make it obey your commands.
Right now, the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus is just a mindless beast. You should be able to control it.
Okay, I'll give it a try. Saying this, Zhou Chen led the charm spirit to the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus. Seeing his beloved come, the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus moved its head, staring intently at the charm spirit, like a lecherous man, a peeping Tom.
EW.
That's gross. The charm spirit looked at the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus with disgust. Although she was a succubus skilled at seducing men, it was limited to the living. She had no interest in the dead. Furthermore, this was not a human, but a pile of bones.
However, since it was Zhou Chen's order, the charm spirit could only comply.
Besides, she also knew that if she could tame this bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, her powers would surely grow. The charm spirit excelled in mental attacks, while the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus excelled in physical attacks. Together, they would be invincible. The charm spirit gently flapped her demon-like wings and lightly flew to the top of the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus's head, making no sound at all, like a nimble little butterfly.
Isn't that the charmed soul illusion?
She looks so beautiful.
Wow!
What a beautiful succubus, but why was she so ugly just now? It's the art of disguise. I remember that most succubi use this skill, which allows them to change their appearance and even hide their true strength.
Is it really that powerful?
Well, it's true. When women wear makeup, they can look like completely different people. Sometimes even they themselves can't recognize their reflection, let alone a succubus.
I regret it.
If I had known she was this beautiful, I would have bought that seductive spirit demon.
Now this brat gets to take advantage of it. I'm just afraid your kidneys can't handle it.
Such a beautiful succubus must be quite wild at night, right? To die under a peony is still to die with style.
What exactly does this seductive spirit want to do? Is it trying to seduce the bone-winged tyrant?
Perhaps so. At that moment, everyone looked at the seductive spirit. Some were shocked by her unparalleled beauty, some looked at Zhou Chen with envy, and others were puzzled about what the seductive spirit wanted. The seductive spirit flew up onto the skull of the bone-winged tyrant, which was large enough for her to sit atop it. Hello, little dinosaur. The seductive spirit looked at the bone-winged tyrant awkwardly, her eyes filled with disdain. Even though she was a succubus, it was her first time trying to seduce a bone dragon.
Roar, roar.
Seeing the seductive spirit up close, the dragon soul inside the skull became extremely excited, letting out a loud roar as it darted around within the skull. It almost wished it could rush out and get intimate with the seductive spirit, but unfortunately, the soul seal meant it could only stay trapped inside the skull.
The entire skeletal body of the dragon was slightly swaying. There was no doubt that the bone dragon was reacting. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chen was very excited and couldn't help but urge the seductive spirit to turn up the heat. Seductive spirit, relax a bit. You're just chatting with it, don't you want to be the succubus queen? If that's the case, tame this bone dragon for me. Then this bone dragon will be your loyal subject, your possession. There was one thing Zhou Chen did not say, and you will be my possession. I might know what to do now. The seductive spirit stood up, stomped on the bone-winged tyrant with force, but it felt nothing and therefore did not feel any pain. Little dinosaur, do you want to become my big sister's pet? Giggle. The succubus smiled slightly and whispered into the ear of the bone-winged tyrant with a sweet voice. She then removed the mask from her face, revealing her stunning beauty. Upon hearing this voice, the bone-winged tyrant instantly became excited. The dragon's soul pressed tightly against the skull, trying desperately to rush out. It looked as if it was saying, I want to. Not only the bone-winged tyrant, but even Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of dark thoughts upon hearing that sweet voice, and the idea of toppling the seductive spirit re-emerged. As for the others, it goes without saying that even the women were unable to withstand the allure of the seductive spirit. Xia Chuqing stared at the seductive spirit without blinking, wanting nothing more than to hold her close and tenderly cherish her, as if she were his beloved. Illusions of the enchanting shadow. A glimmer of violet light flashed in the seductive spirit's eyes, which resembled amethyst. Casting an illusion on the bone-winged tyrant, it immediately fell into the trap, becoming immersed in the illusionary world the seductive spirit created. In the world of illusions, the bone-winged tyrant was intimately embracing the seductive spirit, and together they lived a happy life. The illusionary world created by the seductive spirit was like human desires. Once one gets lost in the abyss of desire, there is no hope of escaping. It sounds terrifying, but there are ways to break free. As long as one chooses to restrain their desires due to a flicker of rationality or goodness, then escaping the illusionary world is merely a matter of time. Though it may not be a particularly powerful skill, it proves to be quite effective against a thick-skulled creature like the bone-winged tyrant. Meanwhile, in the real world, the bone-winged tyrant stood completely still, and the dragon's soul within the skull also calmed down as it was engrossed in the illusion. Evil spirit invasion. The illusions of the enchanting shadow skill allows one to be immersed in an illusionary world, while the evil spirit invasion skill enables manipulation of the soul that has fallen into the depths of illusion. Zhou Chen, it's done. This fellow has already become my possession. The seductive spirit flew from the skull of the bone-winged tyrant to Zhou Chen's side, looking like a little girl. Thank you for your hard work, can you show me? Sure, bone-winged tyrant, give me a backflip and salute. The seductive spirit's pupils flashed with a purple light, immediately taking control of the soul of the bone-winged tyrant, which obediently complied. It truly did a backflip and then raised its hands above its head as if saluting, letting out a low roar afterwards. So impressive. Looking at the bone-winged tyrant, Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. It was simply a killing machine. The bone-winged tyrant had no life, so it naturally did not fear pain. Enemies were unable to inflict harm on its body, and even if its bones were shattered, it could still regenerate. At the same time, it could unleash powerful dragon breath, effectively turning it into a mobile artillery platform. The only downside was that Zhou Chen could only control the bone-winged tyrant through the seductive spirit, which somewhat wasted time. However, Zhou Chen was more than satisfied. He had acquired a king-tier beast for free. With the seductive spirit controlling the bone-winged tyrant, it officially meant that the bone-winged tyrant was now his possession. All that was needed in the future was to help the black market with a couple of tasks. In 2 months, Zhou Chen would be going to university in the imperial capital, and at that time, it wouldn't be so easy for the black market to find him. In other words, whether or not to help would depend entirely on Zhou Chen's mood. Presently, we've controlled the bone-winged tyrant, so according to our agreement, this bone-winged tyrant is now our possession, right? That's right, Mr. Zhou Chen only needs to help us with 2 tasks in the future. Li Kai replied with a faint smile, but internally, he was filled with great pain. Damn it! Using a seductive spirit to control the bone-winged tyrant with such a simple method, how come that group of beast tamers and breeders couldn't figure it out? What a bunch of useless fools!
He didn't blame Zhou Chen for finding a way to control the bone-winged tyrant after all. There are many geniuses in the world. But what he couldn't accept the most was that Zhou Chen had controlled the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus using the charm spirit he bought at the auction, and in the end, he took the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus without spending a single penny. The charm spirit and bone-winged Tyrannosaurus were originally theirs. They were supposed to be the owners of the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, but now, they had given it away to Zhou Chen for nothing. What a loss, not only losing the lady but also the soldiers. Of course, no problem. As long as the black market needs help, I will definitely come to assist. Although he said this, he was actually thinking, by then, I'll run away. Let us see how you come to the imperial capital to find me. I don't believe you can stay at Bea Academy and watch over me. Whether I help or not depends on my mood. By the way, can the charm spirit make the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus fly? Let us see if you can make it fly. Looking at the pair of bone wings behind the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, Zhou Chen had a sudden idea. Since it had wings, maybe it could fly. Riding a dragon had always been Zhou Chen's dream, especially after seeing Long Xiaolei sitting on the fiery dragon a few days ago, looking like a dragon knight. It was simply so cool. Although the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus wasn't a real dragon, it looked quite similar, and riding it would still be impressive. Sure, I'll give it a try. Bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, take flight for me, commanded the charm spirit. After hearing the charm spirit's voice, the body of the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus moved, and its massive bone wings suddenly shimmered with a ghostly blue flame. Flapping its enormous bone wings, it slowly took to the sky. Zhou Chen examined it closely. The bone-winged Tyrannosaurus didn't possess a beast core. All of its energy came from its bones. One could say that its bones replaced the beast core, or rather, its entire body was a beast core. The bone-winged Tyrannosaurus could absorb spiritual energy or energy potions through its entire body, thus making it stronger. Since it could absorb spiritual energy from all over, the speed at which the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus leveled up was very fast. However, the downside of this approach was that the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus could never evolve again, remaining forever as a king-tier beast. This was indeed the case. Zhou Chen opened the evolution route section and did not see the evolution route for the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, only the 4 words, cannot evolve. But that was fine after all, it wasn't Zhou Chen's tamed beast, and for now, the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus was already very powerful. Xia Chuqing, why don't you come up too? How about I ride the dragon to take you home? Zhou Chen excitedly climbed onto the back of the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus. Although he had ridden dragons before, the feeling of being in a vehicle and driving was completely different. Sounds great. I want to try it too. Saying this, Xia Chuqing also sat behind Zhou Chen, and then they rode the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus out of the auction house, heading home. Sigh, I'm really jealous. This kid really hit the jackpot, spending 500,000 beast coins to buy a beautiful charm demon, and he even got a king-tier beast for free. Why don't I have such luck? Watching Zhou Chen and the others who had already flown far away, people at the auction house felt even more envious and jealous. Some even plotted to snatch the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus and the charm spirit, but unfortunately, they were destined to fail. The strength of the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus would far exceed their imagination. The flight speed of the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus was quite fast. Although it couldn't match Long Xiaolei's fiery dragon, it was not much slower than the storm dragon horse. Soon, they flew to the Xia family. Something is coming. At home, while drinking tea, Xia Xiaojie raised an eyebrow, and his eyes instantly became sharp. As a silver-level beast tamer with mental power exceeding 500, his senses were very keen. He quickly detected the presence of the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus. Honey, what's wrong? Seeing Xia Xiaojie suddenly stand up and look out the window, Qin Momo's face showed confusion. Something is coming. Could it be that someone is coming to assassinate us? Qin Momo's expression changed. She and her husband were the richest people in Dragonfall City, and he was the strongest beast tamer in Dragonfall City. Their powerful partnership naturally caused resentment from many. Because of this, assassinations frequently occurred. Someone even attempted to kidnap Xia Chuqing to threaten them. Fortunately, they arrived in time, which spared Xia Chuqing from being harmed. However, after that, the couple kept a close eye on their daughter. No matter what their daughter did,
someone would secretly follow and protect her.
Even this time at the auction, there were spies from the Xia family inside. If Xia Chuqing faced any grievances, they could intervene directly to protect her safety.
It shouldn't be an assassin. If it were, they wouldn't make such a big commotion.
That's true. Shin Momo nodded, even she could sense that a massive entity was approaching. After all, he was still a black iron level beast tamer. Who cares? If it's a guest, we'll entertain them with good food and drinks. If it's the enemy, we have plenty of firepower ready. Xiaoxiujie smiled faintly, showing no signs of taking it to heart. As the strongest beast tamer in Dragonfall City, even the head of the city's defense forces, Zhang Hanyuan, had to give him some respect. Roar, roar. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, Zhou Chen rode the bone-winged tyrant to safely return Xia Chuqing home.
Zhou Chen, come sit at my house.
Since you saved me last time, I haven't had the chance to properly thank you, and my parents would also like to meet you to express their gratitude.
Okay then.
It was almost midnight. Zhou Chen initially thought he wouldn't disturb Xia Chuqing, but since she was so eager to invite him, he couldn't turn down her hospitality.
I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you, Zhou Chen. Welcome, welcome.
Ha ha ha. Seeing that it was Zhou Chen who brought Xia Chuqing home, Xiaoxiujie immediately sighed in relief and smiled.
Hello, Uncle Xia, Aunt Qin.
I'm sorry to disturb you.
No disturbance at all.
Xiao Chun, thank you for helping Chuqing during the trial in the Mystic Realm. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what might have happened to her.
Come in and have a seat.
When Qin Momo saw Zhou Chen, she smiled. She really liked the boy who saved her precious daughter. She hurriedly invited him in, not even noticing the bone-winged tyrant that should have been the center of attention. Inside the house, Qin Momo poured Zhou Chen a cup of tea, cut a lot of small fruits, and took out plenty of snacks.
Xiao Chun, thank you once again for helping Chuqing through the challenges during the college entrance exam.
Qin Momo treated Zhou Chen almost like her own son. No need to be polite, Aunt Qin, Zhou Chen replied with a smile.
By the way, Xiao Chun, what about that bone dragon?
Qin Momo pointed to the bone-winged tyrant outside the window. Being stared at by the creature made her feel a bit uneasy. That's a tamed beast I got at the auction, but unfortunately, I can't bind it with a contract yet.
Oh, I see.
It's just that this beast looks a bit frightening.
Qin Momo said, forcing a laugh.
I heard Chuqing tell me about what happened. Zhou Chen is truly a genius. He actually thought to use the skill of charm magic to control the bone-winged tyrant. You're flattering me, Uncle Xia. But Zhou Chen, I know you can't form a soul contract with the bone-winged tyrant right now, and having it around might be quite inconvenient for you. So, I would like to offer to buy this bone dragon from you. I'm willing to pay 5 million beast coins or even more.
Xiaoxiujie finally revealed his true intentions. His goal was the bone-winged tyrant.
With his means, finding a succubus wasn't hard. As long as he had one, he could control the bone-winged tyrant. Then Xia Chuqing could control the succubus, which would mean his daughter would have a king-tier beast, making her much safer. Xiaoxiujie didn't intend to personally control the bone-winged tyrant to increase his own power. He just hoped his family could be safer. After all, the bigger the tree, the more winds it attracts. No one knows whether tomorrow or death will come first. But as long as one can become strong, even the king of hell would have to steer clear. Therefore, Xiaoxiujie hoped that the three of them could each have a king-tier beast. I'm sorry, Uncle Xia, but this bone-winged tyrant is not for sale. I don't intend to sell it to anyone.
Zhou Chen directly refused Xiaoxiujie.
After all, this bone-winged tyrant was as powerful as a king-tier beast, so how could he easily give it away? Moreover, this bone-winged tyrant had significant research value. After all, it was made entirely of dragon bones, which are much rarer than dragon blood. In the past, Zhou Chen had searched all over Dragonfall City and found not a drop of pure dragon blood. If Dragonfall City didn't have dragon blood, it was even less likely to have dragon bones.
Really not selling? I'm willing to pay 10 million beast coins.
I'm really not selling, plus the bone-winged tyrant is already under the control of my tamed beast, so even if I sold it to you, you wouldn't be able to control it. Zhou Chen remained firm, even in the face of Dragonfall City's strongest beast tamer. Besides, with the bone-winged tyrant, Zhou Chen wasn't afraid of Xia Xiujia. If it came down to it, they could settle things with a fight. Everyone had 4 beasts, whether it was a mule or a horse, they would know once it was out in the open. At that moment, Xia Chuqing also stepped forward to speak for Zhou Chen. Alright, Dad, please don't force him. Zhou Chen has also gone through a lot to get this beast. Okay, since Zhou Chen insists on not selling, then I won't pressure him further. Xia Xiujie sighed, a look of regret in his eyes, and then left the living room, allowing his daughter Xia Chuqing to entertain Zhou Chen since they were classmates and easy to talk to. I'm sorry, please don't blame my dad. It's fine, I expected this. Zhou Chen smiled, not taking it to heart. A king-tier beast that has not yet formed a soul contract is something everyone desires. Zhou Chen didn't stay long at Xia Chuqing's home before heading back, as it was already late at night and it wouldn't be polite to disturb them. After chatting for a while, he rode the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus back home. The bone-winged Tyrannosaurus is very fast and tireless, returning home in just a few minutes. Hey! Zhou Chen, you're back? Who is this sister? Is she your new girlfriend? Jia was still awake and widened her eyes at the stunning woman Zhou Chen brought back. Being a woman herself, Jia immediately realized that this charm spirit was not a good girl, and she couldn't help but feel furious. Looking at Zhou Chen, her face was filled with disappointment, and she angrily scolded him. It's not that I'm criticizing you, Zhou Chen, but isn't your kidney function supposed to be so powerful? Isn't it enough to be with Sister Xiqing and Sister Bauer? Is what you're doing fair to them? Do you know they truly care for you? In any case, I absolutely do not want her to be my sister-in-law. Mom! You should also talk some sense into Zhou Chen. Yes, Xiao Cheng, you need to take your marriage seriously. Saying this, Wang Lin stepped forward and softly said, You're still young, only knowing about black silk and mature ladies. When you grow up, you'll understand how wonderful it is to have a girl who seriously works during the day and cooks for you at night. I think that Si Chen girl is quite good. She's so beautiful, and she should be a decent cook too. Upon hearing the word cooking, Zhou Chen instantly shivered, recalling the incident where Yi Xiqing put eggs and ketchup in the braised pork. Yi Xiqing is good at everything except for her cooking. It's really hard to swallow. If one day Zhou Chen really marries Yi Xiqing, he'll certainly have to put a sign on the kitchen door that says, Kitchen is a restricted area, Xiqing and dogs are not allowed. Hee, Mom, little sister, your imagination is too rich, don't you think? Zhou Chen said as he took the charm spirit's hand and continued. This is my third tamed beast charm soul phantom, also known as succubus. You can call her charm spirit. Due to some extremely special reasons, she will live with us for the next 2 months. Hello, Madam. The charm spirit gave a slight bow, revealing the dark wings behind her, which indicated her identity as a beast. Succubus. Zhou Chen, is this your beast? Have you become a bronze-level beast tamer? Upon confirming that the charm spirit was indeed a succubus, Jia was left speechless and stuttered. Yes, you're already a black iron level beast tamer, so why can't I be a bronze level beast tamer? So that is how it is, you gave me quite a scare. Sorry, charm spirit, I misunderstood you. And Xiao Cheng, you became a bronze level beast tamer and didn't tell us, you should have let us celebrate. Upon hearing that Zhou Chen was already a bronze level beast tamer, Wang Lin's face lit up with joy. Now her son was already a bronze level beast tamer, and a bright future was guaranteed. Her daughter was also a black iron level beast tamer, which meant she could support herself and lead a happy life in the future. For Wang Lin, she felt that she had no regrets in this lifetime. Now she hoped her son would find a good daughter-in-law and her daughter would marry into a good family, so she could soon hold her grandchild and watch them grow up healthy. This is the happiness Wang Lin found as an ordinary person, as she had no interest in power or wealth. You can't take anything with you when you die. By the way, Mom, do we have any chains around the house? What do you need the iron chain for? When the dog leash is used. After finishing speaking, he took his family to check out the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus lying outside. Fortunately, Zhou Chen lived in a bungalow, right next to an empty lot. We can let the Pteranodon lie there, otherwise, there really isn't anywhere to put this Pteranodon. When they saw the enormous bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, both mother and daughter were stunned, followed by feelings of joy and excitement. More than a month has quickly passed, and during this month, Zhou Chen has continuously explored the secrets of the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus. Unfortunately, despite all his research, he hasn't uncovered much. Spending all day at home playing games, drifting through life. Playing with my phone, snacking, and holding his sexy cute spirit in my arms, this little life is simply delightful.
Zhou Chen remarked, I've been studying for 12 years, can't I enjoy myself? Let's keep the music playing and dance on.
There are still 2 whole weeks until the university enrollment day, and today, Lin Bauer suddenly invited Zhou Chen and Yi Xiqing to a hot pot restaurant for a meal. This is a famous hot pot restaurant for couples, known far and wide. As long as couples come to dine, they can enjoy a 10% discount. So, most of the people who come here to eat are couples, and this place has become a spot for many couples to dine after strolling around.
What's wrong, darling? Why did you suddenly invite us to a place like this?
Yi Xiqing watched as pairs of young couples around her kissed and expressed their love, feeling quite awkward. Although she knew they were happy, being surrounded by such displays of affection felt uncomfortable.
Here, Zhou Chen, this is for you.
Saying this, Lin Bauer took out a beautiful bouquet of roses and handed it to Zhou Chen, which had a pink heart drawn on it.
Ah!
After seeing the bouquet of roses, both Zhou Chen and Yi Xiqing understood Lin Bauer's intention. She wanted to confess to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, I like you, please accept my 12 years of love for you. Lin Bauer's cheeks turned crimson, as if she had a fever, but her face was filled with a joyful smile. Zhou Chen was quite surprised he didn't expect Lin Bauer, a girl who was so shy, would choose to confess to him in front of so many people. Meanwhile, Yi Xiqing felt a hollow ache in her heart, as if her most precious thing had been taken away. Yi Xiqing didn't speak, but her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, hot droplets rolling down her cheeks. She knew that one day Lin Bauer would compete with her for Zhou Chen, but she never expected it to happen so soon. Now, she just wanted to leave this place and find a secluded spot to cry her heart out. But before she could do so, Lin Bauer took out an even more beautiful bouquet of roses and handed it to Yi Xiqing.
Xiqing, this is for you. Take good care of Zhou Chen for the next 4 years, he's in your hands.
Ha?
What do you mean?
Looking at the even more beautiful bouquet in front of her and hearing Lin Bauer's words, Yi Xiqing felt very confused.
Why is she giving me roses? Is Bauer trying to set me up with Zhou Chen? Bauer, what's wrong with you? Why are you giving us roses? Zhou Chen also asked in bewilderment, why did she give me a bouquet and what's up with giving one to Xiqing? Does she like girls?
However, Lin Bauer let out a helpless bitter smile and said to Zhou Chen, I'm about to leave this city, but
I can't let you go.
I'm afraid you will be taken away by Xiqing and Xia Chuqing, so I wanted to get ahead of the game before leaving. It turned out that Lin Bauer's exam scores weren't enough to attend Bayat Academy with Zhou Chen and Yi Xiqing, so she had no choice but to go to college in the south. That's no surprise, as her theoretical knowledge scores were quite low, and her comprehensive exams were also poor. Even during the Secret Realm trials, Zhou Chen helped her increase her scores, but that 40-point gap was not easy to bridge. And Bayat Academy is a key university, with ridiculously high admission scores, so Lin Bauer naturally had no chance with it. She had already booked her flight to leave Dragonfall City tomorrow for her college in the south. Today was not only about confessing to Zhou Chen, it was also time to say goodbye. For the next 4 years, she may only be able to return to Dragonfall City to see Zhou Chen during the Spring Festival, so she wanted to meet him one last time and say goodbye properly. Moreover, she hoped to make her confession, to secure a place in Zhou Chen's heart. Therefore, Xiqing, I hope you can look after Zhou Chen for me, to keep him from wandering around with other girls.
Even if you compete with me, it's okay, because when I return, I'll definitely be with Zhou Chen. Even if it means being a mistress, I can accept it. To be honest.
Yi Xiqing glanced at the roses in her hand, and upon hearing that Lin Bauer was leaving, she felt inexplicably pained. Her heart was conflicted. She wanted to be with Zhou Chen yet didn't want to part with her good friend. If only the three of us could always be together, Yi Xiqing thought to herself while looking at the roses, seemingly making up her mind.
I don't mind you being Zhou Chen's mistress or lover, but aren't you lacking ambition?
If you're going to do it, at least be his second wife.
Hee Bauer, I accept your feelings, stop overthinking. We will definitely be together in the future and have kids too.
Jochen gently rubbed Lin Bauer's little head, thinking that for the next 4 years, they would only see each other via video calls, which also made him feel uncomfortable. After all, they had known each other for 12 years, suddenly parting ways was tough for both.
Don't forget, you still owe me 5 kids. You know me, I will never make a loss in business. If you don't give me 5 kids, I won't let you go. Who owes you 5 kids? We only have 2. The topic of kids made Lin Bauer blush immediately. 2 is fine, when are you planning to give them to me? Ah, you're so annoying. I'm trying to be serious, why are we back on the topic of kids? He. Even though they were about to part, the gathering ended with laughter. The next day, Zhou Chen and Yi Siqing saw Lin Bauer off, and then awaited the start of their studies at Beia Academy. 2 weeks flew by, and Zhou Chen also faced the beginning of his term at Beia Academy. Zhou Chen, are you really going to ride a bone-winged Tyrannosaurus to school?
Seeing Zhou Chen carrying his suitcase, Jia looked worried.
It's several thousand kilometers from Dragonfall City to the imperial capital. Even at the speed of a bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, it would take several hours to get there. What can I do then? For your safety, I have to take the bone-winged tyrant away. Otherwise, it might hurt you and your parents. Alright, I wish you a smooth journey.
Thank you, Jia. Don't play too much, focus on your studies, and take good care of your tamed beast. If you do well, you could get into Beia Academy next year, and we can be together again as siblings.
Yes, I will. Zhou Chen, don't underestimate me, my iron shell tortoise is already level 16, and it's really strong now.
Jia waved her pink fists and smiled confidently. She was very assured of her own strength. As a senior student, Jia started school half a month before Zhou Chen, and during that time, she relentlessly challenged the top-ranked students on the leaderboard. With her martial tier beast, the iron shell tortoise, she climbed the ranks with great momentum. As long as Jia can maintain this momentum, getting good grades in the college entrance exam next year won't be an issue. Okay, Big Brother believes in you, I'm leaving now. Then, the bone-winged tyrant took off, flying towards the capital according to Zhou Chen's guidance. Of course, the bone-winged tyrant didn't listen to Zhou Chen at all, it only acted after Charm Spirit repeated what Zhou Chen said. It could be said that the bone-winged tyrant is Charm Spirit's tamed beast, only listening to her. Zhou Chen really wanted to say to it, even your owner is mine, so you are mine too, but this brainless guy didn't understand human language at all. After flying for 6 or 7 hours, Zhou Chen finally arrived at the capital, having had an uninterrupted journey. Once in the capital, he was initially worried that the bone-winged tyrant would be too noticeable, so he wanted it to float in the air to avoid being attacked. However, after arriving in the capital, Zhou Chen realized he had overthought it. Indeed, beast tamers are rare in Huagua, making up only about 1/10 of the total population, but all these beast tamers are concentrated in the capital. On the streets of the capital, it's rare to see cars besides a few luxury cars like Mercedes and Maserati. Everyone travels by beast. For example, using horse-drawn carriages pulled by general tier beasts, the speed is comparable to that of a regular car. It consumes a bundle of fodder for every 100 miles, ensuring safety, style, and environmental friendliness. Even electric vehicles can't compare to that, right? However, the bone-winged tyrant looks too frightening, and being a king-tier beast can easily arouse envy from others, so it's best to keep a low profile as a newcomer. Therefore, Zhou Chen let the bone-winged tyrant fly above, while he and Charm Spirit rode the storm dragon horse. Charm Spirit didn't intentionally hide the goat horns on her head or the wings on her back, she appeared in the streets as a charm demon. There was no need to hide in the capital, humanoid beasts are everywhere, most of them being tamed beasts of beast tamers. The government of the capital also allows these otherworldly beast races to live equally alongside humans, as long as they undergo rigorous screening and audits. Of course, humanoid beasts that exist as tamed beasts do not need to undergo audits. They, like ordinary beasts, have their own beast tamers, and if something happens, the beast tamer is responsible. So Charm Spirit didn't need to hide herself and could freely enjoy life next to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, the capital is really lively. Yes, indeed, humans and humanoid beasts live together equally, no one is afraid of anyone, and no one despises anyone. The two strolled around the streets, bought some daily necessities, and arrived at the entrance of Bei Academy, which was already crowded. Bei Academy isn't hard to find, just ask someone on the street, and they'll tell you the location. After all, it's a prestigious university, everyone knows Bei Academy. Zhou Chen and Charm Spirit squeezed into the crowd, a seemingly ordinary action that attracted a lot of attention. It's all because Charm Spirit is exceptionally beautiful, graceful, and captivating. Her wings added to her charm and made her even more noticeable. There are many beautiful girls in the world, but humanoid beasts with such beauty are rare. In fact, many people may go their entire lives without seeing a single humanoid beast. Thus, upon seeing Charm Spirit, they couldn't help but sneak a few more glances. Zhou Chen, I dislike the looks from these people. Charm Spirit couldn't stand the gazes of those around her, appearing very uncomfortable even though she is a succubus, she isn't the type of woman who behaves frivolously. Then come back. Zhou Chen smiled slightly and immediately summoned Charm Spirit back to the soul space. She is his tamed beast, and he didn't want her being stared at by so many people. However, this meant Zhou Chen had to carry all the luggage himself, but fortunately, his strength was far greater than that of ordinary people, so he could handle this luggage. Just then, Zhou Chen suddenly felt a pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Yi Sik-hen, who had also been admitted to Bei Academy. Hey, Zhou Chen, you're here early. How did you get here? I flew here. Riding the bone-winged tyrant? Yi Sik-hen asked, already knowing Zhou Chen owned one. Damn it, you didn't tell me about such a convenient method. Do you know how expensive the flight tickets from Dragonfall City to the imperial capital are? It cost me a full 2,000 yuan. Thinking about the 2,000 yuan that had just flown away, Yi Sik-hen felt like crying without tears. You've ridden the bone-winged tyrant before, haven't you? It's hard and uncomfortable, don't you think? I was on its back for 3 hours. Forget it, let's not talk about it. By the way, when does this place open? Yi Sik-hen tiptoed and looked ahead. The school hadn't opened yet, and the students reporting for enrollment were already lined up down the street. It opens at 9. Official registration starts then. It's 8:55 now, so it'll open soon. Zhou Chen looked around and spotted a shelter on the edge of the school. It was less of a shelter and more of a stable, housing many mounted beasts, along with cars. This was a parking shelter because many people now opted to travel by beast. This eco-friendly mode of transportation had practically replaced cars. These beasts weren't their tamed beasts, so they couldn't be recalled into the soul space. Consequently, places like schools, inns, restaurants, and hotels had dedicated shelters for these special mounts, capable of housing both cars and beasts. The shelters were divided into numerous small compartments, similar to rooms. Each compartment was separated by a metal wall made of a special alloy, designed to prevent beasts from damaging vehicles or harming each other. Each parking stall is about 8 meters long and 5 meters wide, which should be enough to tether the bone-winged tyrant. It solves one of my problems. Zhou Chen had been worried about where to keep the bone-winged tyrant, but seeing this shelter eased his mind. Still, throwing a king-tier beast into a parking stall felt a bit like treating it like some rich family's foolish son, didn't it? 5 minutes passed, and the school gates opened. Senior students greeted the newcomers with a warm welcome ceremony. They then kindly guided the new students to the dormitories to drop off their belongings before heading to the sports field for registration. Other seniors escorted new students to the parking shelters to stable their vehicles and beasts. Zhou Chen was among them. Bone-winged tyrant, come here. Roar, roar. Under the succubus's command, the bone-winged tyrant let out a low growl and descended from the sky. Its massive skeleton-clad body startled the other students present. The bone-winged tyrant landed and slowly walked into a parking stall, its size fitting perfectly, just enough to accommodate it. Roar, roar. The bone-winged tyrant let out an unintentional roar from within the stall, terrifying the beasts in the other compartments, who cowered in the corners, trembling. Even the seniors and senior students were visibly shaken and trembling upon seeing the bone-winged tyrant. Although the bone-winged tyrant was now just a pile of bones, it was still a king-tier beast. Its dragon soul still exuded a powerful draconic aura, naturally terrifying them. "Student, what kind of beast is yours?" At this moment, a senior student mustered her courage and approached Zhou Chen. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear as she looked from the bone-winged tyrant to Zhou Chen, her face pale with fright. "Hee, senior, don't be scared. This is just my mount, a brainless idiot. It won't cause trouble, it just likes to roar now and then."
"Oh, that's good then."
The girl nodded slightly after seeing the bone-winged tyrant, though she still felt a bit uneasy. However, others were filled with curiosity about the bone-winged tyrant, gazing at it. Many were seeing such a peculiar beast for the first time.
Hey, what tier is this bone dragon? It must be at least king tier, right?" "Definitely.
My blazing fire dragon horse is a martial tier beast, and this bone dragon's presence is much stronger."
"A king tier beast is just a mount? Who is this person? More than that, see the beauty beside him? She's not human, but a succubus. Those goat-like horns are a clear sign. A king-tier bone dragon and a beautiful succubus? This person must be the son of some prominent family, right?"
"Most likely. It seems I need to find a way to get on their good side, or at least keep my distance.
Whatever I do, I must not provoke them."
The surrounding students now saw Zhou Chen as a young master from a powerful family and kept a respectful distance, afraid of offending him accidentally.
Zhou Chen didn't pay much attention.
After putting his things in the dormitory, he headed to the new school's sports field. All the new students were gathered there. There were about 2,000 freshmen this year. From afar, Zhou Chen spotted Yi Sikan and Xia Chuqing. However, they are gathered here not for an opening ceremony or a welcome reception, but for an entrance examination. The school will divide students into classes based on their exam scores, and those with higher scores can even choose their homeroom teacher. Student director Wu Jie stepped up to the podium on the playground. She is responsible for the entrance exams every year.
She pointed to the back mountain of the school and asked, "Can everyone see the mountain behind the school?"
Zhou Chen looked in the direction Wu Jie was pointing and saw a high mountain, approximately over 2,000 meters tall.
"The content of this entrance exam is to climb the mountain.
The back mountain of the school is 2,593 meters high, and various grades of beasts live on it. Everyone can try to hunt them. The beast cores obtained from hunting can be dealt with by you all as you wish. We have also prepared a generous prize at the summit, but only the top 10 students will receive the gifts I have prepared for you all. Additionally, I would like to announce that anyone who reaches the summit, I will treat to a week's worth of meals. The top 3, I will treat to a month's worth of meals.
So, what do you think? Isn't that a nice reward? I can tell you that the cafeteria food at Bea Academy is second only to the 5-star restaurants outside. Well then, I wish everyone success. Good luck."
As soon as Wu Jie finished speaking, all the new students summoned their tamed beasts, and Zhou Chen did the same. Most of them were ordinary beast tamers, able to form a soul contract with only one beast, and there were no more than 20 students who had become black iron level beast tamers. Since it's a competition to climb the mountain, fine, come out, charm spirit.
Zhou Chen immediately summoned the charm spirit and then ordered, "Fly to the summit and grab the first prize for me."
"Will do." The charm spirit smiled confidently. This mountain is only over 2,500 meters, a piece of cake for her. With a sudden flap of her wings, she soared into the sky.
However, just then, an unexpected event occurred.
A red light suddenly flashed at the summit, shining on the charm spirit and rendering her immobile.
What's happening? Why can't I fly up?
The charm spirit looked confused. She could only fly 100 meters before she was unable to proceed, as if there were an invisible barrier in front of her that blocked her path. At that moment, Wu Jie's voice echoed again from the loudspeaker. I forgot to tell everyone earlier that to prevent you from using flying beasts, we have set up a special barrier at the summit. Flying beasts cannot fly within the barrier. Students, trying to cheat is not a good habit. In school, you might be able to cut corners, but once you step into society, it won't be that easy. In society, no one will take care of you like in school. You can rely on your teachers, But if you want to live well, you can only depend on your own efforts, so remember that to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Students, keep up the good work. Just think of it as a walk to stretch your bodies, and you can also enjoy the scenery of our academy from the mountain. After hearing Wu Jia's words, all the students gave up trying to cut corners and diligently climbed the mountain. Okay, Charm Spirit, come back. Next, let us see Little Snow. Zhou Chen recalled the Charm Spirit back to soul space and summoned the Storm Thundermare. Hiss hiss hiss. The Storm Thundermare was very handsome, with wings on both sides and a horn on its head, matched with its snow-white fur, making it look both adorable and mighty. Little Snow, you are a Thundermare, we cannot fall behind others, understand? Nay. The Storm Thundermare whinnied, filled with confidence. Alright, let's go. Use Gale Wings. Hiss. The Storm Thundermare instantly conjured a pair of hurricane wings. Although it couldn't fly, the wings enabled it to run faster. The Storm Thundermare took the lead, swift as a whirlwind, quickly leaving a large number of new students behind. Roar, roar. Awah! As Zhou Chen and the Storm Thundermare charged up the mountain, two beasts appeared to block their path. They were both warrior tier beasts, easy to defeat. However, Zhou Chen had no time to waste on them, as this exam was about who reached the summit first. In other words, this was a race to reach the finish line, not to eliminate the beasts. Little Snow, ignore these beasts, let us rush past. Hiss. The Storm Thundermare accelerated instantly, surpassing several thousand people in just 1 minute, now at 6th place, with 5 people still ahead. However, the Storm Thundermare was very fast and quickly overtook the woman ahead, who was Xia Chuqing. Good morning, Chuqing, sorry, I'll go ahead of you. Long time no see, Zhou Chen. By the way, why aren't you using the Boneling Tyrant? I left it in the shed. Hey. Xia Chuqing wanted to say something more, but she could no longer see Zhou Chen's figure. Her explosion mastiff was already gasping for breath after such a long time without being able to run fast, having to gradually slow down. At that time, Zhou Chen surpassed another person, who was riding a phantom horse, its whole body alight with ghostly blue flames, giving off an eerie vibe. Though it looked terrifying, it was merely a general tier beast, with only a level of 35, far inferior to the Storm Thundermare. Damn, what kind of beast is this? It's so fast. The boy looked at the Storm Dragon horse with surprise and a bit of envy. He then overtook the third and second places in quick succession, leaving only one person ahead of him. That person was a tall and strong boy, even taller than Zhou Chen. His tamed beast was a martial tier peak level Venom Flame Dragon Snake, at level 75. Beast name Venom Flame Dragon Snake. Beast tier, peak martial tier. Beast level 75. Beast attributes poison, fire. Beast weakness, the 7-inch mark on its belly. Beast status high fighting spirit. Beast talent Venom Flame, the flames emitted are highly toxic and very powerful. Beast skill fiery Venom Fangs, the venomous fangs can be launched like missiles, and the toxicity will corrode enemies. Venom Flame Spray, it can breathe fire with toxic properties, turning anything that comes into contact with it into ashes. Beast introduction, a powerful martial tier serpent type beast, very strong, with hard scales and high speed. Although it has only a trace of dragon bloodline, it enhances its recovery ability. The Venom Flame Dragon Snake is surprisingly high in level, but it's still somewhat inferior to my little vine. In the past 2 months, although Zhou Chen spent most of the time staying at home, he did go out to hunt beasts, earning beast coins to buy energy potions. Now, Zhou Chen's Dragon Blood Vine is at level 85, the Storm Dragon Horse has risen to level 64, and the Charm Spirit is at 73, significantly increasing their combined strength. Humph, who is this wild brat daring to compete with me for things? Do you know who I am? I am the second young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Hu. My older brother Zhang Long is the number 1 on the school leaderboard. If you dare to snatch from me, it's as good as looking for death. Heh, can't beat me yourself, so you plan to tell your parents? How old are you? It's time you learn to solve your own problems. Zhou Chen showed no respect for Zhang Hu, commanding the Storm Dragon Horse to speed up and shake him off. Although the venom flame dragon snake is not slow, it still can't compare to the storm dragon horse. Not to mention that the storm dragon horse has the bloodline of the azure dragon, giving it exceptional endurance, while the venom flame dragon snake was already tired. You bastard! Seeing Zhou Chen's figure getting farther away, Zhang Hu ground his teeth in anger. See you up ahead. Humph. I won't let you have that thing. It's ours from the Zhang family. Venom Flame Dragon Snake, use the fiery venom fangs even if I have to kill you, you won't get first place. Hiss hiss hiss. The Venom Flame Dragon Snake flicked its tongue, then spit out two venomous fangs like flying needles, making them hard to defend against. What? Zhou Chen was already a bronze-level beast tamer, with a mental power exceeding 300, enhancing his perception. Instantly sensing the looming crisis, he hurriedly swerved to dodge the attack of the two venomous fangs. Oomph, overestimating yourself. Zhou Chen's gaze became sharp since the opponent was going to attack, he would engage. Come forth, little vine. Zhou Chen immediately summoned the dragon blood vine to join the fray. He saw a tamed beast magic circle appear behind him, and soon, over 100 bright red vines stretched out from within. Compared to 2 months ago, the current dragon blood vine's vines were more resilient, and its dragon might was just second to the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus. Upon appearing, it felt as if the surrounding air was retreating from it. A plant-type beast? And it also has dragon blood? Zhang Hu was greatly surprised when he saw the dragon blood vine. The Zhang family is a prominent family in the imperial capital, so they've encountered many peculiar beasts, and he has seen beasts with dragon bloodlines. That fierce dragon might is a hallmark of a being with a dragon bloodline. I didn't expect you to be a black iron level beast tamer and to possess such a powerful beast. It seems I need to bring out my true skills. Sandstorm Battle Bear, it's your turn to shine. Zhang Hu was also a black iron level beast tamer, and he immediately summoned his second tamed beast, a stout bear with a completely earthy yellow body. If that bear's paw, as big as an iron pot, hit him, he'd likely be directly turned into meat paste. Beast named Sandstorm Battle Bear. Beast tier, martial tier. Beast level 92. Beast attribute earth. Beast weakness wood. Beast status healthy. Beast talent petrification, the skin becomes incredibly hard, reducing speed while significantly enhancing defense and attack. Beast skill Sandstorm Strike, strength gathers in its arms, enhancing attack power incapable of absorbing moisture from enemies. Sandstorm Tornado, whips up a massive sandstorm that creates a destructive force comparable to a tsunami, doubling in power in desert regions. Beast introduction evolved from an earth warbear, with unparalleled attack and defense abilities, possessing the terrifying power to create sandstorms, but extremely afraid of wood-type beasts. Cooking bear paws with shark fins, a peerless delicacy. As the ancients say, one cannot have both fish and bear's paws. Today, I intend to have both. Is he a black iron level beast tamer? The Sandstorm Battle Bear, is it really that high in level? Seeing the level of the Sandstorm Battle Bear, Zhou Chen was slightly surprised but quickly reassured. Since Zhang Hu is from a prominent family, they should have plenty of meditation techniques for cultivating spiritual power and various potions to enhance it. It's not impossible for his spiritual power to break through 100. Humph, not finished yet? Let me show you my true power. Zhang Hu clenched his fists, veins bulging on his hands, as a yellowish-brown light erupted from both his fists. This is beastly martial arts? You've cultivated beastly martial arts too? Seeing the yellow light surrounding Zhang Hu, Zhou Chen immediately realized it was beastly martial arts. He had seen it before on Li Youyu and Long Xiaolei. As a member of a prominent family, Zhang Hu had clearly also cultivated beastly martial arts. Although his was not as potent as Li Youyu's or Long Xiaolei's, it was enough to deal with ordinary people. Die. Collapsing mountain fist. There's nothing in this world I can't smash. Zhang Hu abruptly jumped off the venomous flame dragon snake, behaving like a great ape. Seeing Zhang Hu's ferocious charge, Zhou Chen dared not confront the punch head-on. Little vine, block him for me. The dragon blood vine instantly swung its tendrils, wrapping around Zhou Chen's body. Roar! Seeing the dragon blood vine take action, the sandstorm battle bear also charged towards it. The sandstorm battle bear was massive, and its charge felt like an earthquake. Little vine, unleash your dragon's might and scare them to death. The dragon blood vine immediately released a terrifying dragon's might. Zhang, who was the first to be stunned by it, his eyes wide with shock, almost petrified. He fell to the ground, his body trembling. However, the sandstorm battle bear was unaffected, as its level was higher than the dragon blood vines. Its arms were then wrapped in sand, and it threw a punch at the dragon blood vine. Boom! With a loud bang, the sandstorm battle bear's fist slammed hard into the dragon blood vine's tendrils. But the dragon blood vine was completely unharmed. It tightly bound hundreds of its tendrils together, forming a wall that perfectly blocked the sandstorm battle bear's attack. It was like how a single chopstick is easily broken, but 10 chopsticks bound together are strong. The more than 100 intertwined tendrils were incredibly strong. The sandstorm battle bear struck several times, but couldn't inflict any damage on the dragon blood vine. Little vine, I'll leave things here to you for now. Be careful. Little Shui and I are heading ahead. The dragon blood vine swayed its rose-adorned tendrils, as if saying, Master, come back soon, I'll be waiting for you. Zhou Chen mounted the Gale Dragon horse and galloped towards the mountaintop. In less than 10 minutes, Zhou Chen arrived at the summit. Upon reaching the peak, Zhou Chen saw many teachers gathered there, about 20 or so. There were men and women, standing in a line to welcome the students. Zhou Chen also spotted Long Xiaolei, who had saved him before, and the student director Wu Jie. Wu Jie probably flew up here, otherwise, she couldn't have gotten here before Zhou Chen. It's likely the barrier in the back mountain was ineffective for her, or perhaps she had a way to bypass it. If all goes well, the future class teacher should be among these people, right? Zhou Chen glanced at the teachers and thought to himself, then walked in front of Wu Jie. The most important thing now is to secure that first place reward. Feeling a bit hopeful, he hoped the reward wouldn't be too disappointing. After all, sometimes the bigger the hope, the greater the disappointment. He could only hope that Wu Jie wouldn't give him something too mediocre. Zhou Chen looked at the table in front of her, which was filled with many items, including beast cores, beast eggs, live beasts, and even beast bone soldiers. Congratulations, Zhou Chen. You are the first place in this entrance exam. Here, this is for you. I believe you will like it. Wu Jie looked at Zhou Chen, somewhat intentionally, and although she was over 40, her skin was very well maintained. She picked up a book from the table and handed it to Zhou Chen. Ah? A book? Zhou Chen was a bit disappointed the first place prize was actually just a book. Filled with disappointment and astonishment, Zhou Chen reluctantly accepted the book. What is this? Zhou Chen's eyes widened. These two books were not ordinary theoretical books but a wood-type beast martial, the Spirit of 10,000 Woods. This is a beast martial? That's right, this is the wood-type beast martial, the Spirit of 10,000 Woods, and it's a high-level wood-type beast martial. I assume you've already seen beast martial. You can start learning and practicing it. Moreover, you have also contracted a wood-type beast, which gives you the qualification to learn this beast martial. Additionally, as the first place in the entrance exam, if you encounter difficulties in your training, you can come to me for guidance. Wu Jie smiled slightly, handing this high-level wood-type beast martial to Zhou Chen. This was originally prepared just for him. After all, Zhou Chen might be asked to help Long Xiaolei in the future. Beast martial also has levels, from low to high, low-level beast martial, intermediate-level beast martial, and high-level beast martial. It is said that there are even more powerful beast martial. It's just that humanity hasn't discovered them yet. Low-level beast martial, intermediate-level beast martial, and high-level beast martial correspond to warrior tier beasts, general tier beasts, and martial tier beasts, respectively. So, training beast martial to the utmost allows one to attain power comparable to the corresponding beast. For example, the Spirit of 10,000 Woods is a high-level beast martial. If Zhou Chen trains the Spirit of 10,000 Woods to the utmost, he can gain strength that rivals a martial tier beast. The training level of a beast martial practitioner is also level 1 to 1000, corresponding to the training levels of beasts. In other words, if Zhou Chen trains the Spirit of 10,000 Woods to the utmost, he can possess strength comparable to a level 1000 martial tier beast, or even stronger.
Thank you, Director Wu. Zhou Chen smiled and thanked Wu Jia. This reward exceeded his expectations. Zhou Chen originally thought he would at most get a beast, but unexpectedly, he received a high-level beast martial, which is much better than just a beast. No need to thank me, this is what you deserve. Since you're the first to come, why not have a look at the teachers? Are you planning to choose a teacher yourself or have a teacher choose you? I dare say, many teachers must want you in their classes now, Zhou Chen turned his head and saw a group of teachers looking at him like wolves eyeing their prey, as if a bunch of perverts were staring at a beautiful girl. I think I'll just have a look for now. Zhou Chen couldn't stand such gazes any longer and began to read the plaques in front of the teachers, which detailed their main achievements. For example, there was a young male teacher named Wang Chang, who looked to be in his 20s. He was not only a bronze-level beast tamer but also a second-tier breeder. He could help students evolve general-tier beasts into martial-tier beasts. That's already quite impressive after all, not everyone has external help like Zhou Chen. Being able to achieve this by their 20s is already commendable. Zhou Chen continued to look at the introductions of the other teachers, and nearly every teacher had some notable achievements. These teachers were willing to write anything on their plaques to attract good students. The most outrageous was a young female teacher named Zhang Lan, who had written on her plaque, "Single and available. Sweet or salty? If you come, I can accommodate any position." This introduction, combined with her graceful looks and demeanor, how could any boys resist? It was likely that many male students would choose her class. Zhou Chen, would you like to come to my class? There are many beautiful seniors who are students of the teacher. I can introduce you to them, if you're still not satisfied. As she spoke, Zhang Lan squatted down, looking very beautiful in her teacheress uniform, second only to Long Xiaolei. Zhang Lan whispered sweetly into Zhou Chen's ear, her breath fragrant as orchids, and spoke in a charming voice. If you're still not satisfied, I wouldn't mind becoming your wife, you know. Zhou Chen was left speechless. Had it been before the summer vacation, when he saw such a seductive Zhang Lan, he probably would have jumped at the chance. Unfortunately, over the past month, Zhou Chen had faced the alluring little enchantress, Miling, every day, and he had managed to resist such temptations. Lan, this is an enrollment conference, keep your image in check. This isn't your matchmaking event, a male teacher nearby couldn't help but cough lightly to remind her. He was truly afraid that Zhang Lan would steal Zhou Chen away. In the past, she had lured away many promising students using her charms. Many male students had fallen at Zhang Lan's feet, completely unable to resist a woman as enchanting as her. No wonder. After all, high schools these days prohibit early romances. If caught, they would break your legs, and with all the academic pressure, there is simply no time for love. Thus, they had no resistance to a woman like Zhang Lan. What does it matter? Our school allows teacher-student relationships, right? Plus, I don't have a boyfriend yet. With that, Zhang Lan giggled, looking at Zhou Chen and continued, Zhou Chen, you might just become the teacher's first boyfriend, Thank you for your kind words, Teacher Zhang, but I've already chosen my teacher. Oh, and who might that be? Zhang Lan asked, puzzled. I choose Teacher Long Xiaolei to be my teacher. With that, Zhou Chen walked up to Long Xiaolei. In fact, Zhou Chen had decided to choose her from the start. After all, she was the one who saved him from Liu during the college entrance exams. At the same time, Zhou Chen also noticed the level 200 fiery dragon. With such a powerful beast, her abilities must not be lacking either. Moreover, she was an exceptionally powerful beast martial artist, as demonstrated by her slicing off Liu's arm with one strike and piercing the throat of the Fellwood dragon with another. This would be perfect to help Zhou Chen in his beast martial training. He only needed someone to teach him beast martial skills. For everything else, he didn't need assistance. With the beast evolution system, Zhou Chen could be considered the strongest breeder on Azure Planet, needing no one to teach him. Furthermore, with enhancement points to boost his mental strength, Zhou Chen would soon become a diamond-level beast tamer, or even advance further, contracting more beasts without needing anyone's help. Are you sure you want to choose me?
Long Xiaolei was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Zhou Chen to choose her.
Aren't you going to look at someone else?
Other teachers are great too.
They can help you.
Yeah, this student, why not take a look at us? I can help you raise your mental strength faster. My mental strength has already surpassed 650, and soon it will reach 700. At that point, I'll be a golden level beast tamer, and I can share my secrets to enhancing mental strength with you. I can teach you how to forge beast bone weapons. As a beast martial artist, you definitely need the right weapons for yourself. If you ask someone else, it will be time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly, plus, it may not even succeed. But I'm willing to help you forge a beast bone weapon for free. He, classmate Zhou Chen, I can also teach you beast martial skills and be your girlfriend. Thank you for your offers, everyone, but I still want to choose teacher Long Xiaolei. Why? All the teachers asked simultaneously. Because teacher Long saved my life, and she's beautiful. Just my type. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the other teachers were left speechless. What kind of excuse was that? The most awkward of all was Zhang Lan. She couldn't help but think, am I not pretty enough? And I'm younger than her, she's in her 30s. They are not suited for each other. On the other hand, Long Xiaolei blushed slightly after hearing Zhou Chen's words, feeling a little sweetness in her heart. After all, no woman can resist being complimented on her looks by a boy. Ahem. Since you're willing to be my student, I'm happy to be your teacher. I'll do my best to help you avoid detours on your path as a beast tamer. Long Xiaolei said with a smile, then picked up a pen and wrote Zhou Chen's name on the student list. After finishing, her smile suddenly turned cold, as if she had remembered something. If that day really comes, perhaps I'll be just like you. One day in the Black Shrine, and my soul will forever wait for you in the Black Shrine. Zhou Chen and Li Yaoyu's conversation suddenly popped into her mind. Could Zhou Chen also follow the path of becoming a fallen beast tamer like Li Yaoyu? Am I destined to kill another talented student? Long Xiaolei thought with anguish that the current Zhou Chen, just like Li Yaoyu back then, was a genius in himself. He treated his tamed beast as family and chose her as his teacher. However, Li Yaoyu embarked on the path of a fallen beast tamer and eventually died by her sword. The feeling of personally killing her own student. Long Xiaolei never wanted to experience it again. Long Xiaolei could understand Li Yaoyu's reasons for joining the Black God Hall, but it was precisely because of this that she feared Zhou Chen would eventually become like Li Yaoyu. I won't let the same thing happen a second time. Long Xiaolei secretly vowed in her heart. She would absolutely not let those fallen beast tamers target Zhou Chen again and repeat the past tragedy. Teacher Long? Teacher Long? What's wrong? Seeing Long Xiaolei lost in thought, Zhou Chen asked doubtfully, waving his hand in front of her. I'm fine, I was just spacing out. Long Xiaolei regained her serious expression and continued, since you're my student now, you can start attending classes tomorrow. Just so you know, I'm very strict with my students. Even if you're a genius beast tamer, you have to abide by classroom discipline, understand? Understood. Zhou Chen nodded. Good, it's good that you understand. You must be tired today, so go have lunch. You can go back to the dormitory this afternoon and get a good night's sleep to recharge for tomorrow's lessons. Of course, if you're not tired, you can explore the school. Although it's a school, the facilities here are very complete: supermarkets, restaurants, shopping malls, and even an amusement park. I remember you have a few female friends, right? You can take them on a date. There are even special rooms for couples. If you can't hold back, you can take them there. Don't find some small woods. It looks bad. As she spoke, Long Xiaolei blushed, her mind conjuring some lewd thoughts. Okay, I understand. Goodbye, teacher. Sensing Long Xiaolei's awkwardness, Zhou Chen didn't linger. He decided to head back, and since he was a bit hungry, he'd go to the cafeteria for a meal. As he turned around, Zhou Chen saw Zhang Hu approaching in a sorry state, bruised and battered. It seemed the dragon blood vine had given him a good beating. Whap! Whap! Immediately after, Zhou Chen heard the sound of whipping as the dragon blood vine lashed out with its vines, continuously attacking Zhang Hu. If a teacher hadn't intervened to save Zhang Hu, he would have likely turned into a dried husk by now. Sensing Zhou Chen's presence, the dragon blood vine excitedly returned to his side.
Hee, little vine, welcome back.
Zhou Chen gently stroked the dragon blood vine, which swayed its vines in response.
Oomph, Zhou Chen.
You just wait. How dare you kill my sandstorm warbear, I will never forgive you.
My elder brother Zhang Long will definitely avenge me.
And you dare to take my things, my Zhang family will not let you go. Protected by his teacher, Zhang Hu regained his confidence. He pointed at Zhou Chen and yelled, a venomous glint in his eyes. If looks could kill, Zhou Chen would have died 1,000,000 times over by now.
Heh, bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? I'll be waiting.
Zhou Chen chuckled, completely unfazed by Zhang Hu. He thought to himself, once I master the myriad with spirit heart, I'll be a beast warrior too.
Then, I'll see what your Zhang family is capable of.
Moreover, I have the beast evolution system.
What reason do I have to fear you?
Afterward, Zhou Chen summoned the dragon blood vine back into his soul space and rode his storm dragon horse down the mountain to eat.
Zhou Chen found the cafeteria on his storm dragon horse.
Because the school was so large, the administration didn't prohibit students from summoning their tamed beasts on campus, as long as they didn't harm anyone. The storm dragon horse was as fast as the wind, reaching the cafeteria in just 2 or 3 minutes.
Zhou Chen bought some lunch.
I have to say, the food at Bay Academy's cafeteria was really delicious, even better than what you'd get at small restaurants outside, and it was cheap too. Zhou Chen ordered a portion of boiled meat slices, a portion of sweet and sour pork ribs, a large serving of rice, and a bowl of egg drop soup. The meal was quite substantial. After eating his fill, Zhou Chen strolled around the campus before returning to his dormitory. Bay Academy had double occupancy dorm rooms, which gave students more personal space, unlike the typical 6-person dorms where only a narrow corridor remained. When Zhou Chen returned to his dorm, he noticed the door was slightly ajar. He figured his roommate must be back.
Bro, hello. My name is Zhou Chen. From now on, we'll be.
Zhou Chen stopped mid-sentence, his mouth agape at the scene before him. A beautiful girl stood before him. She was stunning, with long, dark hair tied into 2 pigtails that swayed in the autumn breeze coming through the window, looking very lovely.
Zhou Chen could even catch a faint whiff of perfume.
Her height was about the same as Zhou Chen's, maybe just a few centimeters shorter. However, her figure was quite unremarkable, like a flat plane. The girl was wearing a white women's shirt with a trench coat draped over it. Below that, she wore black stockings that reached past her knees, and on her feet were a pair of women's leather shoes. The stocking on the girl's left leg was already halfway down, as if she were preparing to undress, when Zhou Chen suddenly barged in.
Upon seeing Zhou Chen enter, the girl showed no sign of embarrassment.
She simply looked at him quietly.
Sorry, I'm in the wrong room. Please continue. I didn't see anything.
Saying this, Zhou Chen closed the door, but upon seeing his belongings, he suddenly froze.
Wait, this is my dorm. So who are you? We shouldn't have co-ed dorms at our school, right?
Zhou Chen asked, completely baffled. But when he noticed the Adam's apple on the girl's neck, a terrifying thought suddenly popped into his mind.
Could it be that you are? Yes, it's just as you think. My name is Tang Yao. Classmate Zhou Chen, nice to meet you, please take care of me.
The girl, or rather, the person, who was a man, said with a smile. His name was clearly a girl's name. His voice was also feminine, full of magnetism but not as high-pitched as a girl's. In short, if Zhou Chen hadn't seen his Adam's apple, he would have definitely mistaken him for a girl.
Why is my roommate a crossdresser? Since you're a guy, why are you wearing women's clothes? Don't tell me you came here dressed as a girl? Zhou Chen immediately locked the door from the inside, staring intently at Tang Yao.
He had to admit, this guy looked quite pretty in women's clothing.
Can you stop looking at me like that? It's scary.
If you're scared, take off the clothes. And don't change the subject,
tell me why you're wearing women's clothes.
Although Zhou Chen didn't mind Tang Yao's preference for wearing women's clothes, as clothing choice was a personal freedom and men had the right to wear women's attire.
The problem was, could this guy's sexual orientation be questionable too? He didn't want to be, while sleeping at night. If his sexual orientation was indeed problematic, Zhou Chen wouldn't mind beating him straight. Well, it's because my family traditionally favored daughters over sons. My father passed away in a car accident shortly after I was born. Plus, I have 2 older sisters, and my cousins would visit sometimes. When I was in elementary school, all my classmates around me were girls. So I naturally got closer to girls. When I was little, my sisters used to force me to wear women's clothes and even take me shopping in them. At first, I didn't want to wear women's clothes, I felt it was embarrassing. But over time, I got used to it. Now, I even feel a bit uncomfortable wearing men's clothes. Hearing this, Zhou Chen was already preparing to act, intending to beat Tang Yao straight. Seeing Zhou Chen about to make a move, Tang Yao quickly waved his hands and said, "But don't worry. My sexual orientation is fine, I'm not interested in men, I still like girls. So you don't have to worry about me making any moves on you while you're sleeping. I just like girls so much that I want to dress as one and be one." So it's true, there are only 0 or countless times for cross-dressing? Zhou Chen sighed helplessly, finally accepting this cross-dressing classmate. Compared to a slobbish guy, a cross-dresser wasn't entirely unacceptable. After chatting with Tang Yao for a bit longer, Zhou Chen learned that Tang Yao was a Black Iron Tier beast tamer, capable of contracting 2 beasts, and was also a beast warrior. "Bro, I don't oppose you wearing women's clothes. In fact, if you like wearing them, I'll support you. But we need to set 3 rules. If you dare to do anything to me at night, don't blame me for not being polite." Okay, I won't do anything to you, don't worry." Tang Yao hurriedly waved his hands, looking incredibly cute. His movements and reactions were exactly like a girl's. "By the way, Brother Chen, do you have a girlfriend?" Zhou Chen was a bit older than Tang Yao, so Tang Yao called him Brother Chen. "No, why?" Tang Yao smirked and said, "If you don't have a girlfriend, I can be your girlfriend too, he. "What? Didn't you say you're not interested in men?" "No way, I think it's still very necessary for me to beat you up right now." No. Don't get worked up. Let me finish speaking." Tang Yao leaned against the door, putting on a pitiable act, like a little girl cornered by a hooligan. Didn't I mention it earlier? I'm also a beast warrior." "Yes, you did. So what? Actually, the beast skill I cultivate can transform a boy into a girl. When I use my beast skill as a girl, the power increases by at least 3 times. So it's not impossible for me to be your girlfriend." Zhou Chen was completely speechless, but he had certainly broadened his horizons. Are there really beast skills in the world that can turn a man into a woman? But then again, it's probably not that strange. When chatting with Xia Chuqing before, Xia Chuqing told Zhou Chen that there are many types of beast martial arts in the world, and some even grant immortality and infinite lifespan. Compared to beast martial arts that extend lifespan, this kind that changes males to females is really not that special. Without saying too much to Tang Yao, Zhou Chen went to bed early. He was quite tired from traveling and hiking all day. Besides, he had classes tomorrow, so Zhou Chen fell asleep without playing for too long. However, just to be safe, Zhou Chen placed 2 bells on the blanket. If Tang Yao dared to do anything to him while he slept, the bells would ring. Then Zhou Chen would beat him up soundly. Waking up the next morning, Zhou Chen found no abnormalities, indicating that Tang Yao had done nothing the previous night. Seeing this, Zhou Chen felt relieved. However, it was also possible that she was playing hard to get, planning to make her move when he let his guard down. After washing up, Zhou Chen went to the cafeteria for breakfast. The cafeteria's meals were very rich, offering everything from steamed buns, pancakes, and egg-stuffed pancakes to wontons and congee. After breakfast, Zhou Chen prepared to head to his classroom. He had returned to his high school routine, waking up before 6 in the morning, then eating and going to school. "Are you Zhou Chen?" Just then, Zhou Chen suddenly heard someone call his name.
Zhou Chen turned around and saw a group of people walking towards him, one of whom was Zhang Hu, who had provoked him yesterday. The person next to him looked very similar, but was even more robust than Zhang Hu, with muscles bulging all over his body. He was tall and imposing, nearly 2 meters tall. It seemed he was Zhang Hu's older brother, Zhang Long. Zhou Chen had no doubt that one of his punches could kill a tiger. "Brother, it's him. This scoundrel stole your myriad wood spirit heart." It seemed they were after the myriad wood spirit heart. But was this beast martial art that important? Wasn't it just a wood element beast martial art? Given that families like the Zhangs were prominent, they should have plenty of high-level beast martial arts. There was no need to pester him over one particular technique, was there? Humph. It wasn't easy for you to get into Bay Academy. As long as you hand over the myriad wood spirit heart to me, I'll let you go, and I won't pursue the matter of you injuring my brother. I'm also willing to trade 2 mid-level beast martial arts with you. What do you say? Zhang Long didn't waste words and issued an ultimatum, but Zhou Chen wasn't a fool and had no intention of complying. Haha, do you think I'm foolish? Who doesn't know that the power of high-level beast martial arts is equivalent to 10 times that of mid-level beast martial arts? Why should I trade with you? If you offer me 2 high-level beast martial arts books in exchange, I might consider it. Humph. You don't know when to stop. I'll ask you one last time, the spirit of 10,000 trees, will you give it or not? I won't give it. What can you do about it? Then don't blame me for being rough. Get him. With Zhang Long's command, several people behind him grinned and approached Zhou Chen, armed with weapons, each looking fierce and menacing, clearly not good people. However, Zhou Chen was no easy target. These people clearly weren't beast martial artists, just ordinary folks. Ordinary people like them, even 100 wouldn't be enough to take on. Zhou Chen clenched his fists secretly, then swiftly darted in front of one of them, raising his fist and landing a blow on that person's chest. Ah! The man cried out in pain. Zhou Chen's strength was considerable, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. He was knocked back and fell to the ground, too pained to get up. What? How can this kid be so fast? Quick, surround him, he can't run away like that. Seeing Zhou Chen's speed, the others were immediately startled. Even Zhang Long, who was watching from the side, frowned slightly. In reality, Zhou Chen's speed was not that incredible, it's just that those people's movements were far too slow, lacking any ability to react. You think surrounding me will do anything? Zhou Chen jumped fiercely, performing a front flip in the air to land behind a man, taking the opportunity to kick his calf. Ah! The man screamed in agony, feeling as though his calf had been hit by an electric bike, the pain unbearable, as if it had broken. And he was just the first. Immediately after, a series of gruesome screams echoed, as more than a dozen tall men were taken down by Zhou Chen in less than a minute. Humph, I didn't expect. I underestimated you, you're quite capable. Zhang Long said. Seeing several thugs defeated, Zhang Long immediately wanted to take action. Behind him, a vibrant green tamed beast formation appeared, seemingly ready to summon a tamed beast. Zhou Chen, if you're capable, let your tamed beast out. TCH, why would I be afraid of you? Come out, little vine. In an instant, Zhou Chen's body was wrapped in vibrant red vines, with dragon blood vine appearing on his shoulder, ready to protect him while taking down the enemies before him. A plant-type beast? Interesting, let's see whose is stronger. Giant spirit tree demon, come out for me. Roar, roar. Zhang Long suddenly summoned a tree. Yes, just a tree. But this tree had facial features and 4 limbs, looking somewhat like a wooden humanoid. The giant spirit tree demon stood 5 meters tall, towering over Zhang Long, resembling a giant. Beast name Giant Spirit Tree Demon. Beast tier, peak martial tier, soon to become a king tier beast. Beast level 135. Beast attributes, wood. Beast weakness fire, ice. Beast status healthy. Beast talent essence of wood, can absorb the life energy of other plants to grow stronger. Beast skill giant wood super speed punch, quickly moves to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy's vital points. Deep green misleading, releases plant essence, transforming the surrounding area into a forest sea, causing the enemy to lose their way within.
Giantization wooden man absorbs plant essence to grow in size.
The enlarged giant spirit tree demon possesses incredible destructive power.
Beast description: a martial tier peak plant type beast.
Although it is a plant, it possesses extremely high intelligence. It has great destructive power, and its body is very hard, making it immune to normal attacks.
Is yours also a plant type beast?
Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised. This was only the second plant type beast he had ever seen, the first being the dragon blood vine.
Since we both have plant type beasts, don't say I'm bullying you. One-on-one duel, are you bold enough?
If I win, the spirit of 10,000 trees is mine. If I lose, I will give you 3 mid-level beast martial arts books. How about that? Zhang Long laughed arrogantly, filled with confidence in his giant spirit tree demon.
Brother, you must be careful.
That vine beast of his is not that simple. Yesterday my 2 beasts attacked in succession but couldn't deal effective damage to him. Moreover, this beast is a beast with dragon blood.
Having dragon blood?
Upon hearing his brother Zhang Hu's words, Zhang Long's expression changed. Looking at the dragon blood vine, he was somewhat shocked but also a bit pleased, with a hint of greed in his eyes. His giant spirit tree demon was about to evolve to a king-tier beast, and if he could absorb the dragon blood from the dragon blood vine, it could be said that the giant spirit tree demon would successfully evolve to a king-tier beast. Thinking of this, he was even more eager to challenge Zhou Chen.
So, do you dare or not?
Just give me an answer, don't keep dragging this out.
Humph, who is afraid of who? Let us do this.
Both of you stop. Just as Zhou Chen and Zhang Long were about to fight, a stern shout suddenly came from the side, revealing that it was Long Xiaolei stopping their battle.
Don't you know you can't summon tamed beasts for private duels at school?
Hurry up and bring your tamed beast back. Seeing Long Xiaolei had arrived, the little dragon didn't dare to go against her wishes. After all, her strength was well known. Reluctantly, he summoned the giant spirit tree demon back into the soul space and glanced coldly at Zhou Chen, as if to say, "This isn't over," and then turned to leave. "You'd better call back your tamed beast."
"His tamed beast is so strong, what are you thinking battling him? You'll definitely be the one suffering."
Looking at Zhou Chen, Long Xiaolei changed to a gentler tone. Zhou Chen was her student, and every teacher has a soft spot for their students. She was no exception. "TCH, so what if he's a bit bigger? My dragon blood vine might just beat his." Zhou Chen was speaking the truth. The dragon blood vine can possess the blood siphon ability, and as long as it can make a cut on the giant spirit tree demon, the battle is essentially over.
I know your tamed beast is special, but it's not your fighter. Didn't you treat it like family?
At this point, Long Xiaolei reminded Zhou Chen sternly, "Since it's your family, you must protect it well.
Don't let it fall into danger."
Oh, Zhou Chen was startled by Long Xiaolei's stern tone. Noticing her tone might have been a bit intimidating, Long Xiaolei then spoke softly, "All right, hurry and get to class."
"Yes, teacher."
After entering the classroom, there were already some students present, a total of 25 in the class. As the class bell rang, Long Xiaolei walked in from outside. Today she wore a light white top and a blue plaid skirt, and with her stunning looks, everything she wore looked great. It's true that good-looking people look good in anything. Clothes are just the icing on the cake.
Today is the first day of school.
We won't have lessons. Let us talk about school rules and class rules.
Let's start with class rules. We don't have many. Just study together well and don't bully your classmates.
Also, I have a very relaxed teaching style. Everyone might not need to do homework or attend classes, but you must pass the final exam.
If you fail the exam and embarrass the class, don't blame me for turning against you. Is that clear?
Got it.
Alright, now for the school rules.
First, you can summon tamed beasts on campus, but you can't summon them for private duels, and absolutely can't harm other students. If you want to duel tamed beasts, you can go to the arena, a designated place for tamed beast duels. Additionally, teachers will post some tasks on the task board in the academy hall, and everyone can choose tasks of varying difficulty according to their own abilities. After completing tasks, there will be rewards based on the difficulty. The harder the task, the greater the reward. You can earn some pocket money by completing tasks. While it won't make you wealthy, it should at least keep you from worrying about food and drink. Each day's classes will feature theoretical knowledge in the morning and practical exercises in the afternoon, similar to your high school classes. You can even band together in groups of 3 to 5 to challenge me.
Alright, that's all for today. You can read your books now.
After explaining the class requirements, Long Xiaolei left the classroom, allowing the students to study on their own. But really, who would actually study on the first day of school? No one would sit there quietly reading. They were all chatting in small groups, chittering like a bunch of sparrows, especially the girls. Pretty girls are always popular among boys and girls alike. Just a minute ago, they didn't even know each other's names, and now they're instant best friends after a few words.
Excuse me, are you Zhou Chen?
At this moment, a girl suddenly walked over from behind Zhou Chen and asked.
Yeah, that's me. You are. Hello, my name is Qiu Ning, and I'm a student from Tongcheng. Tongcheng? Zhou Chen recognized the name. Tongcheng is very far from Dragonfall City, located in the south.
Zhou Chen thought about it, and it seems Lin Bauer attended school in Tongcheng. Yes, I watched your college entrance exam live broadcast from Dragonfall City. You were amazing. You defeated a martial tier beast, the ironclad turtle, and even took down 2 tamed beasts of fallen beast tamers.
I can't believe I'm your classmate, and sitting in front of you. Seeing Qiu Ning's starstruck expression, Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile wryly.
Hey! Master, can you give me an autograph? She said excitedly as she pulled out paper and a pen.
Oh, sure. Zhou Chen signed his name, and then Qiu Ning kissed the signature. Zhou Chen couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Am I really that famous now? Maybe I should just hold a signing event. The morning classes quickly ended.
After lunch, Zhou Chen began his afternoon classes.
The afternoon class was a tamed beast practical combat class. Students could spar with each other, with the principle being that they must not harm their classmates.
Besides practical combat training, everyone could also improve their spiritual power through meditation, or they could cultivate beast martial arts. The school would distribute low-level meditation techniques and beast martial arts to students for free. To obtain high-level beast martial arts, one would have to contribute to the school and bring glory to it. Zhou Chen chose to cultivate beast martial arts, as he was completely clueless about the basic cultivation of beast martial arts. Therefore, Zhou Chen went to find the student director, Wu Jia. As the top scorer in the entrance exam, Wu Jia had promised him that she would teach him how to cultivate beast martial arts. Zhou Chen pushed open the door to the director's office and saw Wu Jia sitting inside.
He said, "Director Wu, hello." "Haha, student Zhou Chen, welcome. I knew you would come."
Upon seeing Zhou Chen, Wu Jia revealed a kind and amiable smile, as if looking at her own son, without any airs of a teacher.
"Let me guess, you've come to ask me to teach you how to cultivate the myriad wood spirit heart, right? How did you know?"
"Haha, of course. The myriad wood spirit heart is the only high-level wood element beast martial art in our Bay Academy, and its cultivation difficulty is naturally very high. Other teachers at Bay Academy have also attempted to cultivate the myriad wood spirit heart but failed. In the entire Bay Academy, only one person has successfully cultivated it."
Ah, only one person? Is the cultivation that difficult? Zhou Chen was shocked.
He knew that the higher the level of a beast martial art, the more difficult its cultivation.
But there were over 500 teachers in the school, weren't there? With only one person succeeding, the difficulty was truly immense. Then how did they cultivate it? Who was that person?
As far away as the horizon, yet as close as right before your eyes," Wu Jia said, proudly patting her chest.
"Ha? You don't mean it was you?"
Zhou Chen pointed at Wu Jia and asked.
"Haha, that's right, it was me." "Then how did you cultivate the myriad wood spirit heart?"
"Well, let me first tell you how beast martial arts are cultivated.
Do you know how ordinary creatures mutate into beasts? It's because of the spiritual energy from another world.
The cells of a creature store the spiritual energy within its body, and then, using the energy of the spiritual energy, they mutate, starting from one cell, then the blood, and finally the entire body.
Eventually, the animal mutates into a beast. Zhou Chen said this, having witnessed firsthand how the green vine gradually mutated into a blood-devouring vine. It took over half a year for the green vine to transform into a blood-devouring vine.
That's right, that's the process by which animals mutate into beasts, Wu Jie nodded, quite satisfied with Zhou Chen's answer, and continued. And what we need to do is absorb spiritual energy, just like other creatures.
Ha! But aren't human cells incapable of absorbing spiritual energy? Zhou Chen retorted.
If humans could also absorb spiritual energy, then humans would evolve and would not be as weak as they are now, relying solely on the power of tamed beasts. That's right, the human body cannot actively absorb spiritual energy, but human cells can store spiritual energy like beasts. Some scientists once conducted clinical trials, injecting highly purified spiritual energy extracted from the air into cells, and found that human cells could indeed evolve through spiritual energy. What's more, that scientist also discovered that human cells could store spiritual energy and, at the same time, allow humans to unleash immense power. Simply put, humans just cannot actively absorb spiritual energy, but humans can indeed evolve and become stronger by relying on spiritual energy. To give a less than perfect analogy, you cannot actively control the secretion of stomach acid, but your stomach does secrete stomach acid. And to make the stomach secrete more stomach acid, you need to eat. As long as you eat, the stomach will actively secrete stomach acid to digest food. Do you understand? I understand. You mean I need to find a way to make my body capable of absorbing spiritual energy, or to have spiritual energy actively enter my body?
Exactly. Beast martial arts are essentially a process of absorption and release. First, the body absorbs spiritual energy, and then it is all released at once. Then how should I do it? This is where your tamed beast comes in.
The human body cannot absorb spiritual energy, but the body of a tamed beast can. You just need to have your tamed beast absorb spiritual energy and then inject it into your body. This is also why only beast tamers can cultivate beast martial arts.
I understand.
If you understand, try it. I'll be watching you, and if you make any mistakes, I'll correct you immediately.
Okay, little vine, come out.
Zhou Chen eagerly summoned the dragon blood vine, asking it to help him cultivate beast martial arts.
The dragon blood vine understood Zhou Chen's intention and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the air voraciously.
The dragon blood vine already possessed the blood siphon talent, which allowed it to quickly absorb blood, and naturally, it could also absorb spiritual energy from the air.
Soon, Zhou Chen saw small green light particles, like fireflies, swirling around the dragon blood vine.
This is precisely the spiritual energy of the wood element.
The dragon blood vine is a wood-type beast and naturally can only absorb wood element spiritual energy.
This spiritual energy was insignificant to itself, but for Zhou Chen, it was a powerful force.
Subsequently, Zhou Chen sat down and let the dragon blood vine inject this wood element spiritual energy into his body. As a large number of light particles entered his body, Zhou Chen underwent a transformation. Due to the improvement of his mental strength, Zhou Chen's perception was now very keen, and he could distinctly feel the wood attribute's spiritual energy merging with every cell in his body. The cells that absorbed the spiritual energy gradually underwent a transformation. Since the wood attribute's spiritual energy is gentle, the entire process was not painful at all. Zhou Chen had no idea what the cells absorbing the wood attribute's spiritual energy would turn into, but without a doubt, they had definitely become stronger. As the wood attribute's spiritual energy continuously entered his body, Zhou Chen also felt his changes, starting with increased strength. If before, with enhanced strength 100 times, Zhou Chen could lift a ton with one hand, now he could lift 2 tons with one hand, and his strength would continue to grow. The spiritual energy not only enhanced his strength but also improved his agility and physique, with the only exception being his mental strength, which did not increase. After all, mental strength involves the soul level, and isn't something that can simply be changed by a stronger physique. Time gradually passed, and Zhou Chen was quietly cultivating. Slowly, a green light began to emanate from his body. The green light gave off a warm feeling, and looking at Zhou Chen now, it seemed like he was no longer a person, but rather a blade of grass, a flower, or perhaps a huge tree. The most shocked was Wu Jie, who saw this scene and had an expression filled with astonishment. This kid really is a genius, huh?
It took me 3 days to achieve this level, but I didn't expect this guy to accomplish it in just 3 hours.
This guy really is monstrous, even more so than I was.
Wu Jie couldn't help but exclaim, a look of envy gleaming in her eyes. In fact, she didn't know that Zhou Chen's physique was more than 100 times that of an average person, which is why he could withstand so much spiritual energy without being overwhelmed. As more and more would attribute spiritual energy fused with his cells, his body could accommodate more spiritual energy, and Zhou Chen began to crave even more. As if sensing Zhou Chen's feelings, the dragon blood vine increased its absorption speed, then injected all the spiritual energy directly into Zhou Chen's body. His body was like a bottomless pit, accepting everything that came, absorbing all the spiritual energy. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of green light passed through his pupils. At this point, the spiritual energy within him had reached saturation, unable to absorb any more. Now, Zhou Chen felt a stuffed sensation. There was too much spiritual energy inside, and his cells were slowly absorbing it.
Zhou Chen, you did really well.
Seeing Zhou Chen open his eyes, Wu Jie clapped her hands in congratulations.
Director Wu, am I already a beast warrior?
Zhou Chen asked, looking at his body in confusion, as if the only change was that he was a bit stronger. A true beast warrior would never be so weak. Zhou Chen had personally seen Long Xiaolei strike that could seal someone's throat, so he knew that beast warriors couldn't be this weak.
No, you have only completed the first stage, which is to gather.
I mentioned earlier that cultivating beast warriors is a process of gathering and releasing. You have just completed the gathering. Next you need to learn how to release the spiritual energy within you according to your own will.
Then how do I release it? You just need to take a look at the heart of all trees.
The content in the book will teach you how to use the energy within your body.
Zhou Chen flipped through the content in the book, which recorded how to use the wood attribute spiritual energy inside his body. Since it is what attributes spiritual energy, it naturally has powerful healing effects.
Thus, the first page of the book explains how to use the wood attribute spiritual energy to heal injuries, remove toxins, and even methods to help others heal and detoxify.
When practiced to the extreme, it even allows the regeneration of severed limbs. The first page described the healing effects of wood attribute spiritual energy, while the second page detailed offensive techniques.
Because he absorbed wood attribute spiritual energy, Zhou Chen could transform his body into a giant tree as hard as iron, thereby enhancing his defense and attack power. Moreover, it would allow him to survive in a vacuum environment, and when cultivated to the extreme, he could even perform photosynthesis like a tree, meaning he wouldn't need to eat anymore. The ultimate secret of the heart of all trees is to grant oneself a lifespan akin to that of a great tree. Although he can't live for 3,000 years like a ginkgo tree, at least it could allow him to live for 300 to 500 years. Upon seeing the powerful secrets of the heart of all trees, Zhou Chen felt as if he had found a treasure. Who wouldn't cherish a beast warrior that could extend their lifespan? Now he understood why Zhang Long wanted to snatch his heart of all trees beast warrior.
Although the heart of all trees lacks offensive methods, its defensive and healing abilities are incredibly extraordinary.
At the same time, Zhou Chen also discovered that the heart of all trees only recorded how to use spiritual energy but did not document how to absorb it. In fact, there is no need to record it because the human body cannot absorb spiritual energy by itself. It can only rely on tamed beasts to guide the spiritual energy into the beast tamer's body. Thus, the book only listed how to utilize spiritual energy, akin to giving you 100 million and teaching you how to turn that into 200 million. As for where that 100 million comes from, figure it out yourself. Zhou Chen practiced according to the book's records. He had a good physique, and though not a genius, he wasn't a fool either, quickly mastering the knack. Zhou Chen took a small knife and made a deep cut on his arm, but not a drop of blood came out. As soon as the skin was cut, it healed instantly, not allowing any blood to flow out. Then Zhou Chen tried to turn his arm into wood, and his arm instantly became as thick as a giant tree, effortlessly able to crush rocks into dust.
So this is a beast warrior? Yes. Congratulations, you've become a true beast warrior. All you need to do now is train diligently. Do you understand?
Understood, thank you, Director Wu, said Zhou Chen. Glancing at his phone, it was already past 9 hours 60 minutes. Zhou Chen decided not to disturb Wu Jie any longer and prepared to leave. But just as he was about to leave, Wu Jia called out to him.
Wait a moment, Zhou Chen. Is there anything else, Director Wu? Here, put this on. This device can detect your current level of Beast Warrior.
As Wu Jia spoke, she took out a special device and placed it on Zhou Chen's head. With a red light sweeping across Zhou Chen's body, the device displayed his level. The screen showed, Level 10 Beast Warrior. This meant that Zhou Chen's Beast Warrior training had reached Level 10, corresponding to high-tier beast training in martial tier beasts. Thus, Zhou Chen now possessed the combat strength to match a Level 10 martial tier beast. With Zhou Chen's powerful physique, he might even be stronger. Level 10 Beast Warrior. Looking at the number on the screen, Zhou Chen felt quite excited. This excitement was different from when he gained the Dragon Blood Vine, Storm Dragon Horse, or Charm Spirit. Now he was thrilled because this was his own power. In the past, he could only hide behind a tamed beast, directing and watching, but now he could fight alongside his tamed beast on equal footing. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half month, Zhou Chen attended classes in the morning and quietly trained in Beast Warrior skills alone in the afternoon. After half a month of training, Zhou Chen had progressed from a level 10 Beast Warrior to a level 25 Beast Warrior. Although it was much slower than at the beginning, it seemed quite fast in the eyes of others. Since the summer break, Xia Chuqing has been training day and night as a Beast Warrior with her talent. She is currently only a level 50 Beast Warrior. Xia Chuqing trained in low-tier earth-based beast techniques Earth Guardian and mid-tier fire-based beast techniques Flame Ball. Having trained in two techniques, she has now made some achievements. In contrast, Yi Xiqing's progress has been slower. Her talent is not as extraordinary as Zhou Chen's, so she hasn't achieved much in Beast Warrior skills. Instead, she has shifted her focus to enhancing her mental strength. Just a couple of days ago, Yi Xiqing's mental strength finally broke through 300, making her a bronze-level beast tamer. All she needs now is a decent tamed beast. Alright, Zhou Chen, I'm going to participate in the breeder's assessment.
Are you going?
In the cafeteria, Yi Xiqing was having lunch while handing Zhou Chen a piece of paper.
What is this?
Zhou Chen took the paper and found it was an application form with the words breeder assessment written boldly at the top, followed by an application form.
What is this? You want to become a breeder?
Yi Xiqing nodded with a smile.
By the way, what made you suddenly want to become a breeder? Aren't you aiming to be an excellent beast tamer?
Now that your mental strength has just barely reached bronze level, you should really keep pushing on. Zhou Chen asked with uncertainty, as he was genuinely surprised that Yi Xiqing managed to break through to bronze level beast tamer in such a short time.
Could the spatial rift really help others enhance their mental strength?
Zhou Chen thought helplessly.
Ha! Have you gone stupid from all that beast training?
Yi Xiqing shot Zhou Chen a glare, then continued.
What does it matter if I become a bronze-level beast tamer?
Without a suitable tamed beast, I'm basically a one-man army, no different from a black iron-level beast tamer.
That's true. But the beasts in the capital are so expensive, I can't afford any.
So I thought about joining the breeder assessment to become a beast breeder, that way I would have a steady income.
I see. Zhou Chen understood this very well. Being a beast breeder is a more lucrative profession than being a beast tamer.
As long as one can become a breeder, even just the lowest level breeder, the monthly subsidy would be 10,000 beast coins, which would basically ensure a worry-free life. Moreover, breeders can enjoy different discounts and services just by showing their breeder qualifications while shopping. If one were lucky enough to become a second-level breeder, they could receive a subsidy of 100,000 beast coins each month, which is 10 times that of a first-level breeder. Moreover, the Breeder Association has many wild beasts, and these beasts are freely available for breeders in the association to study. I can pick a suitable beast from them to become my third tamed beast. So that's how it is. Getting a beast for free is quite good.
That's why I asked if you wanted to go.
Even if you don't pass, there is no loss.
Alright, let us go then.
It would be great if I could become a Tier 2 breeder.
Zhou Chen was very confident.
He had already successfully evolved the demonic blood vine into the dragon blood vine and the windwing dragon horse into the storm dragon horse.
With 2 successful experiences, passing this small test should be a piece of cake, right?
What Zhou Chen was truly eyeing was the 100,000 beast coin subsidy, which was not a small sum for him.
Moreover, this was just the base salary.
If he helped others treat their tamed beasts, he could earn even more, potentially hundreds of thousands or even millions.
Great! The assessment is tomorrow afternoon. Let us go together,
Yi Sikan said excitedly. With the great Zhou Chen accompanying her, she might be able to benefit from his presence. In the evening, Yi Sikan was studying, while Zhou Chen was sleeping.
That's because Zhou Chen had a cheat.
The next afternoon, Zhou Chen and Yi Sikan arrived at the entrance of the Breeder Association together.
It was a bustling scene, with people flocking in.
The queue for those taking the exam stretched from the entrance onto the street, and Zhou Chen even saw more people heading towards the association.
Wow! Zhou Chen, there are so many people here?
Yi Sikan could hardly stand the oppressive atmosphere. Although it was already the cool autumn season, the crowd made it feel as sweltering as midsummer. Yi Sikan was wearing a cool, light green dress today, adorned with floral patterns that complemented her perfectly. She also wore a sun hat, looking like a fashionable young lady.
Zhou Chen, on the other hand, was dressed casually in an ordinary set of leisure wear.
Yet, even so, standing side by side, they looked like a young couple.
Yeah,
there are quite a lot of people, Zhou Chen nodded, having severely underestimated the popularity of beast breeders. He had initially thought that only a little over 10,000, at most 20,000, people would come for the breeder assessment. He hadn't expected such a large crowd, probably around 50,000, and the number was still growing.
But it made sense.
After all, this was a profession that could lead to great wealth and status. If one was lucky enough to pass, they would have a comfortable life for the rest of their days.
How could such a job not be attractive?
The exam was scheduled for 2 p.m., and it was already 1:30 p.m., with half an hour left. However, the gates of the Breeder Association had opened, allowing those participating in the breeder assessment to enter.
Zhou Chen and Yi Sikan entered the Breeder Association together.
The Breeder Association occupied a vast area. The first floor alone could accommodate tens of thousands of people, and the entire association had 5 floors. On both sides of the Breeder Association stood 2 rows of soldiers armed with real firearms.
If anyone dared to cause trouble, they could shoot and kill the troublemakers without needing any orders.
This was all to protect the breeders of Huagua. Every beast breeder was a treasure of Huagua and the future of Huagua's beast tamers. At this moment, all those who had come to take the breeder assessment were waiting quietly, not daring to make a sound, for fear of being shot by the soldiers on either side. After about 10 minutes, an old man with white hair slowly walked onto the stage. Although the old man appeared very frail, he walked with vigor, not at all like someone of his age.
Is this person also a beast warrior?
Upon seeing the old man, Zhou Chen immediately thought that he must be a beast warrior, and a high-level one at that, given his robust physique. Once on stage, the old man offered a kind smile, like a teacher addressing his students, with the examinees below being his pupils.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Qingda, and I am a Tier 4 breeder.
As soon as the old man finished his brief introduction, the crowd below was instantly stunned. Wang Qingda? This name sounds so familiar. Are you silly? You don't even recognize President Wang? And you dare to come for the breeder assessment?
He is the president of the Huagua Breeder Association headquarters.
I never expected him to be here. That's strange. Isn't this just a small breeder assessment? Is it necessary for the president to personally oversee the exam?
You're right. The old man standing on the stage was indeed the president of the Breeder Association, and he was personally overseeing this breeder assessment.
Hey, Zhou Chen, that's the president of the Breeder Association.
I didn't expect him to come in person.
Yes, indeed. Why do you think he is here? Isn't this just an ordinary breeder assessment? Besides, he is quite elderly. Does he really need to personally oversee the exam? Who knows? Maybe his intentions are not as simple as they seem?
Zhou Chen, however, had a feeling that this breeder assessment was not as straightforward as it appeared. I won't say much about the content of the exam.
The trainer assessment is divided into a written test and a practical test. The written test is theoretical, and as for the practical test, this time's practical assessment is a bit different from the past, you'll know soon.
The written test accounts for 40% of the total score, and the practical test accounts for 60%. Finally, I wish you all a smooth exam and hope you can all become trainers and contribute to our Hua Nation.
Patter patter. As soon as Wang Chengde finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Then the written test began.
All candidates were randomly assigned to various examination rooms, then test papers were distributed, and the candidates began to answer.
The written test paper was not difficult, it was all basic theoretical knowledge.
After all, it was an assessment for a Tier 1 trainer, so it wouldn't be overly difficult. Zhou Chen's pen moved like dragons and snakes on the answer sheet, his thoughts soaring. With the beast evolution system, such a small exam was no challenge. Of course, this was only true for him, it was not necessarily the case for others. For the first 10 minutes, all candidates answered freely, encountering almost no difficulties. However, after 10 minutes, some people started to get anxious. One by one, they frowned, scratched their heads, their eyes wide open, staring intently at the test papers, as if they could see through them. Some even gave up directly, scribbling random answers. In the monitoring room, Chairman Wang Chengde, leaning on his cane, sat there personally invigilating, with a young man standing beside him. The young man was named Chen Gon, a director at the Trainer Association. Despite his young age, he was already a Tier 2 trainer and a student of Wang Chengde, having learned his true teachings. Watching the candidates struggling in the examination room through the monitors, Chen Gon frowned slightly.
Chairman Wang, are you sure these candidates can find a solution to the corpse chi? Alas, I don't know either.
Wang Chengde slowly shook his head, his face filled with pain. We can only place our hopes on these young people now. We must find a way to resolve the corpse chi in the burial ground, otherwise, with more and more demons, they will soon invade the imperial capital.
We cannot wait until the enemy is fully prepared to make plans.
Yes, those damned fallen beast tamers, I really don't know how they did it, finding so many undead-type beasts.
Precisely.
For this reason, we must find a solution to the corpse chi and protect our Hua Nation. In the examination room, Zhou Chen had already finished his test and was sleeping with his head on the desk, unaware that his every move was being watched by Wang Chengde through the surveillance cameras.
60 minutes later, the exam ended. Invigilators collected the papers.
Many people hadn't even finished the questions and were still frantically writing, while Zhou Chen had already left the examination room.
Hi. Zhou Chen, how did your exam go?
Yi Sikan smiled sweetly as she spoke.
Judging by her expression, she had done well. Ha, who do you think I am? Of course, it was no problem. Those questions were a piece of cake for me. Zhou Chen replied with a smile. It looks like we can both become trainers. Yeah, now we just have to wait for the practical exam.
After resting for about 20 minutes, the practical exam began immediately.
Zhou Chen and the other candidates were taken to the second floor of the training association.
Here, Zhou Chen saw all sorts of beasts, including king-tier beasts with levels exceeding 300, all caged and unable to escape and harm anyone. When the crowd reached the second floor, they were astonished by the scene before them. It was like a huge laboratory. However, their target was not these beasts. As the group continued forward, Wang Chengde was already waiting for them.
Welcome everyone to the second exam. As I mentioned before, this year's practical exam will be different.
Please take a look. As Wang Chengde spoke, he shifted aside, allowing countless candidates to see what was behind him. But when the candidates saw the beast behind him, they all widened their eyes in disbelief.
What is this? Why is it just a pile of bones? Oh my, it's even moving? Could this bone possibly be alive? Is this also a beast? It's just a pile of bones now.
A skeletal beast. I've only heard of this type of beast by name. I didn't expect it to really exist.
This is unbelievable.
The candidates were so shocked by this peculiar beast that they could hardly speak, for this beast, like the bone-winged tyrant, was nothing but bones. Inside its skull, there was a swirl of blue-hued fire. If I'm not mistaken, that must be the soul of this skeleton. Zhou Chen looked at the skeleton, and information about the beast appeared in his mind.
Beast name Bone Demon.
Beast tier Warrior tier.
Beast level 20.
Beast attribute Evil Spirit.
Beast weakness Lightning.
Beast status unknown.
Beast talent none.
Beast skill Corpse Demon Gas. It emits a strange gas that will corrode any living creature that comes into contact with it, turning them into skeletons. Even souls can be controlled by this gas, becoming the next bone demon. Beast description: a type of corpse beast with its soul sealed within the skull. Its combat power is weak, but it has strong vitality.
If its soul isn't destroyed, it will continue to revive. The powerful corpse demon gas can assimilate humans or beasts into bone demons, resembling zombies. Although weak, they are utterly terrifying.
The bone demon was confined within a barrier. That's why the corpse demon gas didn't leak out. The bone demon seemed aware of its imprisonment, continuously banging against the barrier, trying to escape.
A beast similar to the bone-winged tyrant? Interesting.
Zhou Chen looked at the bone demon and couldn't help but think of the bone-winged tyrant. The only difference between the bone demon and the bone-winged tyrant was that the former was made of human bones while the latter was made from dragon bones. Otherwise, they were quite similar.
Zhou Chen, how does this beast look so much like your bone-winged tyrant?
It seems like this beast is the practical exam question.
I wonder what they will ask us to do. Ahem, I'm sure you all see this?
This is a skeletal beast we accidentally captured. We found this beast to be very fascinating. As you can see, its flesh and blood have rotted away, but its soul is sealed within its skull. We want to study this beast, but its bones emit a colorless gas that can corrode objects. Please take a look.
As he spoke, Wang Qingde first ordered someone to throw a basketball-sized piece of gold inside.
Hiss hiss hiss. Once the gold entered the barrier, it was instantly corroded into liquid by the corpse demon gas.
Then, Wang Qingde ordered someone to toss in a piece of wood, and again it was instantly corroded.
Next, he had many different items thrown in one after another, all of which were consistently turned into liquid without exception. As you can see, this bone demon emits highly corrosive corpse demon gas. Almost everything will be corroded by it, so we have no way to approach it.
Our practical exam question this time is to ask you to come up with a way to make the beast immune to the corpse demon gas.
Look over there. As he spoke, Wang Qingde pointed to the cages on either side, which contain two types of beasts: a firewolf, which is one of the most common beasts in the city defense forces.
The other type is the battle wolf, the degenerated form of the fire wolf.
A warrior tier beast, with no inherent attributes, the fire wolf evolves after gaining fire element powers.
It's also one of the most commonly used beasts in the city defense.
Your task for the practical exam is to select one beast and allow it to evolve either the battle wolf or the fire wolf so that they can adapt to the corpse demon gas. You can choose the materials needed. Also, I understand that the battle wolf is a warrior tier beast while the fire wolf is a general tier beast. Evolving the fire wolf is much more difficult than evolving the battle wolf. Therefore, we will divide the exam into two types. Those who can successfully evolve the battle wolf and adapt it to the corpse demon gas will be awarded a level 1 breeder qualification certificate. Those who can successfully evolve the fire wolf and adapt it to the corpse demon gas will be awarded a level 2 breeder qualification certificate. Of course, this is provided that everyone passes with a passing score overall. If the written test scores are too low, resulting in an overall failing score, then no breeder qualification certificate will be awarded.
Understood?
Understood. As soon as Wang Qingde finished speaking, everyone below responded enthusiastically and scrambled to grab the firewolf. After all, if the firewolf successfully evolves, they would no longer have to worry about food and shelter in the future.
Of course, some lack confidence in themselves and pursue safer methods, thereby opting for lower-tier battle wolves.
Only Zhou Chen looked at the bone demon with a slight frown.
Zhou Chen, what's wrong? Why are you in a daze?
Hurry and go capture the firewolf, or someone else will snatch it away soon. Seeing Zhou Chen lost in thought, Yi Sicheng couldn't help but tugged at his arm, reminding him.
It seems that the City Defense Army and the Cultivation Association in the Imperial Capital are in trouble? After a while, Jochen said slowly. Huh? Why? I don't see what's wrong with them. If there really is trouble, then why is President Wang squeezing time out of his busy schedule to supervise such a minor exam?
Right, why is he here supervising? Unless he has nothing better to do, otherwise it indicates the seriousness of the issue he himself can't solve it.
Zhou Chen frowned tightly and said, keeping his eyes fixed on the bone demon.
The bone demon had no intelligence, only an instinct for slaughter.
After hearing Zhou Chen's words, Yi Xiqing looked confused and asked, what are you rambling about? What trouble? What are you even talking about?
I guess there must be thousands of bone demons like this, and they are soon going to attack Huagua. They might already be attacking and are about to reach the imperial capital.
Huh? That can't be so sinister, right? Why not?
This bone demon is just like a zombie. Once it encounters the aura of rotting corpses, not only will its body be corroded, but its soul will also fall, ultimately being assimilated into a bone demon.
Not just humans, but beasts as well.
It is estimated that the Huagua army once fought against this group of bone demon legions, but the aura of decaying corpses is too bizarre, turning both them and their beasts into bone demons. The Cultivation Association itself has no way to handle it, so they started casting about for help, hoping we can think of a way to counter the aura of rotting corpses. Zhou Chen expressed his true thoughts. If Wang Chengde heard Zhou Chen's words, he would certainly look at him in a new light, because Zhou Chen's guess was pretty spot on.
If that's the case, what should we do? Should we hurry and leave here now?
Hearing that she could also turn into a bone demon, Yi Xiqing was very scared. She did not want to turn into a pile of bones and find no peace even after dying.
Not for now, there probably won't be any issues for a while. Moreover, as long as we find a way to deal with the corrupting aura on the bone demon, we should be fine.
Alright, although I don't know if this will work, I'll do my best. Saying this, Yi Xiqing received a battle wolf. Lacking confidence in herself, she only chose a warrior tier battle wolf. She planned to help the battle wolf evolve into a general tier beast, regardless of whether it could resist the corrupting aura after evolving, but if the evolution succeeded, it would undoubtedly strengthen it. Zhou Chen also selected the last firewolf, which was the weakest among all the firewolves and at the lowest level.
But Zhou Chen had no choice, as this was the only one left.
Then Zhou Chen chose some evolution materials and began to help the firewolf evolve. Zhou Chen opened the evolution path section and spent 750 enhancement points to unlock the martial tier evolution for the firewolf.
Light Magic Evolution Plan, Light Flames Battle Wolf.
Evolution materials, General Tier Light Attribute Beast Core 5, General Tier Fire Attribute Beast Core 5, Light Magic Stone 5, Fire Magic Stone 5. Just as Zhou Chen was evolving the firewolf, some people had already completed their exams, with some successfully evolving their beasts, only to be thrown into the barrier where they were corrupted into juices within just a few minutes by the corrupting aura.
Undoubtedly, this did not meet Wang Chengde's requirements, resulting in a failed exam.
Some even caused their beasts to directly fail the evolution. A failed evolution drastically reduces a beast's potential and can leave behind incurable sequelae, making future evolutions require exponential effort and hard work. It can be said that once evolution fails, that beast becomes worthless. Additionally, some people had their beasts evolve successfully in the barrier for half an hour before problems started occurring. But they were just slightly weak, not immediately corrupted into juices. The most impressive was someone who evolved the Thunder Lightning Battle Wolf from a battle wolf, a general tier beast that could unleash terrifying high-voltage electricity all over. When those corrupting auras encountered that high-voltage electricity, they were directly disrupted at the molecular level, unable to harm the beast anymore.
Ha ha ha, I did it! Thunder Lightning Battle Wolf, well done!
Yi Xiqing cheered joyfully. This Thunder Lightning Battle Wolf was the beast she evolved, and this was her first time evolving a beast she didn't expect to succeed.
Little girl, what is the name of this beast you evolved? It seems so powerful? Seeing the blue lightning wolf, Wang Chengde's eyes suddenly brightened. This was exactly the beast he needed.
He couldn't help but look at Yi Xiqing with new eyes, personally leaning on his cane and coming over to ask about the name of this beast. This is called the Azure Electric Warwolf, a thunder-type general tier beast, capable of releasing powerful high-voltage electricity all over its body, causing damage to enemies. Yi Xiqing slowly revealed the name of this beast. The reason she could evolve it was also inspired by Zhou Chen. Previously, when Zhou Chen was showing off his bone-winged Tyrannosaurus in front of her, Yi Xiqing had asked if such an undead-type beast had anything it feared. At that time, Zhou Chen told her it was afraid of lightning, as lightning is the only thing that can harm the soul. Even experts have studied that the soul is merely a kind of conscious special frequency electromagnetic wave. Lightning strikes can stimulate the soul, causing it to dissipate. Thus, Yi Xiqing gathered many thunderstones in various thunder-type beast cores, forcefully evolving the non-attribute warwolf into the thunder-type azure electric warwolf, which was somewhat a stroke of luck. Good. Little girl, you did very well. Wang Qingde repeated good 3 times, enough to show how satisfied he was with the azure electric warwolf. Wonderful. With this kind of beast, we can battle with the thousands of bone demons in the burial ground. Wang Qingde thought excitedly, the long-lost smile appearing on his face, and looked at Yi Xiqing with new appreciation. Alright, little girl, what is your name? President Wang, my name is Yi Xiqing. Yi Xiqing, that's a lovely name. Congratulations, you've successfully passed the exam. You are now officially a first-tier breeder. Saying this, Wang Qingde looked at his assistant beside him and instructed, Xiao Chen, quickly issue the first-tier breeder certificate to Miss Yi. Yes, I will do it right away. Chen Gan was also very excited and immediately ran out to bring back a card with Yi Xiqing's photo on it, which was none other than the first-tier breeder certificate. From now on, Yi Xiqing is a true first-tier breeder. Looking at the breeder certificate in her hands, Yi Xiqing was very excited. I can't believe I really passed. What good luck! Now I can finally choose a tamed beast that suits me. Oh? Little girl, do you want to choose a beast? Wang Qingde asked with a smile, his expression clearly showing he was in a good mood. Yes, I just became a bronze-level beast tamer. Since I can't afford the tamed beast I want, I thought about participating in the breeder assessment to pick one here. A bronze level. Wang Qingde and Chen Gan exclaimed together, as Yi Xiqing was only 18 years old. An 18-year-old bronze-level beast tamer is a rare genius, even in the imperial capital. Today, I've really encountered a good seedling. Xiao Chen, take this little girl to choose a tamed beast. No need to hold back, let her choose freely. Even a king-tier beast is fine, just bill it to my account. Wang Qingde thought, such an excellent talent must be cultivated. The breeding association urgently needs strong beast tamers. Those people above have gone too far. Do they really think we are slaves? Do they believe we are their servants who come and go at their call? Yes, President. Chen Gan took Yi Xiqing to choose a beast, and their earlier conversation had caused the entire examination room to burst into an uproar. I didn't expect the first to become a beast tamer would be this little girl. My daughter is older than her. But she is indeed amazing, right? The azure electric warwolf can not only withstand the corruption from the corpse demon's miasma but can even decompose it. And an 18-year-old bronze-level beast tamer, wow, truly a freak. Why don't I have such talent? Everyone else was filled with envy for Yi Xiqing, while at the same time, more and more people completed their evolution, but they could not withstand the corruption of the corpse demon's miasma and ended up being turned into muck. So far, only Yi Xiqing's azure electric warwolf could resist the corruption of the corpse demon's miasma. Now, 2 hours have passed, and only Zhou Chen had not completed his evolution. Zhou Chen was fully committed to helping the firewolf in front of him to evolve. However, others were getting impatient and began to urge him. Hey! Brother, are you okay? If not, just step down. Don't delay our time. Yeah, even if you fail, no one will laugh at you. If it really doesn't work, just hurry up and come out from the evolution room. The urging voices from outside were clearly heard by Zhou Chen, but he turned a deaf ear to them and continued to assist the firewolf in evolving. This firewolf is too thin, looking malnourished, making its evolution take a long time. It is already at maximum speed. Ahem, everyone, can we quiet down a bit? There's still some time. Maybe he will surprise us? Wang Qingde spoke to calm down the others. Though he said this, he hadn't taken Zhou Chen seriously. It's been so long without results, it's clear he has failed. But it doesn't matter, the goal has already been achieved. Whether Zhou Chen can do it is irrelevant.
Seeing Wang Qingde speaking, the others coincidentally fell silent. Zhou Chen, keep it up. I believe in you. You can do it.
Yi Xiqing cheered for Zhou Chen outside the evolution chamber.
Oh. Miss Yi, do you know this young man? Yes, he is my friend. I was able to evolve into the Azure Lightning Wolf thanks to his guidance. Oh? Really?
Hearing Yi Xiqing say this, Wang Chengde immediately became interested in Zhou Chen and patiently waited for him to successfully evolve his beast. About 10 minutes later, a dazzling golden flash erupted from the evolution chamber. Without a doubt, Zhou Chen had successfully evolved.
Great job, little guy, you finally evolved. Woo!
The evolved fire wolf jumped down and affectionately rubbed against Zhou Chen's chest, resembling a little dog. At the same time, the wolf's information emerged in Zhou Chen's mind. Beast name Radiant Flame Demon Wolf. Beast tier Martial tier.
Beast level 50.
Beast attributes light, fire.
Beast weakness waste.
Beast state excited healthy.
Beast talent ember, can unleash intense flames to incinerate the flesh and souls of enemies.
Beast skills fireball, spits out scorching fireballs, dealing massive damage to enemies. Radiant flame, the flames it spews contain a light aura, capable of purifying all tainted energies. Beast introduction, the light element evolution of the fire wolf, evolving into a dual attribute beast of fire and light, extraordinarily powerful. Compared to the fire wolf, the radiant flame demon wolf has an added touch of gold, giving it a very noble appearance.
Young friend Zhou Chen, may I ask what name you have given your evolved beast? Wang Qingde inquired, looking at the imposing beast.
Radiant flame demon wolf, a dual attribute martial tier beast.
Can it withstand the corruption of rotten corpse magic? We'll know once we try.
Zhou Chen smiled, confident about the radiant flame demon wolf.
Then let's give it a try.
Saying this, Wang Qingde commanded his men to place the radiant flame demon wolf into the barrier. Upon seeing the skeletal demon inside the barrier, the radiant flame demon wolf erupted with intense battle intent, flames igniting from its body. The surrounding rotten corpse magic dissipated as it encountered the flames, leaving the radiant flame demon wolf completely unharmed.
Roar!
The radiant flame demon wolf let out a howl and then charged at the skeletal demon, smashing it apart with a single swipe, not even sparing its soul. When the skeleton demon's soul came into contact with the flames of the radiant flame demon wolf, it appeared to be in great pain, trying to escape from the terrifying flames, but ultimately, it was completely incinerated, turning into nothingness.
Wow, what an incredible beast!
It shows no fear of the corrosion from corpse magic.
Moreover, this one is a martial tier beast, its combat power must be dozens of times stronger than the Azure Lightning Wolf.
Very good, this beast is excellent. Seeing the terrifying combat power of the radiant flame demon wolf, a joyful smile once again appeared on Wang Qingde's face, clearly very satisfied with the radiant flame demon wolf.
Even more so than with the Azure Lightning Wolf.
Although both were unimpressed by the corpse magic, the radiant flame demon wolf was vastly superior to the Azure Lightning Wolf. Wang Qingde thought to himself, if I could evolve a large number of radiant flame demon wolves, dealing with the skeletal demons in the burial grounds would be much easier.
President Wang, I should have passed the assessment now, right? Zhou Chen asked with a smile.
Seeing the shocked expression on Wang Qingde's face, Zhou Chen knew he had definitely passed. Of course you passed, and you are the only one who became a second-tier beast tamer in this assessment.
Young friend Zhou Chen, congratulations. Wang Qingde sincerely expressed his gratitude and even slightly bowed. He then instructed his assistant. Xiao Chen, hurry up and grant young friend Zhou Chen his second-tier beast tamer qualification certificate.
Ah?
Yes. I'll go right away. Looking at Zhou Chen, Chen Gong was bewildered.
He had thought Yi Xiqing was already extraordinary, but Zhou Chen turned out to be even more monstrous, having become a second-tier beast tamer. Even he had become a second-tier tamer at the age of 21, which was already considered genius status. Most people became second-tier tamers in their early 30s.
Zhou Chen, why does that name sound so familiar?
While preparing the second-tier qualification certificate for Zhou Chen, Chen Gan kept muttering Zhou Chen's name.
Gradually, a glint of realization appeared in his eyes. That's right. So it's him.
The college entrance exam top scorer from Dragonfall City, who allegedly eliminated 2 fallen beast tamers beasts by himself during the exam, and even had the standard of a second-tier tamer back then.
No wonder. While Chen Gan was preparing Zhou Chen's second-tier tamer certification, Wang Qingde watched Zhou Chen with a smile.
He, young friend Zhou Chen, since you are now a second-tier tamer, according to the regulations, we should present you with a gift as a memento.
I wonder what kind of gift you would like.
What gifts are available?
Upon hearing about the gift, Zhou Chen was extremely surprised.
Just now, he saw Chen Gan taking Yi Sikan to choose a beast. Judging by Yi Sichan's smiling face, she must have found a suitable beast.
There are all sorts of gifts. Nisi just chose a beast, why don't I give young friend Zhou Chen a beast as well? No need, I already have 3 tamed beasts and don't need another one for now. Zhou Chen refused without a second thought.
His Dragon Blood Vine, Storm Dragon Horse, and Spirit of Illusion were all top tier among martial tier beasts. Moreover, Zhou Chen was still some distance away from becoming a silver tier beast tamer and didn't need a 4th tamed beast yet.
Alright then, you do have 3 tamed beasts already. What? What did you just say? 3 tamed beasts? Could it be that you are also a bronze tier beast tamer? Wang Qingde exclaimed in surprise again.
An 18-year-old tier 2 breeder was already monstrous enough, but he was also a bronze tier beast tamer.
Didn't this mean he was even more of a prodigy than Yi Sikan? That's right.
President Wang, Zhou Chen became a bronze tier beast tamer 2 months ago.
He was even earlier than me.
Yi Sikan said with a smile, feeling honored as Zhou Chen's friend. Bronze tier, and another bronze tier beast tamer.
What on earth is going on? Are bronze tier beast tamers a dime a dozen now?
Are all young people so monstrous nowadays? Tier 2 breeder, bronze tier beast tamer, my goodness. Upon hearing that Zhou Chen was also a bronze tier beast tamer, the others were even more shocked, and so was Wang Qingde. Cough after the initial surprise, Wang Qingde calmed his excited emotions and continued, since young friend Zhou Chen doesn't need a tamed beast, may I ask what you would like instead?
Zhou Chen scratched his head and then asked awkwardly, I want money. Do you have any money here? Hearing Zhou Chen's question, Wang Qingde was stunned, and the others were bewildered, cursing him in their minds.
Superficial. So superficial.
A bumpkin is still a bumpkin. Such a good opportunity, and he wants money? What a lack of insight. Money, of course, I have money. Young friend Zhou Chen, how much do you want?
Wang Qingde said with a smile, thinking to himself, kid, you've got my attention now.
What place is this? This is the headquarters of the China Breeder Association. 30% of China's wealth is here, how could there not be money? If there isn't enough paper money, there's a printing factory across the street. I'll have them print tons of it for you. 5 million isn't too much, right? Zhou Chen asked tentatively.
A tier 2 breeder's base salary was 100,000 beast coins per month.
Zhou Chen was asking for 5 years' worth of salary. He came here to participate in the breeder assessment, and all for the money.
Tamed beasts are a rich person's game, and raising 3 tamed beasts requires a lot of money.
Not only that, but he also had family members to support, and Jia too. He had to send some money back home every month. With his parents' salaries, they could barely make ends meet.
And Jia was at a growing age, so she needed good food. Moreover, she was also a beast tamer, so Zhou Chen naturally had to consider her.
5 million? Not at all, not at all. I'll transfer the money to your card right away. Wang Qingde said with a smile, thinking, why didn't you ask for more? Not to mention 5 million, I could give you 500 million.
Mr. Zhou Chen, this is your Tier 2 breeder qualification certificate.
Please accept it.
Chen Gan returned and handed over a green card, which was the Tier 2 breeder qualification certificate. White was for Tier 1 breeder, green for Tier 2, blue for Tier 3, and purple for Tier 4.
Since China didn't have a Tier 5 breeder yet, there was no Tier 5 breeder qualification certificate. Okay, thank you. Zhou Chen accepted the Tier 2 breeder qualification certificate. At the same time, Wang Qingde transferred 5 million to Zhou Chen's bank account.
Afterward, Zhou Chen and Yi Sikan left the breeder association together.
Watching their receding figures, Wang Qingde was very excited and said to Chen Gan impatiently, "Young Chen, issue a notice.
From now on, our breeder association will do its utmost to cultivate these two children, especially Zhou Chen. They are the future of China's breeders."
Yes, I understand. Chen Gan nodded, watching their retreating figures with a faint smile. Ha, if I tell Dad and Mom about this, they'll go crazy with joy. And that girl Jia too.
Walking down the street, Zhou Chen grinned foolishly, looking at the bank card in his hand.
Sikan, you go back first, I need to go to the bank for a moment.
Alright, you should go quickly then? After parting ways with Yi Sikan, Zhou Chen went to the Imperial Capital Bank and transferred 2 million beast coins to his mother's account, informing her of the matter.
Dragonfall City, at Zhou Chen's home. Hee, our Xiao Chen is quite capable. Mom, you've been grinning foolishly since a moment ago, what's so amusing?
Hee, silly girl, you don't know yet, your brother passed the breeder's assessment today and is now a breeder.
Ah? Really? That's great. That Zhou Chen, he's amazing.
Hearing that Zhou Chen was now a breeder, Jia was so excited she almost jumped up. Not only that, the Breeder Association also gave him a bonus of 5 million beast coins, and he's already transferred 2 million to my account.
Great, great. Mom, let's go to a fancy restaurant tonight to celebrate?
Of course, by the way, tomorrow is your first practical class in your 3rd year of high school, you must be careful.
Mom, don't worry. I'm currently ranked 3rd in our school, so going to a beast forest isn't that dangerous. Instead of that, what are we eating later?
I want sweet and sour pork, braised pork, and roast duck.
Why are you like a little glutton? All you think about is food. After sending money to his family, Zhou Chen grabbed a quick bite outside and returned to his dormitory.
However, just as he was about to reach his dorm, he saw a crowd gathered in front of it. Among them, Zhou Chen clearly saw the brothers Zhang Long and Zhang Hu, who had caused him trouble before.
What is he doing here? He must be here to cause trouble for me, right?
As Zhou Chen slowly walked forward, he saw Zhang Hu gripping Tang Yao's neck tightly.
You perverted bastard. Speak up. Where did Zhou Chen go?
Zhang Hu forcefully tightened his grip on Tang Yao's neck and shouted. Zhang Hu was a beast warrior, and his level was much higher than Tang Yao's, which left her with no strength to fight back, especially with Zhang Long by his side.
I don't know.
Tang Yao was being choked, almost unable to breathe, her face contorted in pain.
I'm not, damn it, how would I know where he went? Still putting up a front? You're his classmate and roommate, how could you not know where he went? Well, I don't really know him that well, how could I possibly have a grasp on his whereabouts?
If that's the case, you're of no use to me.
Since I can't find him, I'll take my frustrations out on you. You know you like wearing women's clothing, right? Well then, I'll make you a complete woman.
With that, Zhang Hu swung a fist at Tang Yao's abdomen.
If that punch really landed, it might mean the end for her.
No, that is not quite right. It wouldn't mean the end, as she could always turn into a girl.
Slap.
Zhou Chen hurriedly moved forward, grabbing Zhang Hu's hand, then struck down hard on the hand that was choking Tang Yao, forcing him to release her. Zhou Chen was now a level 25 beast warrior. His strength was much greater than before. That chop nearly broke Zhang Hu's hand.
Ah! It's you, Zhou Chen. You finally showed up. Since you're both coming for me, don't lay a hand on my roommate. Zhou Chen said coldly.
So you have a close relationship with this pervert?
Don't tell me you spend every night together? You called me here just to say that nonsensical stuff? Also, one of your subordinates, step aside and let your boss talk to me. You bastard.
Zhang Hu cursed angrily and was about to strike when Zhang Long suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Ha, looks like you've really improved your strength since practicing high-tier beast arts. So, tell me, what exactly do you want from me? I want to challenge you. How about a duel with tamed beasts? Let us wager the Wanmu Spirit Heart high-tier beast arts should belong to the strong. Boring. Zhou Chen outright rejected the challenge. He wasn't an idiot. Why would he wager his high-tier beast arts? Plus, if he won, he would gain nothing, but if he lost, he'd have to give away the Wanmu Spirit Heart. What kind of a bad deal is that? I see you're scared, huh? Zhang Long sneered. Think whatever you like, but if I win, I don't gain anything. Why would I enter into a losing deal? Then how about this? If you win, I'll give you a high-tier beast art and a mid-tier beast art of your choice. If you lose, you hand over the Wanmu Spirit Heart. That should be fair, right? A high-tier beast art and a mid-tier beast art? Zhou Chen muttered, deep in thought. He had to admit, Zhou Chen was a bit tempted. Trading a high-tier beast art for another high-tier one was indeed an equal exchange, not to mention if Zhou Chen won, he could also get a mid-tier beast art. He could choose a wind-type beast art and a dark-type beast art, and the dark-type one could even be used by Jia. Alright, when do we start? Well, I won't say I'm bullying you, but let's set the duel for half a month from now? That should give you 2 weeks to prepare. Yes, I can. Zhou Chen agreed. Half a month should allow the Blood Dragon Vine to level up a few times. If things didn't go well, he could also have the Bone-Wing Tyrant fight. That was a bona fide king-tier beast, but Zhang Long's Great Spirit Tree Demon was too high a level. He wasn't sure it could match up. So it would be best to rely on the Blood Dragon Vine. I'll be waiting for you on the competition stage in half a month. Let us go. After saying that, Zhang Long led his subordinates away. After leaving, Zhang Hu asked Zhang Long, "Big brother, this kid-s beast is quite special. Do you think you can beat him?" Don't worry, little brother. I'm fully prepared. A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Long's face as he said fiercely, "This time, not only will I obtain the Wanmu Spirit Heart, I also want to devour that vine beast of his. If that happens, my Great Spirit Tree Demon will become even stronger." Then I'll congratulate you in advance for your victorious start. Tang Yao, you still alive? Zhou Chen gently placed his hand on Tang Yao, a green light flashing from his hand, healing her injuries. Cough, I didn't expect that Zhang Hu actually had some strength. I almost got choked to death by him. Tang Yao said in a soft voice. If it weren't for the fact that she was in the boys' dormitory, no one would have guessed she was a girl. TCH, I'll remember Zhang Hu, and next time, I'll definitely make him pay double. Tang Yao glared fiercely at the direction Zhang Hu had left. Bro, stop bragging. If you were his opponent, you wouldn't have gotten beaten up so badly, right? As long as I turn into a girl, my strength will increase by more than 3 times. At that point, taking him down will be a piece of cake. If that's the case, then why didn't you turn into a girl just now? Zhou Chen countered, but Tang Yao's face turned awkward. Well, even if I become a girl, I'm still no match for Zhang Long. Moreover, once I turn into a girl, I can't change back for 5 hours. If I'm defeated by Zhang Long, the consequences will likely be more than just a beating, right? That's true. Zhou Chen was speechless, but what Tang Yao said made sense after all. There were a bunch of thirsty single guys around. Tang Yao was already very beautiful. If she were to become a girl, I bet no one would be able to sit still. Alright, you can get up now. Zhou Chen helped Tang Yao up from the ground and then walked into the room. Brother Chen, thank you for saving me earlier. Otherwise, I might have been in big trouble. It's nothing, don't take it to heart. Brother Chen, you're such a nice guy. Let me be your girlfriend? Get lost. You pervert. Be careful, or I'll make sure you can't have descendants either. It's fine, I can turn into a girl to accept you, that way you won't feel awkward, right? Plus, I won't ask you to take any responsibility. Zhou Chen shot Tang Yao a glare and then stopped looking at him. If he kept watching, he was afraid he really might tackle him. The next day, Zhou Chen attended class as usual, continuing his routine. Brother Chen, speaking of which, I snagged a 5-star mission yesterday.
do you want to team up with me?
During the break, Tang Yao suddenly approached Zhou Chen with a task list. As he spoke, everyone else unconsciously fell silent. Tang Yao was currently the class flower, and quite a few boys liked him. Not to mention boys, even some girls had confessed their feelings to Tang Yao. Though everyone knew Tang Yao was male, after learning he could turn into a girl, many boys pursued him. Thus, Tang Yao is now the class flower. Who would have thought that one day a boy could be the class flower? 5-star mission? Hearing about the mission, Zhou Chen's interest was piqued. The academy issues specific tasks of varying levels every day. Completing different tasks rewards players differently, even including a martial tier beast, along with a decent financial reward. Zhou Chen wasn't short on money now, but he needed resources to allow his tamed beast to evolve. To obtain resources, one must either buy them or hunt beasts to seize their resources. Let me take a look at it. Zhou Chen took the task list and saw the words "Hunt Blood Shadow Wolves" in big letters, with 5 small stars printed underneath, indicating it was a 5-star mission. The mission difficulty ranking at Bayway Academy ranges from 1 star to 5 stars. The more stars, the greater the difficulty. The task introduction stated that the village of Qingshi in the west of the imperial capital had suffered attacks from Blood Shadow Wolves. Many people had been devoured by Blood Shadow Wolves, so the locals hoped Bayway Academy could dispatch a beast tamer to deal with the pack. Blood Shadow Wolves are general tier beasts, and true to their name, they are quite bloodthirsty. Especially those Blood Shadow Wolves that have tasted human flesh, they crave human blood even more, making them a very brutal species. Moreover, Blood Shadow Wolves are pack animals, hunting collectively. So when you see one, it usually means there are many more nearby. Blood Shadow Wolves are classified as general tier beasts, and logically, they shouldn't be categorized as a 5-star mission. However, since it's labeled as a 5-star task, that means their numbers have become significantly large. The last part of the task sheet also listed the task reward. By completing the mission, one could earn 100,000 beast coins, and each participant would receive +2 points in their student handbook. Don't underestimate the points added to the student handbook. It signifies that you've made contributions to the school and country. The more points you earn, the more impact your contributions have. In the future, whether looking for a job or preparing for graduate school, students with more points in their student handbook will be prioritized. So, Brother Chen, are you going? Tang Yao asked with a slight smile, knowing that Zhou Chen was quite strong, which is why he came to invite him. Sure, after all, it's an opportunity to earn points in the student handbook. Zhou Chen readily agreed. Not many tasks allow for points to be added to the student handbook. Shall we set off in the afternoon then? Didn't Teacher Long say? As long as we ensure we pass the exam, it doesn't matter if we miss class. Plus, we're going to execute a task, so it won't count as absences. That works. We should indeed set off early. The longer we wait, the more danger the people of Qingshi village will face. Since we've taken the mission, we can't let the locals be in danger anymore. But is it just the 2 of us? Yeah, I only received this task yesterday. I was planning to tell you last night, but I forgot. So, Brother Chen, do you want to recruit a few more people? Well, the more the merrier. It's up to you. I'll follow your lead, Brother Chen, hee. Tang Yao's smile was very cute, and Zhou Chen felt a moment of infatuation, but thinking he was a guy, Zhou Chen quickly shook his head, cold sweat running down his back. Seriously, how could I possibly like boys? During the lunch break, Zhou Chen sought out Yi Siqing and Xia Chuqing. Xia Chuqing is a level 50 beast warrior, possessing a certain degree of strength, and her tamed beast is also very strong. Although Yi Siqing is not a beastmaster, she obtained a king-tier tamed beast yesterday, which is very powerful. Coupled with her own bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, it would be equivalent to having 2 king-tier beasts guarding them, making it even safer. Zhou Chen. Hurry up and tell me, who is he? As soon as Yi Siqing saw Tang Yao next to Zhou Chen, she became extremely jealous and pointed at Tang Yao, questioning Zhou Chen loudly. Not only did she herself like Zhou Chen, but she had also promised Lin Bauer that she would keep an eye on Zhou Chen and prevent him from flirting around. Xia Chuqing also looked at Tang Yao thoughtfully. He, Brother Chen, are these the people you were looking for? They're all so pretty. Are they all your girlfriends?
Tang Yao smiled faintly at the two women, not showing any anger at all. Or rather, he was used to it. It wasn't the first time he had been mistaken for a girl. On the contrary, he was a bit excited, thinking to himself, is this what it feels like to be a girl? With such beautiful girlfriends, no wonder you don't care about me. Sick hen, keep your voice down. Let me introduce him. His name is Tang Yao, he's my roommate. Don't let his feminine appearance fool you, he's a real man. It's just that a girl's soul resides within a boy's body. Zhou Chen pointed at Tang Yao and introduced him to Yi Sick Hen. What? Zhou Chen, are you sure he is a man? Xia Chuqing stared at Tang Yao doubtfully, examining him closely. No matter how she looked at him, he didn't seem like a man at all. Hello everyone, my name is Tang Yao. I'm Brother Chen's roommate. Although I like wearing women's clothes and have a feminine appearance, I am truly a man. However, I can be a woman occasionally. Tang Yao exerted all his strength to convince Yi Sick Hen and Xia Chuqing that he was a man, barely stopping himself from taking off all his clothes. Alright, I believe you're a man, then. What did you need us for? It's like this. Then, Tang Yao told them about accepting a 5-star quest and asked if they were willing to join, with the prize money to be distributed according to contribution. I have no problem, I'm already a level 51 Beastmaster. I don't have a problem either. It's a good chance to test the strength of my king-tier beast. The two women readily agreed, their current strength was not to be underestimated. Okay, thank you. I'll hail a cab then. Why hail a cab? Qingshi village is in the west of the capital. Even by cab, it would take at least 3 hours. Follow me. Zhou Chen led them directly to the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus. Wow! This bone dragon is yours, Brother Chen. I saw it when school started, it's so cool. Are we going to ride it to Qingshi village? That's right. The bone-winged Tyrannosaurus is very fast. It'll only take less than 10 minutes to get there. Then, Zhou Chen summoned the Charm Spirit. Currently, only the Charm Spirit could command the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, and the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus only obeyed the Charm Spirit's orders. Zhou Chen couldn't control it at all. Wow! Brother Chen, you're amazing. Not only do you have a king-tier beast, but you also have a humanoid beast, and it's such a beautiful succubus. Tang Yao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the Charm Spirit. Even though he wore women's clothes, he still liked women, and was instantly captivated by the Charm Spirit, becoming completely flustered. The Charm Spirit's allure was effective on both men and women. He. The Charm Spirit breathed out like an orchid, chuckled softly, then raised her hand to gently hook Tang Yao's chin, and said in a charming voice. Tang Yao, you're already a big boy. You should wear beautiful makeup, spray nice perfume, and chase after men with the girls during these wonderful years. The bone-winged Tyrannosaurus's flight speed was indeed very fast. Even with 5 people on board, it reached Qingshi village in less than 10 minutes. However, when everyone arrived at Qingshi village, they found it was already in ruins, with debris and blood everywhere. A pungent smell of blood still lingered in the air. If it were dragon blood vine, it would probably love the smell, right? Is this Qingshi village? It's so desolate? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? The first impression everyone had of the place was desolation and silence, as if no one was there, like a ghost town. Let's search around. There should be people. It's impossible that everyone was eaten by the blood shadow wolves, right? Zhou Chen and the others dismounted from the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus and went to knock on doors from house to house. Zhou Chen entered a house and found it covered in bloodstains, with a strong smell of blood and decay filling the air. Is anyone home? Zhou Chen shouted into the room, but after a long while, no one responded. He slowly walked into the living room, where there were also bloodstains on the floor. If nothing unexpected happened, this family must have met with misfortune, and the entire family might have been eaten by the blood shadow wolves. Zhou Chen turned back and saw a family photo placed next to the TV cabinet and coffee table. The photo showed a middle-aged couple with a cute little girl in the middle. The little girl looked very much like Jiao when she was younger, with a very cute doll-like face,
and she was smiling happily. However, a drop of blood fell on the corner of the little girl's mouth, adding a hint of eeriness to her smile. Zhou Chen looked down at his feet, where there was a little finger. Judging by its pale skin and length, it should belong to the little girl in the photo. Zhou Chen picked up the little girl's little finger and placed it on the photo. I hope you can be a family again in your next life. After saying that, Zhou Chen left the household. He then checked a few more houses, but found no one. Meanwhile, Yi Siken, Xia Chuqing, and Tang Yao had also found nothing. The entire village seemed to have turned into a ghost town. Huh? Not a soul around? Could everyone here be dead? Mei Ling casually walked into a house, only to find it empty. On the table, however, was a plate of fruit stained with dried blood. Mei Ling picked up an apple, and without cleaning it, took a big bite. Crunch! Indeed. Apples with blood are tastier. Mei Ling belonged to the demon race, who were known for their bloodlust. However, for a succubus, finding men was far more important than drinking blood. She wandered around the room as she ate the apple. Mei Ling frowned slightly, noticing a crack in a large wardrobe. Within the shadows, she thought she saw a figure. Is anyone in there? Mei Ling flung open the wardrobe door, only to find a mother and daughter inside. The mother clutched a fruit knife tightly in her hand. Ah! Upon seeing Mei Ling, the mother quickly shielded her daughter and pointed the fruit knife at Mei Ling. Don't come any closer, you monsters! The woman noticed Mei Ling's wings and realized Mei Ling was not human. Perhaps out of a desire to protect her daughter, the woman mustered courage from an unknown source and lunged at Mei Ling, stabbing towards her abdomen with the fruit knife. Foolish. Mei Ling was a beast. How could she be harmed by a human? The woman's movements seemed as slow as a snail to her. Calmly, she extended 2 fingers and snapped the fruit knife in the woman's hand. Heh, foolish human. You think you can kill me? In my eyes, you are as insignificant as an ant. I won't let you harm my daughter. The woman's voice trembled, her face contorted with extreme fear. Heh, there's no use for your daughter. I'm not into women, so I'm not interested. My master has questions for you. He's a beast tamer here to save you. What? Beast tamer. Before the woman could finish, Mei Ling grabbed her and her daughter and brought them before Zhou Chen. Master, I found 2 survivors, though they seem quite shaken. Mei Ling grabbed them by the scruff of their necks, tossed them to the ground unceremoniously, and said indifferently. She wasn't human to begin with and only felt affection for her master, Zhou Chen. Everyone else was no different from ants in her eyes, so she felt no pity for them. If Zhou Chen hadn't ordered her to find survivors, Mei Ling would have torn the woman to shreds for daring to attack her with a fruit knife. Zhou Chen gave Mei Ling a look. Anyone would be terrified if treated like that, wouldn't they? Zhou Chen poured them both a cup of hot water and gave them some bread, allowing them to calm down before asking. Are you 2 all right? What happened here? Are you the only 2 left in the village? Are you really here to save us? The woman didn't answer Zhou Chen's question but asked one back. She was still trembling, but not as terrified as before. Yes, I'm very sorry we're late. Can you tell me what happened here? Where did everyone else go? They were all taken by monsters. Please, hurry and save them. You said they were taken by monsters? Zhou Chen was confused. Their mission was to exterminate the blood shadow wolves here, not to search for monsters. Could it be that the blood shadow wolves were already preparing their winter provisions? What kind of monsters did you see? Were they blood shadow wolves? No, not those wolves. It was. The woman glanced at Mei Ling, hesitant and afraid to speak. Don't worry, just tell us. We will definitely protect you. Zhou Chen said firmly. Before the woman could speak, the little girl in her arms pointed at Mei Ling and said with a crying voice. Brother, it was monsters like that older sister who took my dad and the others. Please go save my dad. Like Mei Ling? Zhou Chen glanced at Mei Ling. Seeing Zhou Chen looking at her, Mei Ling quickly waved her hands, indicating it had nothing to do with her.
Zhou Chen didn't suspect her anyway.
Like the charm spirit, could it be other charmed souls or illusions?
Or could it be some other demon-type beasts causing trouble? But what are they taking so many people for? Are they planning to use them as winter provisions? Just when Zhou Chen was completely perplexed, a howling of wolves suddenly came from afar. A woof! Roar!
The howls of wolves echoed back and forth, and it was hard to tell how many wolves there were from the sound alone, but there definitely wouldn't be a small number. Zhou Chen looked in the direction of the howls and saw a mass of crimson smoke rushing towards them, and it was the blood shadow wolves numbering in the hundreds. Due to their incredibly fast running speed, from a distance, they looked like a dense mass of blood-colored smoke. The blood shadow wolves were still several kilometers away from Qingshi village, but at their speed, they would reach here in just a minute or two.
There were many blood shadow wolves, at least over 200. Mom, it's those hungry wolves. Seeing over 200 blood shadow wolves charging towards them, the little girl screamed in terror and burst into tears. It was her first time seeing such horrifying monsters.
Sick-hen, quickly take them to the neighboring village and let them prepare for defense.
We'll stay here to hold them off and buy you time.
Upon seeing the blood shadow wolves, Zhou Chen made a prompt decision and summoned his dragon blood vine and storm wyvern, ready for battle.
I understand, I'll be back soon.
Yi Xiqing didn't say much. The urgent matter was to get the mother and daughter to a safe place, and she was the most suitable to escort them. Because she had a king-tier beast to protect her, she wouldn't be in any danger on the way. Moreover, she wasn't a beast warrior. Just an ordinary person staying here would only be a burden, especially since the mother and daughter were two burdens themselves. Yi Xiqing immediately summoned the dark moon wolf, letting the little girl's mother sit on it, while she held onto the little girl. Then she ordered the dark moon wolf to run fast. The speed of the dark moon wolf was faster than the blood shadow wolves, quickly leaving Qingshi village behind.
Alright, Chu Qing, Tang Yao, now it's our turn.
Zhou Chen smiled slightly, filled with confidence. These blood shadow wolves were just what the dragon blood vine needed as nutrients. The dragon blood vine excitedly whipped its vine like tendrils, sensing a large batch of food rushing towards it.
What was that saying?
This is called thanking nature for its gifts. The dragon blood vine was already at level 99, and ever since Zhou Chen received 5 million beast coins from the Cultivation Association, he bought a large number of energy potions for his 3 cute beasts, greatly increasing the dragon blood vine's level. Besides the dragon blood vine, the storm wyvern and the charm spirit had also surpassed level 80, greatly enhancing their strength.
We're coming too.
Xia Chuqing and Tang Yao both summoned their tamed beasts. Tang Yao's tamed beast was a purple butterfly, over a person tall, looking very beautiful. As expected of a fashionista, even the tamed beast looked so elegant.
Beast named Phantasm Butterfly.
Beast tier martial tier.
Beast level 86. Beast attribute wind. Beast weakness electricity, fire, ice. Beast status healthy. Beast talent, none. Beast skill Phantasm Flurry, can create multiple afterimages to confuse enemies' vision. Explosive phosphor, the phosphor on the wings of the Phantasm Butterfly is highly flammable and explosive, stronger than TNT, making it extremely dangerous. Combined with the Phantasm Flurry skill, it can deal area damage to enemies.
Beast description: a beautiful butterfly type beast, but beautiful roses always have thorns. Underestimate it, and you'll pay a heavy price.
Not recommended for consumption, unless you're not afraid of shattering your teeth. Oh whoa!
Just as Zhou Chen was looking at the information about the Phantasm Butterfly, the Blood Shadow Wolves had already charged in front of him.
Beast named Blood Shadow Wolf.
Beast tier, General tier.
Beast level, 30. Beast attributes none. Beast weakness waste. Beast status hungry. Beast talent, none.
Beast skill brutality: the Blood Shadow Wolf is extremely cruel, especially the ones that are starving, who become even more ruthless, devouring any creature in sight, even the corpses of their kin.
Beast description: a terrifying wolf-type beast, extremely dangerous. Not tasty, not recommended for consumption.
The level of the Blood Shadow Wolves isn't high, between levels 30 and 40, but their numbers are huge, far exceeding 200.
However, for such low-level beasts, no matter how many there are, it's just nourishment for the dragon blood vine. Little vine, use venom thorn coil. Drain them dry.
The dragon blood vine immediately shot out dozens of tendrils, which surged towards the blood shadow wolves like a flood of blood.
Whoa!
One tendril wrapped around a blood shadow wolf, and in less than 3 seconds, that wolf had turned into a dry corpse, casually discarded by the dragon blood vine. Once a blood shadow wolf was drained, the other blood shadow wolves didn't feel sorrow. Instead, they became even more bloodthirsty, scrambling to pounce on their fallen companion's corpse, in an instant devouring it to the bone. Such a cruel beast, even its kin are not spared. Watching the blood shadow wolves devour their fellow creatures, Xia Chuqing felt nauseous, almost wanting to throw up. Tang Yao also frowned slightly, turning her head away, not daring to look at the bloody scene. It's normal when the pack is large, food becomes scarce, so these starving wolves eat anything. After finishing off their kin's corpses, the blood shadow wolves turned back towards Zhou Chen and the others. Ice Moon Fox, use 0-degree freeze, freeze them. Xia Chuqing commanded the Ice Moon Fox to attack. The Ice Moon Fox is now above level 70, making it easy to freeze these blood shadow wolves. The Ice Moon Fox dashed in front of the dragon blood vine and unleashed a chilling gust in a fan-shaped area ahead. The blood shadow wolves caught in the cold wind were instantly frozen into ice sculptures.
Phantom Butterfly, use explosive phosphor powder to blow up those ice sculptures.
The Phantom Butterfly flew above the blood shadow wolves and scattered countless invisible phosphor particles.
When the particles landed on the blood shadow wolves, they exploded instantly. Boom! After a barrage of attacks, not many of the blood shadow wolves on the opposite side were left standing.
Meanwhile, the dragon blood vine took the opportunity to absorb the blood on the ground, successfully breaking through level 100.
As the dragon blood vine's level increased, these low-tier beasts no longer satisfied its appetite.
Now it only craved purer blood. After absorbing the blood shadow wolf's blood, the dragon blood vine withdrew its vines and circled around Zhou Chen like a little girl. Zhou Chen and the others then moved forward to count their loot, specifically the beast cores from the blood shadow wolves. These beast cores do not need to be handed over, they all belong to them.
Zhou Chen did a quick count and found a total of 325 beast cores.
Most of these belonged to Tang Yao, as the majority of the blood shadow wolves were killed by the phosphor powder from the Phantom Butterfly.
The remaining portion will be equally divided between Zhou Chen and Xia Chuqing. Zhou Chen didn't care much about these beast cores. What he truly valued was the enhancement points gained from hunting beasts.
Enhancement points can not only enhance one's physical abilities and mental strength, but they can also raise the level of one's beast tamer, which Zhou Chen has only recently discovered.
However, while enhancement points can increase a beast tamer's level, the amount needed is absurdly high.
Moreover, it seems that the further one goes, the more enhancement points are required.
Currently, even to level up just one level, it requires 10,000 enhancement points.
In addition to leveling himself up, Zhou Chen can also use enhancement points to boost the level of his tamed beasts, which also requires 10,000 enhancement points. Furthermore, the higher the tier of the beast, the more enhancement points needed for leveling up grows exponentially. Therefore, Zhou Chen generally doesn't use enhancement points on tamed beasts, as he doesn't have enough for himself. Earlier, Zhou Chen happened to obtain more than 10,000 enhancement points, which is just enough to raise his beast tamer level by 1. After dealing with the blood shadow wolves, Zhou Chen and the others didn't leave immediately. Instead, they chose to stay the night here. After all, there were too many strange things happening here, and it was far from the simplicity depicted in the mission.
Moreover, since the villagers have been kidnapped, it's possible they are still alive.
If the intention was merely to feast on humans, it wouldn't have been necessary to go through so much trouble. They could have simply handled it on the spot. Why bother to capture them and take them back? As a result, it's very likely those people are still alive, and since they came, they need to investigate what is happening here. Thus, Zhou Chen decided to wait here in ambush. They settled into a nearby house. For safety, Zhou Chen, the three of them, and the returning Yi Siqing slept in the same room. The girls took the bed while the boys spread out on the floor. As for Tang Yao, who was androgynous, whether male or female, he still had to sleep on the floor. All the tamed beasts were on guard outside, and the four took turns keeping watch throughout the night, displaying utmost caution. The sky gradually darkened, with the bright moon shining overhead. Since only Zhou Chen and a few others were present, Qingstone village felt eerily silent. Myling sat on the back of the bone-winged Tyrannosaurus, keeping a vigilant eye on her surroundings. Being a dark-type beast, she thrived in the night, her purple eyes sparkling in the darkness. Like a dancer of the night, the darkness couldn't obscure her sight. In the night, she could see even more. Hee, sleeping face is so cute, like a little baby. Myling's beautiful eyes caught sight of Zhou Chen sleeping on the floor and smiled slightly, reminiscent of a newly awoken wife gazing at her sleeping husband. Should I take this chance to steal a kiss from him? To force myself on him? Upon hearing her words, one of the dragon blood vines suddenly approached the back of her neck, the thorns on the vine pointing towards her throat. It seemed that if Myling dared to utter another foolish word, that vine would pierce through her neck. Hee, what's this? Have you fallen for your master? Myling glanced back and smiled at the dragon blood vine, as if seducing it. Unfortunately, the dragon blood vine is a plant. No matter how beautiful Myling is, it can't be tempted. The dragon blood vine couldn't speak, but it understood what Myling was saying. It flicked its vine up and down as if to say, exactly. Oh really? To be fancied by a little monster like you, I don't know if it's Zhou Chen's good fortune or misfortune? After that, the phantom spirit fell silent and faithfully kept watch, not daring to offend the dragon blood vine. And the dragon blood vine's tendrils moved away from her fair neck. For the time that followed, the phantom spirit remained silent, sometimes gazing at the stars, sometimes at the moon. However, her beautiful eyes, like amethysts, would inadvertently fall upon the dragon blood vine. She thought to herself, Dragon blood vine, what is your relationship with that legendary monster? In the middle of the night, 100 miles from Qingshi village, at the foot of a mountain, a camp was set up. In a nearby cave, many people were held captive. Upon closer inspection, these people were from Qingshi village. However, at this moment, they all lay in the cave with vacant eyes, their bodies sprawled on the ground like corpses. Special tubes were inserted into their bodies within the cave, drawing blood periodically. In front of these people stood a large cauldron, with high-temperature flames burning beneath it. Even though the autumn wind howled outside